Introduction. In the Invincible child Nezha of Myths, Hongjun, upon hearing the news, cast a glance at the devoured Dao of heaven and silently wiped away his tears. Chapter 1. The Gluttonous System. In the Shang Dynasty, at Chuntang Pass, within the Li residence, Li Jing, the commanding general of Chuntang Pass, sought immortality in his youth, but, having failed his quest for the celestial path, descended the mountain to pursue a career, relishing the riches of the mortal realm. However, with the birth of the third son of the Li family, the once tranquil household transformed into a cacophony of excitement and, to some extent, terror. Their lady had given birth to a round, lively chilled a little orb capable of both speech and movement. Currently, their master wielded a grand sword in an attempt to vanquish demons. Within an elegantly adorned chamber, a child who appeared to be 3 or 4 years old darted about incessantly. Upon his right wrist, he wore a gleaming golden bracelet, and a red ribbon was wrapped around him, bestowing an extraordinary appearance. Yet, behind him stood a serious-looking middle-aged man, brandishing a sharp sword in relentless pursuit, swinging it with ferocity. Nevertheless, the child adeptly evaded each strike. Even when the blade grazed him, the red light emanating from the ribbon shielded him completely, leaving him unharmed. Demon halt! Suyu felt a surge of panic as he flailed about. Uncertain of what had transpired, he could only recall working late, intending to complete one final project before returning home to rest. Yet, in an inexplicable moment, darkness enveloped him, and upon reopening his eyes, he found himself in this peculiar situation. No sooner had he blinked than a formidable giant attempted to cleave him with a sword. Thus unfolded the chaotic scene. It soon dawned upon him that it was not the giant's size that was alarming, rather, he had somehow shrunk. This is utterly ridiculous, I must have crossed over, Suyu thought, tears welling up in his eyes, bewildered by the absurdity of it all. Initially, when he beheld the antique decorations around him, he assumed it was a prank by his colleagues. However, transforming into a 3 or 4-year-old child was beyond any joke his colleagues could conjure. What on earth is happening? Suyu felt a wave of despair wash over him. Demon, cease your flight and accept your fate. You are the real demon. Your entire family is filled with demons. Suyu see that internally. I am utterly exasperated. The middle-aged man's face flushed with rage, his eyes ablaze with fury, as though he might erupt at any moment. Little brat, today you shall meet your end. Surrender at once. With the sword gleaming coldly in his grasp, the imposing man struck without mercy. Suyu chose silence, focusing solely on evasion. Who could fathom why this 3 or 4-year-old child possessed such vigor, managing to elude a middle-aged man's relentless pursuit? Child, come here. Suddenly, he heard a faint voice calling out, turning to see the source emanating from a large bed draped in curtains not far away. This moment, Suyu disregarded everything else and dashed toward the source of that gentle voice. In the blink of an eye, he traversed the short distance, feeling the air tremble around him. He lunged forward, plunging into the curtain, where he was shielded by a woman. Madam, release this demon at once. Allow me to slay him with a single strike. Jinggu, this is our child, the one I bore for 3 years and 6 months. A sudden jolt coursed through Suyu's mind. 3 years and 6 months could it be that he had transmigrated as Nezha? That duration was uniquely associated with Nezha. His heart raced as he quickly glanced down, relieved to see a little brother swaying in a breeze. Thank heavens it's a boy. Suyu patted his chest, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Ah, if I've reincarnated as Nezha, then I can no longer be called Suyu, he mused, adjusting his mindset. From now on, he will be Nezha. Though Nezha felt a bit reassured, Li Jing remained relentless, intent on dragging him out to slay him. Yet the woman steadfastly protected him, offering no chance for Li Jing to strike. Jinggu, if you wish to kill our child, you must first slay me. The woman stood her ground, unwavering. Although I am currently under her protection, is this plot not excessively melodramatic? Nezha pondered, uncertain of how he should feel in this moment. Just then, a servant reported that a Taoist had descended from the heavens and landed in their courtyard. Li Jing, who had sought enlightenment in his youth, immediately abandoned thoughts of killing the demon and rushed out to greet the visitor. A flicker of excitement stirred within him now that he had been reincarnated as Nezha, and with a Taoist arriving at their doorstep, it could only be the esteemed Tai Junren from the 12 Golden Immortals, here to take on a disciple. Seeing Li Jing hastily leave, the woman breathed a sigh of relief and cradled Nezha in her arms, gazing at him with a face full of maternal affection. Nezha felt a slight discomfort in his heart, but concealed it well. This woman must be Een, his biological mother in this life, who had just saved his life. Feeling somewhat reassured, Nezha obediently sat still as Een examined him. Yet his thoughts wandered to his own circumstances. In tales of transmigration, how often do individuals become princes or noble youths? Why had he ended up as a mere child? Although Nezha's origins were not entirely lacking, even as the reincarnation of a spirit pearl, he was still just a little boy. Moreover, the fate of Nezha's family was destined for discord, which only added to his frustration. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Beep! The gluttonous system has been activated and is currently binding. The voice resonating within his mind filled Nezha with excitement, awakening him to a new reality. A system, this is truly essential for any time traveler. Although its arrival may be somewhat belated, is certainly not too late. However, what on earth is this gluttonous system? It seems to revolve around incessantly eating. Although he hails from the gluttonous empire, he is quite discerning when it comes to food. He does not consume just anything. The gluttonous system can devour all things, regardless of what it is. As long as it is consumed, it can be transformed into the purest chaotic energy, empowering the host, and even offering a chance to comprehend innate divine abilities. Upon hearing this, Nezha felt a surge of excitement growing stronger through consumption. This system is truly remarkable. If that is the case, indulging in food and drink would enable him to swiftly outclass all the skilled practitioners. Child, are you all right? The woman gazed at Nezha with a face full of maternal affection, despite having extracted him from a ball of flesh. Yet the child before her now radiated a faint crimson light, his complexion fair, particularly accentuated by those round, glimmering eyes, exuding an aura of endearing innocence. I am well, mother, do not worry. Though he had just transformed into a child and felt somewhat disoriented, Nezha's heart was influenced, possessing the spirit of a child. It was as if he had truly returned to his childhood. Calling out to his mother felt entirely natural. However, the intense gaze of the woman made him feel slightly uncomfortable. Child is hungry, mother. Do you have any food? Nezha rubbed his small belly, eager to test if his system truly allowed him to gain energy from any food consumed. Een was momentarily taken aback. She was about to offer her breast, but was halted by Nezha. Child can eat by himself, mother need only direct him. Though surprised, she understood that her third son had always been extraordinary since the moment of conception, so his current demeanor was not difficult to comprehend. She then summoned her maidservant to guide Nezha to the kitchen. Chapter 2. Advancement through Consumption. What does the third young master wish to eat? A girl of around 16 or 17 led Nezha towards the kitchen. Though she had not applied any makeup, her features were exquisite, her skin fair, creating a most pleasing appearance. In contrast to his earlier gloom, Nezha, having just activated his system, felt an immense sense of joy. Furthermore, with a beauty leading the way, his spirits soared even higher. It was midday, and the kitchen was already filled with the enticing aroma of cooking. Quickly, the maid brought Nezha into the kitchen. What would the third young master like to eat? Everything here can be prepared. The maid presented plate after plate of prepared dishes, placing them before Nezha. The enticing scents wafting from the dishes nearly made Nezha drool. Faced with such culinary delights, he wasted no time. He swiftly seized a chicken leg and took a hearty bite, the delectable flavors bursting in his mouth. Delicious thing. Congratulations to the host on leveling up your current level is Body Refinement Stage 1. Ding. Congratulations to the host for comprehending the innate divine ability, Mighty God Leg. Ding. The training of Mighty God Leg is complete. Your current level is maxed out. Mighty God Leg, an innate divine ability of the ancient giant clan. The strength of one leg can reach 1,000,000 pounds, possessing the power to shatter mountains and split the heavens. The crisp notification echoed in Nezha's mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. This system is truly remarkable. Merely consuming a chicken leg has enabled the comprehension of divine abilities. Would anyone believe it if he shared this? Moreover, achieving max level directly 50 tons of strength, Nezha felt that with a single kick, even a dragon could be effortlessly vanquished. At first, he thought he would need to consume rare treasures to awaken such talent. Yet now, merely eating a chicken leg had proven to be so extraordinary. It was utterly ridiculous. Sensing the power coursing through his legs, Nezha wasted no time and devoured the entire chicken leg, bones and all. He then began to ravenously sweep away the food that little Uer had brought before him. Ding! Congratulations to the host on leveling up. Your current level is Body Refinement Stage 2. Ding! Congratulations to the host on leveling up. Your current level is Body Refinement Stage 3. Ding! Congratulations to the host on leveling up. Your current level is Body Refinement Stage 4. With each notification ringing in his mind, Nezha felt the food he consumed instantly transformed into streams of energy, integrating into every part of his body, fortifying his diminutive form. He perceived his body brimming with explosive power, as if with a mere gesture he could effortlessly shatter a small mountain. However, Nezha had no time for experimentation. Numerous dishes awaited his appetite. Meanwhile, little Yor, who had accompanied him, was so frightened that she stood frozen, her wide eyes staring blankly at Nezha. Is this truly the newly born third young master? She felt as if he resembled a reincarnated glutton. Those dishes had constituted the entire lunch for the general's residence. Yet now they were nearly consumed by the third young master, and it appeared he was still unsatisfied. Upon closer inspection, little Yor noticed that the third young master's belly showed no sign of swelling, resembling an insatiable abyss. Heavens, could it be that the lady truly gave birth to a monster? How could an ordinary person consume such an astounding quantity of food? What are you dawdling for? Have them continue cooking. Oh, right, little Yor quickly snapped back to reality, urging the astonished cooks to resume their culinary endeavors. She, too, was eager to discover just how much the third young master could consume. The chefs, filled with trepidation, cooked while occasionally stealing glances at Nezha, who was voraciously devouring food at the table. Before long, the table was once again laden with dishes, and Nezha immediately seized 2 roasted wings and stuffed them into his mouth. Beep. Congratulations to the host for comprehending the innate talent of the floating technique. Beep. The floating technique has been successfully mastered, and the current level is maxed out. Floating technique, a fundamental skill of levitation, enabling brief flight in the sky. Nezha felt an overwhelming joy, astonished that merely indulging in a chicken dish had bestowed upon him 2 divine abilities. He hastily drank some soup to calm his nerves. Beep. Congratulations to the host for grasping the innate divine ability of the water snake technique. Beep. The water snake technique has been successfully mastered, and the current level is maxed out. Beep. The water snake technique has automatically advanced. Water dragon explosion. Beep. The water dragon explosion has been successfully mastered, and the current level is maxed out. Water dragon explosion utilizes a water dragon to attack enemies, followed by the self-detonation of the water dragon, inflicting damage on adversaries. With increased potency, the closer one is to water. Incredible. This is extraordinarily impressive. It can even upgrade automatically. I genuinely intended only to sip some soup to ease my anxiety. Is the comprehension of this divine ability truly so effortless? The surrounding humidity intensified as the flames on the stove abruptly extinguished. The chef stood in shock, paralyzed with astonishment. Nezha furrowed his brow, exerting control to disperse the water vapor, and resumed his meal. The chefs hastily returned to their culinary tasks. Miss Yor, could this child be a monster? The chefs had been cooking for quite some time, without venturing outside, unaware of Nezha's true identity. Do not speak nonsense. This is our esteemed third young master from the Leaf family, named. Yet to be named. Little Yor shot a glare at the chef who spoke, lacking any decorum. Little Yor attended to Nezha's dining needs while the nearby chefs began to murmur amongst themselves. The lady has been pregnant for 3 years and 6 months, and now she has given birth to such an insatiable child. Although he appears ordinary, do not the storytellers say that monsters can take human form? We must hurry with the cooking. If there is no food, will he not devour us? You mustn't speak recklessly. What if he hears? One chef furtively glanced over, only to catch Nezha smiling at him with his pristine visage. He quickly turned his head away. Fear gripped their hearts, yet their hands moved swiftly, terrified that Nezha might truly transform into a man-eating monster and consume them all. Nezha naturally overheard the chef's conversation, yet he paid it no mind. Had he been unaware and encountered a child born after 3 years and 6 months, who could walk, jump, and speak from birth, and could not stop eating, consuming more than an entire family, he too might suspect the child to be a monster. Crack! Nezha's swift motion caused him to inadvertently bite off a piece of the bowl while drinking soup. Beep! Congratulations to the host for comprehending the innate talent of the glazed body. Beep! The glazed body has automatically reached max level. Glazed body, a form as flawless as crystal, unblemished and pure, capable of autonomously absorbing the spiritual energy of the world, regarded as the most pristine, sacred body on earth. Nezha gazed at the fragmented bowl in his hand, blinking in astonishment. His little milk teeth were remarkably powerful. It felt as though the bowl was as soft as tofu in his mouth with barely any effort. He had bitten off a piece. Moreover, consuming a bowl could bestow him with a legacy of talent. This system was truly extraordinary. In the next moment, Nezha promptly devoured the bowl with a crunching sound. He then felt a warm current flowing into his body, reinforcing every cell within him. This warm stream was the chaotic energy spoken of by the system, the primordial energy of all substances in the world. Under the system's enhancement, everything transformed into the most fundamental matter of the universe. It is no exaggeration to say that even breathing involved the continuous absorption of energy from the cosmos, which was then converted into chaotic energy, thereby fortifying one's self. Although the energy transformation resulted in only a minuscule enhancement, it nonetheless represented a significant improvement for Nezha at this moment. Beep, congratulations to the host. Chapter 3. 3 Taoists arrive at the manor. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your level has increased. Your current level is now at the 5th stage of body refinement. Truly, this gluttonous system knows no bounds when it comes to consumption. With this thought in mind, Nezha promptly seized a plate and began shoveling food into his mouth. Little Yuera watched in astonishment. She had initially believed that the third young master was simply capable of eating a lot, yet here he was, not even sparing the plate or bowl. The most alarming part was that he appeared to savor the act as if indulging in the finest delicacies. How ferocious! Could it be that the third young master is truly a monster? For a moment, doubts crept into little Yuera's mind. Young master, that's the table. You cannot eat that. Just as little Yuera was bewildered, she noticed Nezha taking a bite out of the table. Crack! A corner of the pearwood table was bitten off. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have comprehended the innate legacy of the Tree of Life. Ding! The Tree of Life has automatically leveled up to its maximum capacity. Tree of Life can summon a Tree of Life to ensnare enemies with vines, inflict damage, and drain their vitality. It can also heal allies. A perfect balance of offense and defense. Remarkable. The Tree of Life even possesses healing capabilities. Little Yuera involuntarily shivered. This was exceedingly terrifying. The chefs, who had been desperately trying to prepare meals, were drenched in cold sweat, trembling uncontrollably. It was one thing to eat a lot, but now he was gnawing on plates, bowls, and tables. Was the next target going to be a person? Yuera, hurry and prepare the food. Little Yuera felt a headache coming on. Nezha flashed a grin at the chefs and returned to his feast. In the next moment, all the chefs trembled and scurried outside, fearing that if they were a moment too slow, they would end up as the third young master's next meal. Nezha paid them no mind and continued eating, while little Yuera rushed to pursue them, but none could be stopped. All the chefs vanished without a trace. The Li Manor, which had only just fallen quiet, was once again filled with chaos. Upon returning to the kitchen, little Yuera noticed that the table, which had lost a corner, now stood on only half a leg. Young master, you truly cannot eat this. I know. Stop bothering me and go outside. Don't run. Nezha waved his hand dismissively. This little maid was fine in most respects, but she was rather too talkative. With no one to disturb him, Nezha immediately indulged his appetite. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your level has increased. Your current level is now at the 6th stage of body refinement. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your level has increased. Your current level is now at the 7th stage of body refinement. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your level has increased. Your current level is now at the 8th stage of body refinement. In less than half an hour, Nezha effortlessly ascended 3 levels, devouring all the food in the kitchen. Just as Nezha's gaze fell upon the tables and chairs, a sudden commotion of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Little Yuera, what is happening out there? As the door swung open, little Yuera stared at the now sparse kitchen, momentarily stunned. The kitchen of the Li residence is always stocked with fresh vegetables and fruits, a constant supply that has now inexplicably vanished, consumed entirely by the third young master. Little Yuera, momentarily taken aback, quickly exclaimed, 3 Taoist priests have arrived at the manor, and they request your presence. 3. Nezha was somewhat bewildered. Hadn't the servant just reported the arrival of a single priest? But he dismissed the thought and decided to investigate. Having been reborn, Nezha retained his memories from his previous life, yet was influenced by a sense of innocence, behaving like a true child, guided by his heart. Upon exiting, Nezha did not follow little Yuera directly to the parlor. Instead, he requested her to assist him in finding some clothing. He was still clad in his previous red silk, a treasure not suitable for everyday wear. As they made their way, Nezha could not resist the urge to nibble on anything he encountered, leaving a trail of destruction among the flowers and trees in the courtyard. Even as they passed through a pavilion, he marked the columns with small bite marks. Eventually, little exasperated, had no choice but to scoop Nezha into her arms. Feeling the soft, springy texture, Nezha was enveloped in sheer comfort. He ceased his destruction of the flora, recognizing that these mundane items offered little in the way of chaotic energy. Indeed, consuming a roast chicken would be far more satisfying. Third young master. Please refrain from touching everything. Little Yu soon regretted her words, as the young master's hands were far too unruly, akin to a little rascal. Were he not a child, she would have scolded him. Yet, Nezha's curious hands continued their exploration, unperturbed by her admonitions. He still retained memories of indulgence from his past life, and at that moment, there was no way he would hold back. After all, he was a child now. A little mischief would go unnoticed. Soon, they arrived at their destination, and little Yu, her face flushed, gently set Nezha down. Young master, we have arrived. As she spoke, she blushed while adjusting her clothing, feeling as if a current still lingered in her chest, sending waves of delightful tingles throughout her body. He would undoubtedly grow into a little rogue. Little Yu silently scolded him, yet she could not help but recall the pleasant sensation he had left behind. Nezha then pushed open the door and casually plucked a piece of clothing, popping it into his mouth. You cannot eat that, third young master. Little Yu's attention was drawn back, recognizing that Nezha was reverting to old habits. The room was expansive, steeped in ancient charm, and remarkably clean. Nezha nodded gently and stepped inside. The space was devoid of decorative furniture. Instead, it was filled with racks adorned with an array of children's garments. From infancy to youth, gradually filling the room. It resembled a clothing exhibition hall. Nezha felt that these garments would suffice for him to wear until he reached the age of 20. These are all tasks that the lady has commanded over the past 3 years, each meticulously designed by the affluent matron herself. As the third young master was about to speak, he noticed that Nezha was absurdly stuffing a sleeve of clothing into his mouth. Chewing on it, the fabric transformed into a gentle warmth that flowed into his body, leaving no discernible change. Nezha soon released his grip, disinterested in taking another bite. If his sole purpose was to acquire chaotic energy, consuming all of this would not be equivalent to even a single roast chicken. He might as well indulge in a roast chicken instead. His previous nibble was merely a curiosity to see if any miraculous powers would manifest. Casually, Nezha pulled on a well-fitted light red garment, replacing the red silk draping over him. He cinched it at the waist, perfectly complementing the attire he had just chosen, exuding an unexpected sense of fashion for this era. At that moment, someone came to urge them along, prompting little Yu to escort Nezha swiftly to the parlor. Understood. We shall arrive shortly. Nezha dismissed the attendant and climbed back into little Yu's embrace, allowing her to carry him to the parlor. Along the way, her playful laughter and shy giggles echoed. This young master is getting rather unruly. Chapter 4. This is a person, not food. Nestled in little Yu's arms, Nezha munched on tofu, hearing voices from afar in the parlor that sounded like a quarrel. It seemed that they were there to take on disciples. One of them was the esteemed Tai Jinren, but he wondered who the other two might be. A flicker of curiosity arose within him. However, the identity of the disciples mattered little. What was crucial was who would be generous, for his gluttonous system required a plethora of sustenance. If he didn't find a wealthy patron, he would surely be unable to support himself in the future. Before long, they stood at the entrance of the grand parlor. Nezha boldly surveyed the individuals inside, showing no signs of trepidation. Seated in the main position was the elderly Jing, who had previously wielded a great sword with intentions to strike him. To his left sat a Taoist, seemingly in his 20s, although his miraculousness was not immediately evident. It was clear that he possessed an extraordinary demeanor, surrounded by a faint aura that gave an ethereal impression. To the right, there were 2 more Taoists. One radiated a subtle golden glow, appearing to be a middle-aged man of around 40, constantly adorned with faint illusory treasures, as if to boast of their splendor. The other was clad in a white Taoist robe, exuding an exceptionally pure primordial spiritual energy. Draped over his left arm was a Tai floating dust, embodying the quintessential image of an enlightened master as Nezha had envisioned. Each of the 3 displayed their unique characteristics. Yet they all shared the commonality of exuding a rich spiritual aura, unmistakably embodying the essence of celestial beings. At the threshold of the living room, Nezha observed the 3 individuals before him, a sensation of hunger creeping into his already satiated stomach. The ethereal aura emanating from them awakened his cravings. making him ponder the potential elevation of his prowess should he partake in a single bite. The meal he had just consumed in the kitchen paled in comparison to the divine energies these beings possessed, rendering it utterly insignificant. Beside him, the young girl, Xiao Yuer, noticing Nezha's peculiar gaze, felt a sudden pang in her heart. Leaning in closer, she whispered urgently, "Third young master, they are human. You cannot eat them." Nezha's lips twitched slightly. It seemed this girl had developed a psychological aversion, and he wondered if it could ever be remedied. The three individuals were evidently far more formidable than he. A mere bite could result in his swift demise at their hands. Yet, he contemplated seeking out formidable beasts in the future, for their energy would surely be abundant, and perhaps he could even gain insights into divine abilities. Eat humans? All four gazes converged upon Nezha. The servants had just mentioned that this little rascal had consumed everything in the kitchen. How could he now express a desire to devour humans? The trio of Taoists scrutinized Nezha with penetrating gazes, assessing him thoroughly. It was clear he was the reincarnation of a spiritual pearl, yet they were puzzled by the servant's claim of his intent to consume humans. However, upon finding no traces of malevolent energy surrounding him, they retracted their scrutiny. Although he possessed some spiritual essence, given his background as a reincarnated pearl of the Nuwa Palace, this was not particularly concerning. Suddenly, the three exchanged glances, and the previously retracted light of their scrutiny burst forth anew. "Glassy body," exclaimed the youthful Taoist. Regardless of who it might be, any reincarnated being would, due to the nature of their physical form, become an acquired body. Yet, Nezha's glassy body was an immaculate innate form. Compared to those who achieve innate status through cultivation, attaining a celestial human position, only to revert to an artificial innate body, his purity was unmatched. Only the first generation of humanity, crafted directly by Nuwa during her creation of the human race, could be deemed comparable to his true innate form, which was indistinguishable from natural birth. In contrast, the later innate bodies, tainted by worldly influences, were merely pale imitations. Such an innate form, should it not perish prematurely, would undoubtedly evolve into a venerable sage. The first generation of humanity that matured bore no lowly achievements. Though most perished during the calamity of the witch and demon wars, an immense tragedy. In that moment, the youth comprehended why there was such urgency for him to seize this opportunity. It was exceedingly rare. The middle-aged Taoist clearly recognized this as well, his golden light shining even brighter, while the spectral images of treasures surrounding him sparkled more vividly, swirling about and captivating Nezha's attention. Observing the unfolding scene, Nezha felt a surge of confidence. It appeared these three had unearthed even greater value in him. When the time came to claim treasures, he felt assured of his success. Nezha pointed at the trembling little girl, instructing her to enter. "Yuer, put him down and let him walk on his own," Li Jing admonished. Yuer shivered, preparing to release Nezha, but was halted by his voice. "Pay no heed to him. Obey my command." Nezha directed Yuer to find a chair and sit down. Unfettered by societal norms, he engaged in equal discourse. The Yin family treated him as a son, and in return, he honored them as a mother. However, Li Jing regarded him as either a demon or a mere brat, failing to see him as a true child. At that moment, Nezha did not regard Li Jing with any seriousness, for he was an outsider in this world. The age-old adage of unfilial sons and unkind fathers held true. "You ungrateful wretch." Li Jing, infuriated by Nezha's disdain, felt his blood boil. With a clang, he unsheathed his sword. "You call me a demon, yet who are you?" Nezha retorted boldly. He could not fathom why Li Jing harbored such animosity. They bore a striking resemblance, hardly fitting the description of a demon. "Beast." Li Jing, driven by rage, rose and lunged with his sword. "Ah, you error," beside Nezha, turned pale and screamed in terror. Yet Nezha, cradled in her arms, merely spat out a mouthful of saliva. This droplet shimmered with a pearly luster, and instead of falling, it rapidly expanded in midair, transforming into a colossal water dragon. The water dragon technique, having reached its pinnacle, required no preparation for its execution. Its power was awe-inspiring. Could a mere spit morph into such a creature? The three Taoists seated nearby, their initial calm shattered, felt their pupils dilate in astonishment. Was this a manifestation of innate divine ability? Such gifts were rare, mostly associated with ancient demon races and nearly extinct in the present day. Among humanity, they were exceedingly scarce. The previous appearance of an innate Tao body had already astonished them. Now, the emergence of a water-based divine ability was simply extraordinary. The young disciple admired his master profoundly. Indeed, he was worthy of the title of virtuous celestial. Initially, he had thought the distance was not great, But now the disparity was glaringly apparent. Chapter 5. This child must be taken under the wing of the Yushu sect. The 100-meter-long water dragon twisted and roared, emanating a terrifying pressure that, while not affecting the three Taoists, threatened to shatter the entire hall. As for the advancing Li Jing, he was engulfed by the water dragon before he could react. The Grandmaster Tai waved his whisk gently, and in an instant, the massive water dragon was anchored in place. As the dust swept through the air, the water dragon abruptly vanished from sight. With the third swing, the once nearly exploded living room returned to its normal state. Everything appeared as usual, save for Li Jing, who lay drenched upon the floor. His armor, ravaged by the torrent, had been reduced to mere fragments, leaving him clad only in a thin layer of undergarments. The middle-aged Taoist furrowed his brow slightly, yet made no move. A fleeting flash of golden light enveloped Li Jing, restoring him to his former self. Nezha pouted slightly, realizing he had inadvertently cast his father in the role of the antagonist. What a melodramatic turn of events this was. However, the melodrama was far from over. Enraged by Nezha's earlier attack, Li Jing raised his sword once more and lunged forward. Clang. This time, instead of retaliating, Nezha opened his mouth wide and bit down on the sword's tip. Little Yu fully embraced her role as a bystander, letting out another shriek. In a single day, the young girl had witnessed events that most people might never encounter in a lifetime. First, the birth of the young master. After 3 years and 6 months of gestation. Then, she witnessed the young master's extraordinary tendency to bite everything. Following that, she encountered 3 deities. The master aimed to slay the young master, only to be nearly obliterated by the water dragon formed from the young master's saliva. Now, the master's sword was lodged in the young master's mouth, and Yu sensed she had already foreseen the impending developments. With a resounding crack, the mighty sword in Li Jing's hand was effortlessly severed by Nezha's 2 rows of baby teeth. Ding! Congratulations to the host for comprehending the innate inheritance of the indestructible body. Ding! The cultivation of the indestructible body is complete, current level at maximum. Indestructible body, a Buddhist divine skill, as solid as divine iron, impervious to blades and bullets, unscathed by water and fire. Nezha raised an eyebrow, swiftly smiting the large sword thrust at him by Li Jing, splitting it into 2. With a swift kick, he sent Li Jing flying. Boom, boom, boom. 3 resounding crashes echoed as Li Jing shattered through 3 walls before finally coming to a halt. Blood flowed profusely from his mouth, as if his very insides had been shattered. Had Li Jing truly been powerless against that sword thrust, he would have been decapitated. His earlier kick had been restrained. Otherwise, the force of 50 tons concentrated into a single point would have resulted in far worse than mere bloodshed. The mortal Li Jing, struck by the might of Nezha's divine leg, was easily overwhelmed. Nezha, without uttering a word, seized the severed sword and proceeded to munch on it voraciously. The 3 Taoists nearby, despite their extensive experience, were left utterly astonished. What had just transpired? The little one had consumed a battle-hardened warrior's sword. Though it was not a divine weapon of extraordinary caliber, it was nonetheless among the finest in the mortal realm. And now, it had been devoured by Nezha. The figure of Tai Yizhenren flickered and appeared beside Li Jing, producing a pill from his robe and administering it to him, transporting them once more into the living room. Nezha, bewildered, pondered whether he had mistakenly ingested something, questioning why he was at odds with his own son. It felt as though 3 divine beings were present, seemingly invulnerable. The youth remained composed, his fingers gently tapping on the sandalwood chair, emanating waves of pure celestial energy. After consuming the pill and being nourished by the celestial essence, Li Jing's injuries began to mend rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he was completely restored. Remarkably, due to this unexpected turn of events, his long-stagnated cultivation even experienced a slight enhancement. Nezha disregarded the surrounding details, inhaling deeply and drawing the ethereal energy from the air into his being. Once more, the sound of an upgrade echoed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host level has risen. Current level, 9th layer of body refinement. Ding! Congratulations, host level has risen. Current level, 10th layer of body refinement. Ding! Current level meets the requirements. Automatically unlocking the foodie space. Foodie space, a growth-capable space exclusive to the gluttonous system, capable of storing any items, including living beings, and utilizing chaotic energy to expand its size. A series of notifications resounded in Nezha's mind, as the celestial energy transformed into waves of warmth, fortifying his body. His internal landscape underwent a dramatic transformation, as a void was spontaneously created in his dantian, with wisps of ethereal gas swirling within. Moreover, the quantity was gradually increasing, a phenomenon most peculiar. Nezha glanced at the newly established foodie space, which measured merely about 1 square meter, quite diminutive. However, upon reading the subsequent description, which indicated the capability to expand using chaotic energy, he dismissed any concerns. After all, expansion was not an arduous task. A small portion could suffice. In the future, should he encounter an abundance of food, he could simply store it away for leisurely consumption. The functionality was undeniably formidable. The gazes of the three Taoists were once again drawn to him, noticing that Nezha's aura had significantly intensified since before. Merely a hint of celestial energy had enabled this young lad to reach the level of refining essence into qi. What extraordinary talent was this? While body refinement was not particularly challenging, the subsequent stages, refining essence into qi, refining qi into spirit, refining spirit into void, and refining void into unity, were exceedingly arduous for mortals, leading countless individuals to seek the path of immortality through incessant visits to esteemed masters. Yet, this little fellow before them, without any guidance and merely by absorbing a trace of celestial energy, had effortlessly taken the first step into the Tao. In the case of an ordinary mortal, this would typically only result in enhanced physical health. With his wounds healed, Li Jing rose to his feet once more. "You ungrateful wretch. Today, aside from you, it would be better if you ventured forth and did not bring calamity upon us, tarnishing the reputation of the Li family and inviting disaster upon our house." Li Jing's face flushed crimson, uncertain whether it was due to anger or the indignity of being bested by a mere infant. "Do not anger, General," exclaimed Tai Yizhenrun, deftly wielding his whisk to immobilize Li Jing. Although Li Jing could not harm this precious child, it was prudent to exercise caution. Should any harm befall the infant, the primordial heavenly sovereign would surely flay him alive. It is essential to remember that this Nezha is a reincarnation of a spiritual pearl, destined to become the vanguard of Jiangxia. Their acceptance of him would serve to enhance the strength of the Yusu Palace. Among the third-generation disciples, he would undoubtedly emerge as a pillar of power. Rumor has it that his senior brother, Yuding Zhenrun, has already departed for Guanjiangkou, intent on acquiring a natural prodigy born with the physique of a semi-immortal. This prospect surpasses all others. If he fails to secure such a talent, what face would he have to return? It is imperative that this child be initiated into our Yusu sect, lest anyone else seize him away. Tai Yizhenrun was resolute in his determination, swaying his whisk while casting a glance at the two individuals nearby, as if to say, "Do not harbor any illusions." Chapter 6. Whose treasures abound? Li Jing found himself anchored in place, devoid of an introducer, as Tai Yizhenrun boldly stepped forward. He pointed to the young Taoist on his left. "This esteemed individual is the Grand Master of Xuandu from the Taiching sect." He then turned to the middle-aged Taoist beside him. "This gentleman is the Duobao Taoist from the Shanqing sect." Finally, Duobao adjusted his attire, gently waving his whisk, and spoke with measured elegance. "I am but a humble disciple of the Yusu Palace on Kunlun Mountain, a saint of the Heavenly Dao. One of the 12 golden immortals under the primordial heavenly sovereign, Tai Yizhenrun of the Qianyuan Mountain Golden Light Cave." Nezha, listening attentively, felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. This was indeed a masterstroke of cunning. Although such self-introduction might seem beneath one's dignity, it had undoubtedly elevated Tai Yizhenrun's status considerably. Were it not for Nezha's knowledge of historical myths, he might have truly believed that Tai Yizhenrun held the most illustrious of deities. While Xuandu and Duobao outwardly displayed no reaction, they could not help but tremble inwardly. Although they had not met often, they had seen Tai Yizhenrun in a different light before. Today, he was merely taking on a disciple, yet he had transformed so drastically. Xuandu, as the foremost disciple of the three teachings, maintained his composure, adhering to the principle of letting fate take its course, for the Taiching lineage emphasizes the law of affinity and non-action. Thus, he refrained from speaking or making any overt gestures, trusting in the unfolding of destiny. Now that he had arrived, Nezha's initiation into the mountain gate would naturally be a joyous occasion, but should it not occur, it would not be of great consequence. All would proceed in accordance with the principle of non-action. However, Duobao, being direct in nature, shimmered with golden light and swiftly liberated the immobilized Li Jing. The doctrine of the is to seize a fleeting chance. Although Tai Yizhenrun employed cunning, he would not easily concede. Otherwise, he would not have been surrounded by countless treasure phantoms when encountering Nezha, captivating the child's attention. However, he did not completely lift the immobilization spell on Li Jing. He merely allowed him the freedom to speak. Your son possesses an extraordinary and rare appearance. May I inquire if he has been named? He has not been named. At this moment, Li Jing had calmed down, no longer exhibiting the frenzied demeanor he had before. If the general does not mind, I would be honored to bestow a name upon your son, if it pleases you. Thank you, Taoist. Li Jing had also lost the will to resist. Each of the three individuals present was more formidable than he. Even Nezha surpassed him. Whichever of these three Taoists claimed Nezha could take him away, and he would simply pretend he had never had such a son. Taiji Junren furrowed his brow, realizing he had overlooked this point earlier. Daobao Taoist rose, taking measured steps. Fingers gesturing. The eldest son shall be named Jin Jia, the second son shall be named Mu Jia, and the third shall be named Nezha. I am Nezha. Nezha extended his hands, and the palms glowed with a faint red light, perfectly revealing the characters, and Nezha interrupted Daobao Taoist, unwilling to let him gain an unwarranted advantage. He had perused the tales of Fengshen and understood that this world was rife with causal connections. Even a name could bind them in fate. Should Daobao Taoist name him, it would forge a connection between them. Daobao would likely seize this opportunity to take him as a disciple. Currently, as the destined vanguard of the Western Zhou, he had just come into being, and Jiang Zia, the overseer of the Fengshen, had yet to descend from the mountain. With the Fengshen not yet initiated, everything remained malleable. If he were to board the treacherous ship of Jiejiao, the outcome might be even more dire than originally anticipated. Among the three, he held particular regard for the unassuming Xuandu master. As the foremost disciple of the three teachings, should he be taken under his wing, he too would become the premier disciple of the third generation. In that case, the Taiji lineage would be exclusively inherited, should anyone dare to challenge him. They would be courting the wrath of the three pure ones. There are few in this realm who do not fear the fury of a sage, especially when that sage is the leader of the three pure ones. However, Nezha did not wish to simply become a disciple. He intended to extract some benefits first. Daobao Taoist was taken aback, uncertain of what to say, as Nezha had directly revealed his name, rendering any alterations inappropriate. After all, this was indeed the name he had intended to give Nezha. Even the nearby Xuandu master exhibited a hint of perplexity on his face, pondering the child's true intentions. What schemes did he harbor? How could he possess such depth of thought? Although he had long resided in the Beiring Palace, he did not confine himself to isolation. Occasionally venturing out for a stroll, he had encountered this spirit pearl on several occasions. Its nature was pure, yet how had this reincarnated being transformed into such a state? Were it not for having previously scrutinized his primordial spirit, he might have suspected that some ancient fiend had usurped him. Now, he was eager to witness how this young one would conclude his tale. Upon seeing that Daobao could not continue, Taiji Junren promptly stepped forward, a flash of golden light illuminating his hand, revealing a resplendent golden brick. Little Nezha, this object is called the golden brick, capable of changing in size at will. Tai Junren held the golden brick in his hand, flipping it repeatedly, extolling its virtues. And that golden bracelet on your wrist, that is the Qiankuan circle, while the fabric around your waist is the Hunyuan silk, all treasures that guard the golden light cave of Chuanyuan Mountain. Gifts bestowed upon you by your master even before your birth. Do you like them? A benevolent smile graced Tai Junren's face. As long as Nezha calls him master, their bond would be confirmed. As for these treasures, they were always intended for Nezha, so whether given early or late made little difference. Lin Qing carefully scrutinized the golden brick, which radiated a rich celestial energy, its golden glow dazzling. His small teeth involuntarily began to grind together. Wondering to himself, I wonder if I could bite into it. As for the treasures, the Daobao Taoist narrowed his eyes. The ethereal forms of the treasures floating beside him gradually solidified. He had never feared anyone when it came to treasures. His title as Daobao was not earned lightly. When the honored Ancestor Hongjun distributed treasures at the treasure rock, among the powerful innate treasures and spiritual artifacts, all the remaining thousands of treasures ended up in his possession. Though they may not compare to the innate treasures, what could be favored by Hongjun was surely not trivial. Countless treasures hovered before him, exuding a formidable aura. They were densely packed, nearly numbering in the thousands. While each appeared no larger than an ant, the brilliance emanating from them concealed Daobao's figure entirely. Nezha, should you choose to join my Qingxing sect, all the treasures I possess will be imparted to you. My master may not have much, but he certainly possesses an abundance of treasures. Daobao finally recognized his worth. As for the treasures themselves, they are all innate spiritual artifacts, enough to daunt anyone. Tai Jinren's pupils constricted, his lips twitching involuntarily. He had been careless. Chapter 7. Is this golden brick something edible? Just a moment ago, He was preoccupied with the investments made, ensuring that the Qiankuan Circle and Hunyuan Silk became Nezha's lifelong treasures, and now was the time for reaping the rewards, which should have been effortless. However, he had forgotten about Dao Bao, who possessed countless treasures. Even if all the innate treasures from everyone combined, they would not match the sheer quantity on Dao Bao. Nonetheless, Tai Jinren did not feel disheartened. Sometimes, having numerous treasures does not equate to usefulness. He pursued a path of quality. As long as he could impress Nezha, his earlier investments would not be in vain. Moreover, Nezha was just a child. Did he truly understand the quality of treasures? Surely, he would be drawn to whichever treasure piqued his interest. Nezha's eyes sparkled with excitement as he licked his lips, eager to taste the essence of these treasures. Although he was unaware of their true quality, the celestial energy already unleashed upon them was evident. Some, while radiant, contained little celestial essence. Some, despite their unimpressive appearances, exude an abundance of ethereal charm. In fact, the essence radiating from this singular treasure surpasses that of several others combined. Nezha glanced around, ultimately fixing his gaze upon the esteemed Master Xuandu. The figures of Yuqing and Shangqing displayed their worth, yet Master Xuandu remained conspicuously inactive, seemingly indifferent, as if he were merely an observer of the unfolding events. Nezha found himself puzzled. After all, he was there to accept a disciple. Shouldn't he demonstrate some enthusiasm? Otherwise, wouldn't it be more prudent to withdraw entirely and avoid embarrassment? Yet, Master Xuandu continued to remain unmoved, as if he had not witnessed even half of the proceedings, conveying an air of nonchalance that suggested, "You carry on, I am but a spectator." Nezha felt a twinge of frustration. His desire was not merely to seek mentorship, but to encourage all three masters to showcase their talents, allowing him to reap the benefits thereafter. Furthermore, with only 2 representatives from the Taixing lineage, their resources were undoubtedly plentiful, especially considering that the Holy One of Taixing was the revered ancestor of both weapon forging and alchemy. The repository of the 8 Scenery Palace must surely be brimming with countless treasures. Presenting even a couple of items could serve as a gesture of goodwill. However, Master Xuandu offered him no such opportunity. Nezha felt at a loss. He couldn't simply approach and ask. How awkward would that be? Nevertheless, it was not entirely out of the question. Nezha gently leaped from the embrace of the small Yuer, floating gracefully before Master Xuandu. "Master, why so reticent?" "The Dao that can be spoken is not the eternal Dao," Master Xuandu replied softly. "Your wisdom is profound." Nezha mumbled, turning on his heel to leave. This sudden departure left Master Xuandu momentarily taken aback, his composure shaken. Why had the little one chosen to leave? Had there been a flaw in his earlier words? Did he not just acknowledge him as a sage? Where was the patience in this child? Did the Taixing lineage truly lack such qualities? Master Xuandu was left with a myriad of questions, pondering if perhaps his infrequent outings had rendered him out of touch with the minds of the younger generation. Nezha, however, paid little heed to Master Xuandu. No matter how esteemed his status, it paled in comparison to the immediate benefits before him. Savoring tangible rewards was far more pressing than engaging in lofty ideals. He donned an innocent expression, gazing intently at the earnest Tai Jinren and the pragmatic Duo Bao Daoren. "Little Nezha, have you made up your mind? Would you like to take me as your master?" Tai Jinren's golden brick radiated with an even more resplendent glow. Though Duo Bao Daoren remained silent, his actions were decisive. With a swift gesture, he summoned several innate spiritual treasures, enlarging them and presenting them to Nezha. The implication was unmistakable. "Should you choose to be my disciple, these shall serve as your welcoming gifts." Nezha remained silent, extending his hand to seize the gold brick that Master Tai had been playfully juggling for some time. Master Tai's heart swelled with joy as he exchanged a triumphant glance with Taoist Duo Bao, a victorious smile gracing his features, as if to convey, "Look, treasures are of little use. It is the delight of a child that matters." With Nezha now in possession of his precious item, he was effectively the apprentice he had envisioned. However, Nezha's subsequent actions caused the smile on Master Tai's face to freeze in place. With both hands clutching the gold brick, Nezha unhesitatingly shoved it into his mouth. Crack! The once gradually elongated rectangular brick now bore a small bite. Boom! The spiritual energy contained within the brick erupted instantaneously. Had it not been for the prior reinforcement of the living room, it would likely have been reduced to ruins by the sudden burst of energy. Among the 3, the Grand Master Xuandu possessed the deepest cultivation and was the first to perceive the unfolding situation, swiftly recovering from his previous doubts. He released an invisible force through his index finger, shielding the human inhabitants of Chintang Pass. Master Tai and Taoist Duo Bao also reacted in an instant, their own invisible psychic powers radiating outward. Had they not been present, the situation might have been inconsequential. However, their involvement meant that they bore responsibility for the ensuing consequences if they failed to intervene. Yet, the three formidable beings were not inclined to allow anyone else to meddle, as Nezha lacked the capability to intervene in their affairs. Nevertheless, it was astonishing to realize that the spiritual energy stored within the gold brick was akin to a balloon. Once a breach occurred, the energy escaped. This left Nezha distressed, his small face twitching in dismay. The amount of spiritual energy lost was staggering, a quantity that could be converted into an immense amount of chaotic energy. What he required for his ascension was precisely that chaotic energy, typically accessible only after a Deluo golden immortal ventured beyond the realms. Although the gluttonous system could facilitate conversion, it was rather burdensome. Previously, his rapid ascension was due to a lesser demand. Now, at the 10th layer of body refinement, his next goal was to enter the realm of chi transformation, which necessitated a significantly greater amount of chaotic energy. For instance, ascending from the first layer to the second layer of the chi transformation realm required tenfold the amount of chaotic energy compared to the body refinement realm. This was sufficient to repeat the entire body refinement phase 10 times over. Moreover, advancing from the second layer to the third layer of chi transformation demanded an additional tenfold of what was required for both the body refinement and first layer of chi transformation. The increase was negligible. It was merely a comprehensive tenfold. Should he aspire to reach the divine transformation period, the requirement would not merely be tenfold, but rather 100-fold of the entire chi transformation phase. Nezha dared not contemplate the subsequent stages, as the demand for chaotic energy was exceedingly vast. His focus remained on the immediate situation, as the gold brick in his grasp continued to emit spiritual energy at an alarming rate. With each bite he took, the sound of cracking resonated, reminiscent of indulging in a delectable treat. After addressing the issue of the energy explosion, Master Tai and the others finally turned their attention to Nezha. Observing the diminishing gold brick, Tai Junren was nearly in tears. Earlier, a servant from the general's mansion mentioned that the third young master had a hearty appetite, but he had not taken it seriously until now. Was this gold brick truly edible? Chapter 8. The taste is mediocre. Could it be a counterfeit? Little Nezha, this is not meant for consumption. Refrain from eating it. Tai Junren's face twitched, and his goatee seemed on the verge of being yanked away. Was it easy to forge a treasure, only for it to be devoured in such a manner? What kind of teeth were these? Although this gold brick was not a postnatal supreme treasure, it was still a top-tier postnatal spiritual artifact. Once activated, it could even flatten a mountain. Yet now, it had been so effortlessly gnawed upon by Nezha. Even the Grand Master Xuandu was losing his composure. Was this truly the reincarnation of a spiritual pearl? This seemed excessively remarkable. Given such a bite, one could say that even genuine immortals would struggle to defend against it. Nevertheless, Nezha was oblivious to these concerns, as the prompt for leveling up echoed in his mind once more. Ding! Congratulations, host level has increased. Current level, chi refinement, first layer. Ding! Congratulations, host level has increased. Current level, chi refinement, second layer. Ding! Congratulations, host level has increased. Current level, chi refinement, third layer. Ding! Congratulations, host level has increased. Current level, chi refinement, eighth layer. Nezha soon stuffed the entire gold brick into his mouth, and the prompts for leveling ceased at the chi refinement, eighth layer. It was not that the spiritual energy within the gold brick was scarce, but rather that too much had dissipated. Despite Nezha's rapid consumption, he could not halt the loss of spiritual energy. Comparatively, he had consumed less than 1,000th of the spiritual essence. The remaining energy had all vanished. At this moment, the originally clear sky had begun to drizzle lightly. This was a consequence of the excessive concentration of spiritual energy. While Tai Junren and the others safeguarded the entirety of Qintang Pass, they also contained all the spiritual energy within its confines. Before long, this place would transform into a sacred ground, benefiting all living beings. However, that was a matter for the future. At this moment, Nezha found himself once again under the scrutiny of the three. Even the Grand Master Xuandu, who had previously lamented his lack of connection with the Taching lineage, could not resist employing his divine sight to investigate Nezha's condition. This was the first time they had witnessed someone capable of devouring magical artifacts to enhance their strength. Could it be that the true spirit within the spiritual treasure had reincarnated and possessed such an ability? The Grand Master Xuandu felt uncertain. Did his teacher send him to take on a disciple for this very reason? This child is destined to be my disciple, Master Daobao murmured. No matter what, I possess an abundance of magical treasures. In the primordial era, if I claimed second place, none dared to assert the first. My precious treasure. How could you have consumed it? That was a top-tier postnatal spiritual artifact forged over a millennium. Tai Jinren clutched a few broken strands of his silvery beard, on the verge of tears. At the outset, Nezha murmured quietly, expressing his displeasure. Regardless, he had already consumed it. Nothing could be done about it now. Even if it were to be refined, it would be of no use, as all had been transformed into chaotic energy to enhance his physique. The veins on Tai Jinren's forehead were nearly bursting. Who would have thought that one would dare to shove a magical artifact into their mouth? Duobao Daoist, however, appeared remarkably unfazed, dismissing it as merely a piece of postnatal junk, unworthy of lamentation. How does it taste? He inquired. Mediocre. Could it be a fake? Tai Jinren's eyes were almost suffused with fine blood vessels. Am I not a dignified second-generation disciple of Yushu? How could I accept a counterfeit as a disciple? Are you not aware of your own dental condition? He raged. For heaven's sake, even a gold brick could be mistaken for a sweet treat. However, this was not the time for petty grievances. The Qiankuan circle and the Mingtian silk had become Nezha's semi-permanent treasures. If Nezha were to deny this, there would be little recourse. Moreover, the gold brick was already gone. Abandoning it now would mean losing all prior efforts. The primordial Heavenly Venerable had issued a strict command. Nezha must be brought into the fold. Tai Jinren had already incurred the loss of a precious item. Should he fail to secure this disciple, he might truly face dire consequences upon his return. Furthermore, the primordial Heavenly Venerable was not idling in the Yushu Palace. He had begun to obscure heavenly secrets even before his departure to prevent Inhua from learning of Yushu's intentions to recruit Nezha, in order to avoid any interference. Once the deed was done, he could act freely. At that point, the die would be cast, and there would be no turning back. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Tai Jinren presented the fire spear. This is the treasured weapon of the Golden Light Cave in Qinyuan Mountain, the fire spear. It measures 18 feet in length, capable of spewing flames and transforming at will. After his introduction, he added, "Please do not consume it this time." All right, Nezha replied, catching it effortlessly, feeling its weight in his hands. Then, a wave of intense heat emanated from it, transforming the spear into a long, fiery shape. Appearing immensely wondrous, far more visually appealing than the mere golden glow of the gold brick. Nezha gripped the fire spear with both hands and gave it a vigorous shake, prompting the swirling flames to revert back into its spear form. How is it? Isn't it entertaining? Tai Jinren stroked his sparse beard. Yet, in the next instant, those few strands of beard were yanked from him. He could not intervene in time. Witnessing in horror as the once pristine fire spear was effortlessly twisted into two halves by Nezha, who then twisted them together forcefully, transforming it into a twisted shape. The flames that had once danced around the spear instantaneously dissipated, as if cast down to the mortal realm, devoid of any trace of ethereal spirit. Hiss! The three of them collectively drew in a sharp breath. They had not anticipated that Nezha possessed such divine strength, so effortlessly contorting a high-grade postnatal spiritual treasure into a mere spiral. This is indeed a magnificent treasure of the heavens. Perhaps the Grand Master Xian Du could manage it. But these two are utterly incapable. Nezha appeared remarkably at ease. His powerful legs were not solely augmented in strength, for his arms, though not as formidable, still boasted a significant enhancement of 80%. The heart of Master Tai trembled in sorrow, for the treasured artifact he had accompanied for countless years was so easily twisted into a pretzel by Nezha, without allowing anyone to speak. Nezha promptly stuffed the pretzel-shaped Qiankuan circle into his mouth, truly treating it as a snack. By the time Master Tai emerged from his grief, it was too late. The majority of the fire-tipped spear had already vanished into Lin Qing's belly. You return it to me. Master Tai swiftly seized back the remaining fragment of the spear, feeling as though his heart was bleeding profusely. Two treasured artifacts had accompanied him for innumerable years. Now one was consumed by Lin Qing, and the other was largely gone as well. Who could he turn to for justice? Would he be reimbursed upon returning to the Jade Void Palace? Junior brother, what troubles you? Daoist Duobao suddenly noticed that Master Tai had unknowingly clutched his chest. Chapter 9. Elder brother, are you attempting to catch a wolf with empty hands? Master Tai wore a visage of despair, devoid of any semblance of a golden immortal's grandeur, resembling a child who had lost his toy. What was most unbearable for Master Tai was that Nezha had begun to wail just like him. My fire-tip spear. Why did you take my fire-tip spear? Nezha lamented, tugging at Master Tai's robe while playfully sobbing, even wiping his tears and snot upon it. His dramatic display of regret elicited a collective eye roll from those around him. You certainly weren't behaving like this when you were consuming it. As Nezha created a ruckus, notifications of level-ups echoed in his mind. Ding, Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current level. Chi refining 8th layer. Ding. Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current level. Chi refining 9th layer. Ding. Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current level. Chi refining 10th layer. Upon reaching the 10th layer of Chi refining, the notifications abruptly ceased. What was happening? Suyu sensed a substantial amount of undigested chaotic energy still brimming within his body, yet he was not progressing further. A misty aura enveloped him, as torrents of energy surged into his dantian, his blood coursing through him with a thunderous resonance. The essence converged in his dantian, as if it were on the verge of crystallizing into something extraordinary. Taoist Duobao's eyes sparkled. In that fleeting moment, Nezha's aura had surged significantly, nearly reaching the second stage of the Dao realm. Although Grandmaster Xian Du remained silent, the flickering brilliance in his eyes indicated that he was not entirely indifferent to the unfolding events. The path to immortality is divided into 4 distinct stages. The first stage is the refinement of essence into energy, while the second stage involves the transformation of energy into spirit. Once one successfully condenses the Yin spirit, they may officially enter the realm of spiritual refinement and return to the void. Remarkably, Nezha has traversed 2 significant realms in a mere span of time. He is on the cusp of a breakthrough. Realizing that his entreaties to the celestial master Tai were futile, Nezha shifted his focus to the Taoist master Duobao beside him. After a few desperate cries, he gazed at Duobao with pleading eyes. Could you grant me a treasure? His gaze frequently darted toward the fire-tipped spear that the celestial master held. He sensed that not only was he on the verge of ascension, but the flames contained within that spear also stirred a peculiar sensation within him, perhaps even the potential for comprehending a divine power. Taoist Master Duobao paused momentarily, then reached out and effortlessly seized the fire-tipped spear from Tai's grasp, handing it to Nezha with a casual tone. Here, little Nezha, savor it slowly. Thank you, Master. Nezha exclaimed, his tears transforming into a radiant smile as he obediently addressed Duobao, his adorable demeanor almost prompting the master to pinch his cherubic cheeks. Duobao. Tai glared at Duobao with an expression of indignation. Despite his considerable sacrifices, Nezha had not referred to him as master even once, while Duobao had effortlessly bestowed a treasure, resulting in Nezha addressing him as master. This was utterly intolerable, since there's only a small portion left and you cannot utilize it. It's better for little Nezha to consume it all. Duobao remained unfazed by Tai's ire. Thank you, Master, Nezha said as he took the remaining fragment of the fire-tipped spear, turning to Tai to call him master as well, and within moments, he had devoured it entirely. At this point, Duobao could no longer maintain his composure. You called him master. What is the meaning of this? However, Nezha was beyond caring for their squabbles. Once the small piece of the spear entered his body, it began to rapidly transform into chaotic energy, coursing through his limbs and eventually surging towards his dantian. Ding! Congratulations. Host level has increased. Current level, first heaven of spirit refinement. With the system's notification, the energy within Nezha's body surged, reaching its zenith, condensing into a diminutive shadow that mirrored Nezha's current form. However, this shadow was merely the size of an infant's fist, appearing as a greatly diminished version of Nezha. At this moment, the Yin spirit had only just begun to coalesce, possessing only a hint of Nezha's essence. Upon closer inspection, a faint mist seemed to envelop his features, obscuring them from view. Countless mortals toil throughout their lifetimes, often failing to attain even the realm of energy refinement. Yet Nezha, in the span of a short time, had already condensed the Yin spirit. The 3 were struck with a sense of bewilderment, yet they overlooked the fact that upon their own transformation, each of them possessed at least the strength of a true immortal. As the chaotic energy coursing through his body was exhausted, Nezha once again heard the system's notification sound. Ding! Congratulations to the host for comprehending the basic level of the primordial divine ability, 3-flavor, true fire. Ding! The cultivation of the 3-flavor, true fire has been completed. The current level is at its maximum. 3-flavor, true fire, one of the primordial divine fires, possessing the power to scorch the heavens and boil the seas, capable of devouring the extraordinary flames of the world and continuously evolving. Listening to the notification echoing in his mind, Nezha felt as though something was gestating within his lower abdomen. He opened his mouth and spewed forth a flame, instantly incinerating the air in the entire living room. Had it not been for the presence of the 3 sages, the entire Qintang Pass would have faced obliteration from this single act of Nezha. Although he quickly retracted the fire, the rich spiritual energy within 100 miles surrounding the general's mansion was entirely consumed. The mere emergence of the three-flavor true fire left the three formidable figures present utterly astounded, even more so than when Nezha previously devoured treasures to enhance his strength. Disciple, what was that flame you just unleashed? Taichi Jinren's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had clearly witnessed the manifestation of the three-flavor true fire. Without a proper inheritance, an ordinary person could never master it, and Nezha had certainly not learned it before. I have no idea, it just came out when I opened my mouth. Nezha replied innocently, his large eyes blinking adorably at Taichi Jinren. After all, he was still a child, and a bit of cuteness was permissible. Perhaps it was extracted from your fire spear. Xiandu Dafa sure finally spoke up again. I wish to take him to the 8th Scenery Palace to show the master. Xiandu Dafa sure suspected that Nezha might be able to extract something from the treasures. Otherwise, how could the three-flavor true fire have suddenly appeared? Having frequent contact, he sensed that the three-flavor true fire Nezha unleashed shared the same origin as that contained within the fire spear. Senior brother, are you planning to pull a fast one? Taichi Jinren immediately expressed his displeasure. He had invested the most, and how could he allow Xiandu Dafashur to take Nezha away so easily? Chapter 10, Primordial Divine Ability, 9-Flavor Leaving Fire. Xiandu Dafashur. He was the sole disciple of the Taiji Saint, the foremost disciple of the second generation of the three teachings, and a quasi-saint powerhouse. Pull a fast one. Xiandu Dafa sure contemplated opening Taichi Jinren's head to see if there was any sense within. However, Duobao Daoren remained silent, presenting the dozens of treasures he held before Nezha. Little Nezha, choose whichever treasure you find appealing. Feel free to take them. Duobao. 2 words slipped through Xiandu Dafa Shu's gritted teeth, threatening to shatter his fearless composure. Who did he look down upon? However, Nezha paid no mind to their discord and floated directly in front of Duobao Daoren. Master Duobao, can I take them all? Nezha's eyes sparkled with excitement, each treasure radiating powerful waves of energy, far purer than those emitted by the golden bricks or the fire spear, and in even greater quantity. Of course. Duobao Daoren replied softly. Come, my beloved disciple, this is for you. Upon seeing the treasure that the Taoist Duobao intended to bestow, Master Tai swiftly produced a leopard skin pouch from his own person and handed it over. This is a spatial magical artifact that I have meticulously crafted for you, possessing vast dimensions capable of storing any item. Thank you, Master. Nezha received the leopard skin pouch, this time refraining from stuffing it into his mouth, instead adorning it at his waist with a semblance of decorum. This pouch perfectly conceals his insatiable appetite. Tai and Duobao harmoniously neglected the presence of the Grand Master Xuandu. Their focus solely on the matter of taking in a disciple. Under ordinary circumstances, they might have shown Xuandu a modicum of respect, but this was a moment for acceptance, and they could not afford to yield even slightly. After all, the matter of Nezha's dual calls of master remained unresolved. They could not entertain another. What would it be? A disciple shared among the three teachings? Preposterous. Little did Tai and Duobao know, Nezha was precisely plotting such a scheme. The Grand Master Xuandu, lacking in eloquence, was rendered speechless by indignation. With no pretext to act, he could only sulk in silence. Nezha was well aware that Duobao's gifts were of great value, and given his current weakness, he could not contain the flow of spiritual energy. Consuming it now would be wasteful. Tai had very few treasures to offer. It was imperative to seize whatever he could. Stripping Tai of his possessions was the priority. With a glint of mischief in his eyes, Nezha lunged once more toward Tai, tears shimmering in his eyes. Do you not wish to accept me as your disciple? Each time you bestow a treasure, you appear so sorrowful. Tai was at a loss for words. Those treasures had been his companions for eons, now squandered by Nezha. He felt that if it were not for the command of the primordial lord, mandating him to accept Nezha as a disciple, he might have been tempted to strike him down. How could one be so utterly taken advantage of, clinging to him without release? Alas, Tai shed silent tears within, retrieving his protective 9-dragon divine fire cover. Though sensing impending doom, he could not restrain himself from reiterating, this time, do not consume it. Yes, yes, understood, Nezha responded. Yet his hands were already in motion, refining the 9-dragon divine fire cover and swallowing it whole before Tai could intervene. How could I have been so foolish to trust you? Tai felt as though he were on the brink of madness. It was the first time he had experienced such humiliation since embarking on the path of cultivation. Where has the trust between individuals gone? Did he not just agree to refrain from devouring it? How could one speak without a shred of integrity? Tai seethed internally, but in the presence of others. He could not voice his thoughts, his face turning a shade of purple and blue. How unfortunate to have encountered such a mischievous child as a disciple. Ill-fated indeed. Tai even foresaw the grim days ahead. The gold bricks he had offered were consumed. The fire-pointed spear twisted into a pretzel and devoured in mere moments. In the end, the vow to abstain from consuming the nine-dragon divine fire shield was futile, as all three treasures were devoured by Nezha. Who could have anticipated that Nezha's 2 rows of pristine baby teeth could even reduce a supreme postnatal spiritual treasure to mere pulp? The foremost desire of the great Master Tai at this moment was to return to the Jade Void Palace on Kunlun Mountain and inquire of the primordial heavenly sovereign about whether this being was truly a reincarnation of the spiritual pearl held by Nuwa. Given its astonishing defiance of the heavens, most alarmingly, he had never encountered any technique that allowed one to consume spiritual treasures to enhance their power. A notion that was indeed terrifying. To add to his frustration, he found himself utterly powerless against this mischievous child. This youthful figure was a crucial element in his future plans for the Jade Void lineage, and he needed to treat the situation with utmost seriousness. However, Nezha, appearing merely 3 or 4 years of age, was already this unruly. Would he truly be manageable in the future? The Taoist of many treasures maintained an indifferent demeanor, largely unfazed, simply because of the abundance of treasures. Yet, he felt a tinge of admiration for Nezha, realizing that this little one had indeed struck a nerve, even managing to turn the face of the golden immortal Tai a shade of green. Nonetheless, Nezha was now too preoccupied to concern himself with Tai's expression, fixated instead on the system notifications. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your level has increased. Current level, 2nd layer of spirit refinement. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your level has increased. Current level, 3rd layer of spirit refinement. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your level has increased. Current level, 4th layer of spirit refinement. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your level has increased. Current level, 9th layer of spirit refinement. The mere 9-dragon divine fire shield, upon transforming into chaotic energy, propelled Nezha's realm directly from the 1st layer of spirit refinement to the 9th layer. The once ethereal in spirit rapidly solidified in the blink of an eye, with each upgrade notification solidifying the in spirit further. By the time the notification for the 9th layer of spirit refinement concluded, Nezha's in spirit was nearly fully condensed. With a mere thought, he could detach from his physical form, traversing mountains and rivers at will, reaching the level of a terrestrial deity. Yet, while the upgrade notifications rang out, the following messages emerged. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have comprehended the postnatal divine ability, 9-dragon leaving fire. Ding. Fusion detected. The divine abilities 9-dragon leaving fire and 3-flavor true fire are merging successfully. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have comprehended the innate divine ability, 9 flavors leaving fire. Ding. 9 flavors leaving fire cultivation complete. Current level maxed. 9 flavors leaving fire. One of the innate divine fires, capable of summoning 9 fire dragons, each matching the master's strength when invoked, with boundless magical power, and the fire dragons will not dissipate. Nezha, taken aback, had not anticipated that consuming the 9-dragon divine fire shield would not only result in a dramatic surge in experience, but also catalyze an evolution in the 3-flavor true fire. Although summoning 9 fire dragons now would not yield much combat power, what of the future when Nezha ascends to the realm of the immortals? When he reaches the true immortal, the golden immortal, or even the great Luo, the power of these fire dragons would undoubtedly scale with his own strength. In the event that a battle ensues, it will not be a solitary struggle. Rather, there will be the assistance of 9 equally formidable vitality fire dragons, effectively resulting in a 10-to-1 advantage. At that moment, who in all of the primordial world could stand as his rival? The mastery of the Taching Sage is but a mere manifestation of the 3 pure ones. Chapter 11. Could you perhaps wait until I finish speaking before you indulge? Nezha, with a flick of his fingers, conjured a faint flicker of flame. The flame then surged, transforming into 9 colossal fire dragons that circled around Nezha, soaring up and down. This was not the 3 flavors true fire, but rather an unprecedented transformation. Master Xuandu sprang to his feet, unable to remain seated any longer. His mentor was an expert in the art of fire, and having been exposed to it daily, few in the entire primordial world possessed greater insight than he did. Yet, just now, after Nezha consumed the 9-dragon divine fire cover, the original 3 flavors true fire unexpectedly coalesced into a new divine flame. The fusion of divine flames has never seemed so effortless. Master Xuandu felt somewhat bewildered. Even his esteemed teacher, a sage of great renown, would not exhibit such ease in merging 2 divine fires. Yet, astonishingly, Nezha accomplished this feat in mere moments. This was truly unimaginable. The child is indeed extraordinary. Even in his previous life, he lacked such abilities. Master Xuandu was entirely certain that Ling Zhuzi possessed no such capabilities. Otherwise, he would have been aware of it. I must take him to the 8 Scenery Palace to present him to my teacher. This time, Master Xuandu's thoughts had shifted from mere contemplation to a decisive intention. His demeanor completely transformed. Gone was the previous air of nonchalance. The potential displayed by young Nezha was enough to move him, warranting a pursuit. After all, nonchalance does not equate to inaction. Otherwise, why pursue immortality or seek the Dao? One might as well lie at home and succumb. Tai Jinren's expression turned cold, hinting at a burgeoning anger. I have relinquished all my treasures, and now you wish to reap the rewards? What audacity! So what if a quasi-saint is impressive? Although a golden immortal may not match a quasi-saint in strength, his teacher is the primordial heavenly sovereign. If all else fails, I can only lean on his backing. When the time comes for the sages to engage in a contest, they are all sages. Surely, one would not tear apart their relationships over such trivial matters. The crux is that this would extricate him from the fray. After all, as a golden immortal, I have no standing to intercede in matters between sages. Beside them, Daobao Daoren discreetly stepped forward, aligning himself with Tai Jinren. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Although the Chan and Jie sects are at odds, one must not allow others to harvest the fruits of their labor. Just moments ago, he had dispatched over a dozen innate spiritual treasures, far exceeding the value of Tai Jinren's offerings. The 2 disciples were unwilling to extend such courtesy to Xuandu. This concerns the legacy of the Dao. Such leniency cannot be afforded. The countenance of Tai Jinren grew cold. Now that it has been given to you, I shall be flayed alive upon my return. If you dare, make your move. Being injured could still earn me a reputation for loyalty in front of my teacher. For it is quite normal for a golden immortal to be outmatched by a quasi-saint. However, considering my teacher as protective nature, it remains uncertain who will ultimately suffer. Although Duo Bao remained silent, his actions spoke volumes. The atmosphere in the arena descended into an eerie silence. Suddenly, Nezha appeared before Master Xuandu, calling out, "Master, do you possess any treasures?" Nezha, appearing merely as a child, spoke with the unfiltered innocence of youth, evading suspicion. No one would dare to hold a child accountable for their words. Tai Jinren and his companion exchanged glances, caught off guard. "Child, why do you address everyone as master? The title is not to be used lightly. The schools of Chan and Jie have yet to clarify matters, and you wish to embroil others?" Being the reincarnation of a spiritual pearl from Enwa's palace, and now entangled with the 3 teachings, he was already linked to a significant portion of the celestial saints' doctrines. Did he aspire to ascend to the heavens, or what? Tai Jinren's emotions were complicated. At this point, even if Nezha were to assault the Jade Emperor, he would have the endorsement of 4 saints. Even if Hongjun were to intervene, it would likely end inconclusively. Would they truly provoke all 4 saints over a mere Nezha? Of course, Nezha, the focal point of attention, did not ponder such complexities. He simply sought to acquire treasures to enhance his strength. After all, the auras emanating from the 3 before him were as profound and unfathomable as the abyss, and Nezha feared being bullied due to his slow growth. His ability to consume treasures might lead to future grievances. While Tai Jinren grappled with his conflicting feelings, Master Xuandu, after a brief moment of surprise, broke into a smile. Now that Nezha had called him master, the waters had been muddied, and it was best for everyone to weather the storm together. With a flicker of purple light in his hand, Master Xuandu revealed a resplendent glazed lamp, radiating a gentle spiritual glow. Within it burned a faint purple flame. While it seemed inconspicuous, Nezha perceived within himself the recently mutated 9-flavoredly fire, as if he had spotted a delectable feast, yearning to devour it. This object is known as the 8-treasure glazed lamp, a replica of the lanterns from the 8 Sceneries Palace, containing a hint of the heavenly burning purple fire. Duo Bao and his companion fell silent once more. The lamp presented by Master Xuandu was, at most, a postnatal spiritual treasure. Yet, the minuscule flame extracted from the ground lamp was the heavenly burning purple fire, capable of incinerating the heavens and boiling the seas. This tiny flame alone surpassed the value of many innate spiritual treasures. After all, the heavenly burning purple fire exists solely within the 8 Sceneries Palace. While it may be used by the saints for illumination, elsewhere, it stands as an unparalleled marvel. Even they had scarcely met a few times. The Grand Master Xuandu displayed remarkable composure as he introduced the 8 treasures glazed lamp in his hand to the 2 individuals. Due to the hurried nature of their outing, he had not brought along anything of significant value. This 8 treasures glazed lamp, intended for the little one's illumination, should suffice. However, Before the Grand Master could finish his sentence, Nezha pounced upon it. 2 rows of pristine little teeth sank directly into the 8 treasures glazed lamp. A series of crunching sounds erupted, as a material capable of withstanding the searing heat of the celestial purple fire was effortlessly bitten through by Nezha. Upon exposure to the abundant spiritual energy outside, the originally star-like glimmer of the purple fire instantaneously expanded, spreading outward. Yet, before this purple fire could escape, an even more formidable 9-colored flame surged forth from within Nezha's mouth. It was none other than the 9 flavors leaving fire, which had just been merged. Although this 9 flavors leaving fire was forced to retreat by the encroaching purple fire, it showed no sign of yielding. With a whoosh, Nezha's magical power reacted. The previously somewhat diminished 9 flavors leaving fire rapidly engulfed the ever-expanding purple flames. Subsequently, it swiftly returned to Nezha's body. By the time the Grand Master Xuandu completed his statement, not a trace of the 8 treasures glazed lamp remained. Did you just consume it all? Is that all right? The Grand Master's voice faltered. Could you not wait for me to finish my introduction before devouring it? Although he had suspected this outcome when he had presented it, anticipating that Nezha would indeed consume it, he had not expected such eagerness from the little one, who did not even wait for his words to conclude. What if it were something toxic? It could have poisoned him. However, the Grand Master mused that given the little one's remarkable digestive capabilities, any ordinary poison might simply be assimilated. Chapter 12. Master Tai was indeed correct. Burp. Nezha expelled a few sparks, feeling a sense of fullness for the first time. Within his body, the 2 flames devoured one another. Although the 9 flavors leaving fire lacked the potency of the celestial purple fire, it excelled in sustainability. Whereas the meager celestial purple fire was akin to a river without a source, unable to sustain itself for long. In no time, the slight trace of celestial purple flames within the 8 treasures glazed lamp was completely consumed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for comprehending the innate divine ability of 9 flavors leaving fire. Ding! Detected the potential fusion of 9 flavors leaving fire and celestial purple fire is successful. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the innate divine ability of celestial leaving fire. Ding! Celestial leaving fire cultivation complete, current level maxed out. Celestial leaving fire, formed by the fusion of celestial purple fire, possessing the ability to scorch the heavens and boil the seas, with limitless power. When invoked, it can summon 9 fire dragons of equivalent strength to the master, with unending magical energy, and the fire dragons remain unbroken. Excellent, indeed. Nezha nodded discreetly. If he were to possess the complete burning heaven purple fire, it could potentially consume his 9-flavored leaving fire. However, even this minuscule fragment was sufficient to alter the divine fire he commanded. Although it did not ascend to a higher level, the transformation of the divine fire significantly enhanced his strength. This was an intrinsic improvement. The Master Xiandu, who had been vigilantly observing Nezha's movements, gradually relaxed upon noticing that nothing untoward had occurred. After all, that was the burning heaven purple fire. Even a mere trace of it could incinerate a golden immortal, and Nezha was merely immortal. How do you feel? Asked Tai Zhenren cautiously. If anything goes awry, it would be impossible to explain. Quite good. The flavor is rather delightful. Nezha replied, nodding in satisfaction, his face aglow with joy. Is that what you were inquiring about? The flavor? Tai Zhenren was at a loss for words, unable to align his thoughts with those of the little fellow. All he seemed to think about was food. Once you've eaten, can't you entertain other thoughts? Nezha extended his hand once more. The originally 9-colored flames morphed into hues of purple and red. Indeed, a new flame could be fused. Master Xiandu was already convinced that this child must be brought back to show his teacher. Masters, this is the burning heaven leaving fire. Nezha mumbled, scanning the surroundings for anything sturdy enough to withstand the fire's power. After a thorough inspection, he found nothing that appeared capable of enduring the might of the burning heaven leaving fire. This was the mortal realm, aside from the houses. There were only Li Jing and 3 formidable beings seeking to take on disciples. These 3 surely could not be burned, and as for Li Jing, Nezha doubted he could withstand it. It seemed that Duo Bao had grasped the situation, and with a gesture, he produced a jade vial emanating a faint azure glow. Let us test its power. Nezha gazed at the innate spiritual light glimmering on the vial and felt a twinge of reluctance. After all, this was an innate spiritual treasure. Was it not a waste to use it thus? Nezha enveloped the flames with one hand and deftly secured the vial, placing it in his leopard skin pouch. Duo Bao's treasures were indeed the most suitable for him at present, powerful and abundant. Yet the shortcomings of the Jie Jiao sect were rather evident. Nezha discreetly stowed the treasure away. extracting a piece of postnatal spiritual treasure from his pouch. Although there were many innate treasures, consuming one meant losing one, so it was wiser to save some for later. The postnatal treasures, while precious, could still be refined. Wasting a few was not too heartbreaking, especially since they were obtained from others. As Nezha gnawed on the postnatal spiritual treasure, pure spiritual energy continuously exuded from it. The essence that had previously been devoured by Nezha's divine fire now grew dense once more, forming thick clouds of spiritual mist that drifted throughout the room. There was even a tendency for it to condense into rain of spiritual energy. Tai Junren's facial muscles twitched, unable to bear the sight. The postnatal spiritual treasure Nezha was voraciously consuming was one he had just gifted him, in an attempt to captivate Nezha's heart. All of his treasures were generously bestowed upon him. Yet, to his astonishment, this little imp disregarded the gifts from the abundance of treasures and chose instead to consume his offerings. What has transpired? When did the postnatal treasures lose their value? Is it not a given that the potency of every innate treasure surpasses that of the postnatal ones? Nevertheless, Nezha remained unconcerned. He was merely indulging in sustenance, oblivious to the combat potential these items could unleash. What mattered was not their power, but rather the essence of their innate or postnatal spiritual energy. This is a matter of quality. The cataclysmic war of the gods and demons shattered the once boundless primordial expanse, leading the saints to intervene and delineate it into the celestial realm, the earth immortal realm, and the human realm, commonly referred to as the three realms. The division of the three realms brought about a transformation in the spiritual energy inherent within the world. To prevent the emergence of formidable races that could vie for supremacy and shatter the realms anew, the three realms were structured in such a way that, apart from the celestial realm, which retained its innate spiritual energy, the earth immortal realm was left with only a few sacred mountains and rivers where some innate energy still lingered, claimed by various powerful beings and revered as vital sanctuaries. The remaining areas had metamorphosed into postnatal spiritual energy, allowing for cultivation but rendering the attainment of the great Dao exponentially more arduous than before. As for the human realm, the postnatal spiritual energy was lamentably scarce. It was somewhat comparable to the earth immortal realm, with only a few sanctuaries where it remained somewhat normal. In other locales, it was exceedingly difficult for flora and fauna to attain sentience. However, the shift in the environment did not extinguish the path of immortality. Rather, it gave rise to numerous prodigious talents who, forging their own paths, diverged from the way of the immortals and ventured into the realm of martial arts. By entering the Dao through martial prowess, they cultivated their essence rather than their fate, defying the innate and contending against the heavens and earth, thus reigning supreme across the three realms. Among the more notable figures was the sword cultivator of Mount Shu, though at this juncture, his fame was not yet widespread, and few were aware of him. While Nezha gnawed on the postnatal treasures, oblivious to the surrounding disputes, the three guardians engaged in a heated argument, each vying to bring Nezha into their respective sects to bolster their own power. Now that Nezha had formed ties with all three, none wished to relinquish their claim. After all, the little one displayed an astonishing talent that eclipsed even many second-generation disciples, let alone the third-generation ones. The selection of disciples by masters and the choice of masters by disciples led to a prolonged debate, yet clarity remained elusive. Ultimately, they began to compare their respective advantages. I have been here first, imparting all my teachings to Nezha. He should rightfully be a disciple of my Yushu sect, declared Tai Junren, his expression firm, asserting that such matters were governed by fate, and that being first was indeed advantageous. What say you, little one? Nezha nodded in affirmation. Master Tai speaks the truth. Upon hearing this, Duobao grew anxious and interjected. Little Nezha, do not be swayed by the old man's flattery. What does it matter to be first? The latter surpasses the former. I am your true mentor. Chapter 13. Everyone is disgusting. After a millennium of seclusion, I have attained the pinnacle of the three flowers converging at the crown and the five chi returning to origin, achieving a flawless state of the golden immortal. With the realm of Deluo within reach, there exists a master on the verge of Deluo, truly worthy of your talents. Moreover, I am the foremost disciple of the second generation of the Jie sect. Should you take me as your master, you shall become the foremost of the third generation. As Duo Bao spoke, a brilliant radiance emanated from his being, and phantasms of treasures materialized, each one distinct and unrepeatable. This master may lack many things, but I possess an abundance of treasures. In the past, the Dao ancestor bestowed upon me thousands of innate spiritual treasures, with no place to store them daily. And as for the mundane spiritual artifacts, the quantity is beyond counting. In due time, These treasures shall be entrusted to your care. Indulge as you wish. Break them if you desire, and if displeased, feel free to consume and discard them. What do you think? At Duo Bao's extravagant declarations, Nezha's eyes sparkled with excitement. Envisioning a future immersed in the ocean of innate spiritual treasures, truly a dreamlike prospect. Tai Yizhenren's expression darkened, feeling an overwhelming sense of despair. The several postnatal treasures he had given away were deemed mere refuse in the eyes of others. Indeed, possessing numerous magical artifacts is truly remarkable. In comparison, he found himself lacking, and Duo Bao had already approached the realm of Deluo. This warranted caution. This could potentially affect future events. Duo Bao is an exceptional master. Nezha, filled with exhilaration, dashed forward to grasp Duo Bao's thigh. What better time to seek support than now? Tai Yizhenren's face was so grim it seemed as if water could drip from it. No wonder he had added Tai Yi when calling him earlier. It appeared that he had been waiting here, and this little fellow had set his sights on the three teachings, with no intention of sparing anyone. As Tai Yizhenren pondered this, the voice of the Master Xian Du resonated from behind. Nezha, hold on. Nezha's rushing form halted abruptly, gazing eagerly at Master Xian Du's hands. What is it, Master Xian Du? Duo Bao, who had just been smiling, now wore a somber expression. Just as success was within reach, Master Xian Du made an unexpected entrance. However, Master Xian Du paid no heed to Duo Bao's expression. He too had presented treasures, and Nezha had called him master. Until matters were clarified, he was also among Nezha's mentors. Now, we are all in the same boat. None shall speak out. Nezha, I have already attained the quasi-saint realm, surpassing even Deluo, and in the teachings of humanity, Duo Bao Dao Ren's complexion was quickly turning pale. Master Xian Du's proclamation effectively obliterated his advantages. He even suspected that Master Xian Du was merely emulating his earlier remarks to Tai Yizhenren regarding the postnatal treasures being mere trash. How similar the situations were. Within the teachings of humanity, only you and your ancestral master remain. If you submit to me, Master Xian Du, you shall become the foremost of the third generation among the three teachings. All resources within the teachings of humanity shall be at your disposal, and the 8 scenic palace lanterns shall serve as your welcoming gift. What do you think? After the Grand Master Xuandu finished speaking, he awaited Nezha's response. However, this time, Nezha appeared somewhat conflicted, leaving Grand Master Xuandu utterly perplexed. Unbeknownst to him, Nezha's thoughts were consumed with the realization that each of the three teachings possessed its own unique advantages, and he was reluctant to forfeit any of them. As Nezha remained silent, the 3 others awaited his reply, plunging the living room into a profound stillness. The once dense fog seemed to have reached a state of saturation, transforming into droplets of pure spiritual energy rain. Suddenly, a beam of clear light erupted, shattering the tranquility. Tai Yizhenren, as if already aware, promptly bowed to the luminous apparition. I humbly welcome the esteemed presence of my master. The light swayed, morphing into the figure of a middle-aged Taoist, none other than the primordial lord of jade purity. Both Duo Bao and Grand Master Xuandu were taken aback and quickly followed suit with their bows. We humbly greet our revered uncle. We humbly greet our esteemed master. Externally, they displayed utmost reverence, yet internally, they chastised Tai Yizhenren for resorting to invoking his master when he was outmatched. They wondered if the primordial lord of jade purity was so idle that he could just appear at will. While they contemplated this, they discreetly informed their own master. In an instant, 2 additional beams of clear light flashed, materializing into the ethereal figures of an elder and a youth, who gradually solidified into the forms of the primordial lord of supreme clarity and the primordial lord of spiritual treasures. The sages manifest in myriad forms, omnipresent, capable of traversing all realms with but a thought. Uttering their names evokes a resonance, a fundamental ability of the sages. The primordial lord of jade purity felt somewhat helpless, unable to impose limitations even upon himself. Simultaneously, he inwardly chastised Tai Yizhenren for his ineptitude in handling matters, having to summon him merely for the sake of accepting a disciple. Both elder brothers are present. Tongtian Daojun immediately transmitted a message, greeting Laozi and Yuanshi. Externally, he exhibited no overt actions, yet he scrutinized Nezha intently. Indeed, Nezha's talents were extraordinary, possessing a rare and unparalleled aptitude, surpassing even those of previous lifetimes. Tongtian observed silently, recalling that Duo Bao had suddenly sent him a message about discovering a prodigious talent he wished to take as his disciple. Initially disinclined to attend, he became intrigued upon sensing the presence of Yuanshi. Anything that piqued Yuanshi's interest was bound to be exceptional. and he had no intention of being left out of the excitement. However, Nezha's remarkable potential stirred something within him, almost tempting him to claim Nezha as his own disciple. Had it not been for the awkwardness of competing for a disciple with his own apprentice, Tongtian might have seized the opportunity. Unbeknownst to Duo Bao, Nezha was on the verge of becoming his junior disciple. While Tongtian appraised Nezha, Laozi was not idle either. After acknowledging Tongtian, he began conversing with Grand Master Xuandu. From Nezha, he sensed the aura of the celestial purple fire, a unique flame exclusive to his 8 scenic palace. Meanwhile, the primordial lord of jade purity let out a cold snort, completely disregarding Tongtian. Directly communicating with Tai Jinren through sound transmission, what has transpired? Master. Dao Bao Tai Jinren began to express his grievances. Although his demeanor appeared calm, the essence of his transmission revealed him weeping profusely, recounting the series of tribulations he faced at the hands of Dao Bao. The young disciple has truly brought disgrace upon our Yushu lineage. The tone of Yuan Shi Tianzuan was frigid. His expression darkened. Upon reaching the realm of saints, one has transcended desires, solely pursuing the path of the Tao as their ultimate goal. Beyond this, among the saints, the most valued aspect is their face, simply put, the desire for dignity. Among the myriad saints, the one most concerned with reputation is undoubtedly Yuan Shi Tianzuan of the Sanqing. In his transmission, Tai Jinren depicted Dao Bao as a cad of unspeakable character, ascribing the blame for his inability to accept a disciple entirely to Dao Bao. Master, every word I speak is veritable. Dao Bao claimed that our Yushu lineage merely scavenges, that even taking on a disciple is done with reluctance, treating postnatal spiritual treasures as mere trifles to bestow upon apprentices. Tai Jinren, on the verge of tears, sought assurance from Yuan Shi Tianzuan. Although his words may have been somewhat excessive, Dao Bao did indeed label his treasures as worthless, and thus he was not incorrect in saying that Tai Jinren's possessions were of little value, which indirectly reflected poorly on the Yushu lineage. Yuan Shi Tianzuan's discerning gaze fell upon the leopard skin pouch at Nezha's waist, discovering therein a collection of resplendent, innate spiritual treasures. Meanwhile, what Nezha was gnawing on was, in fact, the possessions of Tai Jinren. A deep-seated resentment brewed within Yuan Shi Tianzuan towards the sect, his eyes icy. Perceiving the gaze directed at him, Nezha clutched the treasure tightly, hastening his consumption, as if to assert that whatever entered his mouth was impervious to theft. Chapter 14. Is this a scheme? Yuan Shi Tianzuan, observing Nezha's actions, was momentarily taken aback. As a saint, would he truly resort to seizing a postnatal spiritual treasure from the hands of a mere child? Aside from innate treasures and a few exceptional items, most possessions appeared as trivial as refuse in his eyes. Tai, let us take Nezha and depart. With all 3 of the Sanqing present, it would be unwise for Yuan Shi Tianzuan to act rashly. The intent was to escort Nezha away directly to Kunlun Mountain, where all matters would eventually be resolved. Wait, Tongtian interjected, calling for a halt. Were he absent, perhaps this issue might have been laid to rest. However, now humph. I have grasped the events that transpired. This matter extends beyond your sect. It demands discussion. Tongtian, relaxed and carefree, did not exhibit the airs of a saint. Yet, the underlying message was clear. Until this issue was resolved, none would be permitted to depart. How do you wish to deliberate, brother? The chill in Yuan Shi Tianzuan's gaze intensified, recalling how Tai Jinren had spoken extensively about Dao Bao. Now, with Nezha's importance at stake, he was reluctant to delve further into this matter. The impending calamity looms, and he currently seeks no entanglement. Even if matters arise now, they may be settled amidst the chaos later. Yet, does Tongtian dare to obstruct him? At present, for strands of karmic ties bind Nezha, all connected to the 3 teachings, with the remaining strand belonging to that individual. Has the second senior brother taken action against her people without any intention to resolve the matter? The primordial supreme being snorted coldly, the 4 karmic strands entwined with Nezha, aside from those linked to the 3 teachings, are the most profound, entangled with another sage, Nuwa, to integrate Nezha into the Chan teaching. He is currently casting spells on Kunlun Mountain to influence the Heavenly Dao, preventing Nuwa from uncovering the situation here. If he can subtly draw Nezha into the Chan teaching without anyone noticing, Nuwa may be compelled to harbor some reservations, reluctantly joining the Chan teaching's ranks. However, should this be discovered, the situation would not be so simple, which is why the primordial supreme being is anxious. This matter does not require the concern of junior brother Tongtian. The primordial supreme being declared coldly. Should junior brother Tongtian be affected by Nezha's karmic ties with the Jia teaching, he is free to sever them. Tongtian's eyes gleamed brightly, a smile revealing itself as he softly replied, in that case, I shall not be polite. Very well. A deep sword intent emerged from Tongtian's hand, as if to pierce the very heavens. Within Qintang Pass, the phenomenon of spiritual energy transforming into rain was shattered by this chilling aura. For thousands of miles in every direction, an inexplicable terror pervaded the atmosphere. What is his intention? Nezha observed the three engaging in light-hearted banter, unable to fully comprehend their conversation, yet now Tongtian's gaze was fixed upon him. What is that object in his hand? Does he intend to strike at me? I am but a child. Why would a venerable sage seek to harm me? Nezha felt a twinge of anxiety. Could it be that he wishes to destroy what he cannot possess? Given my excellence, he should strive to win me over. It is utterly unjust. He had not anticipated that Tongtian, appearing as a youthful figure, exuding a sunny disposition akin to the boy next door, would suddenly seek to silence him. Even Yuhua, who had once provided for him in a past life, was silent in her oversight. These thoughts flitted through his mind in an instant. As the chilling intent emanating from Tongtian's sword finger intensified, with a gentle flick, it shot toward the space above Nezha's head. There you. The primordial supreme being's expression shifted dramatically as he suddenly bellowed, unleashing a chaotic sword chi in response. When a sage takes action, even a mere avatar's attack is not to be underestimated. The two terrifying forces collided, instantly annihilating each other, unleashing an aura capable of obliterating heaven and earth. The surrounding space quaked violently, leaving even the likes of Taba and others momentarily dazed. Although the two teachings harbored some discord due to differing doctrines, it had not escalated to the point of physical confrontation. To think that two sages would engage in battle so readily. However, they remain oblivious to the true cause of the primordial lord's fury, which stems from Tongtian's desire to sever the connection between Nezha and the Chan sect. It is only natural for him to intervene. The force of destruction erupted violently, causing the space above Nezha's head to shatter. Dark fissures in the fabric of space appeared, and a savage power of chaos surged forth as if intent on annihilating everything in its path. Yet, in response to this chaos, a brilliant golden radiance erupted from Nezha's body, enveloping him in a protective aura. The indestructible golden body emerged, barely resisting the encroaching force of chaos. Glimmers of a glass-like sheen flowed around him, revealing his glass body. In an instant, Nezha transformed into a diminutive yet exquisite treasure, crafted from indestructible diamond-like glass. Although the indestructible body may not be the most formidable of physiques, it is nonetheless comparable to the golden forms forged by golden, immortal powerhouses. With some effort, he could hold his ground. However, despite the might of his golden body, it still required the consumption of energy. It was agonizing. Nezha howled in despair. Yet in that moment, he suffered no significant harm. Rather, he lamented the depletion of his magical energy. After all, maintaining the indestructible body required a steady supply of magical power. In the blink of an eye, the chaotic energy he had transformed within himself had nearly drained away, almost exhausting him entirely. All that effort he had accumulated from consuming several postnatal spiritual treasures was about to go to waste. Once his magical energy was depleted, even the indestructible body would not endure for long. Alas, Nezha felt a deep pang of sorrow, for he was a being prone to loss. He lunged toward the chaotic force that surged from the rift in space, ready to bite into it. The chaotic power was utterly tumultuous, dwelling solely beyond the bounds of the primordial world. One could only encounter it by venturing into that outer realm or by tearing through space. Of course, typically, only those of the Great Luo level or above could achieve such feats. Even those of the Golden Immortal tier could only briefly tear the fabric of space for spatial movement after the formation of the three realms. Prolonged attempts would risk perilous consequences. In the time before the primordial continent's existence, space was immensely robust. Even a Golden Immortal could not tear through it. Yet now, Nezha unexpectedly made contact with it. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, he opened his mouth slightly, akin to a great whale drinking water, drawing the chaotic energy that erupted above him into his being. However, in the next moment, the primordial lord acted. A colossal hand, radiant as jade and emanating a brilliant light, effortlessly smoothed over the ruptured space, as if the previous scene had never occurred. Stop! A voice devoid of any emotion rang out, halting the confrontation between the primordial lord and Tongtian. In truth, after their sword energies collided, neither had continued their assault. They merely stood in an exchange of imposing auras. However, even the aura emanating from the manifestation of the sage caused the surrounding space to tremble violently, as though it were on the verge of collapse. Everything transpired in an instant. Nezha had barely taken a single bite before it vanished. The The spatial rift was effortlessly mended by Laozi, and with the threat of chaotic power dissipated, the radiant golden light that had surged forth gradually retreated as if it had never existed. It was only then that the trio of Duobao realized the situation and hastily rushed to check on Nezha. They discovered that the little creature at the eye of the storm, aside from experiencing a slight depletion of magical energy, had sustained no injuries whatsoever. Had they known the gravity of the earlier circumstances, even a golden immortal could have perished without warning. Yet this little one emerged unscathed. The gazes of the three sages were fixated upon Nezha, probing the situation. However, at that moment, the unharmed Nezha suddenly collapsed, his heart lying still upon the ground. Writhing in agony. "It hurts. I'm dying. This is unbearable." In an instant, the expressions of everyone turned grim. Was this an act of deception? Chapter 15. Treating the innate spiritual treasure as candy. Had it been an ordinary individual, they might have been startled by Nezha's current state. But among those present, aside from Li Jing, a mere mortal, who among them was not a formidable force? The three pure ones, the quasi-sages. And those at the threshold of the great Dao, even the weakest among them, Tai Junren, possessed the strength of a perfected golden immortal. The three sages might not fully comprehend Nezha's temperament, yet Duobao and his companions had long since figured it out. This little one, though adorably charming and exceptionally gifted, possessed a tenacious spirit, always eager to seize any opportunity for gain. The Grand Master Xuandu initially intended only to observe, never contemplating the idea of taking on a disciple. Whether he accepted one or not was inconsequential. After all, giving away an 8-treasure glazed lamp was trivial, precious to outsiders, yet merely a trifle for the 8 sceneries palace to create. Although Duobao was straightforward, he was keenly aware of the value of his treasures. Bestowing a few innate spiritual treasures was akin to giving away a mosquito's leg. In the sect of interception, which disciple did not offer gifts when accepting a student? Gifts for taking on disciples, for breaking through realms, for participating in events. Over the years, the treasures given away numbered in the thousands. He even had several innate spiritual treasures. The least among them were mid-grade postnatal treasures. He couldn't even present inferior ones. In contrast, Tai Junren, though cunning as a fox, had initially approached with the intention of taking on a disciple. However, he was oblivious to the fact that Nezha was a treasure enthusiast. And as he emptied his pockets of all his treasures, he finally realized that it was never enough. Now, witnessing Nezha attempting to take advantage of the situation, it was no wonder his face darkened. The three sages' eyes shimmered with intrigue, yet they could not discern what predicament Nezha had truly encountered. It seems that aside from the excessive consumption of magical energy, there is little else to note. Could it be that this little creature has absorbed the chaotic force? After all, while the chaotic force is the very essence of all matter, it is also the most tumultuous of entities. Even those of the highest celestial rank would refrain from absorbing such a thing, as it contains an overwhelming multitude of complexities. Merely refining it demands considerable effort. The returns are simply not worth the investment. As for the saints, they can indeed absorb it, but being self-sufficient and transcending all, they generally avoid engaging with such forces. Thus, the chaotic force is, relatively speaking, rather superfluous. Yet just moments ago, someone managed to absorb it, seemingly without consequence. Of course, that is from the perspective of these powerful beings. Currently, Nezha is still clutching his heart, grimacing and howling on the ground. However, the three saints remain indifferent, their expressions clouded with confusion. Logically, for someone of Nezha's caliber, mere contact would lead to obliteration. Yet, not only is he unharmed, but he has also ingested it without any explosive reaction. Ultimately, the primordial supreme being and the heavenly lord turned their gaze toward Laozi. Although all three are saints, each has their own specialization, making it most prudent to have Laozi investigate. It is not that they are incapable, rather, both harbor reservations, fearing the other might resort to underhanded tactics. Conversely, Laozi has consistently maintained a stance of neutrality, neither favoring nor opposing. Though Tongtian occasionally finds this a bit awkward, he acknowledges it is suitable for this matter. After all, should Laozi engage in covert actions, the primordial supreme being would undoubtedly be the first to object. The old man decided to take a look, having not encountered such peculiarities in several 100,000 years. Laozi appeared remarkably decisive. He had encountered spiritual pearls before, and it was evident that they lacked such extraordinary properties. This piqued his interest. Nezha realized that deceiving the saints was futile. Each of these ancient beings, having survived since the dawn of time, would have become astutely wise by now. The cacophony of his cries abruptly ceased, and he sat up from the ground. From his waist, he retrieved a primal spiritual treasure and began to gnaw on it. He had expended considerable magical energy, although he had inhaled a breath of chaotic force. The duration was too brief, yielding little. Moreover, while the chaotic force shares a common origin with chaotic energy, it is far more convoluted in its chaotic nature, making its conversion into other forms of energy significantly more complicated. He found that consuming the primal spiritual treasure and converting its inherent primal essence was far swifter. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Nezha devoured a spear-shaped primal spiritual treasure as if it were a sugarcane. The three treasures had previously witnessed Nezha gnawing on postnatal treasures, and now, with a primal treasure in his hands, they displayed no overwhelming astonishment. However, the three sages were taken aback, although they had heard of Nezha's peculiar appetite for treasures. This was indeed their first encounter with such a phenomenon in person. A singular question arose in their minds. What kind of teeth could possibly chew on innate spiritual treasures? While they had not personally experimented with such artifacts, generally deemed as aids for cultivation or combat, who would casually gnaw on these items? They are not meant for consumption. Yet, Nezha seemed to defy their expectations, devouring the treasures with apparent delight and enthusiasm. Even the father, who contemplated intervening to investigate Nezha's condition, found himself momentarily captivated, having never witnessed such a spectacle. Moreover, it appeared that Nezha was genuinely relishing the experience. Indeed, Nezha was thoroughly enjoying himself. The spiritual essence contained within the innate treasures far surpassed anything of a postnatal origin. To illustrate, these innate treasures were born of nature. While their postnatal counterparts were mere artifices, naturally, the former would be far more delectable. Some even bore traces of chaos, capable of harmonizing the chaotic energies he had previously absorbed. It was truly a twofold benefit. Furthermore, when he had previously consumed postnatal treasures, the spiritual essence would rapidly dissipate with just a single bite. Nezha had initially braced himself for the heartbreak of wasting such an opportunity. Little did he know, the presence of the sages would dramatically alter this scenario. All the spiritual essence remained firmly encased within the innate treasures, unable to escape. Each bite was substantial and satisfying, unlike before, when the aroma would vanish. Upon realizing this, Nezha was overjoyed, increasing his pace of consumption by a third. After all, treasures were plentiful, but sages were not. Had he not coincidentally encountered the three sages, he would have missed this extraordinary moment. Now, seizing the opportunity, Nezha continued to gnaw on the innate treasures while simultaneously beginning to refine the leopard skin bag presented to him by the great Master Tai. Initially, he had only intended to wear it as a mere facade, performing a simple refinement. However, now, Nezha resolved to completely refine the leopard skin bag and swallow it whole. This approach was far simpler than refining each treasure individually. In the end, consuming one would equate to devouring a multitude of treasures, making the task significantly easier. Chapter 16. A unique guardian ensemble. Soon, Nezha fully refined the leopard skin bag that hung at his waist. In the midst of several astonished gazes, he boldly stuffed the bag, containing a dozen innate treasures, into his mouth. Duobao momentarily froze, checking his own treasures in disbelief. He had not anticipated Nezha would employ such a method. If that were the case, his several thousand innate treasures would scarcely suffice for Nezha's appetite. This disciple might indeed be too much to bear. Duobao communicated with Tong Tian. Master, I have changed my mind. Is it too late? The little fellow, the apprentice, may be beyond his means to support. He now seems somewhat apprehensive, despite previously claiming he could impart all his treasures to his disciple. However, consuming over a dozen at once seems rather excessive. Fear not. Even if you wish to accept him now, it is not a simple task. Just look at the expression on your second master's face. The atmosphere is thick with a sense of discontent. Duobao casually glanced around and noticed that Yuanshi Tianzuan's expression was equally tumultuous, leaving one to wonder what thoughts occupied his mind. His spirits lifted considerably upon this realization. If even I, with thousands of innate spiritual treasures, feel unable to sustain such a burden, how could you, from the Yushu Palace, with fewer resources, hope to manage? Clinging to a few inferior postnatal trinkets as treasures is hardly sustainable. Just wait until the little one arrives at Kunlun Mountain and devours everything in sight. Then you shall witness the tears. Yuanshi Tianzuan, sensing the unspoken thoughts, cast a glance towards Duobao, startling him into retreat behind Tong Tian. Should he voice those thoughts, it would be deemed profoundly rebellious, and even Tong Tian could not shield him from the repercussions. Yet, considering the matter silently may not be such a grave misstep. After all, who can control what others ponder in their hearts? As Duobao's mood improved slightly, Tai Jinren wore a bitter countenance. Were it not for Yuanshi Tianzuan's insistence on accepting this apprentice, he would have departed long ago. Presently, he found himself the weakest among them, possessing the fewest treasures. The little fellow had just devoured over 10 innate spiritual treasures without even a blink. Could the Yushu Palace sustain such a burden? They scarcely possess many innate treasures. The last morsel Nezha consumed must have depleted a significant portion of Yushu's reserves. Although Yuanshi Tianzuan is a sage, the Yushu Palace still lacks substantial resources in this regard. After all, sages rarely require such items. The 8 scenic palace lantern is indeed remarkable, yet in my hands, it merely serves as illumination. The same applies to the Yushu Palace. Most disciples acquire their fortunes through their own efforts. Baiyu Palace follows a similar path, with only Duobao being an anomaly. Endowed with great fortune, thus possessing thousands of innate treasures. The total held by the sages pales in comparison to Duobao's collection. Otherwise, how could he be named Duobao? However, Yushu does have a somewhat comparable figure in Yunzongzi, a master of imitation, who possesses countless postnatal treasures. He can replicate anything, which earns Duobao's disdain. As for the Taiching side, Xiandu Dafa Master has not involved himself much since my arrival, reverting to a demeanor of tranquility reminiscent of his early days in the general's office. Meanwhile, Laozi, as the sage of Taiching, appears contemplative, seemingly intent on studying Nezha. Nezha, having just indulged in an ample feast, is oblivious to the thoughts of those around him and now feels somewhat overwhelmed. Having swallowed a dozen innate treasures along with several postnatal ones in one go, he indeed requires a period of transformation. It is no longer as effortless as before, where he could transform at any moment or in any place. However, in every fleeting moment, a torrent of chaotic energy surged into his Yin spirit. His previous realm had already reached the 9th level of spirit refinement. Once his Yin spirit achieved perfection, he would ascend to the 10th level. Thereafter, by reversing Yin and Yang, transforming his Yin spirit into a Yang spirit, he could attain the realm of returning to emptiness in spirit refinement. At that point, even during daylight, he would be able to traverse the heavens and wander through the vast void. Nezha let out a contented burp and gently rubbed his little belly. Being a child did have its advantages, particularly in appearing quite adorable. Yet, it seemed he had consumed a tad too much. Having ingested over a dozen innate spiritual treasures at once, he needed to digest them slowly, uncertain of how much chaotic energy could be transformed. Nezha was calculating in his mind, aware that an immense amount of chaotic energy was being converted every moment, flooding into his limbs and bones. In his dantian, the Yin spirit absorbed a staggering 90% of this chaotic energy, swiftly remedying its final flaws. The previously somewhat blurred features of his spirit became increasingly distinct. He could even sense the breath of his Yin spirit expanding. How much could he absorb? Nezha, now brimming with energy, was not the least bit concerned about any deficiency. If possible, he even contemplated attempting to break through to the realm of returning to emptiness. While others found advancement challenging, he needed only to ensure a sufficient supply of energy. Nevertheless, although a dozen innate spiritual treasures sounded considerable, in reality, they were not that abundant. Among the items he consumed, the chaotic energy derived from the minuscule chaotic force emerging from the spatial rift was the most substantial. After all, they shared the same origin. And even after transformation, a notable 90% remained. However, once these innate treasures were converted into chaotic energy, only about 50% could be retained, with most yielding merely 2 or 3/10. As for postnatal treasures, they might only yield a fraction. This was under the condition of perfect absorption, without any loss of spiritual essence. Thus, in terms of the converted chaotic energy, a low-grade innate spiritual treasure could at most equate to 5 high-grade postnatal treasures. Hence, although Nezha had consumed quite a bit, it was not as significant as it appeared. Considering his current situation, Nezha calculated that to progress from the 9th level to the 10th level of spirit refinement, he would ideally need to expend a low-grade innate spiritual treasure. Fortunately, he had enough at present. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up, current level, 10th level of spirit refinement. A faint smile graced Nezha's face as he realized that his Yin spirit had indeed reached a state of perfection. Thus, it was time to advance to returning to emptiness. Nezha murmured internally, as an unceasing stream of chaotic energy continued to flow into his Yin spirit, initiating the final transformation. Returning to emptiness involves refining the Yang spirit and the true essence. Building upon the foundation of the Yin spirit, it requires the distillation of the vital organs, bones, flesh, blood, and meridians. Once all these elements are thoroughly refined, the transformation will be complete. the yang spirit will transform into the primordial spirit. Currently, Nezha's yin spirit is fully realized. Merely opening his eyes signifies the completion of the first step towards the yang spirit. The gazes of the three sages once again fixate on Nezha, initiating a new round of observation. Laozi's hand gently rests upon Nezha's shoulder, seeking to discern how Nezha has augmented his strength through the consumption of treasures. It is noteworthy that, until now, Nezha has not practiced any cultivation techniques. Yet, his power continues to ascend. Fortunately, Nezha must consume food to acquire energy. Were he to enhance his strength without such needs, the three sages might very well conspire to dissect him. In essence, even in this mythical realm, energy is conserved. Perhaps they could be considered my guardians? Nezha muses. Yet he pays little mind to such thoughts, concentrating on refining his primordial spirit. However, it is quite unparalleled for a mere child to have three sages, one a quasi-saint, another a half-step deluo, and the last a top-tier golden immortal, overseeing his enhancement of power. Chapter 17. Unexpected gain of the sword intent of Tong Tian. The hand of Laozi resting on Nezha's shoulder releases a wisp of clear energy that penetrates Nezha's body. However, this wisp, upon entry, vanishes without a trace, as if the connection had been severed entirely. A rare expression of confusion crosses Laozi's face. Only the power of a sage could sever the strength of another sage. Yet, how could such power reside within Nezha's body? Laozi continues to observe Nezha, noting that there was no peculiar reaction when the clear energy was cut off. Filled with doubt, he remains still, allowing another wisp of clear energy to re-enter Nezha's body. However, just because Laozi does not perceive anything does not mean Nezha is devoid of sensation. When the first wisp of clear energy entered Nezha's body, the power within him sensed an impending threat and frantically fled to other regions. Not even the treasures of the postnatal realm, let alone the innate treasures, could withstand the aura of a sage. Yet, the initial wisp of clear energy, without discovering anything, was consumed by his gluttonous system. This old man is truly stingy. Had he provided a bit more, perhaps a breakthrough would have occurred. Though Nezha maintains an outward composure, his heart brims with exhilaration. The sage's power surpasses even the chaotic force he previously absorbed, achieving a complete transformation without any loss. Just moments ago, a narrow slit has already appeared in the eyes of his yin spirit. With one more instance, he could successfully reach the realm of refining the spirit and returning to the void. Nezha, akin to gnawing on sugarcane, devours the majority of the innate treasure in his possession, leaving but a half of this precious item. Should he finish this, once the energy in his body is exhausted and new food is unavailable, he will be left to endure hunger. At that moment, Nezha once again sensed the ethereal energy emanating from Laozi's palm. Indeed, more of it more. Nezha's insatiable appetite system, at this juncture, disregarded the conversion of innate spiritual treasures and directly lunged towards the refreshing aura that wafted from his shoulder. The originally slightly ajar yin spirit suddenly expanded wide. Two beams of divine light erupted from his eyes, as if he sought to pierce through the very fabric of heaven and earth. Simultaneously, a notification echoed in Nezha's mind, indicating a system upgrade. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your level has risen. Your current rank is first layer of refining void. Nezha observed as the chest cavity of his yin spirit began to crystallize the rudimentary forms of the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. The second wave of ethereal energy was more abundant than the first, greatly benefiting Nezha. If only a few more waves could come, his cultivation would surely soar. While these thoughts raced through Nezha's mind, he maintained an outward appearance of composure, continuing to gnaw on the remaining half of an innate spiritual treasure, as if oblivious to everything around him. Even the power of a saint could be absorbed. Laozi was momentarily taken aback, displaying a look of astonishment. Though Nezha's rise in power seemed trivial to him, akin to an ant gaining a modicum of strength, it nonetheless indicated that Nezha could absorb the power of a saint. Even Laozi, a saint himself, found this revelation shocking, as it shattered his understanding. Yuan Shi Tianzun and Tong Tian exchanged swift glances, recognizing the peculiarity of the situation. They suddenly appeared beside Nezha. Among the 3 teachings, only the master of Xian Du had achieved quasi-saint strength. However, the path to becoming a saint was fraught with challenges and scarce opportunities. Even a quasi-saint like the master of Xian Du could not harness the power of a saint for his own use. This represented a qualitative gap. Without being a saint, it was utterly impossible. Yet, Nezha had now defied this rule. The 3 of them experienced intense fluctuations in their thoughts, engaging in fervent discourse. Even the discord between Yuan Shi Tianzun and Tong Tian was momentarily set aside. If Nezha could genuinely absorb the power of a saint, wouldn't that imply a greater likelihood of him achieving sainthood than the master of Xiandu? I shall give it a try. A wisp of ethereal energy appeared at Tong Tian's fingertips, exuding a faint sword aura. Brother, do not rush. Laozi hastily intervened, but it was too late. The sword aura in Tong Tian's grasp instantaneously penetrated Nezha's body. Here it comes again, delightful. The moment this wisp of sword aura entered Nezha's being, it was transformed into chaotic energy, continuing to replenish his yang spirit. This was a reversal of yin and yang, as the originally ethereal yin spirit gradually solidified. It was as if it were stepping from the realm of illusion into reality. For an ordinary person, this process would require not only a significant amount of time, but also a rich spiritual environment. However, Nezha was now aided by the system and the selfless support of the saints. Like a tiger gaining wings, his strength surged exponentially. After fully absorbing the celestial sword aura, Nezha's mind was once again graced by the system's prompt. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your level has risen. Current level, second layer of void refinement. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your level has risen. Current level, third layer of void refinement. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have comprehended the celestial inheritance of the sword aura. Ding. The training of the celestial sword aura is complete. Current level, maxed out. Celestial sword aura, the sword intent comprehended by the supreme sage of the celestial teachings. Exceedingly sharp and unstoppable, wielded by one's own will to annihilate all. The sword intent of the celestial master. Nezha was taken aback. He had merely hoped to leverage some of the sage's power for an upgrade, yet he unexpectedly gained an extraordinary boon, as if he had just discovered his newfound strength. Nezha ceased gnawing on the innate spiritual treasure, rising to his feet, stretching his arms, and lifting his legs in a display of sheer novelty. My power has indeed increased. Nezha's face radiated joy. The three sages exchanged glances, baffled by how Nezha had accomplished such a feat. The moment the sword intent entered him, the connection was severed, yielding no feedback whatsoever. Moreover, Nezha's realm had evidently ascended. It is known that sages embody the pinnacle of power in this world, an invincible existence. Unless willingly, even fellow sages cannot assimilate their strength. At most, they may eliminate it. Though just moments ago, Laozi and the Celestial Master had restrained their destructive intent, purely seeking to probe, it was unimaginable that Nezha could absorb it. Yet he had. However, the next moment, the three sages were utterly astonished. They noticed a familiar sword intent emanating from Nezha's outstretched fingertip. Though faint, it undeniably existed. Is that not my sword intent? How could this be? The Celestial Master's voice resonated with astonishment, for each individual's sword intent is uniquely their own. Yet now, Nezha bore the same sword intent. Though subtle, its essence was of the same source. Don't look at me. I have no idea how this happened, the Celestial Master remarked, puzzled. Earlier, Duobao mentioned that if this little fellow consumed something, he might gain certain abilities. It appears that was indeed true. The expression in the eyes of the primordial Supreme One turned contemplative, refraining from further probing. Meanwhile, far away on Kunlun Mountain, the true body diligently worked to conceal the heavenly secrets, striving to avoid detection by Nuwa. Chapter 18. Preparing for future feasts. Initially, the primordial Supreme One merely wished to draw Nuwa onto the chariot of the Chan school, which was why he had instructed Tai Junren to take on disciples. Fundamentally, it was for Nuwa's sake. However, the primordial Supreme One's mind had shifted. Nezha's potential was not significantly less than that of a sage. Should he be brought into the fold, as he grows, he could at least become a quasi-sage. Even the possibility of becoming a true sage is not out of reach. He sought to win over the elder brother merely because of the formidable strength of the old one, who had a quasi-saint under his command. Although there were only two from his sect who would dare to underestimate the power of the human teaching. Upon encountering it, they would obediently call him the Dao Ancestor. Let us not even mention his 12 golden immortals of Yushu. Even if the myriad immortals of Tongtian were to pay homage, they would pale in comparison to the value of a Grand Master of Xuandu. As for the notion of whether one can afford to nurture or not, that is nothing but a jest. With a saint present, can one truly be unable to raise a mischievous child? This child must be taken under my wing at Yushu. The primordial lord no longer wished to engage in reasoned discourse and intended to conclusively settle this matter. Nezha has already comprehended my sword Qi of Tongtian. He had previously pledged himself to the sect of Duobao, making him my indirect disciple. At this moment, Tongtian was unconcerned with the issue of feasibility. The priority was to secure him first. Duobao, take your disciple, we shall depart. The disciple complied. Duobao, now decisively resolute, stepped forward, ready to take Nezha away. However, before Duobao could make any move, he was halted by the ever-composed Grand Master of Xuandu. It was Xuandu who had received a transmission from the Old One and wished to draw Nezha into the human teaching as well. Hold on, Duobao. Nezha also calls me master. He cannot be taken away so ambiguously. The primordial lord was at a loss for words, observing that all three teachings were eager to claim the youth. Initially, he had envisioned that with the elder brother's presence, he could persuade him to speak on their behalf, creating a 2-to-1 scenario, making it futile for Tongtian to resist. Yet now, with the Grand Master of Xuandu stepping forth, it indicated that even the Old One had been swayed. If the Old One were to serve as a mediator, it was highly likely that Nezha would ultimately be taken to the human teaching. What would the elder brother say? The Old One, with an inscrutable expression, softly remarked, "Within my human teaching, the populace is sparse." The primordial lord and Tongtian were both taken aback by such words from the Old One. What does it mean to have a sparse populace? If you do not accept disciples, is it not naturally sparse? With one saint and one quasi-saint in such an assembly, who would not wish to take them as a mentor? Is it not your refusal that has led to this? The Old One rambled on, essentially conveying one message. I am the elder brother. If you possess any sense of conscience, you should yield Nezha to me. Tongtian pondered deeply, then transmitted to Duobao, instructing him to employ any means necessary to bring Nezha into the ranks of the. Duobao found himself in a quandary, deliberating over the future viability of nurturing Nezha. Suddenly receiving Tongtian's transmission left him momentarily stunned. This teacher, unable to conceive a plan, expected his own disciple to think of one. It was indeed impressive that Tongtian could accomplish this. After a lengthy contemplation, Duobao recalled Nezha's actions since arriving at the headquarters. To attract him, one must cater to his interests. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Duobao's mind, amidst the peculiar expressions of the others. He retrieved a dozen innate spiritual treasures from his own possession. Having failed to seize him by force, he resolved to entice him with treasures. How to forget the treasure? At this moment, the abundance of treasures truly presents a significant advantage. As the primordial lord listened to the transmission from the Supreme One, his countenance involuntarily twitched slightly. Who could have predicted that the innate spiritual treasures, typically dismissed, would now play a crucial role? There stood Duobao, holding a dozen innate spiritual treasures, enticing Nezha. Little one, as long as you follow your master, you'll have an endless supply of treasures every day. Indulge yourself. Nezha's eyes sparkled with excitement, yet he remained motionless. The others nearby seemed eager for him to become their disciple, but it was hardly feasible for one family to accommodate three. His thoughts were occupied with the ambition of ensnaring several saints at once. After all, given his current situation, he could not foresee how many exquisite delicacies awaited him in the future. If the individuals supporting him proved too weak, he might find himself besieged one day. He sensed that one saint was hardly sufficient. Under normal circumstances, the appearance of a saint to recruit disciples would be an extraordinary opportunity, and even a golden immortal would be considered a momentous encounter. Yet here, amidst Nezha's presence, 3 saints were present, while the golden immortal was the weakest among them. He pondered the situation regarding the goddess Nuwa. With the 3 pure ones now present, she surely could not be oblivious. Nezha contemplated these matters, yet remained uncertain about the unfolding events. He was not only intent on drawing the 3 pure ones to his side, but also harbored plans to not spare Nuwa either. His ambitions surpassed even those of the primordial lord. In this manner, more than half of the heavenly saints would stand behind him. Even if he were to offend the 2 saints of the West in the future, he would not fear the repercussions. Merely the sword array of extermination wielded by Tongtian would suffice to make them suffer. However, while the 3 pure ones were indeed advantageous, the impending calamity of the function was looming. Nezha was determined not to fall into any traps. Although Nezha experienced a favorable outcome in the original narrative, he had been ruthlessly exploited by the Supreme One at the onset, resulting in the destruction of his golden body, a grave matter indeed. Thus, when it came to scheming against the Supreme One, Nezha showed no mercy. After all, this kind-hearted elder had far too many tricks up his sleeve. Naturally, avoiding manipulation is one thing, while participating is another. Nezha felt that once his strength increased further, engaging in the fray would not pose a significant issue, especially with numerous demon clans present during the great battle. Perhaps he could indulge himself then. He could only nod silently, as he was preparing for a future of indulgence. Observing Nezha's apparent lack of interest, Duobao felt somewhat helpless. He had not anticipated Nezha's restraint this time. In this case, Had not his advantage been rendered useless? The primordial lord initially experienced a pang of regret, but upon witnessing Duobao's failure, he felt considerably relieved. He cast a sidelong glance at Tong Tian, secretly delighted. Now, with Duobao's defeat, everyone stood on equal footing once more. It was time to see what strategies remained. Although Tai Junren is quite resourceful, he finds himself powerless in the face of Nezha, who refuses to accept even the innate treasures produced by Duobao. As for the master of Zandu, he initially intended to present the 8 scenic palace lantern, but given Nezha's current demeanor, he wisely chooses to remain silent, lest he be embarrassed. Nezha, engrossed in gnawing on the remaining fragment of the innate treasure in his hand, leaves the others at a loss for what to do. Suddenly, a resounding bell toll echoes through the ears of the 3 pure ones. The master has summoned them, presumably concerning the matter of the function calamity. Laozi furrows his brow. He had managed to forget this issue until now, but it has finally arrived. Yuan Shi Tianzun remains impassive, yet internally he is deep in thought. The calamity of measurement was hinted at by Hongjun eons ago. Over the millennia, the 3 teachings have convened twice, yet to no avail. In fact, during the second meeting, Laozi, wishing to prevent Zandu from being listed, sent his own virtuous corpse to the heavenly court as an example. However, he cannot possibly create 12 avatars to replace the 12 golden immortals under his command. Such feats are beyond Yuan Shi Tianzun. Yet this time, with the summons from Hongjun Daozu, it seems the matter is about to be resolved. No matter what, he must ensure that the disciples of his third brother are included. Yuan Shi Tianzun ponders deeply. Since the master wishes to convene, it would be best to leave Nezha's fate in his hands, suggested Tong Tian. Chapter 19. The Summons at the Zixiao Palace. As Tong Tian spoke, Laozi exhibited no reaction, but Yuan Shi Tianzun nearly erupted. Kunlun Mountain is still shrouding the secrets of heaven. If Nezha were taken to the Zixiao Palace, with Nuwa present, all would be revealed. He immediately interjected. Such a trivial matter should not trouble the master. What do you think, eldest brother? Yuan Shi Tianzun directed his words toward Laozi, hoping that this elder brother, who consistently favored him, would lend a hand. However, Laozi, maintaining his composure, gently replied, Tong Tian's words hold some merit. Let us allow the master to decide. Yuan Shi Tianzun was momentarily taken aback. Why would his elder brother also wish for the master to make the decision? Was this not simply seeking trouble? Yet he had forgotten that the matter of the function list, having been abandoned twice, was closely tied to him. Laozi, as the eldest brother, had previously stated that only Zandu, his sole disciple, could not be listed. Subsequently, Yuan Shi only managed to get a few nominal disciples included, none of whom were core members. Tong Tian had followed suit. Thus, at this juncture, Laozi did not wish to always favor Yuan Shi. After all, he too desired to bring Nezha under the banner of Taiji. While he cherished tranquility, adding one more youthful spirit did not seem like a significant burden. Observing Laozi's response, Tong Tian outwardly remained composed, yet inwardly, he was elated. After the division of their family, Yuan Shi Tianzun has always been at odds with the Jiejiao. Now that he finds himself in a predicament, he must be reveling with joy. Upon hearing that they intended to take him to the Zixiao Palace, Nezha was filled with excitement, his small teeth involuntarily grinding together. The place where Hongjun resides, even the grand entrance of the Zixiao Palace, holds immense value. Seizing such an opportunity, he thought to indulge himself. Nezha's eyes narrowed with glee. Laozi has spoken, and Yuan Shi cannot refute it. With a ratio of 2 to 1, he finds himself at a disadvantage. You each return, but do not err. Obey the master's decree. They sent their disciples home, and then, accompanied by Nezha, set forth toward the Zixiao Palace beyond the chaos. In the heavenly court, the Yaoqi, the primordial spiritual energy had thickened to the point of being able to manifest as rain, yet was dispersed by some peculiar force, enveloping the entire celestial realm. At this moment, the investiture of the gods had yet to commence, and there were not many capable individuals within the heavenly court. Although Hongjun had consented to the matter of the investiture, it was evident that the 3 great saints continued to resist fiercely. Nearly 10,000 years had passed, and matters remained unsettled. As the deadline approached, when the Lord emerges, they would surely face dire consequences. The Jade Emperor, with deep-set eyes, seemed to harbor the flow of sun and moon. Your Majesty, please remain calm. This matter has now received the Lord's approval. In due time, none shall escape. The Holy Mother of Yaoqi softly remarked. Suddenly, a resounding and magnificent chime echoed in their ears, conjuring images of the Zixiao Palace in their minds. The Jade Emperor looked at the Holy Mother of Yaoqi and found her gaze fixed upon him. You heard it too? Let us proceed. The 10,000-year deadline has arrived. We shall witness how the three teachings discuss this matter. The Jade Emperor whispered. Initially, he merely wished for the 12 immortals under Yuanshi Tianzuan to submit. Now that it had escalated to this extent, the Jade Emperor felt increasingly elated, knowing that with Hongjun as his backing, he would ultimately emerge victorious. They lingered no longer. Leaving behind an avatar in the heavenly court before their true selves ventured toward the celestial expanse. Simultaneously, within the Nuwa Palace, Nuwa heard the chime from the Zixiao Palace, sighed softly, and temporarily set aside her calculations regarding the reincarnation of the spiritual pearl to head to the Zixiao Palace. However, she could not comprehend why the heavenly secrets surrounding the reincarnated spiritual pearl were so extraordinarily chaotic. Even with her saintly power, she found it exceptionally arduous to decipher. Akin to unraveling threads. Each time she gained a moment of clarity, it seemed she had touched upon a taboo, plunging her into greater confusion. It felt as if an invisible force was obstructing her. Nuwa had considered that perhaps other saints were at play, yet she could find no justification. Since the War of the Witches and Demons, and the subsequent decline of the demon race, she had not left the Nuwa Palace. She had no ties with the other celestial saints, nor did they have any reason to conspire against her. Thus, she found herself utterly perplexed. No, something was amiss. Nuwa's majestic brows suddenly arched in anticipation. The impending calamity was upon them. The divine sealing was imminent. Had the chimes echoing in her ears not yet fully subsided? A sudden thought struck her. Was it possible that each cataclysm was fraught with intricate schemes? From the primordial dragon and Han calamity, the conflict between Dao and demon, to the war of sorcerers and demons, each episode was riddled with plots. Could it be that someone had set their sights on her this time? She hoped fervently that this was not the case. Otherwise, Nuwa pondered darkly, she had long confined herself within the walls of the Wahuang Palace, avoiding the world. If anyone dared to conspire against her, they would not escape her wrath. In the past, when the human race was usurped by Laozi for the position of humanity's teacher, their fortune plummeted drastically. Although the demon race revered her as the Wahuang, they too had faltered after the war of sorcerers and demons. The surviving elite were drawn into the teachings of the Jiejiao, diminishing her own fortunes to the lowest ebb among the saints. Even the two from the west, who had ascended through fortune, surpassed her in strength. She found herself with scant leverage. If someone were to plot against her now, the unshod feared not the shod. Let them see who hesitated more. Those who conspired would not escape the others. She decided to visit the Zixiao Palace to uncover the identity of the schemers. Resolute, Nuwa set forth towards the Zixiao Palace, intending to address the matter of Lingzhu's reincarnation only after her return, where she would seek assistance from her elder brother Fuxi. After all, Fuxi's innate 8 trigrams could decipher the fates of all beings, rivaling even the saints. Together, they could not be thwarted unless other saints intervened. Meanwhile, far in the west, Jane and Zhuanti also heard the resonant chimes from the Zixiao Palace. The ancient, dignified palace, imbued with the essence of the Dao, materialized in their minds. This was the Zixiao Palace, the domain of the primordial Dao ancestor Hongjun. The two brothers opened their eyes simultaneously, exchanging glances. Brother, the time has come. If the Dao ancestor beckons, we must respond. However, you are not permitted to roam freely in the east. Once this matter concludes, we shall return to the west immediately. Very well, brother. Zhuanti replied eagerly, only to be silenced by Jane's next words. Brother, this sealing calamity might also present an opportunity for us. Jane's voice resonated thoughtfully. When the Dao ancestor imparted the teachings, he indicated that Buddhism and Taoism would rise in the east. We have yet to comprehend the essence of Buddhism. Even if we partake in this calamity, it would likely bear little fruit. Why engage in unnecessary risk? The populace in the west is sparse. Should any fated individuals wish to come to our realm, I trust you will not impede them? Very well, brother, but do not overreach. Jane cautioned, aware that he could not sway Zhuanti entirely, yet felt compelled to offer further guidance. Though the 3 pure ones had parted ways, if one family faced trouble, the others would surely not remain idle. Caution would serve his younger brother well. Your words resonate. Brother, I shall heed your counsel, Zhuanti affirmed, quickening his pace as Jane entered the chaos, heading towards the Zixiao Palace. With a sigh, Nezha followed suit. Chapter 20. Refining the Void to the 9th Heaven. Nezha remained closely beside the 3 pure ones and swiftly ventured into the midst of chaos. Initially, he intended to seize the opportunity to absorb more chaotic energy, but soon realized that the power of the saints was overwhelmingly formidable. He found himself unable to escape. He lamented that his prior absorption of chaotic energy had been woefully insufficient. Otherwise, his physical form would undoubtedly have undergone a transformation. Nezha sensed the chaotic energy within him, but the amount was far too meager to facilitate any metamorphosis. However, the power of the saints should be significantly superior to the chaotic energy outside, he mused. Suddenly, he took a decisive bite. The energy he had previously absorbed from the saints could be fully converted. Consuming this was far easier and less hazardous than the chaotic energy outside. Nezha munched diligently, and the chaotic energy he had ingested earlier, along with the power of his innate spiritual treasure, began to awaken. Ding! Congratulations, host level has increased. Current level, refining the void to the 4th heaven. Ding! Congratulations, host level has increased. Current level, refining the void to the 5th heaven. Ding! Congratulations, host level has increased. Current level, refining the void to the 6th heaven. With each bite, Nezha's aura deepened incrementally. A torrent of power coursed through him, circulating along an extraordinary pathway. After reinforcing all his limbs and internal organs, the energy surged into his dantian, refining his yang spirit. Initially, upon merely opening his eyes, he ascended to the 1st heaven of refining the void. As he continued to refine, his 5 viscera and 6 bowels, bones, and blood would also undergo continuous enhancement. Throughout this process, his realm would constantly elevate. In this brief span of time, Nezha's yang spirit had already been largely refined. The power of the saints continually stimulated the energy within him that had yet to be fully digested. Almost with every bite, he would ascend to a new realm. Suddenly, while on his journey, the primordial heavenly sovereign sensed something amiss. He noticed a slight decrease in the power he had just released. It is known that the power of the saints can be meticulously controlled. Although traversing through chaos would not harm a saint, he still needed to exert a measure of strength to shield himself from being influenced by the tumultuous chaotic energy. Moreover, he was more cautious this time, as he was responsible for Nezha. After all, abandoning Nezha into chaos, while not necessarily fatal, could lead to him being lost amidst the turmoil, akin to banishment. However, accompanying Nezha would not deplete much of his strength, for Nezha was relatively weak in comparison. Yet, he had just sensed a sudden diminution, which appeared to be ongoing and even expanding. The primordial heavenly sovereign's eyes flickered slightly, his expression darkening. Nezha was voraciously devouring the protective barrier isolating the chaotic energy. The little rascal has left even the primordial supreme master at a loss for words. Although these protective shields were created rather casually, they embody the power of a saint, sufficient to ensure that Nezha reaches the Zixiao palace safely. Yet, here is Nezha, engaging in destruction. Tongtian has noticed this as well, but he remains silent. Previously, the primordial supreme master insisted on bringing Nezha along. Now that trouble has arisen, there is nothing more to say. After all, the chaotic energy appeared above Nezha's head before without any issues. Thus, even if Nezha were to breach the protective barrier, they would still have time to intervene. Meanwhile, Laozi stands quietly by, pretending not to see. Earlier, when they set out with Nezha, the primordial supreme master was frantic, not allowing anyone to touch him, fearful that Nezha might escape. Now that trouble has ensued, he must bear the consequences. The primordial supreme master, feeling helpless, can only repair the hole that Nezha has gnawed open. Fortunately, it is not substantial. However, he soon realizes that this course of action is untenable. It seems that Nezha has discovered that the power he consumes can be replenished, which only fuels his enthusiasm for gnawing. The saintly power is abundant and delectable, truly delightful. Nezha devours it voraciously. As his realm ascends, the amount of power he consumes continues to increase. The notification sound of an upgrade resonates in his mind. Ding! Congratulations. Host level has increased. Current level, 7-fold refinement of the void. Ding! Congratulations. Host level has increased. Current level, 8-fold refinement of the void. Ding! Congratulations. Host level has increased. Current level, 9-fold refinement of the void. 3 consecutive notifications echo, and the yang god within Nezha's dantian has condensed to 99%. The final stage involves refining the blood throughout his body. Once his blood is fully charged and flowing, he will step into the 10th layer of returning the divine to the void. Each drop of blood seemingly requires a significant amount of power, at least the chaotic energy transformed from a postnatal spiritual treasure. Nezha pauses momentarily, then unleashes even greater combat prowess, resuming his fervent gnawing. Nezha has just realized a minor flaw in his remarkable gluttonous system. Although his realm ascends swiftly and his strength is formidable, the energy consumption is excessively high. The energy he currently expends could cultivate not just thousands, but tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands at the same level. Of course, The distinction lies in the fact that while his energy consumption is vast, his combat power is exceptionally extraordinary. He fears not being besieged and can even challenge opponents of higher ranks, not merely one rank. In the future, he intends to seek out demon beasts and ferocious creatures for a bout to gauge the extent of his current strength. Nezha muses, preparing to take another bite out of the protective barrier. During experiments, he must find something that appears delectable. The primordial supreme master senses Nezha's sudden surge of combat power and feels an inexplicable weariness. Although the amount Nezha absorbs is still less than what he breathes in a single intake, Nezha's speed is continually accelerating. Had it not been for his continuous supplementation, this protective shield would have been shattered countless times. How could this little creature consume everything? Were it not for the sage, perhaps even a great Luo golden immortal could not afford such a little rascal. The primordial one was nearly driven to despair. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind about testing the Panga banner to see if it could break your teeth. However, he quickly shook his head, sensing that such an idea was rather unwise. Considering the potential consequences, he truly dared not undertake such a trial. That artifact was unique. Should it be damaged, there would be no means of repair. At that point, there would be no place left to lament. Before long, the three arrived at the entrance of the Zhixiao Palace with Nezha in tow. Upon seeing Nuwa standing gracefully before the palace, the primordial one's heart skipped a beat. He hastily waved his hand, drawing Nezha into his sleeve. Although he knew they would inevitably meet, he did not expect Nuwa to have arrived at the palace entrance even faster than they did. Chapter 21. The Origin of the Sovereign of the Three Realms. Nuwa, having just arrived at the Zhixiao Palace, soon noticed that the three pure ones had also reached the scene. Furthermore, it appeared that the primordial one was concealing something within his sleeve. That sensation felt strangely familiar. Nuwa secretly calculated, only to discover a familiar force obstructing her efforts. Instantly, a chill ran through her. Recently, she had been trying to divine the matter of the spiritual pearl, yet had been thwarted by an unseen power. However, that familiar sensation had just resurfaced. Could it be that the reincarnation of the spiritual pearl was in the hands of the primordial one? Doubt began to swell within Nuwa, causing her to lose the desire to greet the three pure ones. Just as she was about to inquire further, she noticed that the Jade Emperor and the Yaoqi had also arrived, accompanied by the resonant sounds of sacred chants emanating from the two saints of the West. With the assembly of the heavenly saints, along with the presence of the Jade Emperor and Yaoqi, all were gathered. Laozi stood solemnly, then bowed towards the Zhixiao Palace, declaring in a resonant voice, "We, your disciples, have arrived. Please, Master, open the door." As his words fell, the doors of the Zhixiao Palace opened silently. One by one, the assembly entered. Nezha, however, remained oblivious. Ensconced within the protective shield, he could not perceive the activities outside. He paid little heed to the proceedings, for he was under the care of the primordial one. With the three pure ones present, who would dare harm him? Suddenly, Nezha sensed a surge of pure energy manifesting within the protective shield. Could it be that the primordial one had developed a conscience? Realizing the difficulty of my gnawing at the shield, after a moment of contemplation, Nezha swiftly shifted his focus, beginning to absorb the continuous flow of pure energy. The speed at which the yang spirit in his dantian condensed the essence of the primordial spirit's blood increased significantly. What once required 3 bites to gather a single drop could now be achieved with merely 1 bite. The essence of the primordial spirit's blood had a threshold of 3, with a maximum of 9,000 drops to be condensed. As Nezha embarked on his cultivation, he faced no limitations. The trials that posed insurmountable challenges to others were mere trifles for him. With just a few additional bites of energy from the insect race, he returned effortlessly. In a remarkably short span of time, Nezha had already condensed 5,000 drops of primordial blood. With no bottlenecks in his cultivation, he resolved to continue this process until he could no longer condense, at which point he would still have 1 realm left to explore. Nezha mused internally, exerting himself further in his endeavors. However, this predicament was quite taxing for the primordial heavenly venerable outside. Initially, he merely intended to distract Nezha, especially with Nuwa present nearby. A moment's carelessness could lead to Nezha causing a commotion, potentially revealing their presence. Yet now, Nezha's absorption rate had accelerated even further. Almost every instance saw a continuous growth, albeit modest, but it was overwhelming to contend with Nezha's relentless consumption. After all, he still needed to maintain the concealment of Nuwa's calculations. Currently, within the Purple Cloud Palace, although they were closer to the Heavenly Dao, orchestrating any actions became increasingly challenging. Nuwa stood at the same level as him. Any slight misstep in her presence could lead to discovery. The Purple Cloud Palace floated amidst the chaos, devoid of any precise coordinates. Once everyone had entered, the grand doors shut tightly, vanishing from their original position. It was here that Hongjun, after attaining enlightenment, delivered teachings that enhanced the renown of the Purple Cloud Palace. In this very palace, Hongjun established the title of Dao Ancestor. At that time, the entire world of Honghuang was in an era of wild, untamed growth. Although formidable beings emerged, the pinnacle of cultivation reached merely the great Luo realm. Beyond that, there seemed to be no further path. It was the advent of Hongjun that imparted teachings to the beings of Honghuang, leading to the proliferation of great Luo practitioners and golden immortals thereafter. Now, countless eons later, only the original 8 remained within, accompanied by the young Nezha. Of the 3,000 worldly guests from before, aside from a few who attained the status of saints, the better-fared ones like Xinyuanzi and Mingyi settled into a peaceful existence, while the less fortunate, such as Hongyun, had long since faded into the river of time. The 6 heavenly saints each possessed unique fortunes. When Hongjun took them as disciples, some among the worldly guests sensed the disparity. This need not be elaborated. Yet, the 3,000 worldly guests could never have anticipated that, following the War of the Ancients, the remnants of the witch clan would enter the underworld, sheltered by the reincarnated Hutu. Meanwhile, the demon clan, aside from a portion that joined the teaching sect, retreated to the northern realm of Julu. The two once dominant races had suffered great losses, with neither emerging as the ultimate lord of the heavens. The position of greatest interest to all beings ultimately fell to the Golden Boy and Jade Maiden, who remained closest to Hongjun. Upon entering the Purple Cloud Palace, the 8 individuals took their seats on the 6 cushions previously arranged for the teachings delivered in ages past by the 3 Pure Ones and the 6 Heavenly Saints. Only the Jade Emperor and Yaoqi remained, feeling somewhat awkward, for according to the timeline, they had lingered here longer than the 6 Celestial Saints. However, there are indeed only 6 seats here, and none for them. Since ascending to the positions of the Jade Emperor and the Holy Mother of Yaoqi, their statuses have transformed, making them the sovereigns of the heavenly court, revered across the 3 realms. In terms of status, they are even deemed superior to the 3 Pure Ones. Nevertheless, they are saints, and despite being appointed as the shared rulers of the 3 realms, not a single saint regarded them with any respect. Upon returning to the Zixiao Palace, the 6 individuals simultaneously found their places to sit, leaving the 2 of them in an exceedingly awkward position. To sit would mean there were no cushions available for them. To stand, on the other hand, would be utterly inappropriate. How could the lords of the 3 realms be left standing? Even if they did not wish to show respect to the Jade Emperor, they ought to extend some courtesy to Hongjun. Yet, despite this, the others still disregarded the 2. They were expected to find a solution themselves. Aware of the situation, the Jade Emperor was no fool. 200 million years of tribulations were not endured in vain. He exchanged a glance with the Holy Mother of Yaoqi and positioned himself behind Hongjun. It was the same spot he had occupied during the preaching sessions. Although honored as the sovereign of the 3 realms, standing behind the Taoist patriarch Hongjun was not a loss of face, was it? The demeanor of the Jade Emperor remained calm, yet a shadow of gloom deep within his eyes continued to accumulate. There is no hatred without cause. The Jade Emperor's attitude towards the celestial saints mirrored this sentiment. When the demon court fell, the fortunes of the 2 races were divided among the celestial saints, an event that he and Yaoqi observed closely. The 3 Pure Ones, in pursuit of their own sect's fortunes, accepted a portion of the demon race into their fold. Although the 2 saints from the West aimed to seize some advantages, they were ultimately repelled, for Westerners were not to meddle in Eastern affairs. Nevertheless, they secretly took many demons with them. Otherwise, the growth of their numbers in the Western teachings would not have been so rapid. As for Enwa, being the holy empress of the demon race, she too was affected by the disintegration of their fortunes, left in a state of despondency, and could only confine herself within the Enwa palace, seldom appearing in the mortal realm. Yet, when Hongjun prepared to re-establish the heavenly court, the 3 Pure Ones, who had profited greatly, began to shirk responsibility, with none willing to take charge. They even attempted to brush the matter aside, hoping to dissuade Hongjun from his decision. At that time, Hongjun found himself rather troubled. After all, one could not simply vent their frustrations on the saints, as that would not be fitting. As they continued to pass the buck, somehow, it was Yuanshi Tianzuan who pushed the Golden Boy and Jade Girl forward, leaving Haotian and Yaoqi bewildered. However, at that time, the heavenly court was but an empty shell, offering no genuine benefits. The saints were all too aware of this. With Yuanshi Tianzuan stepping forward, the 3 Pure Ones conspired and united to elevate Haotian and Yaoqi to the throne of the shared rulers of the 3 realms. Chapter 22. The Cause of the Canonization Catastrophe. During that time, Hao Yan and Yao Qi had remained in the Zixiao Palace without venturing outside, entirely unaware of the intricate dynamics at play. Thus, they readily and even tearfully descended to undergo tribulations. The seeds sown in the past have long since borne the fruit of the divine apotheosis. Now is the time when this fruit has ripened. During this tribulation, the affairs of the heavenly court could not be neglected, for it was the suggestion of the primordial heavenly venerable that led Hongjun to decisively entrust the management to him. The primordial heavenly venerable, caught in a predicament, could only acquiesce. He dispatched his 12 disciples to oversee the matters of the heavenly court. However, as the heavenly court was rebuilt and returned to its rightful path, the primordial heavenly venerable gradually began to savor the rewards. The fortune of the heavenly court unexpectedly flowed into the Jade Void Palace. This allowed the disciples under the primordial heavenly venerable to experience rapid growth and strength, even earning the illustrious title of the 12 golden immortals of the Jade Void in the vast wilderness. This upward trajectory continued unabated until the return of the heavenly sovereign from his tribulation, who, transformed into the Jade Emperor, truly assumed control of the three realms. Had it not been for my return from tribulation, the heavenly court might still be under the influence of the Jade Void. The deep gaze of the Jade Emperor, imbued with a hint of gloom, intensified. The present sages before him regarded him with indifference, even though he was the sovereign of the three realms. They merely addressed him as a fellow Taoist, out of respect for Hongjun. Otherwise, they might not have even shared the same space. On the foremost mat, a shadow gradually manifested, faint yet discernible. "We have seen the master." The assembly promptly bowed. No need for excessive formalities. Hongjun scanned the room before lingering briefly on the primordial heavenly venerable and then withdrawing his gaze. With a subtle gesture of his hands, 2 identical mats appeared beside him. "Please, take a seat." "Understood." The Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother bowed and settled beside Hongjun. At this moment, the Jade Emperor felt a slight easing in his heart, for he was a primordial being personally enlightened by Hongjun. Even now, having departed from the Purple Cloud's palace, he would still receive Hongjun's care. Finally seated, especially in front of the 6 sages of heaven, the Jade Emperor felt he had regained a measure of dignity. When he first ascended to the throne of the heavenly court, he had harbored some gratitude towards the primordial heavenly venerable, for despite enduring 200 million years of tribulation, sitting atop the position of the sovereign of the three realms was not without its merits. Moreover, the affairs of the heavenly court were managed quite well by the 12 golden immortals, without any negligence. However, he later realized that it was the primordial heavenly venerable's desire for the grand and pure fortune of the heavenly court that compelled his disciples to work diligently. Although he was a sage and had no need for such things, his disciples certainly did. With the return of the Jade Emperor, the Jade Void Palace consequently lost this substantial source of fortune. The primordial heavenly venerable's aspirations for his disciples to strive for the realm of the great Luo golden immortal were thus shattered. Yet, having tasted the sweetness of success, he was reluctant to relinquish it easily. Furthermore, the primordial heavenly venerable, as a sage, held a perspective that even the heavenly sovereign's 200 million years of tribulation and ascension to the great Luo golden immortal realm were beneath his notice. Despite the title of sovereign of the three realms, to him, it was merely a veneer. There is truly nothing to fear. It is merely that the primordial supreme being underestimated the extensive experiences of the vast heaven over 200 million years. In the span of 2 centuries, what sorts of conspiracies and schemes have not been encountered? The Jade Emperor transformed from an innocent youth into a true sovereign, forcibly reclaiming the heavenly court from the grasp of the primordial supreme being. However, the primordial supreme being was not one to yield easily, resulting in a fierce confrontation that left both parties severely wounded. Although the Jade Emperor regained the heavenly court and ascended as the ruler of the three realms, he found himself without subordinates to aid him in governance, rendering him nearly a solitary commander. The majesty of the heavenly court diminished significantly, and after the tumult, he was left without even a single capable aid. The primordial supreme being also faced difficulties, having lost the fortune of ruling the three realms. The cultivation of his disciples began to stagnate. As for the great Luo, it was nothing more than an illusion. The prestige of the Jade Void Palace waned considerably, gradually being surpassed by the culminating in a grand spectacle of myriad immortals paying homage. The master summoned us this time, presumably concerning the matter of bestowing divinity. I wonder how well the Taoist friend Tai Ching has prepared. Among the several saints, only Zhuan Ti is particularly eloquent, and thus he took the lead in speaking. Since the last great calamity, an unfathomable time has passed, and the entire Honghuang world has appeared tranquil. It was not until 10,000 years ago, when they were all summoned to the Purple Cloud Palace by Hongjun, that they became aware of the impending calamity. The Jade Emperor, ever composed, remained silent. Although the calamity had returned, it bore some relation to him. Following the reclamation of the Heavenly Court, the Primordial Supreme being summoned all his disciples back. Unable to swallow his indignation, the Jade Emperor sought out Hongjun to complain, hoping to compel the 12 golden immortals to submit, which thus led to the matter of bestowing divinity. This was intertwined with the calamity. The catalyst for this calamity stems from the era of the 3 sovereigns of humanity, when Guangqingzi, the foremost of the 12 golden immortals and a master to the Yellow Emperor, engaged in battle during the conflict between humanity and the remnants of the Witch clan. All 12 golden immortals participated, personally contributing to the resulting slaughter. However, at that time, the Jade Emperor was undergoing tribulation and reincarnation, and the 12 golden immortals were under the suppressive fortune of the Heavenly Court, which delayed matters. It was only after the Jade Emperor took control of the Heavenly Court that the Primordial Supreme Being, aiming to isolate it, recalled all the disciples of the Chan sect. Without the suppressive fortune of the Heavenly Court, the slaughter instigated by the 12 golden immortals finally erupted, leading to the cataclysmic calamity of heaven and earth. Laozi's expression grew somewhat bitter. For 10,000 years, discussions regarding bestowing divinity have concluded in failure twice. I humbly request the Master's reprimand. Hongjun's eyes opened and closed, immediately grasping the sequence of events, and he could not help but let out a cold snort. At that moment, the Jade Emperor seized the opportunity to advise Hongjun. This calamity was instigated by the 12 golden immortals. They should be allowed to return to the Heavenly Court, where the fortune of the court can suppress the slaughter, thereby alleviating the current calamity. Before he truly took command of the Heavenly Court, it was the 12 golden immortals who governed in his stead. After he took control of the Heavenly Court, all 12 golden immortals were entirely dismissed by the Primordial Supreme Being, leaving him with scarcely any capable subordinates. Even his nephew could not be retrieved. Now, with this opportunity at hand, it would be prudent to give it a try. Furthermore, it would serve to slap the Primordial Supreme Being's face. As the calamity has commenced, it can no longer be suppressed. One must align with the Heavenly Dao to resolve this predicament. Hongjun's voice paused momentarily before continuing, as Hao Yin returns from the tribulation. The Heavenly Court is in dire need of manpower. Coincidentally, as this calamity approaches, the disciples of the Chan religion are embroiled in a killing spree, and thus, the matter of the investiture of the gods should be utilized to fulfill this murder calamity. Hongjun's statement was prompted by the previous calamities that had nearly obliterated the primordial world. He now sought a reliable method to complete this killing calamity through the investiture of the gods. After all, he had already merged with the Heavenly Dao. Should any significant incident arise in the primordial world, he too would be implicated. Upon hearing this, the Primordial Supreme Being realized that his entire Chan religion was being targeted, and a sense of unease washed over him. Clinging to a glimmer of hope, he inquired, "Master, all my disciples are virtuous beings and should not be listed. Rather, it is my third junior's disciples who are all born of the wild and unrefined." The Lord of the Heavens interrupted the Primordial Supreme Being with a furious roar. Chapter 23. I believe there is still hope for salvation. Your 12 golden immortals are embroiled in the killing calamity. Each should indeed be on the list. The Master of the Heavens, filled with rage, recalled how the 3 pure ones had divided due to the Primordial Supreme Being's actions. He never anticipated such a statement now, as this seemed a complete declaration of war. The investiture of the gods had already been discussed twice, and now, with the millennia approaching, this was the 3rd time. It was high time to finalize it. Zhuan Ti interjected with a laugh. I wonder if the Great One has any new ideas? The Old One silently cursed in his heart. He had sought peace in his quiet meditation, wishing to avoid entanglement in these trivial matters. Even the splitting of the good corpse had entered the Heavenly Court, yet he could not escape the teachings. He never imagined Zhuan Ti's stubbornness would draw him back into this fray with a single remark. With a resigned glance towards Zhuan Ti, the Old One opened his eyes. Since you, my friend, are so invested in this matter, why not join the calamity instead of merely watching from the sidelines? Zhuan Ti's expression fell, and he inwardly lamented, having forgotten that he had already dispatched a clone. Being thus rebuked, he unwittingly drew the flames of conflict upon himself. He immediately replied, in the vast and sparsely populated West, where the 4 great realms are all empty, I focus solely on cultivating virtue and should not be listed. The Old One contemplated for a moment before responding. Your third junior has many disciples. Perhaps we could select those with lesser fortunes, who have not attained the path of immortality, to be listed. After giving it some thought, he endeavored to phrase his words in a manner that would not adversely affect others, striving for a fair assessment. Among the three teachings, the human teaching had only Xiandu, and there were few in the Chan religion as well. Even if all were sent forth, it would scarcely fill the ranks. However, they had a multitude of disciples, and even sending a few would be a simple matter. Yet, the old one overlooked that at this moment, the master of the heavens was in a fit of rage and would hardly entertain reason. Tontian was acutely aware that his disciples varied greatly in capability. Some, lacking in innate talent, were fated to fail in their pursuit of enlightenment. Although ascending the Fengshen Bang would strip them of their freedom, it afforded an escape from the cycle of reincarnation, indeed, a rather appealing option. However, when Yuanshi Tianzuan spoke, and Laozi concurred, it was no surprise that the already irate Tontian erupted in indignation. It was as if they had conspired against him, an affront he could not tolerate. Tontian retorted sharply, proclaiming that Xuandu was merely a shallow fortune-bearer, incapable of advancing even after countless epochs, and thus should be the first to ascend the list. Tontian's disciple. I am incensed. He has but one disciple. Should that individual be listed, what difference would it make from exterminating his lineage? The Jade Emperor observed with a tranquil demeanor. Yet inwardly he was nearly beside himself with mirth. Should Xuandu be listed, he would undoubtedly be the most pleased, possessing a formidable quasi-saint under his command, while the rest would be mere fodder. Compassionate teachings of the Zhejiao embrace all disciples equally. All are of Xuandu. Tontian's eyes gleamed with icy resolve as he spoke coldly. This left Laozi momentarily speechless, his face flushed with indignation. Yuanshi, your disciples are embroiled in calamity. Do not expect my disciples to compensate. Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and Tontian engaged in a heated exchange, deflecting the responsibility for those who would be listed. Hongjun remained silent, seated quietly, as if he were an unyielding statue. A spark ignited in Juani's eyes as he turned to Hongjun, saying, the discourse on those to be listed has reached an impasse. We implore you, Master, to offer your wisdom. At this, both Yuanshi Tianzuan and Tontian halted their quarrel. Even Laozi could not help but glance up at the suddenly appearing figure of Hongjun Daozu. After a moment of silence, Hongjun's voice resonated softly. This is a calamity of quantification. The Fengshen is but a triviality, not tied to any particular sect. All must face this trial, devoid of distinctions of nobility or lowliness. This Fengshen will be divided into three tiers. Those with profound fortunes shall attain immortality, living freely and unbound by reincarnation. Those of lesser fortunes shall become deities, serving the heavenly court, obtaining divine forms, and upon the arrival of the next calamity, they may also escape, thus alleviating the suffering of reincarnation. While those with shallow fortunes shall remain as mortals, still subject to the trials of reincarnation. The time has come, spanning millennia. This matter can no longer be postponed. Let us establish a decree today. Yet, at that moment, Laozi suddenly interjected, I have a thought. The onlookers gazed at Laozi's flushed visage, sensing an ominous foreboding. Could this old fellow truly be driven to desperation? Laozi breathed heavily, then spoke with a chill in his voice, esteemed brothers. If none wish to see their disciples ascend the list, then deliberating endlessly is futile. Instead, let us not determine based on the number on the Fengshen Bang. Let all disciples enter the calamity together, with their ascent dependent solely on their own fortunes. All present abruptly lifted their heads, astonished at Laozi's proclamation. They could scarcely believe that this venerable figure, in his moment of provocation, sought to drag everyone into the fray, casting them all into the impending calamity. Very well, as you propose. Without waiting for a word from the crowd, Hongjun summoned the list of deities back, and with a mere glance, the names previously inscribed vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, all the saints sensed that their disciples had entered the tribulation. From this moment forth, everyone had become a destined participant in the calamity. Should one meet their demise, they would be inscribed on the list, becoming mere pawns of the heavenly court. Upon witnessing this situation, Nuwa could not help but smirk coldly. This matter bore little consequence for her. Regardless of who ascended the list, it held no significance. In the past, she had painstakingly crafted humanity from clay, only for Laozi to establish the teachings of humanity, leading to the near-total loss of faith. Although the subsequent establishment of the demon teachings replenished her fortunes to some extent, the later calamity between the shaman and the demons, coupled with the three pure ones besieging her palace to prevent her from offering assistance, caused the entire demon race to almost entirely lose trust in her. plunging her fortunes to their nadir. Even her brother Fushi perished amidst the great calamity, only to be reborn among humanity and start anew. Had she not ultimately revealed herself and left a remnant of the demon bloodline in the northern region of Julu, the demon race might have faced utter annihilation. Now, as the calamity reemerges and the cycle of slaughter commences anew, all disciples of the celestial saints are caught in tribulation, leading Nuwa to feel a surge of joy. Previously, she had suffered setbacks. It was time for a change in fortune. She immediately declared, "My disciples are absent. Thus, this matter bears no relation to me." After uttering these words, seeing that Hongjun showed no response, Nuwa chose to remain silent, merely sitting aside and observing the unfolding drama. Although outwardly composed, the pent-up frustration accumulated over countless epochs within her was now fully released. As the disciples of the three pure ones faced tribulation, she secretly wished for their complete demise. Were Hongjun to allow her to inscribe names on the list of deities, she would not hesitate to include even those of the three pure ones. Seeing Nuwa speak, and with Hongjun not intervening, Zhuanti felt a glimmer of hope and sought to test his luck. "Master, out of compassion, I am situated in the desolate western lands, and I dare not commit further acts of slaughter. With the four great emptiness, might I be excused from this calamity?" Upon hearing this, both Yuan Shi and Tong Tian turned their gazes toward him. Having witnessed a successful instance just moments prior, should Zhuanti succeed, perhaps they could salvage their own disciples. Chapter 24. A visit to Zixiao Palace for enlightenment. Hongjun appeared to contemplate, softly stating, "Within the Zhou Tian, among the three realms and five elements, beneath the saints, only a single disciple remains." Upon this declaration, silence enveloped the assembly. Was this not a clear intent to ensnare all? Hongjun's meaning was straightforward. Each person could save only one disciple, while the rest would enter tribulation. As for who would ultimately ascend the list, that was left to fate. Unless one had no disciples at all, each would be accounted for. In this moment, even the eloquent Zhuanti found himself rendered speechless. All could only accept their fate, unless they believed they could surpass Hongjun. Meanwhile, Nezha, concealed within the robes of the primordial supreme, paid no heed to the external affairs. His entire focus devoted to indulging in food. However, Nezha soon discovered that initially, everything seemed acceptable, but after a while, the primordial supreme being began to withhold his energy. No matter how much he consumed, it would typically be replenished, yet now, after ingesting 8 parts, he could only recover 6. Moreover, even this 6 was diminishing steadily, inciting Nezha's ire. How absurd it was for a dignified sage to act so miserly, making the act of consumption far from enjoyable. With a single breath, Nezha absorbed all the pure energy, then disregarded it, resuming his assault on the protective barrier. Within his body, he had already accumulated a measure of chaotic power. Should he gather enough, a transformation would ensue. Although drawing power from the primordial supreme being was convenient, ascending through levels of cultivation required time and effort. A direct metamorphosis would grant him divine powers far more swiftly. Nezha felt that once he absorbed sufficient chaotic energy, it would lead to an entirely new change, causing his strength to surge dramatically. Ignoring the gradually replenishing pure energy, he relentlessly attacked the protective barrier. Meanwhile, the primordial supreme being was contemplating ways to salvage his disciple while simultaneously guarding against Nuwa's scrutiny. A minor slip could render all previous efforts fruitless. Nuwa, now unencumbered, posed a significant threat. Even if she could not rally her forces, he could not allow her to become an adversary. Otherwise, during the calamity, facing a woman's vengeful wrath could spell doom for several of his 12 golden immortals. As a result of Nezha's chaotic maneuvers, the primordial supreme being was momentarily stunned. He consumed energy while attacking, directing 9 fire dragons of the void refinement realm to incessantly assault the same spot on the protective barrier. Though this strength was insufficient even to tickle the primordial supreme being, the fire dragons were conjured from the burning heavens leaving fire. While they could not compare to the apocalyptic might of the burning heavens purple fire within the 8 Scenes Palace lantern, they were indeed quite capable of dealing with a mere protective barrier. After all, the primordial supreme being's attention was ensnared by Nuwa, a fellow sage. With a faint crack, a sound so subtle yet clear resonated through the air. Among those present, aside from the sages, even the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother, both of whom were of quasi-saint level, could hear it distinctly. Several onlookers shifted their focus at that moment. What was happening with the primordial being? Perhaps he was dissatisfied with his teacher's decision and was contemplating action. The 3 pure ones had not even been given a chance. What were they thinking? Zhuanti and Jane exchanged knowing glances. The Jade Emperor, and Queen Mother relished the unfolding drama, wondering what had prompted the primordial supreme being to unleash his magical power in the presence of the Dao ancestor. Was he truly considering a confrontation? Just as Nezha felt a surge of joy, he found himself once again encased within a new protective barrier before he could act. Even his nine-headed fire dragon was forcibly severed by the primordial one, extinguished entirely. Yet, the primordial celestial stood resolutely, sealing Nezha once more within a protective barrier. However, it was too late. Though merely a fleeting moment had passed, Nezha's aura had already escaped. The goddess Nuwa, who had been deciphering celestial mechanics, immediately cast her gaze upon the primordial one, her eyes ablaze with fury as she exclaimed, "Primordial one, why does the essence of the spirit pearl manifest upon you?" The primordial celestial was rendered speechless, not anticipating that Nezha would seize the opportunity to strike, while he was distracted, and shockingly, had truly broken through the barrier. In an instant, several divine consciousnesses surged toward his sleeves. Humph! The primordial one snorted coldly, rebuffing all divine thoughts, aware that concealment was no longer possible. He promptly revealed Nezha, proclaiming, "This is a new disciple of the Tai child, whom I find quite endearing. I wish to show him the world." Nuwa, the Jade Emperor, and all present fell silent. Is this truly a place for witnessing the world? Nuwa questioned coldly, her piercing gaze fixed on the primordial celestial. It appeared that she was ready to strike at the slightest provocation. However, the primordial celestial offered no response, merely asserting that Nezha was merely brought to experience the world. In secret, he communicated with the two from the Heavenly Dao, aware that provoking Nuwa would be unwise. Otherwise, during the calamity, one would find themselves opposing the Chan sect with no one to seek solace from. Though Tongtian sought to embarrass the primordial celestial, upon the latter's removal of the veil of celestial mechanics, he instantly realized that Nezha was indeed the reincarnation of the spirit pearl, intertwined with Nuwa by profound karma. If help was not rendered, once Nezha was taken away, it would be too late. He had previously considered taking Nezha into the Jia sect, and if he did not act now, there would be no future opportunity. Nevertheless, while exerting effort, he could not afford to grant any undue advantage to the primordial celestial. After all, according to his earlier statements, should Nezha ultimately join the Chan sect, it would be a significant loss for him. Thus, he addressed the Dao ancestor. "This young fellow is a fine prospect we discovered in the mortal realm, yet." Tongtian indifferently recounted the events from start to finish. As he spoke, all eyes focused on Nezha, with Zhuanti's eyes gleaming as if he had discovered a treasure. Jane quickly discerned that his junior brother had taken an interest in the desolate western lands. Had it not been for Zhuanti's persistent efforts to recruit individuals, it might still be a barren expanse. "Brother, this truly is a remarkable talent. This child is currently favored by the three pure ones and has ties to Nuwa. Junior brother, do not act rashly," Jane counseled. "When the clam and the snipe contend, it is the fisherman who profits. Who can say for certain? I believe this child is destined for the West." Zhuanti nodded repeatedly, saying, "Brother, observe the child's physique. It appears to be that of an indestructible Vajra body, a body of crystal. How extraordinary, almost celestial." In the transmission from Jane, a subtle ripple emerged. He discerned that Nezha's golden body of indestructibility bore no trace of cultivation, as if it were innately bestowed. "Brother, perhaps once we exit the Purple Cloud's palace, we should reconsider our approach." Jane's heart raced. Although Zhuanti had not completed his thought, he grasped the implication. They contemplated seizing Nezha immediately upon leaving the palace and transporting him to the west. Such a notion might be feasible elsewhere, yet it felt precarious in the presence of the three pure ones. Chapter 25. A talent so extraordinary, every sage covets it. Not only is the strength of the three pure ones formidable, but in a one-on-one confrontation, they are equally matched. This little one shares a profound connection with Nuwa. Should Nuwa intervene, their scheme to abduct Nezha would likely falter. Ultimately, they might find themselves at a disadvantage. Moreover, given Nezha's esteemed status among the three pure ones, whether they would even have the opportunity remains uncertain. As the two saints of the West set their sights on Nezha, the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother, seated before Hongjun, also turned their attention to him. At merely the void refinement stage, Nezha already possesses a golden body of indestructibility comparable to that of a golden immortal. No wonder the three pure ones regard him so highly. The Jade Emperor communicated with the Yaoqi. "Your Majesty, not only that, but this little one also possesses a body of crystal, an immaculate body, an innate physique." The astonishment echoed in Yaoqi's transmission. They had not anticipated such extraordinary talent to emerge from the mortal realm. Even the first batch of humanity crafted by Nuwa did not reach such heights. Years have passed since that initial group of humans, and aside from those who attained enlightenment, the remainder has long faded into the annals of history. Nezha, however, not only embodies the innate Dao body, the indestructible golden body, and the crystal physique, but also wields the burning heaven-s flame, capable of merging with new exotic fires to enhance their potency. Each of these unique abilities, when isolated, constitutes unparalleled genius. Yet, all of these exceptional talents converge upon Nezha alone. Moreover, it seems the three pure ones are still debating under whose tutelage this remarkable child should fall. Your Majesty, perhaps we should strive to bring this child to the heavenly court. The Jade Emperor, however, interjected, let it be. Given the current circumstances, success appears elusive. The matter of the Fengshen has already antagonized the myriad sages. He is merely a child. Let them contend amongst themselves. Regardless of which of the three pure ones he ultimately aligns with, during the impending calamity, he will inevitably ascend the Fengshen list and find himself serving in the heavenly court. Yaoqi's eyes brightened at this thought. Even if they refrained from intervening, Nezha would eventually cross paths with them, with the Fengshen calamity looming ever closer. The time remaining until its conclusion is but a fortnight at most for them to remain in the heavens. Yet, while the Jade Emperor relinquished his claim, Zhuan seized upon the notion of Yaoqi. Recruiting individuals proved to be a cumbersome task, fraught with the necessity of confrontation. However, if one were to secure Nezha within the Western teachings before Hongjun, neither the three pure ones nor gnawed would dare to voice their objections. As thoughts swirled through the minds of the onlookers, Tong Tian recounted the events in their entirety. He then addressed Hongjun, requesting, might I implore you, Master, to decide under which of the three pure ones this young lad ought to be inducted? Hold on a moment. Before Hongjun could respond, Zhuan interjected boldly, stating, Master, this child possesses an indestructible golden body and a crystal-clear form, which aligns perfectly with our Western lineage. He is indeed destined to be one of us. Nezha, somewhat bewildered, had emerged to assess the situation while absorbing the pure chaotic energy from the Zhixiao Palace. To his astonishment, he found himself targeted by two foreign figures with golden hair and blue eyes. A wave of discontent washed over him. Even in the primordial world, foreign beings existed. Although he held no prejudice against them, their intention to scheme against him was intolerable. He was not ignorant of the West's reputation. During the conflict between Dao and Demon, Hongjun had battled against Luo Ho, nearly obliterating the West. Even now, vast stretches remained desolate, more barren than the primordial era itself. Should he venture below, he would find naught to sustain him. What purpose would his gluttonous system serve then? However, before Nezha could decline, a retort was already issued. The previously quarreling three pure ones, upon Nezha's presence, reverted to their original state of unity, 3 in 1, sharing the same breath. Zhuan declared, Nezha has already entered my Yushu sect. How dare you attempt to poach him before me? Yuan Shi Tianzun's countenance darkened, gripping the three treasures Rui as if ready to strike at any moment. Zhuan, cease your attempts to sway Nezha, lest I dismantle your domain. Tong Tian's eyes sparkled with a fierce intent, revealing no desire to conceal his thoughts. This young lad was a matter for their trio to contend over. What business did outsiders have in this? Even the usually placid Laozi, though silent, manifested a Taiji diagram amidst the halo of moral light encircling his head. They were all intent on nurturing Nezha as the next sage of the three teachings. How could they allow someone from the Western sect to coax him away? Zhuan was taken aback, unable to fathom that merely proposing an idea to Hongjun would provoke such a vigorous reaction from the three pure ones. Had they truly contemplated taking action in the Zhixiao Palace in the presence of Hongjun? When had the three pure ones become so emboldened? Aware that a conflict was unlikely, Zhuan nonetheless felt his heart race, elevating Nezha's significance in his estimation considerably. Even the gaze of Gnawed turned towards him. Amidst the swirling mists floated ethereal threads, resembling venomous serpents, fixated upon him. A mere child, yet the three pure ones were compelled to consider taking action within the Zhixiao Palace, for he bore ties to Gnawed, and undoubtedly harbored mysteries of value unknown to them. Otherwise, such a reaction would not have ensued. Regrettably, they could not investigate further, otherwise they would comprehend why the three pure ones held such concern for this insignificant being. Zhuan pondered silently, though he did not display his thoughts outwardly. The tense atmosphere of their standoff even caught the attention of Nezha, who typically remained oblivious to the world beyond his feasting. Could it be that they intended to engage in combat? A battle of saints, something he had never witnessed. Nezha felt a surge of excitement. In truth, since his reincarnation into this realm, He had yet to witness even a typical duel among immortals. The three pure ones glanced at the exhilarated Nezha, a flicker of bemusement crossing their minds. What was this child thinking? Even if a brawl were to occur, it could not transpire here. This was Hongjun's domain. To act here would be akin to inviting retribution. Just then, an intangible thought brushed past. The previously tense atmosphere dissipated instantaneously. The three pure ones, in response, withdrew their possessions as if nothing had transpired. They were truly remarkable actors. Had this been a past life, each could easily outshine the greatest of thespians. Nezha silently criticized yet refrained from voicing his thoughts, meandering barefoot within the Zixiao palace. With Hongjun present, the three pure ones allowed Nezha his freedom of movement. After all, with Hongjun here, they could not act, nor could anyone else. Otherwise, should the three pure ones unite, outside of Hongjun, none would stand a chance against them. Nezha remained unaware that his mere presence had stirred the thoughts of the celestial saints. Chapter 26. This child is too audacious, daring even to challenge the Dao ancestor. After Hongjun halted the movements of the three pure ones, his gaze fell upon Nezha. This young lad possessed indeed prodigious talents. Though Hongjun outwardly appeared inscrutable, within his eyes, the cycles of the sun and moon and the ebb and flow of existence were evident, as if he had discerned all. Yet, when he looked at Nezha, a hint of perplexity arose. Even he could not fathom the origins of Nezha's extraordinary gifts. It seemed as if they were simply bestowed from the heavens. Everything appeared natural, devoid of any semblance of human design. What could possibly explain this? Hongjun found himself puzzled. Nezha, sensing a gaze upon him, turned to look back at Hongjun, but saw only a swirling mist resembling a human form hovering above. Drawn as if by an unseen force, Nezha turned and moved toward Hongjun. He beheld an extraordinary presence, one that stirred within him an insatiable urge to consume. Hongjun did not intercede, though a flicker of doubt arose in his heart. As this thought took root in Hongjun's mind, Nezha had already approached his side. He observed that the ethereal, humanoid mist was ensnared by invisible shackles, seemingly binding it to this realm. It was these very shackles that ignited Nezha's appetite. The locks of the Heavenly Dao. This little creature could perceive them. Hongjun was struck with profound astonishment, scarcely daring to believe it. Even the three pure ones, gnawed, and the Western saints could not discern the locks of the Heavenly Dao upon him. Yet, here was this child, effortlessly witnessing them. When he initially attained sanctity, he had incurred immense karmic debt to the Heavenly Dao. Only by aligning with the Dao could he repay it. However, that alignment seemed eternally distant, with no prospect of liberation in sight. Unless another being of his former caliber emerged, he would remain ensnared. A ripple stirred within the tranquil depths of Hongjun's thoughts. Could it be that his chance for freedom lay in the hands of this small creature before him? Originally, the envoy of the Heavenly Dao was to be Yangmei, but he had declined the role, leading to it falling upon Hongjun instead. The price Yangmei paid was to engage in a confrontation with him, after which he vanished from the primordial realm forever. Although Yangmei had not achieved sanctity, he had nonetheless reached a sage-like mastery of the Tao of space. Even after attaining sanctity, during their conflict, he had stripped Hongjun of all his treasures without raising a finger. He then retreated into the depths of chaos, never to reappear in the primordial realm. It was precisely due to Yangmei's situation that the subsequent division of treasures ensued. Hongjun realized that upon reaching Yangmei's level, no artifact, no matter how formidable, could compare to the consolidation of cosmic power within oneself. Only by uniting all strength could one unleash greater force. What is this? Nezha's finger reached toward the Heavenly Dao shackles upon the humanoid mist. Suddenly, a clattering sound of chains resonated, yet only Hongjun and Nezha could hear it. The other 6 saints remained utterly oblivious. The 3 pure ones, witnessing Nezha's audacious gesture toward Hongjun, were nearly struck with panic. What manner of creature is this child? So bold as to reach out to touch the one seated as the Dao ancestor? They could scarcely fathom such an impudent act. Had any of their disciples dared to make such a gesture, they would have been swiftly met with a fatal rebuke. Yet, Nezha exhibited no awareness of such decorum. Even more perplexing was the fact that the usually austere Hongjun seemed unopposed to this audacious act. Let Nezha act as he pleases. Suddenly, Hongjun's eyes sparkled with the cyclical essence of the sun and moon, reflecting the rise and fall of the world. The moment Nezha touched the lock of the heavenly path, even he could not foresee Nezha's future. The threads of causality that bound Nezha seemed to have vanished entirely, merging 3 lifetimes into a single existence, leaving no trace of past or future. Only this present life remained. This extraordinary feat could only be achieved upon reaching the pinnacle of the Tao. a rare achievement reserved for those who have transcended into the realm of the great Luo. Hongjun's heart trembled with exhilaration. This little rascal was indeed the key to my liberation. Ha! Though Hongjun remained silent, an immense joy surged within him, a feeling he had not experienced since the moment of his own enlightenment. Yet, witnessing the glistening drool at the corner of Nezha's mouth, he felt an odd sense of discomfort. Could this child truly be the key to his escape? It felt rather unreliable. The drool was on the verge of dripping down. Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. Unable to contain himself, Nezha resolved to test this theory firsthand. Opening his mouth to bite down on the shackles enveloping the humanoid mist. For the first time, Hongjun questioned whether his earlier thoughts had been mistaken. This mischievous child dared to bite him. No, more accurately, he dared to bite the lock of the heavenly path upon him. But was that even edible? That was the manifestation of the heavenly path, intrinsically linked to it. Even he could not break free. Yet this little rascal had the audacity to directly sink his teeth into it? Did he not understand the concept of danger? Upon witnessing Nezha's actions, the three pure ones immediately darkened in expression. This was utterly inappropriate, as they had come to discuss the list of deification. They felt an overwhelming urge to cover their faces and flee. How had it escalated to this point? This gluttonous child was one thing. There were innate spiritual treasures that their kind deemed unworthy, yet now he dared to take a bite from the Dao ancestor himself. Indeed, they could not perceive the lock of the heavenly path. All they saw was Nezha biting Hongjun. This was the Dao ancestor, an immortal body impervious to destruction. And even innate treasures found it difficult to injure him. Did the little one not fear damaging his teeth? Furthermore, if Hongjun were to unleash his wrath, would it not implicate them? This was indeed a possible outcome. Nezha was, after all, brought along by them. However, Nezha was the reincarnation of the spirit pearl. Should anything truly go awry, gnawed would also bear some responsibility. This matter could not rest solely on the three pure ones. The law does not punish the multitude. With more people involved, their potential punishment might be mitigated. Across from Laozi, gnawed wore a similarly strange expression. Was this truly the reincarnation of the spirit pearl from her Hua Palace? The original spirit pearl had never exhibited such prodigious talents, and doubts began to creep into her mind about her own discernment. Even the two saints from the west displayed an odd countenance at this moment. Originally, I intended to make further efforts, but Zhu Ti fell silent. This child is exceedingly audacious, daring even to challenge the Dao ancestor. If he were to be brought back to the Western teachings, would it not be akin to inviting a wolf into one's home? Upon observing the increasingly dark expressions of the three pure ones, Zhu Ti experienced an unfamiliar sensation of gratitude. Fortunately, the three pure ones intervened. Otherwise, would they not be embroiled in the calamity of innocent bystanders? Cough. Ugh. Too tough. Nezha withdrew, displaying an expression of great grievance, clutching his jaw with tears nearly spilling from his eyes. Chapter 27. An immature notion. The lock of the Heavenly Dao fissured with a minuscule crack, only to swiftly mend itself. The humanoid cloud and mist that was Hongjun and Nezha's eyes suddenly thinned, as though absorbed. Although the lock of the Heavenly Dao had been restored, in that fleeting moment of collapse, all the saints present felt the violent tremors of the Heavenly Dao, as if it were on the verge of complete disintegration. What transpired? Why did the Heavenly Dao quiver? Could it be a calamity? How could this be? The calamity is transforming. What does this signify? At that moment, the saints perceived the tremors of the Heavenly Dao, sensing that the calamity was undergoing a metamorphosis, evolving from a typical calamity into one of boundless proportions. It was not yet 56 billion years. How could it suddenly evolve into an immeasurable calamity? The assembly of saints was taken aback, for it was evidently premature for such a transformation. Yet, the calamity was unmistakably shifting, and if this continued, what hope did they have for the divine ranking? Apart from a select few saints, they would all meet their demise. The Jade Emperor and the mother of Yaoqi were in a state of panic, realizing that failing to attain sanctity would lead to their own downfall. Would they be reborn after the boundless calamity, and if so, would they still retain their identities? Amidst the turmoil of the saints, Hongjun remained unfazed. He gazed at the 2 rows of fine bite marks on the lock of the Heavenly Dao, his pupils constricting as his tranquil heart surged with tumultuous waves. Although the bite marks left by Nezha quickly vanished after he released his grip, it nonetheless indicated that Nezha indeed possessed the capability to damage the lock of the Heavenly Dao. This young lad left his mark upon the lock of the Heavenly Dao, stirring an inexplicable sentiment within Hongjun. After such a long wait, the day of liberation had finally arrived, and he must ensure this child grows safely. Even Hongjun, who had attained unity with the Dao, felt felt ripples in his heart at this moment. As the saints observed Nezha beside Hongjun, they began to discern some truths. The recent transformation of the calamity seemed to have originated from this audacious child. This boy, having entered the three pure ones' tutelage, would receive their guidance and protection. Hongjun returned Nezha to the side of the three pure ones. A sense of incredulity washed over the three pure ones. How could this audacious child simultaneously become a disciple of all three of them, and yet experience such events? At such a tender age, this child possesses extraordinary abilities. It is imperative to devise a means to integrate him into the Western teachings. A thought arose in the heart of Zhuanti. The West, lacking in prosperity, is not on par with the East. Furthermore, the West boasts only 2 sages, while the East is graced with 4. Although these 4 may not be in harmony, should they unite in their endeavors, their influence would remain formidable. This presents a significant constraint upon them. Currently, Nezha's prominence in the eyes of the Taoist ancestor surpasses even the attention bestowed upon the 6 sages during the teachings at the Purple Cloud Palace. His future is bound to be remarkable, perhaps even rivaling their stature, or possibly exceeding it. A sudden shock coursed through Zhuanti. As a sage, the prospect of Nezha surpassing them was indeed startling, given that all karmic ties surrounding Nezha have dissipated. Even if he were to join the ranks of the 3 pure ones, there would be no repercussions. One could always seek an opportunity to persuade this child to venture westward. Zhuanti resolved firmly within himself. As Zhuanti entertained these thoughts, the 3 pure ones, though somewhat perturbed, found themselves harboring similar sentiments. Although they share the honor of initiating him into the 3 teachings, it still amounts to a third of his allegiance belonging to them, far better than having none at all. Master, this child is my spiritual pearl, Nuwa exclaimed anxiously. This is the reincarnation of my spiritual jewel. How can one act without consulting me first? Hastily placing him under the 3 pure ones, she believed she could personally guide him, surely with greater efficacy than the 3 pure ones. If only she were privy to the circumstances, otherwise, she might indeed be grateful that Hongjun had assigned him to the 3 pure ones. Among the heavenly sages, regardless of other considerations, the 3 pure ones undeniably possess the most substantial heritage, something neither Nuwa nor the 2 Western saints can rival. Let us not dwell further on this. As Hongjun's voice echoed within the Purple Cloud Palace, an unseen force expelled all sages, including the Jade Emperor and the Yaoqi. Yet, at that moment, Nezha suddenly lunged forward, biting down on the grand door of the Purple Cloud Palace. With a resounding crack, the ancient edifice, which had stood through countless epochs, faced its first destruction. A chunk being bitten off. Hongjun, who had been on the verge of vanishing, halted mid-motion, returning to his original position, utterly speechless, contemplating Nezha's future. A soft yet piercing snort reverberated in the ears of the assembled sages, and then, the magnificent Purple Cloud Palace suddenly vanished from sight. Nezha was enveloped in a cacophony reminiscent of rushing waters, as the primordial essence within him surged forth with wild fervor. Though the Purple Cloud Palace was not a treasure per se, it had been exalted during Hongjun's teachings, and its material was comparable to that of an ordinary innate treasure. Yet now, it lay in ruin, ravaged by Nezha's formidable bite, its substance enhanced by the energies he possessed. In a fleeting moment, sufficient essence blood was gathered. 9,997, 9,998, 9,999. This is the pinnacle, the utmost quantity of essence blood that can be consolidated. The golden light in Nezha's eyes surged dramatically. Even the indestructible golden body and the crystalline form he possessed were ignited. Like a flawless jade, it radiated golden brilliance amidst the chaos. A new thought suddenly emerged in Nezha's mind. Could he transcend the boundaries and condense a myriad of essence blood? Although he was uncertain of the viability of this immature notion, he felt compelled to attempt it. After all, the celestial sages were all around him, ensuring he would not falter. The sages closely observed Nezha, acutely aware of the transformations occurring within him. Nezha's ability to condense 999 drops of essence blood had surpassed their expectations, as this had always been a theoretical concept for sages like them, who possessed the strength of the great Luo golden immortal upon their emergence. Such rudimentary cultivation was beyond comprehension. Those who needed to cultivate had never reached this level. Now that Nezha had attained such a degree, it brought considerable relief to several sages, affirming that their prior attention was not in vain. Yet, they soon realized that Nezha seemed devoid of any desire to ascend to the next realm. The golden radiance emanating from him grew even more resplendent, akin to a miniature sun. Could this mischievous child be contemplating breaking boundaries to condense myriad drops of essence blood? Yuan Shi's expression twitched involuntarily. regardless of the cultivation method. There are always limitations. However, Nezha appeared intent on shattering these confines. Chapter 28. Innate Inheritance, Primordial Golden Body. Little 1. 999 drops of essence blood is already the highest standard. Do not exert yourself unnecessarily. Let me try? Nezha grinned, continuing to convert the remaining chaotic energy within him, channeling it towards his dantian. Yuan sure felt helpless, never expecting this stubborn child to disregard even the words of a sage. Yet, reflecting on past events, it seemed this little one had never acknowledged hierarchies. Acting solely on his whims, his singular focus was on indulgence. However, Nezha was still young. Other matters could wait for another time. With the three pure ones standing behind him, who would dare to lay a hand on the child? Before long, Nezha had consumed all that he had previously ingested. The golden radiance surrounding him erupted to its zenith, demanding a fresh influx of energy. Yet, with the 6 sages present, even the surrounding chaos could not approach Nezha, creating a vacuum of energy. These are sages, yet they exhibit no perceptiveness whatsoever. Nezha felt somewhat exasperated. If others were oblivious, it was understandable. But the 3 pure ones were undoubtedly aware that he needed to absorb energy to facilitate transformation. Make way. The voice of Nezha emanated from the core of the golden radiance. The 3 pure ones were momentarily taken aback, suddenly recalling that Nezha required the absorption of fresh energy to continuously enhance his prowess. Subsequently, with a gentle motion, they directed the boundless force of chaos towards Nezha. However, the originally tumultuous and violent energy, upon passing through their vicinity, was cleansed and transformed into a form easily assimilated. Of course, this ease was relative to Nezha. After all, they had previously witnessed Nezha's ability to absorb chaotic energy. Now, the chaos that had been purified was evidently much simpler to absorb. Nezha opened his mouth wide, voraciously consuming the chaotic energy as if quenching his thirst, gulping down great quantities into his being. This was rapidly transformed into pure chaotic energy. With the assistance of the saints, such an opportunity was rare indeed. Nezha was elated within, yet he maintained an outward composure. Like a black hole, he absorbed every trace of chaotic energy that drew near. The 2 bystanders, Zhuinti and his companion, were utterly astonished and began to grasp why the Taoist ancestor placed such importance on Nezha. The ability to absorb chaotic energy was exclusive to saints. Even a great Luo Jingxian would require an extensive span of time to refine it, rendering the endeavor impractical. Yet, Nezha managed to accomplish this with remarkable ease. It was simply astounding. Nuwa, too, was left in shock, her crimson lips parted in disbelief. Could this truly be the reincarnation of her precious spirit pearl? It seemed almost too extraordinary. Were it not for the lingering essence of the spirit pearl surrounding Nezha, she would not dare to affirm it. The golden radiance emanating from Nezha grew ever more resplendent. However, the saints observing from the outside wore increasingly grave expressions. Suddenly, a subtle sound of cracking pierced the air, prompting the saints to adopt a serious demeanor. It seemed as though they were on the verge of intervening to halt Nezha's attempt to condense the first 10,000 drops of primordial spirit blood. Nezha's indestructible and luminous golden body was struggling to withstand the pressure of the primordial spirit, showing signs of impending collapse. With the first crack reverberating, Nezha's radiant body appeared to have reached its limit, beginning to fracture incessantly. Stop. If this continues, your body will succumb to the pressure of the primordial spirit and shatter. Yuan Shi bellowed suddenly. Ordinary cultivators might be oblivious to the significance of the physical body, but as saints, they were acutely aware. Had Pangu not sought to sanctify his physical form and walked the path of strength to verify the Tao, he would not have perished. Thus, the importance of the physical body was evident. Yet, Nezha seemed deaf to their warnings, persistently condensing the primordial spirit blood as if he had not heard a word. Nevertheless, Nezha was not oblivious. He had his own thoughts. He sensed that while condensing the primordial spirit blood, the absorption of chaotic energy was also instigating other changes within his body. Nezha continued to absorb, rendering Yuan Shi's admonitions utterly ineffective. The crackling sound reverberated incessantly, and before long, numerous fissures appeared upon his body, resembling a spider's web that spread across his entire form. In that moment, even the Western saints and Nuwa were gripped by concern, fearing that Nezha might encounter some unforeseen mishap. In this world, only fate and fortune could command the attention of these indomitable saints, and now, a new Nezha had emerged. Just moments ago in the Purple Cloud Palace, Hongjun had advised the 3 pure ones to care for Nezha, and now, in the blink of an eye, the possibility of his physical form collapsing loomed ominously. What would happen if such a situation were to arise? How would Hongjun react in a fit of rage? However, just as Tongtian was about to intervene, he was unexpectedly halted by Laozi. Wait a moment. Laozi's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of disbelief clouding his expression. It appeared that Nezha's body was undergoing a metamorphosis. At that instant, amidst the golden radiance erupting from Nezha, a hint of chaotic color suddenly emerged, continuously expanding. As the resplendent golden light was entirely supplanted by the chaotic hue, Nezha's physical form completed its transformation. A clear notification resonated within his mind. Ding. Congratulations. Host has comprehended the innate legacy of the primordial golden body. Ding. The cultivation of the primordial golden body is complete. Current level is maxed out. Primordial golden body, second only to the bodies of saints, capable of traversing chaos and wandering freely. At long last, the metamorphosis was complete. Nezha felt an overwhelming joy surge within him. The moment he first tasted the power of chaos at Shintang Pass, he sensed the potential to comprehend a legacy. And now it had finally come to fruition. A body second only to that of a saint. This rendered him nearly invincible in the primordial realm. Nezha's heart swelled with delight. From now on, aside from saints, he could merely stand there, impervious to harm. The thought of his invulnerability was so overwhelming that it almost compelled him to utter a phrase that would incite envy in others. The surrounding saints displayed varied reactions. The three pure ones, though astonished by Nezha's ability to condense the primordial golden body, were not overly surprised given the precedent set by the Tongtian sword chi. However, the gaze of the Western saints was decidedly fearsome, their eyes gleaming with a predatory intensity. Even the three pure ones understood their intentions and subtly shifted to shield Nezha from their view. Were they attempting to seize him? Impossible. As Nezha's primordial golden body solidified, the spiderweb-like cracks upon his body swiftly healed. Simultaneously, his absorption of chaotic energy accelerated, allowing him to fully withstand the surging power of his primordial spirit. Furthermore, from this point forward, there was no need to worry about the strength of his physical form until he attained sainthood. Ding. Chapter 29. Consolidating thousands of drops of primordial blood. Ding. Congratulations, host's level has risen. Current level is 10th layer of refining virtuality. The moment the system notification echoed, a rhythmic dripping sound resonated within Nezha's dantian, akin to a single drop merging into the vast ocean. A single droplet of rich, chaotic colored primordial blood emerged from the crown of the sun god, gently cascading down to merge within him. In that fleeting moment, as the first drop of primordial blood fell, the sun god, who had kept his eyes tightly shut, abruptly opened them wide. Simultaneously, a fierce golden radiance converged in Nezha's eyes. Even the pervasive chaotic energy surrounding them could not obscure the brilliance erupting from Nezha's gaze. The countless drops of primordial blood, this little one had succeeded, Yuanshi murmured. His vigilance heightened towards the two Western saints nearby. Those two were silent, yet one could never tell what schemes they harbored within. Beware the barking dog that does not bite, they must remain cautious. Nuwa was continually astonished, feeling that what she witnessed today far surpassed her expectations. Concurrently, her attention began to focus on Nezha. After all, he was the reincarnation of the spirit pearl from her palace, and this could not be overlooked. Even the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother of the West exchanged glances filled with intrigue, evidently wishing to establish a connection with Nezha. His future was limitless, and while it was better to enhance with grace, it was far more valuable to offer assistance in times of need. Establishing relations now would facilitate matters later. While the myriad saints of heaven encircled Nezha, the figure of Hongjun reappeared in the ethereal realm of the Purple Cloud Palace, a place unknown to time and space. The countless drops of primordial blood had been effortlessly shattered. Hongjun muttered, an inscrutable expression crossing his face. Two beams of golden light materialized in his hands, which he tossed into the void, before vanishing once more. As Hongjun disappeared, the floating Purple Cloud Palace also faded from existence. The three pure ones, who were safeguarding Nezha, seemed to sense something and turned their gaze towards a particular direction in the chaos. The previously tumultuous chaos suddenly calmed, splitting open a colossal rift in the fabric of space. Two golden rays shot forth from within. The saints of heaven, struck by divine intuition, instantly recognized the source of these golden beams. Yuanshi's eyes sparkled with insight as he exchanged a knowing glance with Laozi, then soared forward. Beside him, the Tongtian Jiao master, unwilling to be outdone, let out a cold snort and slashed forth a beam of azure light. The azure light surged ahead, cleaving through the two golden rays. With a flourish of his expansive sleeves, Yuanshi deftly caught one of the golden beams within them. Just as he intended to seize the other, it had already been claimed by the Tongtian Jiao master. These two golden beams represented the heavenly book of the three books of heaven, earth, and humanity, specifically the God Conferment List and the accompanying divine whip. Originally held by Laozi, the responsibility had shifted to Yuan Shi, since Laozi chose not to partake in the conferment of gods. However, due to Nezha's presence, the God Conferment List and the divine whip had been divided into two distinct entities. Yuan Shi understood that the divine whip, now in the hands of the Tongtian Jiao master, could not be reclaimed, and he let out a cold huff, choosing not to speak further. Although the divine whip was formidable, it was not omnipotent. After a thorough deliberation, the three purities took turns to instruct Nezha, commencing with Laozi as the elder brother. Subsequently, the figure of Yuan Shi Tianzuan vanished, returning to the Yushu Palace. Following a brief exchange with Nuwa, Tongtian also retreated to his Golden Ao Island. In the west, although the two saints harbored intentions to capture Nezha, they refrained from taking any drastic actions, aware that Hongjun could easily eliminate them with a mere slap. After exchanging polite gestures, they disappeared into the chaos. In that moment, amidst the boundless chaos, only Laozi and Nuwa remained, along with Nezha, who was still absorbing the primordial energy. However, Nezha, having just ascended to the 10th layer of the void refining, was wholly engrossed in his task, paying little heed to the departing saints. He felt no anxiety, knowing that these saints would not abandon him in the chaos. Laozi wished to take Nezha away, yet was halted by Nuwa, who insisted, "Taiji, allow me to observe this child." After a prolonged contemplation, Laozi acquiesced. During the War of the Witches and Demons, the defeat of the demon clan was significantly tied to the three purities, as their intervention had prevented Nuwa from intervening, resulting in a catastrophic loss for the demons. Even Fushi met his demise in the chaos of that battle, forced to reincarnate among humanity. At this juncture, Laozi's consent was not something Nuwa held much hope for. Should he refuse, there would be future opportunities. "Little Nezha, come here so I may see you." In that moment, Nuwa exuded no trace of her saintly demeanor, instead displaying the gentle warmth of a mother as she gazed upon Nezha. Nezha, unfazed by his surroundings, turned to face Nuwa. Despite the layers of causality surrounding him having obscured his past, he recognized her as the reincarnation of the Lingzhu. The three purities had concluded that if they could win over Nuwa, it would fortify their influence further. Moreover, Nuwa had few disciples, only a handful of young attendants and mounts. Indeed, in his past life, Nezha had been one of Nuwa's young attendants. Thus, even if her collection was scant, it belonged to a saint, and securing Nuwa would ensure that her treasures would ultimately belong to Nezha. "Come, let me see." Nuwa beckoned Nezha over. "Mother, hug." Nezha spread his arms wide and leaped into Nuwa's embrace. "Ah, how comforting," he exclaimed, reveling in the sensation. In the entirety of the primordial chaos, he might very well be the first to experience such warmth. Nuwa, unperturbed by Nezha's somewhat playful demeanor, recognized that such behavior was typical for a child, especially one who had only just been born. "Mother, I am hungry." After enjoying the moment, Nezha wiggled slightly before raising his head. To indulge for a moment is the nature of a child. However, if prolonged, it verges on the realm of folly. Observing this, the old man beside could not help but furrow his brow, hastily averting his gaze. This is Nezha. Had it been anyone else, they might have already faced obliteration. The old man certainly did not wish to engage in conflict with a female sage without cause. After all, the essence of womanhood, whether mortal or demonic, is such that even a sage cannot escape its conventions. Upon hearing Nezha's words, Enwa's hand shimmered with radiant light, revealing a primordial treasure. Previously, during Tongtian's discourse in the Zixiao Palace, it was made abundantly clear that Nezha had a penchant for consuming primordial treasures. Nezha's eyes sparkled with delight as he eagerly accepted the treasure. "Little one, how about visiting my Enwang Palace sometime?" Enwa inquired tentatively. "Of course, I would love to visit. Your Majesty adores Nezha, so I shall certainly come. Nezha is most fond of you." Although the old man remained silent, he was keenly attuned to the unfolding events and was momentarily taken aback by Nezha's words. Though sensing an oddity, he chose to remain silent. This was also due to the absence of Taichi Zhenren. Otherwise, he would surely grasp Nezha's intentions. In essence, it implied, "You possess many treasures. You certainly would not let this opportunity slip away." Chapter 30. The Past and Present of Little Nezha. However, Nezha did not immediately accompany Enwa, for the three pure ones were the chosen of Hongjun. To leave at this moment would not merely strike a blow to the three pure ones, but would also include a blow to Hongjun himself. Moreover, The treasures within the old man's 8 scenic palace undoubtedly surpassed those found in Inwa's abode. The blazing heaven fire within the 8 scenic palace is the sole unique entity across the 3 realms. Nezha even wished to enhance his blazing heaven fire. After indulging, his powers would surely surge once more. Nezha spoke at length, his words drying up, until at last, he managed to sway Inwa's heart. Very well. Once you are done with your affairs here, do come to my Inwang palace. Inwa expressed a hint of reluctance. The spirit pearl, before its reincarnation, had always been her favored boy. Of course, this entailed some influence from Fushi, a factor unbeknownst to others. During the War of the Witches and Demons, after Fushi was slain by the witch clan, his soul lingered within this spirit pearl. Later, as Fushi reincarnated among humans, the essence of the spirit pearl, mingled with Fushi's soul, ultimately birthed its own consciousness. However, due to Fushi's influence, the spirit pearl's path of cultivation became increasingly sluggish, even stalling after attaining true immortality. At that time, Fushi had already achieved the status of Heavenly Emperor, exerting a natural restraint over the spirit pearl. Even Inwa, as a sage, could find no remedy, resorting instead to reincarnation to utilize the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation to diminish the influence of Fushi's essence within the soul. This, indeed, is the reason for reincarnating as Nezha. However, there was a slight mishap during the process of reincarnation, as the gluttonous system from the future consumed him. This was an unforeseen occurrence. I understand, my lady, and when the opportunity arises, I shall certainly go. At this moment, Nezha appeared quite obedient. Upon hearing that Nuwa was finally departing, he felt an immense sense of relief. Attempting to influence a sage's mind was truly exhausting. Nuwa, recognizing the lack of alternatives, swiftly resolved to take Nezha away. After bidding farewell, she departed immediately. Nonetheless, she intended to prepare an abundance of treasures to captivate Nezha upon his arrival at the palace of Nuwa. After all, the innate treasures within the 3 realms were limited, and with Nezha's insatiable appetite, it wouldn't be long before he realized there was little of interest available. Yet, she possessed the Qianquan cauldron, capable of reversing the natural order. This cauldron was a treasure of the primordial deity, the ancestor of Qianquan, who had perished during the war of Dao and demons. Ensnared by the sword array of extermination laid by Rahu, the Qianquan cauldron fell into the hands of Hongjun. Due to its unique abilities, it had never been distributed during the allocation of treasures at the treasure rock. It was only later, when the need arose to mend the heavens, that it was lent to Nuwa. However, after the repairs were completed, Hongjun did not demand its return, leaving it in Nuwa's possession. Though it was seldom used, it was now perfectly suited for crafting small trinkets. Nuwa mused to herself, pondering whether Nezha would still wish to depart once he encountered its wonders. Upon realizing that Nezha required a substantial amount of treasures for sustenance, she devised a plan. Among the 6 sages of the heavens, she stood alone in her uniqueness. Yet when it came to treasures, the Qianquan cauldron could outshine even the most affluent of them, Dubao. This was due to the cauldron's ability to reverse the natural order, transforming postnatal items into innate ones. Nezha was unaware of this. Had he known, he might have significantly altered his plans. After all, the 8 scenic palace lantern of Laozi was not to be overlooked, but Nuwa's Qianquan cauldron could conjure whatever delicacies he desired. While treasures were potent, they could never compare to true nourishment, for they were not genuine food. Eating them could never match the satisfaction of real sustenance. Were it not for the need to rapidly ascend in rank, Nezha may not have resorted to consuming such items as a meal. He was certainly no masochist. Savoring dragon liver and phoenix marrow, and drinking celestial nectar were the pursuits of life. The legendary items of his past life now existed in tangible form. Nezha recalled that Nuwa's steed was a Qinghuan, reputed to be one of the 5 protectors of the primordial phoenix, on par with the vermilion bird among the 4 divine beasts. If prepared as a barbecue, it would surely be a delicacy unparalleled in the 3 realms. Little one, we too shall depart. With Nuwa's departure, Laozi did not linger in the chaos any longer. He waved his sleeve, and the Taiji diagram flew forth, transforming into a golden bridge. One end lay beneath their feet, while the other pierced through the chaos, delving into the void. Good treasure, Nezha exclaimed fervently, his eyes sparkling with fervor. This is the Taiji diagram, capable of traversing space, the sage casually elucidated. Although the celestial saints possess the ability to transcend dimensions and wield boundless power, they still rely on magical artifacts. None would truly forsake these treasures. However, the brilliance in Nezha's gaze stemmed from his desire to devour the golden bridge before him. The Taiji diagram is a primordial treasure, a rarity since the dawn of creation. Aside from the elusive Chaos Bell, all others have been claimed by the celestial saints. Such treasures are not easily encountered, yet this one lay directly before him. How he longed to taste it. Nezha's eyes burned with intensity as he ground his teeth in anticipation. This object was entirely incomparable to any of the prior delicacies he had consumed. Indeed, the sum of those previous morsels paled in comparison to even a fragment of this primordial treasure. Nezha lunged forward, aiming to sink his teeth into the railing of the golden bridge. Yet, just as he was about to take a bite, he suddenly found himself frozen in place. His entire reservoir of magical powers ceased to function. "You little rascal, not even sparing my Taiji diagram," the sage remarked with a mix of amusement and exasperation. While he was well aware of Nezha's impulsive nature, he was taken aback by the audacity of the child attempting to eat before him. "I shall confine you for 3 days to reflect upon your actions," the sage chided lightly. "Not everything is meant to be consumed, especially not this." Although he spoke with a light reprimand, his expression bore no trace of anger. It was merely a small punishment meant to impart a lesson. After all, Nezha was still a child, and education was paramount. Suddenly, as the sage continued, he noticed something peculiar. The magical power that had been confined within Nezha was beginning to circulate once more, albeit slowly. It was indeed in motion. How could this be? For a moment, even the sage, a being of great power, was bewildered. He had just imprisoned Nezha, yet now the boy seemed to regain his ability to move. It must be due to this little one's unique physique. The sage suddenly recalled that Nezha could absorb the power of chaos, making this phenomenon not entirely surprising. If this were the case, not only would he be difficult to defeat, but attempting to seal this child would prove futile. After all, even if he were sealed, Nezha's special abilities would ultimately allow him to break free. Though Nezha remained silent, he was inwardly rolling his eyes. "If you don't want me to eat it, just say so. I'm not unreasonable. There's no need to restrain me." Chapter 31. The Celestial Court's Favor. Nezha sensed that his gluttonous system was still functioning robustly, undeterred by his confinement. Although his imprisoned spiritual essence was now beginning to operate again, it was likely that the vast disparity in power between himself and the sage had somewhat affected his gluttonous system. Although the gluttonous system can digest anything and possesses formidable auxiliary capabilities, its efficacy is closely tied to Nezha's own strength. The greater his power, the more significant the gluttonous system's contributions will be. Previously, the pure energy provided by the primordial lord was willingly absorbed by Nezha, allowing him to enjoy the process immensely. Otherwise, even the gluttonous system would find it challenging to assimilate the power of a saint. Just like the current situation, although Laozi is confined, the gluttonous system has not swiftly consumed the power that binds him. Nezha estimates that it will take at least 3 days to complete the digestion. If Laozi were to truly imprison Nezha, he might find himself trapped for an eternity. After all, while Nezha possesses the Hunyuan golden body, making him difficult to slay. Escaping confinement is indeed no easy feat. Nezha remains unperturbed, knowing that once his strength increases, even a saint will be unable to confine him. At that time, even the combined efforts of the saints to seal him will not withstand the power absorbed by his gluttonous system. As Nezha gazes at the golden bridge before him, he has already resolved to savor the essence of the Taiji diagram when the opportunity arises to avenge the indignity of his confinement today. The other side of the golden bridge extends into the void, and Nezha's eyes shimmer with divine light, faintly revealing a landscape of ancient, sprawling architecture. Auspicious clouds crown the structures, and auspicious beasts encircle them. The rich, primordial spiritual energy is so dense that it nearly condenses into droplets of rain. Nezha cannot help but drool at the sight of the divine beasts. He had previously speculated whether there were many divine creatures within, and now, it appears he was correct. Though Laozi remains silent, he observes Nezha's demeanor keenly. He is now uncertain whether bringing Nezha back to the 8 Scenic Palace is a blessing or a curse, especially considering Nezha's previous exhausting displays. Perhaps it would be best to leave him to Xuandu. Laozi muses as he leads Nezha onto the golden bridge. In the Yaoqi sacred realm, after the events concluded, the Jade Emperor and the Queen of Yaoqi returned to the Heavenly Court ahead of schedule. However, they now typically reside within the Yaoqi sacred realm, as the Lingshao Palace remains under construction. Your Majesty, the matter of the canonization of gods is essentially settled. We need only wait a little longer. At this moment, with no outsiders present, the Jade Emperor relaxed his imposing demeanor. Although the canonization is established, we must remain vigilant against the 3 teachings. The Chan school is full of cunning schemes and may not easily relent. They might resort to trickery during the canonization. I hold no grudge against the Jie school and have no desire to provoke Tontian unnecessarily. This situation has escalated purely due to unforeseen circumstances. I fear the Chan school may be involved in some underhanded tactics. Despite his current status, combating a saint is not a trivial matter, especially with Hongjun standing behind him. However, the Jade Emperor did not wish to offend a saint without cause. Your Majesty, please do not worry, Yaoqi reassured him. Regarding the matter of bestowing divinity, there will certainly be individuals from me on the list. Regardless of your Majesty's wishes, it will inevitably provoke resentment from Tongtian. As long as we refrain from provoking him, we can simply extend more benefits to the members once they arrive in the Heavenly Court. Her thoughtful approach brought a smile to the Jade Emperor's face. Indeed, Yaoqi was not merely a supportive consort. In matters of strategy, she proved to be just as astute. However, they could not permit to stir trouble during the bestowal of divinity. They needed to devise a plan to disrupt their arrangements. Yaoqi pondered gently, and suddenly her eyes brightened as she thought of a suitable candidate. With a delicate wave of her hand, the ethereal energy before her transformed into the image of a small child, clad in white robes with a red ribbon tied around his waist. It was none other than the little Nezha they had encountered in Zixiao Palace. Ha ha ha, this little fellow is indeed quite fitting. The Jade Emperor suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Nezha was now recognized by all three teachings, not solely belonging to the. Should Nezha create a disturbance, it would surely disrupt his plans, leaving them in a state of helplessness. A decree was issued to confer the title of Third Prince upon Nezha. As commanded, the heavenly attendant accepted the edict and proceeded towards the southern heavenly gate. In the 8th Scenery Palace, with the golden bridge transforming into the Taiji diagram, Laozi quickly returned to the Taiching sacred realm with Nezha. It was indeed a sacred place where saints resided. Nezha's face was filled with astonishment. Ever since leaving home, he had visited only grand and magnificent locales, from the Zixiao Palace to now the 8th Scenery Palace of the Taiching sacred realm. His eyes sparkled with divine radiance as he gazed through the almost liquefied spiritual energy, witnessing countless celestial birds and exotic beasts soaring freely. I should have brought a cookbook. Nezha drooled at the sight, knowing these delicacies must taste far better than those hard treasures. Although their energy might not compare, the flavor would surely be exquisite. The little fellow's eyes gleamed with excitement, and he resolved to remind Xuandu to be cautious. Laozi gently shook his head, planning to observe Nezha's unique qualities before delivering him to Yuanshi. Otherwise, if this child caused a ruckus, how could the Taiching sacred realm remain tranquil? Do not stare. You are forbidden from eating those celestial birds and exotic beasts. Understood. Nezha slowly regained his focus, agreeing wholeheartedly. However, he thought to himself that once he was caught, who knows if he would heed the rules. Nezha surveyed his surroundings, having been momentarily distracted by the promise of a future feast. He had yet to take in the environment. Before the grand entrance of the 8th Scenery Palace was a massive Taiji sculpture, exuding an ancient and profound aura. Upon seeing it, Nezha felt a tingling in his teeth. Had Laozi not been restraining him, he would have dashed forward to taste it, eager to see if it could awaken any divine abilities. Now, when he consumes food, it is dictated by certain requirements. The taste must be exquisite, the energy ample, and, thirdly, it should facilitate the comprehension of divine abilities. However, regarding the awakening of such powers, it is generally observed that the more novel the food, the greater the likelihood of grasping these mystical faculties. Nezha's gaze continued to linger upward, towards a grand plaque hanging from the eaves, inscribed with 3 ornate traditional characters. Although Nezha did not recognize these characters, in an instant of seeing them, he understood that they signified the 8th Scenic Palace. It was truly marvelous. Much like the Tai Chi symbol floating above the main entrance, these characters radiated an aura of profound mystery. Should a person of exceptional talent behold them, perhaps they could glean some deeper insights. Nonetheless, Nezha paid little heed to such matters. After all, he could attain enlightenment merely through his consumption of food, without the need to exert himself in understanding. Chapter 32. The sole candidate for the next sovereign of the 3 realms. Nezha glanced behind him. The golden bridge formed by the Tai Chi symbol had already been retracted by Laozi. In a single step, he traversed from chaos to the 8th Scenic Palace, lamenting how delightful it would be to take a bite. At that moment, Nezha felt a profound sense of regret, his expression clouded with displeasure. This ability to traverse space was immensely tantalizing. Now that he possessed the primordial golden body, impervious in defense, if only he could also acquire the power to freely navigate through dimensions, he would become invincible. In the future, should he encounter an adversary he could not defeat, he would have the luxury of retreating without fear of being subdued. Of course, at present, Nezha was solely focused on consumption to enhance his strength. Otherwise, with his current standing, Who in the three realms would dare to challenge him? Even the two saints of the West would think twice, considering the potential wrath of the three pure ones, or whether Nuwa might take action. The teacher has returned. The grand doors of the 8 scenic palace opened silently, and out stepped a figure, Laozi's sole disciple, the master of mysteries, Xuandu. This child shall be entrusted to you, my friend, Laozi intoned softly. Understood, Xuandu replied respectfully. Among the 3 teachings, aside from the strict regulations upheld by Yuan Shi, Laozi imposed few rules within the teachings of humanity. Within the 8 scenic palace, it was just the 2 of them. Though Xuandu always referred to Laozi as his teacher, Laozi addressed Xuandu as a fellow practitioner. This was not only in accordance with the principle of effortless compliance, but also a recognition of Xuandu's formidable prowess. Laozi believed that Xuandu possessed the potential of a saint, who might ascend to that status at any moment. At that moment, both turned their gazes towards the direction of the heavenly court. Nezha remained unaware of what transpired. But soon after, a resounding voice echoed throughout the 3 realms, proclaimed Nezha as the 3rd prince, bestowing upon him the rank of a prince. The grand proclamation reverberated thrice. The entire realm fell into silence, only to be abruptly filled with a flurry of activity. Whether celestial beings, deities, or malevolent spirits, all began to inquire about the identity of Nezha. After the Jade Emperor assumed command, the heavenly court's prestige had diminished compared to the illustrious times of the primordial beginning, leading to a significant decline in its authority. However, the old adage that a withered camel is larger than a horse still held true, as the heavenly court maintained its esteemed position. At this moment, the announcement of the prince resonated throughout the realms, and curiosity about Nezha surged among all. Before the 8 scenery palace, Nezha, who had originally contemplated transforming the celestial beasts of the palace into a grand feast, now turned in astonishment toward Laozi and Xuandu, questioning whether they were referring to him. Nezha was aware that his destiny was to one day achieve renown across the realms. Yet he had never anticipated that this moment would arrive so unexpectedly. Moreover, he found it rather amusing that it was through such a means that his name became known. They appoint me as a prince without even consulting my opinion. Nezha pondered the motives behind the heavenly court's actions, feeling perplexed. Well, knowing is knowing. It matters little if it comes a bit earlier, he thought, unfazed by the superficial title, for he was destined to be conferred as the 3rd prince of heaven regardless. This is merely the heavenly court extending an olive branch. Do not concern yourself with their intentions, Xuandu remarked softly, though he typically remained aloof from worldly affairs. His words reflected a certain disregard for the heavenly court's authority. Let it be. It is of no consequence. Nezha nodded lightly, then suddenly mused. The Jade Emperor has only daughters beneath him. I must be the sole prince. Xuandu, though unsure of Nezha's intentions, concurred. That is indeed correct. The Jade Emperor has 7 princesses and only 1 son. Being proclaimed as the prince makes you the sole heir. In that case, if the Jade Emperor were to abdicate, wouldn't the position of the ruler of the realms be mine? Nezha's eyes sparkled with ambition. While he did not care much for power, the prospect of becoming the sovereign of the realms enticed him, as it would undoubtedly yield a wealth of treasures. Nezha could hardly suppress his drool at the thought. If the Jade Emperor were to realize that his newly appointed prince was eyeing his throne, he would likely be infuriated to the point of spewing blood. Beside him, Xuandu, a master of a quasi-saint level, couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine at the audacity of this young lad, who had begun to covet the title of the ruler of the realms at such a tender age. That position is not one that just anyone can occupy. Even though the Jade Emperor was once the heavenly youth beside Hongjun, he endured over 200 million years of tribulations to attain the position of the sovereign of all realms. Yet, here was Nezha, already contemplating such ambitions shortly after the Jade Emperor's ascension. Nezha, that title holds little value, since the heavenly court has granted you the privileges of a prince. Should you find the time, I suggest you visit the heavenly court. The peaches of immortality and the elixirs crafted by your master still retain some worth, Xuandu advised, emphasizing the limited value he saw in the heavenly court. Indeed, I shall certainly go. Nezha nodded eagerly. The celestial nectar and the peach banquet were events he could not afford to miss. To forego them would be a great loss. He cast a glance at Laozi and noticed that Laozi appeared utterly indifferent, as if he had not heard anything at all. This made him acutely aware of the chasm that lay between Xuandu and Laozi. A quasi-saint is indeed a quasi-saint. One can see how unconcerned the esteemed sage is, seemingly oblivious to the situation. This exemplifies the disparity in realms. The Grand Master Xuandu felt his face flush with indignation upon noticing Nezha's gaze. Was this quasi-saint not enough in the eyes of the young lad? After all, he was a quasi-saint. Yet what was with the expression Nezha wore? However, this was not entirely blameworthy. Laozi's nonchalance stemmed primarily from his insufficient understanding of Nezha. Had he been like Xuandu, witnessing Nezha's character from the outset, perhaps he would have displayed a similar urgency, or even more so. After all, Nezha indeed had the capability to accomplish remarkable feats in matters beneficial to himself. Young Nezha was exceedingly trustworthy. After exchanging a few words with Xuandu and entrusting Nezha to him, Laozi's figure vanished without a trace. Kunlun Mountain, Jade Void Palace. Did the Heavenly Court also perceive the potential of this young lad? The primordial Heavenly Venerable naturally heard the echoes of the Heavenly Court reverberating throughout the three realms. Yet he did not take it to heart. He had already discerned Nezha's temperament. If they were to present some treasures, perhaps they could indeed lure Nezha to the Heavenly Court. However, merely shouting slogans and attempting to achieve success without effort would likely yield nothing, especially given the young one's aversion. The primordial Heavenly Venerable chuckled inwardly, planning to wait until Nezha arrived at the Jade Void before allowing Tai Junren to enlighten him, recounting tales of the Heavenly Court's misadventures. Subsequently, the primordial Heavenly Venerable summoned the Lantern Bearer to the Jade Void Palace. Lantern Bearer, your opportunity for enlightenment has arrived. The primordial Heavenly Venerable spoke softly. Enlightenment. The Lantern Bearer's eyes widened in astonishment, his voice trembling with excitement. Chapter 33, Fellow Taoist. You are one of my Western kindred. The primordial Heavenly Venerable fully understood the Lantern Bearer's reaction. Once, he was among the 3,000 worldly guests who had gathered in the Purple Cloud Palace, contemporaries of the three Pure Ones and the two Western sages. Yet, as the years passed, their peers either attained sainthood, achieved the quasi-saint realm, or perished. Only he remained, toiling for eons, still trapped in the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. In fact, to break through his limitations, he had lowered his status, becoming a disciple of the primordial Heavenly Venerable and associating with younger generations. If he were not anxious in his heart, it would be impossible. As a former top-tier powerhouse of the primordial era, he now yearned for enlightenment more than anyone, desiring to achieve the quasi-saint realm. Master, yet I do not know where this opportunity for enlightenment lies, the Lantern Bearer asked, his voice quaking as he suppressed the excitement within. It was indeed a profound reflection that those who were once peers now became master and disciple. It is amidst this calamity of deification, the primordial Heavenly Venerable replied, gazing at the Lantern Bearer with a gentle tone. Upon hearing the words of the primordial supreme, the individuals present could not help but momentarily be taken aback. Having existed since the dawn of creation, their understanding of the great calamity far surpassed that of the younger generation, such as the 12 golden immortals. The slightest misstep could lead to their demise and the obliteration of their Tao. The initial calamity of the Dragon and Han era heralded the emergence of the three tribes, while the calamity of the Wu and Yao was marked by their duality. The current calamity of the Fengshen, though previously heard of, was indeed a trial for the Taoists. As a disciple of the primordial supreme, he considered himself partially affiliated with the Tao, thus entangled within this calamity. Typically, one would shun the arrival of such a calamity, for daring to tread upon its path could result in a tragic fate. Despite the existence of the Fengshen list, those who ascended to its ranks would merely become puppets of the celestial court. Yet, the primordial supreme had proclaimed that his opportunity for enlightenment lay within this calamity. Thus, he resolved to seize this chance, for being stymied at the great Luo realm was exceedingly disheartening. Given the primordial supreme's assertion, the prospect of opportunity must surely hold truth. The Lantern Master, without further contemplation, bid farewell to the primordial supreme and descended directly from Kunlun Mountain. In the Yushu Palace, the primordial supreme observed the departing Lantern Master, a subtle smile gracing his features. He had indeed divined the secrets of the Lantern Master. Recognizing that the opportunity for his ascent to quasi-sainthood resided within the current Fengshen calamity. As the vice-master of the Chan sect, should the Lantern Master achieve quasi-sainthood, the strength of the Chan sect would undoubtedly flourish alongside him. However, should Nezha become aware of this, he would surely find amusement in the revelation. The Lantern Master was indeed destined for ascension, yet the opportunity for such elevation lay with the Western teachings. With the calamity looming, even the primordial supreme, as a sage, could not fully perceive the intricacies of fate. After descending the mountain, the Lantern Master encountered the quasi-saint who had not returned to the West, and their shared glances ignited thoughts within him. Had the primordial supreme known that the Lantern Master would ultimately turn towards the West, it is likely he would have prevented his descent from the mountain at all costs. However, now that the Lantern Master had already embarked on his journey, it was too late for regrets. Once on the human realm, the Lantern Master calculated his fortune, ultimately concluding that it was inextricably linked to the human race, as the ascensions of the three Pure Ones and gnawed were deeply intertwined with humanity. His fortune was not far removed from this, particularly as the Fengxian calamity coincided with the transitions of human dynasties. Yet, as he traversed a certain mountain in the human realm, he suddenly beheld a radiant celestial light, accompanied by ethereal melodies, unborn and undying, the teachings of the Western sublime. In perfect harmony, compassion reigns divine. With longevity akin to the heavens, a majestic form, through trials, the enlightened mind shall be reborn. From the pure lotus, a sanctified platform ascends. The profound scriptures of the two vehicles, wisdom extends. Exquisite relics transcend the mundane, radiant pearls, unmatched in their domain. In the eight virtues pool, purple flames arise. Beneath wondrous trees, golden moss lies. For the eastern lands are rich with brilliant grace, to fulfill predestined ties and nurture the sacred embrace. The melodious voice, akin to celestial music, emanated from the mountains and fell upon the ears of the lantern-bearing Taoist, causing him to halt abruptly. Following the source of the sound, he beheld a monk clad in a robe, possessing an unusual appearance, emerging from the fairy mountains. The countenance of the lantern-bearer changed dramatically. The figure before him was none other than the revered Zhuan Ti of the Western Two Saints. It is said that after Zhuan Ti and Jia departed from the Purple Cloud Palace, they did not return directly to the west, but ventured into the human realm. Following Zhuan Ti's words, the two intended to investigate Chun Tangguan, the birthplace of Nezha. After all, a location that could give rise to such a formidable being might very well be a treasure trove. However, as they journeyed halfway, Zhuan Ti, seized by a sudden impulse, sensed that someone here had a connection to the west and decided to part ways with Jia temporarily to explore further. Yet, Zhuan Ti's appearance instilled a sense of trepidation in the lantern-bearer. After all, Zhuan Ti's reputation had been rather unsavory since the days at the Purple Cloud Palace. The demise of Hongjun was closely tied to Zhuan Ti's actions. Now that Zhuan Ti obstructed his path, how could he not feel anxious? Should Zhuan Ti choose to act against him, he would find himself with little means to resist. Perhaps he would merely be swept away to the west to become a monk. What brings you here, my friend? Zhuan Ti inquired with a smile. I have come to pay my respects to the esteemed Zhuan Ti, whose longevity is beyond measure, the lantern-bearer responded, acknowledging the saint. Although they were peers, Zhuan Ti now held the esteemed title of saint, while he himself was merely a great Luo golden immortal. Thus he could only bow in deference. Otherwise, he risked giving Zhuan Ti leverage against him. My master, Yuan Shi, has guided me to descend the mountain in search of the opportunity to attain the path of the saint, the lantern-bearer replied candidly. It was not that he was overly earnest, but rather, certain matters could not be concealed from the discerning gaze of a saint. However, he emphasized the name of Yuan Shi heavily, subtly cautioning Zhuan Ti not to act rashly. Upon hearing the lantern-bearer's response, Zhuan Ti pondered for a moment. Then his expression brightened with delight. His presence here was indeed prompted by a sense of encountering a fated individual, one with profound ties to the West, pivotal for its resurgence. Now, with the lantern-bearer articulating such sentiments, did it not indicate that he was the very person Zhuan Ti sought? I felt a sudden inclination and sensed that there was a fated person in this place. It appears that the destined one is indeed you, my friend, Zhuan Ti remarked, his satisfaction growing as he gazed at the lantern-bearer. The lantern-bearer's heart trembled. He nearly fled in panic. It was evident that he had become the target of Zhuan Ti's interest. This phrase was a notorious catchphrase. Whoever it was uttered to seemed to find themselves in dire straits, as if everyone bore some connection to the West. Little did the lantern-bearer know that had Nezha been present, he might have informed him of another equally formidable catchphrase from the primordial chaos. Friend, please stay your step. This phrase had led countless beings to their demise in the great calamity, reminiscent of encountering deities or Buddhas, where those who heard it often met their end. After much contemplation, Randang pondered and replied, the sage must be jesting. I am merely the vice leader of the Chan teaching. How could I possibly have any connection with the West? There is no such fate. Although you present yourself as the vice leader among the Chan, how many of the 12 golden immortals truly regard you with esteem? This title of vice leader is but a hollow designation. Zhuan Ti continued to sway Randang's thoughts. While his previous words may not have been particularly agreeable, they did strike at the heart of the matter. Chapter 34. Even a quasi-saint has never raised a troublesome child. In the Chan teaching, Randang was indeed no different from an outsider. Should you choose to join my Western teaching, I would readily offer you the position of vice leader, along with the opportunity to attain the sacred law of the relics, thus facilitating your path to quasi-sainthood. Zhuan Ti was not one to speak lightly. Having illuminated Ran Deng's predicament, he immediately began to articulate the benefits. After all, those who engage in cultivation are profoundly pragmatic. Unless tangible rewards are presented, even a sage's words hold little sway. However, if substantial benefits can be promised, the situation transforms entirely. Ran Deng felt a subtle stirring within. Zhuan Ti's words resonated deeply within him. The realm of quasi-sainthood had become a formidable mental barrier, a challenge he could not surmount. After spending such an extensive period within the Chan teaching without attaining his desires, he saw no glimmer of hope in remaining any longer. Yet, despite Zhuan Ti's enticing propositions, he wondered if they would prove as empty as the flattering words of the primordial supreme. Noticing that Ran Deng did not outright refuse, Zhuan Ti felt a surge of confidence, recognizing that there was potential for success in this endeavor. He discreetly relaxed his spiritual power, for had he not, he would have forcibly spirited Ran Deng away to the west. At that point, whether he wished to join the Western teaching or not would be irrelevant. There is no need for an immediate response. Our fates are intertwined within this calamity, and in due time, you shall understand. Zhuan Ti was brimming with assurance. During this tribulation, you need only to safeguard your own being. Once the calamity concludes, you may make your decision. At this juncture, Zhuan Ti also surmised that Ran Deng would not achieve quasi-sainthood during the Fengshan calamity, and when it ended, Ran Deng would surely be in a position to seek him out. Seeing Zhuan Ti's earnest demeanor, Ran Deng's thoughts were thoroughly stirred. After parting ways, they each ventured down their respective paths, awaiting the impending calamity. Meanwhile, Zhuan Ti proceeded to gather and connect with others, heading to investigate the origins of Nezha. As the saints conspired, Nezha accompanied the Master Xuandu into the 8th Scenic Palace. However, Master Xuandu did not elaborate much to Nezha, aside from a brief mention of the prohibition against killing celestial birds and beasts, leaving other matters largely unaddressed. Just a single remark ensured that Nezha would grow accustomed to the environment over time. As long as he did not betray the teaching, he had the freedom to roam within the 8th Scenic Palace. It was indeed a realm of profound tranquility. Nezha mused to himself while observing the surroundings along the way. As Master Xuandu traversed the 8th Scenic Palace, everything appeared exceedingly novel, even though some of the items were not crafted treasures. However, this is the abode of the sage, and in such close proximity, these objects naturally imbibe the essence of the sage. Almost everything glimmers with divine radiance, causing Nezha to feel a pang of hunger. Had it not been for Master Xuandu's firm grip, he would have already indulged his appetite. Little one, I am aware of your fondness for food, but these are not for consumption. I assure you, their taste would be far from delightful. Do not set your sights on these. Master Xuandu, noticing Nezha's wandering gaze, preemptively cautioned him. I understand, Master Xuandu. Rest assured I shall not partake in these. Nezha wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. Were it not for the sacred aura that enveloped these items, he would not have entertained such thoughts. Moreover, given the sheer quantity here, he could hardly consume them all at once. But I have the spacious realm gifted by the system. Nezha suddenly recalled the expansive space presented to him upon reaching level 10. Previously, he had consumed everything available, rendering the vast space of little use. Now it was perfect. Should he encounter any delicacies he could not finish immediately, he could simply store them in the grand space. A glimmer reignited in Nezha's eyes. Master Xuandu found himself at a loss for words. Next time he made a promise, could he not wipe away the drool in advance? And those glimmering eyes, if he weren't holding on to Nezha, would he have already acted? How could he trust such a child? Master Xuandu felt quite vexed. Yet there seemed no better alternative. It appeared that Nezha's method of enhancing his power was through consumption. With the more exquisite the item, the better. For the next few days, wander around the 8th Scenery Palace. I shall instruct the Yellow Turban warriors to craft a dedicated kitchen for you, and they will prepare delightful dishes for your enjoyment. As Master Xuandu spoke, he directed the Yellow Turban warriors to take action. Do not indiscriminately consume anything else, understood? Just then, Master Xuandu turned to find, unbeknownst to him, Nezha had procured a book and was attempting to bite into it. The true meaning of Taiji, this is for reading, not for eating. Master Xuandu hastily rescued the book from Nezha's mouth, although it was already considerably damaged, glistening with Nezha's saliva at the points of contact. This is of no use whatsoever. It is neither delectable nor capable of enhancing one's magical prowess. Nezha had initially hoped to glean some mystical insights, but it seemed consuming books was futile. Of course, this is not something meant for consumption. Master Xuandu felt the tension rising at his temples. This child was utterly incorrigible. After a moment of contemplation, Master Xuandu decided to reinforce the seals he had previously set upon Laozi. These seals will remain until the kitchen is ready. For the next few days, behave yourself and refrain from indiscriminate eating. Understood, Master Xuandu. Nezha rolled his eyes slightly. You truly are relentless with your nagging. The confinement of the sage could not thwart the formidable power of his insatiable gourmand system. A mere quasi-saint? Huh. Nezha was entirely unfazed and handled it with nonchalance. Moreover, the treasures within the 8 scenic palace appeared to be scarce in terms of edibles. Aside from the celestial birds and extraordinary beasts outside, most of the chambers were barren. Apart from Xuandu and Laozi, there were no other inhabitants in the entire 8 scenic palace. The most numerous were the emotionless yellow turban warriors. Had he known this, perhaps he should have chosen to join the Zhejiao, where a multitude of immortals gathered. It would surely be far more entertaining, Nezha mused. However, remaining in such a state was not a viable option, so he promptly altered his demeanor. Master Xuandu, you don't allow me to eat this or that. And I'm very hungry. Your stomach is an endless abyss. How can you consume so much? Xuandu the great master felt a profound headache. This child had been taken in by Laozi, yet now he was entrusted to him, seeking his own tranquility. Though he was a quasi-saint, having cultivated for countless eons, he had never raised a child before, especially one as unruly as this. After pondering for a considerable time, Xuandu finally proposed, how about this? You have mastered the burning heaven fire, correct? Now, I shall grant you the 8 scenic palace lamp, allowing you to absorb the burning heaven purple fire within it. How does that sound? Really? That is wonderful. Nezha immediately brightened with joy. Of course it's true, but after absorbing it, you must cultivate diligently and refrain from indulging or causing mischief. Yes, I understand. Nezha responded with utmost obedience. Soon, Xuandu the great master led Nezha to the location where the 8 scenic palace lamp was kept. Upon seeing it, Nezha felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity, and the burning heaven fire within him also expressed a jubilant exuberance, incessantly conveying a sense of urgency. Be patient, you shall have your feast shortly. Nezha reassured his inner fire, yet his eyes betrayed his thoughts, sparkling with fervor. Xuandu sensed that had he not been present, Nezha would have lunged at it immediately. Summoning his magical power, Xuandu extracted the burning heaven purple fire from the 8 scenic palace lamp. Nezha was instantly enveloped by an intense warmth. The resplendent purple flames seemed to harbor the force to annihilate the heavens and earth. Were it not for Xuandu's meticulous control, the 8 scenic palace would have been obliterated by the burning heaven purple fire. With a deep breath, Nezha suppressed the excitement within him, barely restraining himself from making a move. This burning heaven purple fire was unique in the primordial world, thus he could not allow Nezha to consume it all. A fragment must be retained as a seed, so that perhaps after millennia, it could be cultivated anew. Suddenly, Nezha dashed toward Xuandu, who was holding the burning heaven purple fire. Master Xuandu, if you cut it, it will be incomplete. You should just consume it all. Nezha exhaled 9 streams of burning heaven fire, which transformed into 9 distinct dragon forms. This is the 9 sons of the dragon, the Grand Master Xuandu. Upon witnessing the flames spewed forth by Nezha, transforming into the likeness of the 9 sons, was utterly astonished. Each fiery dragon was remarkably lifelike, as if they were truly alive. Were it not for the absence of any vital essence emanating from these 9 fire dragons, he might have doubted their authenticity. However, in a fleeting moment, the 9 fiery dragons of the burning heavens surged into the hands of Grand Master Xuandu. The burning heaven purple fire itself is an exceedingly fierce and formidable flame, sealed away by the Taoist sage Laozi within the 8 scenery palace lamp. Although it was utilized for illumination, this did not diminish its formidable power. On the contrary, it underscored the might of the burning heaven purple fire. Even as Xuandu extracted it, he did so with utmost caution. Yet now, Nezha intended to consume it directly. Within Nezha's burning heaven fire, a strand of the burning heaven purple fire had already been infused, sharing a common origin with that in Xuandu's grasp. As their energies intertwined, they clashed, and even Xuandu found himself unable to suppress the burning heaven purple fire in his hands. Stop, you little rascal, you lack any sense of restraint. Xuandu admonished angrily. With a wave of his other hand, he obliterated most of the 9-headed fire dragons released by Nezha. Even the remaining 3 fire dragons were left in tatters, appearing half alive. Although the burning heaven fire possessed immense power, Xuandu was a paragon of sanctity, and they were not on the same level of existence. However, it was too late. The colossal force of his magical shield cracked like a spider's web. The terrifying flames roared within, yearning to escape Xuandu's grasp, as if to annihilate heaven and earth. Before he could even attempt to mend it, the magical shield confining the burning heaven purple fire shattered in an instant. The shield, which imprisoned the burning heaven purple fire, fragmented and was devoured entirely by the ferocious flames. In the next moment, the fire surged toward Xuandu, enveloping him whole. This supreme divine fire, having resided within the 8 scenery palace for ages, had developed a rudimentary intelligence. It naturally recalled how Xuandu had previously extracted a portion of its divine essence. Now liberated, it sought vengeance for both new and old grievances in tandem. You wretched being. The turn of events was so sudden that even Xuandu could not react in time. He was enveloped by the burning heaven purple fire, appearing as if he had transformed into a being of flame. This was the 8 scenery palace, where Xuandu could not unleash his full might indiscriminately. Otherwise, even if the liberated burning heaven purple fire did not wreak havoc, he would still demolish the palace. Though Xuandu could not unleash his entire strength, his formidable power remained undeniable. Even while enveloped by the burning heaven purple fire, he sustained minimal damage. Although his magical energy was being consumed rapidly, he managed to keep it at bay with ease. Oh dear, I've caused a calamity, Nezha thought in alarm. He had not anticipated that the burning heaven purple fire would bear a grudge and dare to attack a paragon of sanctity. Just moments ago, the fire dragon he unleashed nearly fell victim to Xuandu's strike. The blazing heaven departure fire inherently pales in comparison to the pure blazing heaven purple fire. Now, having sustained severe damage, it finds itself unable to consume anything. With a flicker of his eyes, Nezha directed the remaining 3 fire dragons to converge into a singular, formidable Taotai. Just as it was about to coalesce, a strand of the blazing heaven purple fire, entwined around Xuandu, suddenly split and lunged toward the freshly formed Taotai fire dragon. The blazing heaven departure fire had previously merged a portion of the blazing heaven purple fire, and upon realizing this, the latter sought to reclaim its essence. How dare it attempt to assail me? Nezha was taken aback to see a strand of the blazing heaven purple fire diverting to attack him, while simultaneously engaging Xuandu's such disdain. The young Nezha could hardly bear this indignity. The Taotia-shaped blazing heaven departure fire promptly consumed the wayward strand of blazing heaven purple fire. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The once massive Taotai emitted a series of hissing sounds as it forcibly integrated the power of the blazing heaven purple fire. Yet, owing to its foundational strength, the duration of this fusion was markedly reduced compared to before. Upon completion, the originally pale violet flames intensified in richness, and even its previously elongated form shrank considerably. Return. Nezha inhaled sharply, drawing the now diminished Taotai back into his being. With a whoosh, several wisps of flame, tinged with a hint of purple mist, erupted from Nezha's mouth. Once he fully consumed the entirety of the blazing heaven purple fire, he anticipated an evolution. The blazing heaven purple fire, witnessing the strand consumed by Nezha, erupted with even greater ferocity. Xuandu, who was on the verge of suppressing it, felt a surge of frustration. Was this little rascal here solely to create chaos? Before he could voice his displeasure, Nezha charged forward, plunging directly into the blazing heaven purple fire. A golden light flickered upon Nezha, and his primordial golden body radiated brilliance, his diminutive form seemingly transforming into a resplendent golden sun. Utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, seeing Nezha recklessly intrude, Xuandu's composure faltered, his power wavering. Did he truly underestimate the might of this divine fire? Even he, a quasi-saint, found himself at a loss, let alone anyone else. Did he really think that having consumed 2 strands of the blazing heaven purple fire would suffice? Chapter 36. The Selfless Little Rascal. Xuandu reached out, intent on drawing Nezha closer. Yet, he was taken aback as Nezha deftly evaded his grasp. Before he could even reprimand him, Nezha inhaled deeply, unleashing a terrifying suction that drew in all the blazing heaven purple fire radiating formidable power. His voracious system surged into action, converting it into pure chaotic energy that infused his limbs and bones. Meanwhile, the blazing heaven departure fire within him ravenously devoured the blazing heaven purple fire he had absorbed. Spit it out. Xuandu's countenance darkened, his eyes tinged with a hint of crimson. Nezha, tightly covering his mouth, blushed fiercely, resembling a boiled shrimp. Xuandu was rendered speechless by his anger. Without Nezha's compliance, he found himself with no alternative. It was only when Nezha felt the heavenly flame of devastation had been sufficiently digested that he reluctantly released his grip. Burp. Nezha let out a resounding belch, a few tiny sparks escaping his lips. Xuandu, on the verge of tears from excitement, felt a surge of magical energy as he drew in those minuscule sparks and nurtured them within the 8 scenic palace lamp. This was no ordinary flame. It was a primordial fire, unique in the vast expanse of the cosmos. If it were to be lost, it would be an immense tragedy. Ding. Congratulations, host, for comprehending the innate heritage of the heavenly flame of devastation. Ding. The cultivation of the heavenly flame of devastation is complete. Current level is maxed out. Heavenly flame of devastation. One of the 3 types of flames from heaven, earth, and humanity. A flame of the 8 scenic palace lamp. It possesses the power to scorch the heavens and boil the seas, capable of annihilating worlds. Nezha mused silently. It would be a disservice to confine such a magnificent flame to mere illumination in the 8 scenic palace. If it were to be harnessed, its true might would be stifled, reducing its grandeur to mere triviality. Nezha realized that on this path of culinary exploration, without formidable abilities, his journey would be short-lived. The system was indeed pivotal in continually bestowing upon him profound insights. Master Xiandu, what are you doing? Nezha inquired. Noticing the great mage's anxious demeanor as he circled the 8 scenic palace lamp, seemingly in distress. Ah, you little rascal. Can't you spare me a moment of peace? In such a brief span, you've stirred up such a significant affair. Xiandu was at a loss for words. His magical energy surging forth to nourish the meager remnants of the heavenly flame of devastation within the lamp. Though the 8 scenic palace lamp served as a source of light, it was also a crucial earthly flame among the 3 realms. If it were to be extinguished so easily, it would have far-reaching repercussions throughout the cosmos. The absence of the earthly flame would incite fiery upheavals in numerous locales. In the Jade Void Palace, Yuan Shi observed the suddenly flickering jade void glass lamp beside him and chuckled softly. It appears our little friend is thriving in the 8 scenic palace. His jade void glass lamp was the heavenly lamp among the 3, possessing a subtle connection to the other 2 lamps. Clearly, a disturbance had arisen within the earthly lamp of the 8 scenic palace. Meanwhile, the human lamp among the 3 was the coffin lamp in Lingjiu Palace, under the stewardship of the burning lamp. Currently, the burning lamp traversed the mortal realm, seeking his own fortune. Upon sensing the fluctuations of the coffin lamp, he was taken aback. After all, the other 2 lamps were in proximity to the saints. Could it be that someone had breached the sanctum of the saints? The burning lamp shook his head vigorously. How could this be possible? If the sanctum of a sage could be so easily invaded, what would be the significance of their cultivation? Such an existence could extinguish him with but a flick of their wrist. Randang's gaze grew profound, and his urgency intensified. No, he must ascend to the quasi-saint realm swiftly. Even if he could not overpower his foes, he could at least flee far enough not to become fodder for calamity. With his thoughts shifting, Randang became increasingly cautious. Meanwhile, Nezha remained oblivious to these external changes, diligently attending to the dimming 8 scenic palace lantern beside Xuandu. Master Xuandu, how much magical power are you wasting like this? Nezha felt a pang of regret over the apparent squandering. After consuming the celestial flame of destruction, not only had the he commanded successfully evolved, but his own cultivation had also reached the pinnacle of the void refinement stage. Just one more step, and he could effortlessly enter the harmonization stage. The amount of magical energy Xuandu was expending on the 8 scenic palace lantern was utterly excessive. If it were bestowed upon him, he could easily leap into the harmonization realm. Xuandu, enraged, shot a glare at Nezha, exclaiming, "Is this all your fault? Why can't you just be honest? I never said I wouldn't give it to you. Why are you so greedy?" Nezha, feeling somewhat sheepish, murmured, "You can't blame me. The divine fire loses its integrity when separated." Xuandu was momentarily at a loss for words, recognizing the validity of Nezha's point. Yet, within the 8 scenic palace lantern, only a meager flicker of purple flame remained, causing great anxiety. Had he not continuously fed it with magical power, it might have extinguished at any moment. Nezha squinted, peering through the gap at the pitiful spark, feeling a surge of sympathy. Extending a finger, he pointed at the flicker, and instantly a brilliant celestial flame of destruction surged into the 8 scenic palace lantern. However, this time, the flame lacked its former cataclysmic potency, behaving more like a pet in Nezha's hands, floating as he wished, gentle and exceedingly obedient. Xuandu gasped, nearly losing the magical energy he had been sustaining. As soon as he uttered a word, he noticed the flames within the lantern reigniting. Good, 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 Xuandu exclaimed repeatedly, overwhelmed with joy. How could he have forgotten this little one's abilities? The great master's heart, which had been racing, finally settled back into his chest. Now that you've consumed the celestial flame of destruction, are you satisfied? Xuandu said with a stern expression. Absolutely. Master Xuandu is the best. Nezha praised without hesitation. Having secured the precious item, a few compliments were hardly a burden. If speaking could summon treasures, little Nezha could sing praises until the end of time. Now that you're pleased, behave for the next few days and refrain from causing any more trouble. Xuandu felt that if this continued, even his quasi-saint demeanor would fray. I won't cause any trouble, I promise. Nezha quickly raised his hand in assurance. Really? Upon hearing Nezha's assurance, Xuandu was enveloped in a sense of unreality. Nezha had left a profound impression on him. Whether it was during their previous encounter at Shintang Pass or the recent spectacle involving the devouring of the burning sky's purple flames. Such feats were not the work of an ordinary individual. The young lad's current obedient demeanor stirred Xuandu's heart, which had just begun to settle, into a rapid flutter. Chapter 37. Nezha's Evolving Taste. His overly compliant behavior made Xuandu wonder if he was plotting something far more significant. Nezha, noticing Xuandu's expression, realized that his previous display of compliance was somewhat out of character. He then rubbed his belly, feigning hesitation, and inquired, So, what shall we eat in the coming days? It's quite uncomfortable to go a day without food. Upon hearing Nezha's words, Xuandu felt an unexpected sigh of relief wash over him. This was more like it. The earlier behavior of the little one felt perilously dangerous, and he had been apprehensive that Nezha might, in a fit of pique, consume something from the 8 Scenery Palace. Immediately, he declared, Here, this should suffice for you for several days. Master Xuandu, please do not jest with your disciple. I do not consume ordinary fare. Nezha preemptively warned. Previously, he had been accustomed to treasures bestowed by the likes of the multi-treasure and the primordial forces, or the pure energies crafted by the primordial celestial venerable. His palate had become quite discerning, and anything less than extraordinary would not suffice. Xuandu's hand, which had been poised to present a treasure, suddenly froze. This child, having something to eat, was already a blessing, whose innate treasure was akin to cabbage. Having just consumed the burning sky's purple flames was not enough. He now sought to treat primordial treasures as mere sustenance. If he had offered it earlier, it might have sufficed, but now that Nezha had forewarned him, he was compelled to find an alternative. A flicker of embarrassment crossed Xuandu's countenance as the radiant yellow light in his hand swiftly dimmed. In its place emerged a piece of jade-like object, resembling a natural formation, devoid of any signs of human craftsmanship, exuding an exquisite brilliance. This was the Tianshu jade, a superior primordial spiritual material, which he had initially intended to craft into a primordial treasure, but now offered to Nezha instead. He casually handed it to Nezha, feigning nonchalance. Though his words belied the significance of the item, yet, how could something deemed worthy by a formidable quasi-saint be anything but extraordinary? This fist-sized Tianshu jade, if truly fashioned into a spiritual treasure, would surely be of at least high quality. With a bit of effort, or perhaps the infusion of some merit, it might even give rise to a top-tier primordial treasure. But for now, it would serve as Nezha's meal. Master Xuandu is truly benevolent. Nezha quickly accepted the Tianshu jade and, in the presence of Xuandu, took a hearty bite. It was slightly hard yet satisfyingly crisp, and Nezha's muffled sounds of enjoyment pierced Xuandu's heart deeply. Reluctantly, he thought it delicious, yet he demanded it back. The great Master Xuandu felt an overwhelming pain. For this was indeed a primordial spiritual artifact. Even unrefined, it was equivalent to a mid-grade innate treasure, and now it had been consumed so casually. Furthermore, there was a hint of disdain in the tone. Fortunately, he had changed his mind and did not bring out the previous postnatal treasure. Otherwise, who knows how he would be looked down upon by that little creature. However, seeing that the little one had finally stabilized, Xuandu felt a significant sense of relief. He had little time to indulge in playful antics with Nezha, so he summoned a yellow turban warrior to look after him and went off to cultivate. The earlier incident with the burning sky violet fire had drained a considerable amount of his magical energy. Nezha, on his part, remained silent, sensing that his impression in Xuandu's heart seemed unlikely to change. Nevertheless, since he had acquired the treasure, it mattered little. After all, he was a disciple of the 3 teachings. Thus, anything belonging to the 3 teachings would eventually be his. With that logic, what was wrong with taking his own things? As Xuandu prepared to leave, Nezha promptly bid him farewell, urging him to depart. With only the mindless yellow turban warrior to keep watch, how could he possibly contain him? Gazing upon the desolate 8 Scenery Palace, Nezha was filled with boundless ambition. Such a vast palace could not be consumed in a moment, which was quite distressing. After pondering for a while, Nezha suddenly remembered his personal space for food. Why not simply store as much as he could in his own space? Joy surged within him at the thought. This way, he could carry so many treasures while traveling in the future. He would never fear a lack of food on the journey. However, before he could take action, he suddenly sensed an ethereal presence surrounding him. As if a faint divine consciousness had emerged from the void, Nezha's small hands steadied, transforming from grasping to gently touching the nearby chair. Surely, a mere touch should pose no issue. As he sensed the hidden divine consciousness in the void, he pondered. It seemed Master Xuandu did not trust him. Thus, the plan to empty the 8 scenery palace would have to wait. Otherwise, one wrong move would surely reveal him. This was no park, within the 8 scenery palace. He was alone with the Master Xuandu. If a sage were to probe, he would certainly discover nothing, especially not the great Master Xuandu who had just departed. Simultaneously, Nezha also realized a new characteristic of his primordial golden body, which allowed him to detect the divine consciousness of a quasi-saint. This meant that in the future, aside from the saints of heaven, no one could secretly spy on his secrets. Although Master Xuandu did not accompany him, his divine consciousness lingered in the void, secretly observing. Little did he know, Nezha had already sensed it. Although his current strength could not shield against the probing of such mighty beings, detection was certainly within his grasp. Nezha contemplated the marvelous applications of his primordial golden body. However, this was something that Xuandu was unaware of, which is why he observed so audaciously, easily attracting Nezha's attention. Otherwise, even with Nezha's primal golden body, it would have been uncertain whether he could have been discovered. With the great mage Xuandu secretly watching, Nezha did not initiate his plan to empty the place. After meandering around his room, he allowed the yellow turban warrior to lead the way, and the 2 figures, one large and one small, began to wander through the 8 scenery palace. Their demeanor was exceedingly obedient. They did not indulge in gluttony, nor did they cause any destruction. They merely enjoyed the celestial void jade essence provided by Xuandu, strolling through the palace as if they were admiring the scenery, completing a thorough exploration of the entire 8 scenery palace. Had this mischievous child changed his ways? After 3 days of observation, Nezha had displayed remarkable compliance, prompting the great mage Xuandu to hesitantly retract his divine awareness of Nezha. It seemed that his previous words had taken effect. He hoped this troublesome child would remain obedient, or else it would be a considerable headache. Xuandu mused to himself, focusing on his own matters, as he had yet to replenish the magical energy he had expended. On the 4th day, sensing the disappearance of Xuandu's divine awareness, Nezha finally broke into a radiant smile. Now there were no more restrictions. The brilliance of joy illuminated Nezha's face. Chapter 38. Nezha's Captivation Plan. Nezha had initially believed that Xuandu would continuously observe him from the shadows, yet to his surprise, after merely 3 days, he had relinquished his watch. With that, Nezha found himself unbound. In truth, it was only these top-tier powerhouses who imposed certain limitations upon him. If he were in the mortal realm, no one would be able to restrain him. Otherwise, Nezha would have dismantled the 8 scenery palace long ago. However, after 3 days of leisurely wandering through the palace, Nezha had lost interest in the ordinary treasures within. To others, these items were precious and extraordinary, worth risking one's life to seize. Yet in Nezha's eyes, they were merely trinkets of little value. As for the fact that these items bore the aura of saints, he truly looked down upon that. It might have been acceptable in the past, but now, the young Nezha found them utterly beneath him. After all, he could level up without the need for comprehension. Sufficient chaotic energy was all he required. Thus, during his days of wandering in the 8 scenery palace, Nezha had set his sights on the celestial birds and extraordinary beasts residing there. Unlike his previous distant observations from outside the palace, this time, with the yellow turban warrior guiding him, Nezha encountered plump celestial cranes, phoenixes, and various auspicious sacred beasts up close. His appetite for them stirred. Had it not been for Xuandu's constant surveillance, Nezha would have taken action long ago, rather than waiting until now. Perhaps it was precisely because Xuandu observed Nezha's restraint upon encountering these auspicious creatures that he decided to withdraw his divine awareness. Nevertheless, Nezha was now poised to act. First, I must deal with the yellow turban warrior beside me. Otherwise, should this fellow betray me, it would spell trouble. Nezha's gaze scrutinized the yellow turban warrior, who had accompanied him for 3 days. This warrior, devoid of a soul, bore an uncanny resemblance to a living being, possessing even a semblance of intelligence. Thus, to act decisively, I must subdue this yellow turban warrior first. Nezha's eyes twirled thoughtfully, and a plan swiftly formed in his mind. He then resolved to take immediate action, intent on incapacitating the yellow turban warrior on the spot. With a swift motion, Nezha grasped the waistband and yanked, drawing forth the magical ribbon known as the Hunyuan. The ribbon, previously coiled around his waist, quivered gently before expanding rapidly in Nezha's hands, transforming into an overwhelming expanse of crimson silk. He then waved it toward the yellow turban warrior, who found himself ensnared, wrapped up like a large rice dumpling. The outcome was quite satisfactory. Nezha nodded in approval, reveling in the effectiveness of his treasured artifact. Had these items not been donned from the onset, it was likely they would have been consumed long ago. However, the yellow turban warrior, enveloped in the magical ribbon, did not succumb easily. Instead, he collapsed to the ground, writhing like a large dumpling, attempting to extricate himself from the ribbon's embrace. With each thud, the Hunyuan Ling expanded ominously, as if on the verge of bursting. Truly, the craftsmanship of the 8 Scenery Palace is unparalleled. Observing the writhing figure on the ground, Nezha remained unfazed. Were it not for the concern that slaying the yellow turban warrior might attract the attention of the Grand Master Xuandu, he would have already incinerated this warrior. For even the mightiest would surely falter before the celestial fire of destruction. Alas, setting the warrior ablaze would undeniably summon Xuandu himself. Alas, if resistance were fruitful, I would not need to act. Nezha murmured to himself, flicking his wrist to retrieve the Qianquan ring, which he had previously worn as an ornament. The Qianquan ring expanded suddenly, emanating a formidable spiritual energy as it encircled the yellow turban warrior. With a dull thud, a deep dent formed in the warrior's head, and he fell to the ground, as though rendered unconscious, trembling lightly. The divine energy within the yellow turban warrior was diminished by a significant portion, scattered by the might of the Qianquan ring. Had he been quiet from the start, this could have been avoided. Yet he insisted on provoking me. How tiresome. Nezha grumbled, opting not to retract the Qianquan ring, but instead placing it firmly around the yellow turban warrior's neck. With the divine energy now largely dispersed, and under the control of 2 superior-grade artifacts, this formidable warrior was easily subdued by Nezha. Make sure to express your gratitude to Master Xuandu upon your return. Had it not been for the fear of his discovery, you would have already been incinerated. Nezha muttered softly, turning to depart, unwilling to engage further with the yellow turban warrior. Although he had expended a significant portion of his divine power to subdue this warrior, replenishing his strength was a trivial matter, allowing for continued utilization. With 2 postnatal spiritual treasures to suppress, he felt assured and without worry. The yellow turban warrior remained in the room, accompanied by the heavenly silk and the universe circle, both of which were his companion treasures infused with his essence. Thus, as long as Xuandu did not conduct a thorough investigation, he might mistakenly believe that Nezha was quietly lingering within. Soaring through the air, Nezha swiftly arrived at the location where celestial birds and extraordinary beasts frequently congregated. Even before reaching his destination, he could hear distant, peculiar praises resounding. That little fellow has come again. I wonder if he has brought any good things this time. That adorable little creature visits us daily, always bringing delightful treats. Indeed, indeed. The offerings from yesterday are yet to be fully digested. The chorus of voices reached Nezha's ears, coaxing a smile to grace his face. The items he had previously distributed were merely trifles taken from the 8 Scenic Palace, largely devoid of value. After all, valuable treasures were kept for his own consumption. During his recent wanderings, Nezha had not been idle. The praises he now received were the fruits of his earlier endeavors. His purpose was clear, to cultivate a favorable relationship with these celestial birds and beasts, preparing for today's undertaking. Upon first encountering these mystical creatures, Nezha had already formulated a plan to win them over and gather them in one place. When the time came to capture them, it would require minimal effort. However, this was only possible due to Xuandu's discreet surveillance. Otherwise, Nezha would have acted much sooner, resulting in far fewer complications. Yet, had he done so, he would have merely managed to catch a couple, yielding nowhere near the substantial results he now enjoyed. Everyone has arrived. Come and partake. Nezha beamed, producing from his spatial pouch bottles of fragrant, sweet elixirs. He distributed them among the 30 or so gathered celestial birds and extraordinary beasts. Chapter 39, A Bloodless Strategy. These elixirs were not particularly valuable within the 8 Scenic Palace. They were merely liquids transformed from innate spiritual essence, steeped with some celestial flora. In essence, they were akin to infused wines. Were they to be found in the earthly celestial realm, they would certainly incite a frenzy among many. However, in the 8 Scenic Palace, they were simply prepared by the yellow turban warrior for Nezha's daily consumption, intended to quench his thirst. In the beginning, Nezha indulged in them quite a bit. But soon enough, it was merely for novelty's sake. Drinking excessively rendered them somewhat ineffective. After all, he is someone who has indulged in many exquisite delicacies. Thus, this meager celestial liquid would hardly warrant the attention of Nezha. As for the celestial plants soaked in the elixir, they had long been consumed by him. Nezha distributed bottles of the celestial liquid to the gathering celestial birds and exotic beasts, sparing none. Everyone who arrived was included. Little Nezha, you are truly kind. Little one, what can we do to assist you? I have a fruit here, it's yours. A multitude of celestial birds and exotic beasts, witnessing Nezha's selfless act of sharing the celestial liquid once more, were nearly moved to tears. They flocked around him, uttering various praises. Please, do not say such things. This is merely my duty. Everyone, do not be shy. There is plenty more once this is finished. With a beaming smile, Nezha accepted the fruit offered by a celestial beast. Just as he was about to take action, he suddenly spotted several more celestial birds and beasts hastening towards him from a distance. Wait a moment. Nezha lowered his hand, which he had just raised, and continued to dispense the celestial liquid. His intention in providing this liquid to the celestial beings was merely to enhance the flavor. Although these creatures possessed considerable strength, none had transformed into human form. This was a sacred place. Once they took on human shape, they would have to depart. Naturally, these celestial beings were reluctant to leave. However, neither I nor Xuandu had ever regarded these celestial beings with any seriousness. Similar to how a master might feel about their pets, cats, dogs, fish, or birds, would one truly ponder the sentiments of such creatures? Consequently, these celestial beings, who had never left the 8 scenic palace, had maintained a remarkably innocent demeanor throughout their lives. It is likely that Nezha, without taking action, remains unaware that his deeds are ultimately for his own benefit. Nezha beckoned to the celestial birds and beasts approaching from afar, retrieving more bottles of celestial liquid from his possession to distribute. At this moment, 37 celestial beings had gathered, and if a confrontation were to occur, he needed to act swiftly to subdue them. Otherwise, they risked being discovered. Nezha contemplated this in his mind. These celestial beings had resided in the 8 scenic palace for countless years, although no one had instructed them in cultivation. The abundant primordial spiritual energy present here would allow even a mere pig to achieve remarkable feats. Among the 37 extraordinary beasts gathered before him, while none were at the golden immortal level, there were 3 true immortals and 8 mystic immortals, with the remainder being of the celestial immortal realm. And this was but a tiny fraction of the entirety of the 8 scenic palace. Nezha assessed the strength of these celestial beings and began to strategize his approach. His most formidable asset was the burning heaven purple fire. Although its power was extraordinary, his own strength was relatively low. Even if he were to engage, he could at most defeat some celestial immortals, while true immortals were a different matter altogether and not easily subdued. When the time comes, once the conflict begins, it will surely cause a tremendous commotion. It will undoubtedly be thwarted by Xuandu. Alas, my strength is still too feeble. If only I were more powerful, I would not have to ponder so much. Nezha sighed within, pondering how difficult it is to indulge in a grand feast. However, little does he know that his thoughts would terrify countless beings in the earth immortal realm. After all, since the previous calamities, the number of formidable beings in the 3 realms has significantly dwindled. The highest level of power one encounters outside is predominantly at the golden immortal stage. Even a great figure like the lamp igniter, a Deluo powerhouse, would not easily descend from the mountains unless seeking opportunities amidst the calamities. Not to mention, even the 3 true immortal realm celestial beasts could guard a territory and establish sex in the earth immortal realm. Yet, here is Nezha, merely at the 10th level of the void refinement stage, not even having become an immortal, scheming against over 30 celestial beasts of the immortal realm, merely desiring to feast upon their flesh. If this were to be revealed, it would indeed be shocking. The inability to advance is truly vexing. Nezha placed the fruits he had obtained from the celestial beasts into his gluttonous space. He sensed that he was on the verge of promotion, thus refraining from indiscriminately consuming anything. Now is not the time for advancement. Although the commotion caused by his promotion would be minimal, it could still attract the attention of the Grand Master Xuandu. Therefore, Nezha temporarily abstained from eating recklessly, choosing instead to store the items in his gluttonous space, planning to feast after resolving the current matters. After all, a little more time is of no concern. Once he has subdued the celestial beasts before him, he will promote himself when the time is ripe. Nezha contemplated, withdrawing more celestial liquid from his gluttonous space to distribute. Don't take it. We cannot consume it. Enough, enough. Little Nezha, I feel as if I might be intoxicated. One celestial crane of the heavenly immortal realm slurred its speech, its pristine white wings appearing somewhat uncoordinated. It staggered as it walked, resembling a creature on the brink of collapse. So one can truly become intoxicated. Nezha's eyes sparkled with excitement. With this realization, He only needed to inebriate the celestial beasts before him. Nezha suddenly discovered a new strategy, one that requires no bloodshed. Engaging in combat may pose difficulties. Yet if he can simply intoxicate these naive celestial beasts, success would be within his grasp. In the gluttonous empire, who hasn't partaken in a few rounds of drinks? Come, drink more. We shan't return until we are thoroughly inebriated. Nezha exuberantly produced a multitude of bottles, each filled with various colored celestial liquids. Drink. I too have become inebriated. Let me rest for a while. With a thud, several celestial beasts of the heavenly immortal realm collapsed to the ground. Nezha's eyes gleamed with delight. Half of the 37 celestial beasts had fallen. Even those at the profound immortal realm began to show signs of dizziness. It felt as though one were on the brink of intoxication. Yet, the 3 celestial beasts of the true immortal realm seemed to show no signs of inebriation at all. The advantage of possessing formidable strength is indeed remarkable. Despite consuming copious amounts of drink, they remained unaffected. Nezha mused, contemplating new strategies. Otherwise, it would prove quite challenging to intoxicate these 3 true immortal beasts. After such an extended period of drinking, these 3 had consistently been the mainstay, for their high cultivation allowed them to absorb swiftly, resulting in greater consumption. Conversely, the celestials, who had already collapsed to the ground in slumber, had hardly partaken at all. Suddenly, the first celestial beast of the profound immortal realm emerged. However, the true immortal beast still appeared entirely sober. I refuse to believe this. Nezha gritted his teeth and summoned 3 strands of chaotic energy from his fingertips, introducing them into the freshly acquired celestial liquid. This chaotic energy, derived from the gluttonous system, represented the purest and most fundamental force in existence. In the primordial world, the only power comparable to it would be that of the saints. It is precisely due to the rarity of chaotic energy that, despite consuming numerous exquisite items, Nezha had only just reached the 10th level of the void refinement stage. If it were anyone else, even a fraction of that energy would suffice to elevate them to a markedly higher realm. Nonetheless, although Nezha's cultivation level was modest, his combat prowess was astonishingly formidable. He could easily engage opponents of a higher tier. Even a typical immortal would be mere kindling to him. Nezha was confident that with the addition of 3 strands of chaotic energy, these true immortal beasts would not remain sober for long. Upon witnessing Nezha produce a new batch of celestial liquid, the remaining celestial beasts began to wail in despair. We truly cannot drink anymore. Chapter 40. The celestial liquid flows freely. Earlier, it was agreed that one would not return sober. Refusing to drink would imply a lack of respect. Do you still wish to mingle with the 18's palace? Nezha, with a tongue as eloquent as a lotus, left the 3 true immortal beasts before him utterly flummoxed. I'm already on the verge of drunkenness, lamented one beast resembling a white ape. I am truly nearing intoxication. Another, a resplendent bird, swayed its head. But before it could utter another word, a bottle of celestial liquid was thrust into its beak. Nezha pointed at the sprawled celestial beasts on the ground and declared, "Now this is what genuine inebriation looks like. You are merely at the beginning." The magnificent bird was left speechless by Nezha's retort, compelled to raise the celestial liquid and continue consuming, as it became apparent that the little fellow intended to bring them all to the ground. Seeing the first 2 begin their consumption, Nezha turned to the last one. "And you?" I will drink," stammered the final true immortal celestial beast. A resplendent 7-colored heavenly serpent. Among the celestial beasts gathered before Nezha, it was the mightiest. It was said that the first heavenly serpent was born at the conclusion of the dragon Han's initial calamity, yet no one could clearly articulate the specifics of its origin. In this world, there exists but a singular 9-headed celestial serpent, not one more, not one less. Even should it face an unexpected demise, it shall soon be reborn. Upon their birth, these serpents are adorned solely in white scales, but as their power ascends, a myriad of colors emerges. It is said that when the serpent's hues reach the vibrant spectrum of 9, it attains the status of a formidable being. Each possesses immense strength, even capable of engaging in battles beyond their rank. As for what lies beyond, no one knows. Not even the sages can divine the serpent's fate. Within the 8 scenery palace, there exists only this singular serpent. It is precisely due to the unparalleled might of these celestial serpents that Nezha has chosen to confront this one last. The 7-colored serpent, under Nezha's scrutiny, trembles, its iridescent scales rustling, leaving it uncertain of Nezha's intentions. An ominous premonition stirs within. "Do not consume the bottle," Nezha admonished, delivering a swift kick to the 7-colored serpent's head. The serpent, dazed as if struck by a mighty rhinoceros, promptly expelled the empty elixir vial. The rhinoceros was a long-standing adversary of his within the Eight Scenery Palace, known for its formidable strength that could shatter mountains and provoke considerable chaos, often resulting in a collective beating. However, any who found themselves isolated could not escape the rhinoceros's relentless assault. Yet, within the palace, the act of killing was strictly forbidden. And due to the inherently innocent nature of these celestial beasts, while they did engage in skirmishes, true casualties were rare. It seems, however, that this time, the established rules may very well be breached. The elixir, infused with chaotic energy, soon exhibited its anticipated potency. The three celestial beasts began to sway. A glimmer of hope sparked in Nezha's eyes as he produced another vial of elixir from his possession. Naturally, this new concoction was also enhanced. Nevertheless, Nezha meticulously monitored the dosage of chaotic energy. Otherwise, these beings of true celestial rank might very well explode upon consumption. After all, they were not ordinary true immortals capable of assimilating such power. "I can no longer drink," exclaimed the white ape celestial beast, its tongue swollen from the elixir's effects. Having never before indulged to such an extent, although the experience was exhilarating, it was accompanied by discomfort. The energy remained undigested within its body, leading to potential complications. "I too cannot drink." The Xian bird's eyes became glazed, its once clear voice now laced with a hazy charm, oddly more endearing than before. "Even if you cannot drink, you must. If you too do not collapse from this today, it will reflect poorly on my care." Nezha's face hardened, an air of seriousness enveloping him. "Do you two look down upon me?" As a third-generation disciple of the Eight Scenery Palace, he was indeed the young master of the establishment. Upon hearing his words, both the white ape and the Xian bird broke into a cold sweat. The disdainful master of the Eight Scenic Palace, should the other celestial creatures become aware of this, they would likely find themselves subject to daily assaults. As they exchanged glances, reflecting on the life of the great rhinoceros, a tremor of fear overtook them. With tears welling in their eyes, they accepted the celestial liquid from Nezha's hands. How obedient! Nezha's expression instantly transformed, radiating warmth akin to the gentle embrace of spring. "Is there more?" The seven-colored celestial serpent, inexplicably, appeared more invigorated than before. Its eyes sparkled with a kaleidoscope of hues, leaving Nezha astonished. This state mirrored his own. Nezha, when encountering splendid treasures, would also have his eyes alight, and now he witnessed a similar phenomenon. Intriguingly, the celestial serpent indeed harbored secrets. Possessing the ability to absorb chaotic energy, he discerned that while the serpent could absorb this energy, it did not do so completely. Unable to transform it as he had done, although it did not exhibit the same signs of dizziness as the other two celestial beasts, its effects were nonetheless present, albeit less pronounced. "I am curious to see how much you can absorb." Nezha's heart brimmed with joy. Was this not an unexpected boon? Initially intending to procure some game, he had inadvertently unearthed a great treasure. Whatever the quantity, there was more than enough to indulge. Nezha added 2 strands of chaotic energy to the celestial liquid and tossed it toward the serpent. The seven-colored celestial serpent emitted a gentle hiss as it consumed the celestial liquid. A tremendous surge of energy erupted from its form. Nezha's eyes gleamed with golden light as he observed closely. He noted that the serpent's scales vibrated ever so slightly. Was it attempting to utilize the power of chaotic energy to ascend? Nezha immediately comprehended the serpent's intentions. "Since you aspire to advance, let me facilitate your ascension." He was unconcerned about the serpent losing control and produced more celestial liquid, infusing it with chaotic energy before offering it to the serpent. These chaotic energies had been transformed by the gluttonous system. Although he had separated them, they remained his possession. Even if consumed and refined by these celestial creatures, the chaotic energy would not vanish entirely. Instead, it would seamlessly integrate into the very essence of these beings. Should they consume enough, as the chaotic energy permeated their bodies, Nezha would effortlessly gain mastery over them, akin to puppetry. This was the very function discovered by the 3 celestial creatures before him after ingesting his chaotic energy, leaving Nezha utterly fascinated. Perhaps the gluttonous system deemed this ability too simplistic, hence the absence of any notification. After all, the primary function of the gluttonous system was transformation and enhancement, fortifying one's own power, while other functionalities were merely supplementary. However, Nezha pondered that if the attributes of this chaotic energy were utilized effectively, it might indeed unleash an even greater power. Chapter 41. The Transforming Xian Bird. The seven-colored celestial serpent, its eyes filled with anguish, observed as Nezha once again cast out celestial liquid. With a piercing cry, it soared into the air and consumed the liquid. In an instant, It regurgitated a multitude of sparkling jade bottles. Though the celestial liquid contained within had already been entirely consumed, Nezha couldn't help but chuckle. The celestial serpent was quite amusing, having just been kicked by him. It now thought to regurgitate the jade bottles containing the celestial liquid at the moment of its advancement. Once the long worm upgraded, it would surely be stored within his gluttonous space, destined to be of great use in the future. Out of the corner of his eye, Nezha glanced at the other two true immortal-level celestial beasts. After consuming 2 bottles of enhanced celestial liquid, they had begun to exhibit a state of intoxication. It wouldn't be long before they tumbled to the ground like the celestial beasts sprawled below. Let me add a little fire to your predicament. Nezha retrieved all the celestial liquid from his gluttonous space and arranged it before him. There were a total of large bottles, each containing varying amounts of chaotic energy. After preparing everything, he selected 2 bottles filled with strands of chaotic energy and tossed them towards the swaying Xian bird. Drink up, have a sip, and then enjoy a restful slumber, for tomorrow shall be splendid. Nezha's smile radiated with joy. By tomorrow, these celestial beasts would be nestled within his gluttonous space, which would indeed herald a delightful day for him. The consciousness of the 2 celestial beasts had become somewhat hazy. They were hardly in a position to refuse. The white ape leapt up, seizing a jade bottle and pouring its contents into its mouth. With a thud, it collapsed onto the ground. It wasn't long before it began to snore. Giggling, "Big White, I told you that you couldn't handle it. You still can't drink as much as I do." The Xian bird laughed melodically, its voice enchanting. "Stop pretending to be grand. Hurry up and drink." At that moment, Nezha also made no further pretense, directly tossing a jade bottle that shattered upon striking the Xian bird's head. "Little brother, let your sister give you a kiss." Suddenly, the Xian bird's form became ethereal. A dazzling array of colors shimmered, transforming into a girl of about 17 or 18 years. The originally vibrant feathers morphed into a splendidly adorned attire. Though her visage resembled that of a youthful maiden, she possessed all the attributes one would expect. It was a sight that could easily provoke a nosebleed. Wow, a miraculous transformation, and so beautiful too. Nezha's eyes widened in astonishment. In the 8th Scenic Palace, transformations were strictly prohibited, yet the Xian bird, in its drunken state, had forgotten the edict and transformed without permission. However, what a captivating figure it was. Initially intending to roast, he found himself at a loss. Nezha felt a twinge of conflict. How could it have transformed like this? And into such a stunning young lady, he found it hard to part with her. Moreover, her enthusiastic demeanor suggested anything but innocence. Did you secretly descend to the mortal realm? Never mind. Let me first intoxicate you, and then confine you within the realm of indulgence. We shall discuss further later. Meanwhile, the celestial serpent is still advancing, and Nezha has his own matters to attend to, leaving no time for distractions. He promptly seized a bottle of celestial liquid and poured it down the throat of the Xian bird. With a thud, the Xian bird struggled a few times before collapsing onto the ground. What a bountiful harvest! Nezha gazed at the array of fallen celestial fowl and exotic beasts scattered about, unable to suppress a smile. Over 30 creatures. This bounty would sustain him for quite some time, allowing for a delightful variety of flavors. Whatever he wished to eat was now at his disposal. As Nezha extended his consciousness, he began to stuff these celestial beings into his realm of indulgence. However, before he could fit many inside, his space reached its capacity. Alas, in his prior focus on upgrading, he had neglected to expand his realm of indulgence. A moment of surprise washed over Nezha. He promptly set about rectifying this. He directed the abundant chaotic energy coursing through him into his realm of indulgence. He was on the verge of advancement himself, having restrained his progress to avoid attracting attention from Xuandu. Now, with the burden shared by his realm of indulgence, he felt unencumbered. Yet, the celestial serpent was also in the midst of its own ascension, potentially causing disturbances. He needed to expedite his actions. Nezha retrieved the remaining Tinshu jade essence he had not yet consumed and began to voraciously devour it. A substantial amount of pure chaotic energy was transmuted and subsequently infused into his realm of indulgence. The once cramped space began to expand. As the chaotic energy surged in, the realm of indulgence underwent a profound transformation. This was the first time Nezha had initiated a significant upgrade to his realm, and even he was taken aback by the resultant commotion. Once the realm of indulgence expanded to a certain extent, the previously white space began to undergo dramatic changes. The pure chaotic energy initiated a new evolution. It was akin to the creation of the world, diversifying into various new powers. The interplay of yin and yang emerged, using the original space as a singularity to carve out a new realm. Subsequently, This yin-yang power evolved into the dual energies of purity and turbidity, which began to solidify. It was as if a distinct world was being forged from the darkness. As the yin-yang energy was depleted, the chaotic energy began to morph into the elements of water, wind, and fire. Within the established space of the dual energies, a small island materialized. The items Nezha had placed within his realm of indulgence also appeared on the island. This realm of indulgence is astonishing. Is it truly evolving into a world of its own? Nezha gasped in awe. To cultivate a world of this magnitude would require the strength of at least a great Luo golden immortal. Yet, after infusing a substantial amount of chaotic energy, his realm began to exhibit such extraordinary transformations. It was simply beyond imagination. Although Nezha was constantly preoccupied with treasures, he had not been idle during these 3 days spent wandering the 8 scenery palace. In addition to feeding and enlightening these celestial fowl and exotic beasts, he had also perused numerous texts. Even in the pursuit of cultivation, one must be well aware of the essential truths, and thus, when witnessing the remarkable transformations within the realm of gluttony, astonishment ensues. Nezha surveyed his surroundings, finding no sign of prying forces, which greatly eased his mind. His grand gluttonous system proved to be utterly reliable. Within the 8 scenic palaces, while others dared not intrude, it housed a sage and a quasi-sage, a formidable pair indeed, surpassing all others combined. Yet, even with such an elite configuration, they failed to detect the changes occurring in his realm of gluttony. This indicated that his grand gluttonous system possessed at least the same level of power as a sage, if not superior, for otherwise it could not conceal itself from Laozi at such close proximity. Nezha's heart swelled with joy. As he contemplated these thoughts, the realm of gluttony experienced intense transformations. The central island expanded continuously, and the chaotic energies manifested as earth, water, wind, and fire wreaked havoc, colliding with the surrounding darkness. Gradually, as the island grew to the size of a small town, the chaotic energies began to deplete. Nezha placed the last piece of Tianshu jade into his mouth, converting it into chaotic energy. I am eager to see what this realm of gluttony will evolve into. With this final surge of chaotic energy flooding in, after the evolution of yin and yang and the 4 symbols, it began to manifest the formless power. The 5 elements, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, formed a closed loop, encircling the island and expanding outward. Chapter 42. No matter how you calculate, it is a gain. The chaotic energy was nearly consumed. Nezha mused softly, as the chaotic energy derived from the Tianshu jade transformed into the ring of 5 elements. This ring could continuously expand the realm of gluttony while also preventing counterattacks from the encroaching darkness. Its effects were immensely powerful. The expansion of the realm of gluttony reached a temporary halt. However, just as Nezha's consciousness was about to depart from the realm, he suddenly sensed a message emanating from it. Such a capability exists. Nezha was slightly taken aback, his consciousness sweeping across to quickly ascertain the source. His spirit materialized as an ethereal shadow at the center of the island, revealing a sizable black mire before him, capable of devouring and converting chaotic energy. Let me test it. Nezha's gaze fell upon a celestial-level beast nearby, which he swiftly drew into the mire. This realm of gluttony was his exclusive domain, in which Nezha stood as the sole deity. Not to mention that even if these celestial beings were awake, they could not harm him in the slightest. Of course, they were also intoxicated, for otherwise, they would not have been so easily drawn into the realm of gluttony. After all, the essence of these celestial beings was far more potent than his own. It is permissible to be weaker than him, yet there are truly few who surpass him. In the present circumstance, it is merely a stroke of chance. The celestial avian beasts, ensnared in a deep slumber, offered no resistance and were effortlessly devoured by the dark tide. With the disappearance of this celestial creature, Nezha swiftly sensed a surge of pure chaotic energy. He could absorb it or utilize it to further expand his culinary domain. This capability is extraordinarily potent. Nezha was filled with joy at this unexpected boon. Previously, while his culinary space served as a repository, it lacked the features of this dark tide. Now, the utility of this dark tide is immensely significant. In the future, anything deemed unpalatable could simply be cast into this dark tide, yielding chaotic energy, allowing him to indulge solely in delectable offerings. Nezha was in high spirits. Items like spiritual treasures, though rich in energy, possessed an average taste. Were it not for their energy, Nezha would scarcely give them a second glance. However, with the advent of the dark tide, this predicament could be splendidly resolved. Observing the energy transmuted by the dark tide, Nezha mused softly. It is not yet time to advance. I shall first expand my space. He seamlessly integrated the chaotic energy produced by the dark tide into the ring of 5 elements. Subsequently, Nezha adjusted the proportions, deciding that henceforth, 10% of the chaotic energy he transmuted would be infused into his culinary space. Meanwhile, 50% of the chaotic energy from the dark tide would be set aside for preservation, with the remainder allocated for expansion. Once his adjustments were made, Nezha withdrew his consciousness. Although he had spent considerable time within his culinary space, mere instants had passed in the external world. The flow of time was disparate for both realms. This implies that time within the culinary space flows at an almost negligible rate. If any living being were placed within, as long as Nezha remained alive, those beings would essentially enjoy a form of eternal life. Naturally, the entire culinary space belonged solely to Nezha, making any adjustments merely a matter of thought. However, he paid little heed to this disparity. After all, his source of chaotic energy stemmed from the external world. Despite the seismic transformations occurring within the culinary space, akin to the creation of the universe, it was all a manifestation of transmuted chaotic energy. The total amount remained unchanged. It was still the same. His focus on upgrading still lay in the external realm, requiring the return of chaotic energy from outside. After retracting his consciousness, Nezha began to oscillate continuously, drawing all the celestial avian beasts strewn about into his culinary space. Although Nezha felt that his culinary space, having undergone such a transformation, ought to be renamed as a culinary world, the system exhibited no alterations. Thus, he continued to refer to it as such, not overly concerned. Perhaps the changes were still too minimal, and he would consider rebranding it when more significant transformations occurred. After all, on that small island, aside from the items he had previously stored in his culinary space and the celestial beasts and extraordinary creatures that followed, there was nothing else left. It bore no semblance of a new world. Once Nezha had gathered the celestial beasts that had collapsed to the ground into his culinary space, he redirected his focus towards the colorful heavenly serpent. With the assistance of chaotic energy, the serpent unleashed immense potential. Its scales trembled, gradually losing their luster. As if the energy contained within was being retracted, it was about to shed its skin. Nezha's eyes sparkled with divine light, allowing him to perceive everything with clarity. After absorbing his chaotic energy, he could discern the internal condition of the heavenly serpent, even if the serpent itself was oblivious. Nezha understood that the serpent's current state indicated a contraction of power, a transformation in progress. This was exceedingly troublesome. He had no idea how much time would be wasted. He began tossing the celestial liquids he had previously retrieved towards the serpent. Currently, he was not in need of energy, as he had no desire to level up. These celestial liquids held little significance for his cultivation. The chaotic energy infused within the liquids was still far inferior to what he could gain from a mere breath of chaotic force. There was virtually no loss. What he truly lacked was time. If the heavenly serpent advanced, it would become a golden immortal, and even a saint would not completely disregard its presence. After all, this might be the first celestial beast to ascend to golden immortal status within the 8 scenic palace. The commotion caused by such an advancement would surely attract the attention of the saints. Nezha wished to secure the heavenly serpent before the saints intervened. In the future, whether for sustenance or as a formidable ally, it would serve him well, given that the great Luo had mostly withdrawn from the world. Having a golden immortal as a guardian would allow him to indulge freely. Even when the Taoists of the conferred god eventually made their appearance, would they truly confront him? A disciple of the 4 saints, who stood behind him. Such a confrontation would be a reckless end, devouring all and hastening the upgrade. Nezha directly transmitted his voice, resonating in the serpent's ear. All the celestial liquids were infused with chaotic energy. As long as it didn't burst, the upgrade would be a success. If it failed, then a feast of heavenly serpent awaited him. Regardless of the outcome, he would not incur any losses. The heavenly serpent suddenly awakened, letting out a series of hisses as if in response. It began to consume the celestial liquids Nezha had thrown one by one. The surging energy that had gathered around the serpent began to ripple in waves. The chaotic energy within the celestial liquids that were directly ingested was suppressed. This was the highest grade of energy. The heavenly serpent also released its absorption, imposing no restrictions. The scales that had begun to fade started to regain their original hue, restoring their vibrant colors anew. Chapter 43. The Pretentious and Aloof Xuandu. The rustling sound emanating from the scales of the celestial serpent grew progressively louder, ultimately resonating like thunder, shaking the very heavens. Truly, the celestial serpent's scales produced a sound akin to thunder. Nezha murmured to himself, contemplating the exquisite delicacy that such a powerful celestial serpent would yield if transformed into a serpent stew. It would undoubtedly be the finest delicacy across the three realms. Lost in his fanciful thoughts, Nezha cast the remnants of his celestial essence into the fray. However, this essence merely served as a vessel, with the true essence being the chaotic energy he infused within. This chaotic energy was precisely what the celestial serpent desperately required at this moment. Upon absorbing the energy, the serpent's iridescent scales began to undergo a rapid transformation. Suddenly, from various directions, several formidable celestial birds and extraordinary beasts approached, each one exuding a power nearly equivalent to the peak of true immortals, rivaling the serpent's strength prior to its ascension. Among them was the celestial serpent's longtime adversary, the great rhinoceros. This cunning serpent was on the verge of transcending. Great rhinoceros, your end is nigh. You should just flee next time. You stand no chance against it. What do you mean no chance? I foresee you being the one on the receiving end of a beating. The nearby celestial birds and beasts, while not as strong as the great rhinoceros, were certainly not without means to retaliate. Having been bullied before, they now reveled in their taunts, showing no mercy whatsoever. Nezha heard every word distinctly, not missing a single syllable. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the great rhinoceros was adorned with a layer of fiery red scales, appearing remarkably majestic. An aura of auspiciousness surrounded it, reminiscent of the legendary Qilin. Once the celestial serpent completes its ascension, none of you shall escape. Nezha mused. Previously, these celestial birds and beasts had refused to consume the essence he offered, keeping their distance. Yet now, they were irresistibly drawn to the celestial serpent's impending might. In Nezha's eyes, this was a banquet laid out before him. It was said that rhinoceros horns possess remarkable properties for beauty, at this level of true immortality. Surely they could grant eternal youth. And the flesh, if infused with the bloodline of the Qilin, would be an extraordinary boon. Then there was the mountain goat, whose fat was reputed to nourish the skin. And that must be the spinning turtle, believed to bear the bloodline of the divine turtle that mended the heavens, boasting unparalleled defensive capabilities. It was said that the original heavenly turtle belonged to the primordial 5 clans, though the truth of such claims remains uncertain. And that dog? It resembled a celestial dog. The more Nezha observed, the brighter his eyes shone. These once extinct beings from the outside world were now within his reach. Not one shall escape, he chuckled. Meticulously, Nezha began to devise culinary plans for each of these celestial beasts, intending to keep them within his gluttonous space, allowing him to feast at will. After all, a few cuts of flesh would not prove fatal to these celestial beings, enabling him to indulge endlessly. Just as Nezha was orchestrating the fates of these celestial birds and beasts, the commotion caused by the transforming celestial serpent continued to grow ever louder. The sound emanating from the scales of the celestial serpent resonated like a cacophony of thunder, reverberating across vast distances. Even the surrounding space trembled subtly. Yet, within the sacred realm of Taiji, presided over by a sage, even the golden immortals found themselves powerless to ascend. As the thunderous sound reached its zenith, it abruptly ceased, transforming into a series of piercing sounds that cleaved the air. The serpent's resplendent scales, akin to razor-sharp blades, shed off entirely and shot forth in all directions, each bearing the formidable power of a true immortal's full strike. Suddenly, Nezha sensed a tremor within his golden form. He discerned 2 strands of divine consciousness emanating from the depths of the 8 scenery palace, scanning the ascending celestial serpent. Within the palace, apart from the sage Laozi and the quasi-sage Xuandu, the remaining entities were these true immortal-level celestial beasts. Their curiosity was piqued by the prospect of a beast advancing to the golden immortal stage. In the midst of its ascension, the celestial serpent appeared to feel the presence of the 2 divine consciousnesses. It halted abruptly, swaying as it descended from the heavens and prostrated itself upon the ground. These celestial beasts, dwelling within the sanctum of Taiji, though Laozi paid them little heed, could not be disregarded. Even the act of advancement required permission. The celestial beasts drawn from afar also lay flat upon the ground, as if paying their respects. Proceed, and once you have ascended, remain by Nezha's side. A voice resonated from the depths, ancient and distant. Nezha recognized it clearly. It was none other than his master Xuandu's voice. To think he would adopt such an aloof demeanor was quite unexpected. Amused, Nezha soon understood the underlying rationale. After all, not everyone possesses the same casual disposition as he. This is a world that values strength. Unless among peers, individuals generally maintain their composure before others. Those who, like Nezha, disregard their poise are exceedingly rare. With Xuandu's tacit approval, the The celestial serpent lifted its head from the ground, responding, "The little serpent obeys." Though Xuandu did not explicitly state it, the implication was clear. It was to accompany Nezha as a guardian and attendant. However, this was a critical moment in its ascension. The abrupt halt had nearly caused it injury, and further delay was now untenable. The serpent, without a second thought, shimmered and once more soared into the skies. With the master's consent, the serpent cast aside its previous reservations, unleashing its full potential. With each fleeting moment, its form expanded exponentially. When it finally ceased its ascent, its size filled the heavens above, reminiscent of the mythical dragon. Nezha was momentarily taken aback. He had never before encountered such a colossal creature. It is said that the divine ability to manipulate the heavens and the earth has evolved in this manner, and I too yearn to comprehend it. Nezha pondered, finding this power rather impressive. However, the celestial serpent had previously shed its resplendent scales, leaving its body marred and grotesque, to the point where Nezha felt an urge to vanquish it outright. After the celestial serpent's form had abruptly halted its expansion, the primordial energy previously infused into it by Nezha began to manifest its effects. The once pockmarked flesh began to mend swiftly as tiny scales reemerged, adorning its once unsightly figure. But why are they golden? Nezha suddenly noticed an anomaly. Shouldn't the seven-colored celestial serpent acquire an additional hue upon its advancement? Yet it had transformed entirely into a golden hue. Regardless of his confusion, the serpent's ascension continued unabated. A boundless radiance emanated from the newly sprouted scales, piercing through the primordial mist that enveloped its form, akin to a newborn sun. Chapter 44. The Stalwart Rhinoceros. The celestial serpent had successfully ascended to the golden, immortal realm. Nezha surveyed his surroundings, perplexed by the lack of any apparent changes. Why was there no heavenly tribulation? Ever since the war of gods and demons, following the change of leadership in the heavenly court, tribulations had arisen, encompassing all living beings within the 3 realms and 6 paths. During an ascension, a heavenly tribulation would typically descend. If one successfully navigated it, rewards would be granted, enhancing one's cultivation, stabilizing the primordial spirit, and fortifying the physical body. Conversely, failure would result in punishment, leading to the obliteration of the soul, reduced to ash. Yet now, with the celestial serpent's successful ascension, there was absolutely no reaction. What could this mean? Nezha had refrained from ascending previously due to the impending tribulation that would arise upon reaching the harmonization stage, as it would undoubtedly create significant repercussions. How perplexing! Nezha's thoughts raced, recalling the scriptures studied in the 8 Scenes Palace. Suddenly, a bolt of insight struck him, and he gazed into the depths of the palace. How could I forget? This is the sacred realm of Taijing. Nezha, not lingering on his confusion, shifted his focus elsewhere, observing the celestial serpent that obscured the sky and the few true immortal beasts cowering in the distance, compelled by the serpent's formidable presence. Once this endeavor was complete, it should suffice for a prolonged feast. Finally, Nezha's gaze returned to the celestial serpent, which loomed large, radiating immense golden light. While his thoughts drifted to how he might prepare a savory serpent stew, such a substantial creature could not possibly be consumed in haste. Fortunately, with my gluttonous system, digestion is swift, he chuckled to himself, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The transformation of the celestial serpent continues unabated, as golden radiance bursts forth from its newly formed scales. Its once colossal form begins to contract, emanating an increasingly dazzling light. Nezha rubbed the corners of his eyes, which were slightly reddened. Among those present, he possessed the weakest strength, directly facing the sun-like brilliance, causing his own eyes to feel slightly sore. Fortunately, he was protected by the primordial golden body. Otherwise, he might have been blinded. Such a propensity for luminescence. Perhaps he should descend to my gluttonous realm and bask like the sun. Nezha mused. Although everything within the gluttonous realm could be transformed using chaotic energy, it would deplete his reserves, and this radiance was certainly one such expenditure. Given the serpent's abundant luminosity, Nezha resolved it was best to utilize resources effectively. Unbeknownst to the celestial serpent, should it grasp Nezha's intentions, it would likely weep profusely. This release of golden light was a natural phenomenon accompanying its ascension. Having just advanced, it could scarcely contain itself. Moreover, who among those ascending would not wish for a grand spectacle, as it signifies greater potential ahead? Why, then, did it seem a misstep in this context? As the celestial serpent gradually diminished in size, the golden glow it radiated intensified. Once its form had shrunk to half, the brilliance seemed to reach a pinnacle before swiftly retracting. Gradually, as the golden light faded, the serpent's true visage was revealed. amidst its originally vibrant hues. A new color emerged. Perhaps in the future, it would be referred to as the 8-colored celestial serpent. How exquisite! One could only wonder what the 9-colored celestial serpent might look like. Nezha, witnessing the serpent's unveiled form, felt an overwhelming fondness. Its streamlined body appeared remarkably pleasing. The 8 colors embodied a harmonious chaos, complementing one another like a masterfully sculpted artifact. Were these colorful scales fashioned into garments, they would surely be striking. Nezha then had a new realization. Over there, bring them all to their knees. As the serpent approached Nezha, he suddenly conveyed his thoughts telepathically. At that moment, the celestial serpent had just ascended to the golden immortal level, and the aura it projected was not insurmountable. Upon seeing the serpent's form retract, several peak true immortal celestial birds and beasts, previously drawn to observe the serpent's ascension, considered fleeing. Obey, master. Upon receiving Nezha's command, the serpent hesitated not a moment, tracing an enigmatic arc as it charged towards the celestial birds and beasts. Leading the charge was the large armored rhinoceros that had previously tormented it. Foolish beast. I'm coming for you. Run, you big oaf. We can't defeat it. Brother Bull, the crafty serpent approaches. It has just ascended. Let us confront it together. A surge of divine thoughts caused several celestial birds and beasts to struggle vigorously. All present were familiar faces within the confines of the 8-scenery palace. A sacred realm of utmost clarity. They were accustomed to seeing one another, heads bowed or raised. When their strengths were comparable, battles would often yield evenly matched outcomes, with neither side capable of vanquishing the other. However, with the sudden ascension of the celestial serpent, the prior equilibrium was bound to be shattered. Although the serpent appeared to be targeting the great rhinoceros, who could ascertain whether it might not also sweep them away once it had subdued the rhinoceros, the thought of escape seemed implausible. The serpent's form left fleeting shadows in the air, moving with unparalleled swiftness. Recently ascended to the golden immortal rank. It was indeed a golden immortal. Merely in terms of speed, it surpassed any true immortal. Its velocity had increased by more than threefold compared to before. A feat made possible by the steadfastness of the sacred realm. Otherwise, it could have traversed the void directly. The celestial birds and beasts had no time to react, highlighting the vast chasm between them. While a mystic immortal might evade a true immortal, the same could not be said for encounters between true immortals and golden immortals. Of course, this rule did not apply to Nezha, a being of exceptional prowess who defied conventional logic. Nezha's form swiftly ascended into the air, gliding towards the fray. However, his flight technique was one he had mastered during his time in the mortal realm. While sufficient for the lower realms, it paled in comparison to the celestial serpent's capabilities. By the time Nezha arrived, the battle had largely concluded. All celestial birds and beasts, including the mightiest among them, the great rhinoceros, lay defeated upon the ground. Among them, the celestial dog, destined for the hot pot, sprawled on the ground, exposing its snow-white belly in an unusually docile manner. Had it not been for the broken hind leg, Nezha might have believed the celestial dog was surrendering. As for the sheep he had previously seen, it lay on the ground, trembling and frothing at the mouth. A true epitome of sheep epilepsy. The great rhinoceros, however, retained its spirit. Nezha's gaze scanned the battlefield, ultimately resting on the rhinoceros. The others had succumbed. Yet this rhinoceros continued to withstand the onslaught. Its horn had been forcefully severed, and its once vibrant scales lay shattered. Even its tail had been cleaved into 8 segments. Chapter 45. An unprecedented request. Great foolish bull, quickly concede, and I shall command the celestial serpent to release you, Nezha declared. His legs crossed as he contemplated which part of the rhinoceros he would feast upon first. No surrender. The rhinoceros replied defiantly, its voice deep and resolute. Truly a stubborn creature, remaining unyielding even in such dire straits. Nezha was somewhat taken aback. Was this bull truly not foolish? He had come personally, yet still refused to yield. Nezha chose not to prolong the conversation and simply signaled to the celestial serpent. The celestial serpent coiled tightly around the great rhinoceros, exerting its force once more. The already fractured scales emitted a cacophonous crunch, shattering further. Even the bones within the beast's body creaked ominously, threatening to snap. Still unwilling to concede, I shall not yield. The great rhinoceros emitted a mournful groan, thick white vapor escaping its nostrils, tinged with traces of crimson. Foolish beast. Surrender at once and spare yourself further agony. You lumbering fool, escape is futile, accept your fate. Brother bull, cease your struggle, your ribs are broken. Several celestial birds and mystical creatures lying nearby urged him fervently. Yet, in the throes of stubbornness, the great rhinoceros could not be swayed by mere words. With an indignant expression, it declared, "If you possess the courage, then kill me." Such an unusual demand. Nezha remarked with a click of his tongue, "If you refuse to surrender, then let me prepare you as a dignified meal. I shall employ the finest seasonings." With that, Nezha rose from the ground, his diminutive form swaying as he floated to the great rhinoceros's brow. The other celestial beings watched in astonishment as Nezha's finger pressed directly against the beast's third eye. A terrifying aura of flame flickered briefly, swift as a whisper, as if nothing had transpired. The once struggling rhinoceros, ensnared by the serpent, suddenly lost all vitality. "Great beast, what ails you? What has transpired?" "Fool, feigning death is futile. You must surrender." "No, the great rhinoceros is deceased." Suddenly, the celestial dog closest to the rhinoceros stammered, its voice trembling. The remaining celestial beings fell silent, their eyes wide with terror as they gazed at Nezha. What had this little fellow just done? How could he extinguish the great rhinoceros's spirit, even before attaining true immortality? Even the serpent's eyes reflected fear as it loosened its grip on the great beast, seemingly unaware. In that moment, to the celestial beings, Nezha epitomized death itself. "I truly did not desire to slay him." Nezha sighed, blowing gently on his fingertip, an expression of resignation on his face. The great rhinoceros was utterly subdued by the serpent, lacking any capacity for resistance. The spirit posed no defense against Nezha. And once the blazing purple fire emerged, it was indeed peculiar if the great rhinoceros's spirit were not extinguished. Of course, should a true immortal be unscathed, replicating this scene would be far from simple. Nezha surveyed the surroundings, a sense of exasperation washing over him. He had intended for sustainable coexistence. After all, these were celestial beasts. Yet, he had encountered a stubborn soul. What was to be done? He could only acquiesce to its fate. One less or one more mattered not. For there remained other celestial birds and mystical creatures. Nezha extended his divine consciousness, encompassing the remaining celestial beasts in the vicinity, subsequently drawing them into his gluttonous space. Having witnessed the fate of the great rhinoceros, these creatures were utterly paralyzed with fear. Although a slight resistance could shatter Nezha's enveloping aura, they dared not entertain even a flicker of defiance. They were oblivious not only to how the great rhinoceros had met its demise, but also to the fact that this was a sacred domain. With the rhinoceros's death unchallenged by the sage, they naturally assumed it had received the sage's tacit approval. Of course, this was merely their own supposition. In a moment, only the respectful celestial serpent remained alongside the deceased rhinoceros. "Well done. I shall reward you with a few morsels later." Nezha patted the serpent's head, clearly pleased. Had it not been for the serpent's assistance, subjugating these celestial beasts would have proven far more arduous. As for Laozi and Xuandu, their silence did not trouble Nezha. First, he needed to collect his combat assets. Within his gluttonous space, Nezha fashioned a grand barbecue grill using chaotic energy, which he then produced and began grilling on the spot. Although the celestial serpent was unaware of Nezha's intentions, it dutifully obeyed his commands. Yet, whether it was Nezha's actions that frightened the serpent or some other reason, the serpent trembled incessantly. "Do not shake. I am not consuming you at this moment," Nezha admonished, exasperated. A dignified golden immortal should not quaver before a master who had yet to achieve immortality. Should anyone witness this, they might think Nezha had done something untoward to the serpent. The serpent, too, wished to avoid such distress, but it was simply unable to contain itself. Although it held some grudge against the great rhinoceros, it was hardly a significant matter. However, in the blink of an eye, Nezha had dispatched the rhinoceros. How could it not tremble? Moreover, not only had it been slain, but now its skin was to be flayed and roasted. Even in death, there was no peace to be found. Such cruelty was truly alarming. The celestial serpent gazed at Nezha, whose face bore an eager smile, yearning for his meal, and felt an increasing sense of unease. Was this child not terrifying? The thought of being in the company of such a fearsome individual filled it with dread for the future. "Enough. I have said I shall not eat you now. Yet you still tremble. Look, the food is burning. Do you not exhibit the demeanor befitting a golden immortal?" Nezha's voice was rife with ire. He resolved that, should there be no pressing matters, he would confine the celestial serpent to his gluttonous space henceforth. Such cowardice was far too embarrassing to take into the world. The celestial serpent promptly gathered its composure, focusing intently on the task at hand. However, upon witnessing Nezha's eager anticipation for the meal, memories of his own words echoed in his mind, almost bringing him to tears. "If I am not consumed now, does that imply I shall inevitably face such a fate in the future?" The celestial serpent found it challenging to articulate his current emotions. Having finally ascended to the rank of a golden immortal, how had he ended up on the menu? Were it not for the fact that this was the sacred grounds of a sage, he would have fled as far away as possible. The exertion would be unbearable. Especially with this little rascal around, it was far too perilous. A skinned rhinoceros, manipulated by the serpent, rolled back and forth on a grill the size of a hill. Under the scorching flames, it emitted a sizzling sound as its fat dripped down, creating a faint splattering noise. Just then, a figure appeared, none other than the esteemed second-in-command of the Eight Sceneries Palace, Master Xuandu. Chapter 46. Master, this is chili. You've never had it before, have you? Master Xuandu, you have arrived, Nezha exclaimed, without pausing his control over the flames. This was his first attempt at barbecuing, and given that he was using the celestial purple fire, he had to be meticulous. It was all too easy to burn the food. However, the celestial purple fire had its own misfortunes, having previously been employed merely as a source of illumination. After finally being liberated, it was now relegated to a mere barbecue flame in Nezha's hands. Yet, Nezha was unconcerned. It was the only fire he had, so he would make do with it. He resolved to find someone dedicated to barbecuing in the future. Otherwise, it would become tiresome to do it all himself. Nezha, didn't you say no more reckless behavior? Xuandu frowned slightly at the sight of the golden-furred rhinoceros roasting over the flames. He had suspected that Nezha's previous words were unreliable. Initially, he had been quite pleased to see a rare beast ascend to the golden immortal realm. But he was taken aback to find that Nezha had inadvertently slain a peak true immortal. Yet, what was done was done. While these celestial creatures were precious in the outside world, they were not significantly different from ordinary animals within the Ta Ching's sacred realm. However, what perplexed him was why they had resorted to roasting it. Master Xuandu, a diet solely consisting of vegetables is detrimental to one's health and can lead to nutritional imbalances. Nezha protested, skillfully manipulating the flames. He grilled the rhinoceros to perfection. Its exterior crisp while remaining tender within. Even without any seasoning, its inherent flavor was enough to make one salivate. Xuandu observed the golden fat dripping down with a resigned expression. The little rascal was quite the talker. This is a first and last warning, Xuandu said sternly. Understood. Master Xuandu, the meat is ready. Do have a taste. Nezha declared, retracting most of the flames, leaving just a small amount beneath the grill to maintain warmth. I shall not partake, Xuandu replied, his expression stern, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him. With Nezha so preoccupied with feasting, his earlier admonishments seemed futile. No. One cannot skip meals. One is like iron, and food is like steel. It is essential to eat. Prolonged fasting will surely harm your health. Nezha, having already torn off a hind leg, presented it forward. Xuandu was momentarily taken aback, and upon hearing Nezha's words, nearly burst into laughter in exasperation. What absurd reasoning. He was a formidable quasi-saint, capable of absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, and had no need for such primitive means of sustenance. Only the ordinary folk of the mortal realm relied on such rudimentary sources of energy. Yet, Nezha offered Xuandu no opportunity for rebuttal, thrusting the severed limb into his hands instead. Before Xuandu could utter a word, he noticed that Nezha had already dashed back to the barbecue grill, voraciously devouring the remaining portion. The slightly charred skin emitted a soft crackling sound as Nezha bit into it, yielding a trickle of golden oil, crispy and fragrant. Ding. Congratulations. Host has comprehended bloodline inheritance. Ding. The bloodline is currently being activated. Activation progress at 1%. The power of the bloodline. As Nezha was eating, he suddenly paused, his eyes sparkling with realization. There was indeed an activation progress. Previously, it had always awakened directly. It seemed to be another formidable inheritance. In that case, he ought to consume more meat. While feasting, Nezha recalled the message from the celestial serpent, which indicated that the great rhinoceros bore the bloodline of the Qilin. Could it be that this time he was destined to awaken the Qilin bloodline? Regardless, he decided to eat first. No meat, no wine, was simply unacceptable. Nezha scampered back to Xuandu's side, having previously given all his celestial liquid to the celestial serpent, and now found himself entirely out. Master Xuandu, may I have some celestial liquid? Nezha called out. Here. Now that Nezha had already indulged, there was no turning back. With a flick of his wrist, a gourd-shaped jade bottle appeared before him. Do not consume this gourd. It contains enough celestial liquid to fill the 4 seas. Xuandu cautioned as he handed over the jade gourd. Thank you, master. Nezha exclaimed, his eyes gleaming as he seized the gourd and dashed away, resuming his gluttonous feast, causing Xuandu to shake his head in resignation. After all, he was but a child. Let him eat. There was no semblance of decorum. If he were to venture out, Who would believe he was a third-generation disciple of the Taching lineage? Xuandu felt an overwhelming headache. Observing Nezha devouring meat and drinking with abandon, Xuandu chuckled softly, involuntarily raising the beef leg in his hand. Master Xuandu, this is food. Stop staring and eat. Nezha's voice called out, having already consumed a foreleg within that short period. I do not partake in such mundane fare. You may enjoy it yourself. Xuandu responded softly, for to him, this divine-level sustenance bore little distinction from ordinary food. It had been countless millennia since he had tasted anything, and now, how could he lower himself to consume such trivialities? Xuandu gazed at the beef leg glistening with golden oil, finding no appetite. Master, do take a taste. You will understand just how delectable it is. Nezha had, at some point, produced a dagger, skewering a piece of fragrant beef with it. On the surface of this beef, there lay a sprinkling of red powder, exuding a faintly spicy aroma. This was the chili he had conjured from the realm of culinary delights using chaotic energy, paired with this divine great steak. The flavor was heightened significantly. Nezha remarked, already bringing the steak to Xuandu's lips. I've said I'm not eating, Xuandu protested, only to have the steak thrust into his mouth. A glimmer of amusement flickered across Nezha's face. Not eating? How can one refuse? If you keep standing on your high horse, once you savor the flavor, you'll reconsider. Professor Wang's deliciousness theorem is not something everyone can surpass. With the meat now in his mouth, to refuse would indeed be quite impolite. Xuandu pondered, realizing that this was Nezha's first offering, which softened his resolve considerably. His tongue moved lightly, beginning to chew. Observing Xuandu's reaction, Nezha waved over another piece of meat from the grill, keenly watching Xuandu's expression. Xuandu's jaw began to move. The sound of his teeth gently clashing echoed in the air. Suddenly, he paused, sensing an extraordinary flavor erupting between his lips and teeth. As he uttered those two syllables, he sharply inhaled, feeling a surge of flavor that exploded upon contact with the air. A spicy essence swiftly flooded his mind, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead and nose. Xuandu's magical energy surged as he hurriedly attempted to dissipate this bewildering taste. What on earth is this? He fixed a serious gaze upon Nezha, who wore a teasing expression. Were it not for the harmlessness of the spice, he might have thought this little imp was attempting to poison him. Yet, despite not knowing what this substance was, the fact that it could make even a quasi-saint break a sweat indicated its extraordinary nature. As the flavor faded, a sense of comfort lingered, and it even seemed as though a hint of magical energy had been replenished within him. Ha! Nezha laughed heartily, winking at Xuandu. Master Xuandu, that's chili. I suppose you've never tasted it before. Just moments ago, Xuandu had appeared incredulous, as if he had been poisoned, which was far more expressive than his usual stern demeanor. Xuandu slowly shook his head, murmuring, Indeed, I have never encountered something that could enhance my magical energy so effortlessly. Do refrain from wasting it. Use it sparingly. In Xuandu's experience, few things could so easily augment a quasi-saint's magical energy, mostly limited to innate spiritual roots. This chili, though perhaps not on par with those innate roots, surely could not be too inferior. Chapter 47. The Great Loss of the Three Realms. Seeing Xuandu's earnest demeanor, Nezha couldn't help but chuckle again. The chili he had consumed was merely an ordinary variety, but what he had given to Xuandu was anything but. What emerged was an aberrant devil pepper, crafted with a considerable amount of chaotic energy. Fortunately, Xuandu, being a quasi-saint, encountered no adverse effects. He sought to conduct experiments on a true immortal level using his culinary space, only to be overwhelmed by the spiciness. As for those at the celestial level, had he not acted swiftly, his primordial spirit might have shattered. Master Xuandu, do you have something to say? Nezha observed the hesitance in Xuandu's demeanor, feeling somewhat perplexed. Is there any more of that thing called pepper? Xuandu felt a touch of embarrassment. It seemed inappropriate for a master to request something from his disciple. As he spoke, he retrieved a pure innate spiritual crystal from his possession. I shall exchange this for you. A glimmer sparked in Nezha's eyes, but he quickly adopted a reluctant expression. Master, this is a treasure. What I offered earlier was merely a token of respect, hardly sufficient. You cannot simply trade for it, as if it were of little value. Xuandu contemplated this, and, recalling Nezha's usual demeanor, he subtly adjusted his thoughts and returned 5 of the 9 innate spiritual crystals, keeping only 4. I possess limited resources as well. These 5 are all that I have, brought back by your grandmaster during his travels through the chaos. Xuandu was not one to deceive, and although as a quasi-saint he could easily mask his expressions, he could not fool the seasoned Nezha. Upon hearing Xuandu's words, Nezha discerned that there must be more hidden away. However, given that he had been consistently extracting from Xuandu, Nezha worried about scaring him off. After all, one must allow the sheep to rest. If one were to shear them entirely, there would be none left for the future. Thus, he hesitantly agreed. This is only because you are my master. Under different circumstances, I would not have relinquished anything. Nezha appeared to be at a disadvantage, visibly distressed. Very well. I shall give you one more, but this truly is the last. Xiandu felt as though he had taken advantage of the situation and, feeling somewhat guilty, produced another innate spiritual crystal. Nezha caught it effortlessly, internally smirking, thinking, he thinks he can outsmart me. Yet, outwardly he sighed, alas, what can I do? Since you are my master, I shall endure this minor loss. The exchange concluded, and both parties were satisfied. Initially, Xiandu believed he would require 10 innate spiritual crystals to secure the deal, though he ultimately relented and offered one more. To his surprise, he managed to conclude the transaction with only 5. Meanwhile, Nezha, though feigning a look of disadvantage, was on the verge of laughter within. Had Xiandu not been present, he would have burst into laughter, for it was quite comical. Despite the peppers being of an extraordinary variety, the innate spiritual crystals Xiandu later exchanged were enough to replenish all the chaotic energy he had expended, with even a surplus remaining. In essence, Nezha had profited 5 innate spiritual crystals. Indeed, I am a natural-born merchant. In the depths of his heart, there was a lament, had he not been pressed for time. Perhaps he could have fully realized the potential of the business across the 3 realms. What a profound loss for the 3 realms, truly a pity. Nezha, suppressing the excitement within, devoured the rhino meat voraciously, fearing that he might inadvertently burst into laughter. Meanwhile, in his mind, the system's notifications began to resonate incessantly as Nezha continued his feast. Ding, the bloodline is being activated. Please do not interrupt the current activation process. Progress, 5 ding. The bloodline is being activated. Please do not interrupt the current activation process. Progress, 12. Ding, the bloodline is being activated. Please do not interrupt the current activation process. Progress, 17. As Nezha indulged, Xuandu approached the barbecue rack. Imitating Nezha, he sliced a suitable piece of beef from the rhino and carefully sprinkled the exceptionally spicy chili powder he had just acquired from Nezha. Taking a deep breath, he placed the beef in his mouth and began to chew. Xuandu was not merely seeking to augment his modest magical powers. Rather, after tasting the intense spiciness, he experienced an unusual sensation. It was surprisingly delectable. Xuandu, do not rush. Savor the flavor, allowing it to unfold. Nezha, transformed into a culinary connoisseur, guided Xuandu on the art of eating. Following Nezha's instructions, Xuandu felt as if he had unlocked the door to a new realm. It dawned upon him that within such a seemingly trivial morsel of food, there resided an abundance of information. He pondered whether he had wasted centuries of existence. For after countless millennia, he had only just discovered such exquisite delicacies. If only there were more disciples of the Taching lineage. Otherwise, this combination of enhancing strength and satisfying one's palate would make cultivation remarkably efficient. Initially, those who cultivate do not genuinely shy away from food. Rather, ordinary sustenance appears to them as worthless as refuse compared to precious jade. Only certain celestial spiritual items, which are beneficial to their well-being, would entice them to partake. For instance, the heavenly peaches from the celestial court or the ginseng fruits from Wuzhuangwen. These naturally attract countless eager consumers. Xuandu, take your time. Observing Xuandu sweating profusely as he devoured the meat, Nezha grew anxious. Who had just firmly declared they would not eat? And yet here we are. Phew, it's a bit spicy. Xuandu paused, gasping for breath, but with a smile from Nezha, he plunged back into the fray. Nezha was somewhat taken aback. He had intended for Xuandu to sample a little, to coax him into joining the feast, and to cease his incessant chatter. But what was happening now? Master, please save some for your disciple. Xuandu, feeling somewhat embarrassed by Nezha's remark, slowed his pace considerably. Nezha, in turn, quickened his pace, indulging with abandon. After all, he possessed the gluttonous system, capable of digesting whatever he consumed without consequence. Xiandu, a formidable figure at the quasi-saint level, found the flesh of celestial beings to be no different from that of ordinary fare. It was merely a matter of savoring the flavor. Observing Xiandu indulge in his meal with such relish, Nezha produced an array of condiments from his culinary space, including fragrant spices like 13 spices, pepper, and cumin, essentially gathering all the essentials for barbecuing to offer to Xiandu. Although Xiandu was unfamiliar with these ingredients, he soon discerned that they enhanced the taste significantly. However, Nezha refrained from revealing the proper combinations of these seasonings, which noticeably slowed Xiandu's consumption of the meat. Nevertheless, Xiandu's formidable intellect, befitting a quasi-saint, quickly devised numerous recipes and began experimenting with his own mixtures. Yet, within this brief interlude, Nezha had already surpassed Xiandu in consumption. Chapter 48. Activating the Qilin Bloodline. Ding. The bloodline is currently being activated. Please do not interrupt. Current activation progress, 33%. Ding. The bloodline is currently being activated. Please do not interrupt. Current activation progress, 74%. The system prompted that interruption was not an option, yet Nezha continued to savor the meat in his hands. Even while conducting business with Xiandu after both had consumed a substantial portion of the great rhinoceros, Xiandu felt he had indulged a bit too much and finally set down his utensils. My disciple, I never anticipated that you would introduce me to such intriguing novelties. However, do refrain from unnecessary slaughter in the future. These creatures are auspicious beasts, the pride of the Ta Ching's sacred realm, not mere food. If you truly desire to feast, wait until we reach the earth immortal realm, Xiandu admonished. While he did not articulate it directly, Nezha understood the underlying message. These beings, though not esteemed by the saints, still held significance. If one were to indulge, it should be at the expense of others. Nezha chuckled and casually acquiesced. It was evident that Xiandu realized he had depleted the celestial birds and beasts of the Ta Ching's sacred realm. Concerned that Nezha might continue to clear out the remaining creatures, he felt compelled to issue a warning, lest the esteemed Ta Ching's sacred realm be left devoid of even two auspicious beasts when guests arrived, resulting in considerable embarrassment. The system notifications continued to resonate, perhaps due to the initial awakening of the bloodline. It required a gradual extraction of bloodline power from the consumed flesh, thus elongating the process. Unlike before when it was completed in an instant, Nezha reclined on the ground, inhaling the fresh primordial spiritual energy, feeling utterly at ease, while savoring the tender beef in small bites. Ding. The bloodline is currently being activated. Please do not interrupt. Current activation progress, 91%. Ding. The bloodline is currently being activated. Please do not interrupt. Current activation progress, 95%. Nezha could sense a rapid transformation occurring within his blood, as the power of the bloodline seemed on the verge of a true awakening. To the Xiandu, the meat of a true immortal is merely ordinary. Yet for one who has yet to attain immortality, it is an extraordinary supplement. This is precisely why he possesses the great glutton system, which allows him to transform the consumed sustenance into chaotic energy. Were it another individual, they would likely be unable to withstand the overwhelming energy contained within, perhaps exploding from a single bite. Although it required extensive cooking, the result was delectable and quite commendable. Nezha silently critiqued within himself, strategizing improvements for the next endeavor. Simultaneously, he felt the changes within his body, tantalizingly close to a genuine awakening. As the bloodline power began to awaken, the transmuted chaotic energy concurrently fortified his physique. It was undoubtedly the awakening of the Qilin bloodline, reminiscent of the sensation he experienced when absorbing chaotic power in pursuit of the primordial golden body. This feeling burgeoned within Nezha. Just a little more, he resolved to finish the remaining portions. Nezha rose from the ground and commenced devouring the remaining rhinoceros meat, determined to harness his willpower to unlock this bloodline inheritance. As he consumed the last morsel from the skeletal remains, he sensed the changes in his blood reaching a pinnacle. Beep. The bloodline is activating. Please do not interrupt the current activation progress. 100. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have comprehended the Qilin bloodline inheritance, the holy body of the Qilin. Beep. The cultivation of the holy body of the Qilin is complete. Current level maxed out. Holy body of the Qilin. The innate body of the primordial Qilin. One of the supreme holy bodies of the innate chaotic five elements. It is said that when the five innate elemental holy bodies converge, they can merge into the primordial five-element holy body, perpetually thriving and indestructible, comparable to that of a saint. In an instant, a profound yellow light radiated from Nezha, reminiscent of the earth itself. His aura was as deep as a mountain, compelling Xiandu to glance over in astonishment. What is happening? The blood within Nezha surged forth, flowing like a mighty river, roaring incessantly. Amidst the yellow luminescence, a colossal manifestation began to coalesce. Yet, how could the Qilin manifestation provoke such shock in Xiandu? His gaze shifted to the enormous rhinoceros, now reduced to a pile of bones. This creature possessed the Qilin bloodline, but how could this be? Realizing this, Xiandu was even more astonished. The Qilin manifestation gradually descended, merging into Nezha's diminutive form. In that fleeting moment, the two figures converged, and Nezha seemed to transform into a true Qilin. The Qilin reemerges. The great calamity indeed approaches. The figure of Laozi, unbeknownst to him, materialized beside Xiandu. The great calamity is upon us, Master, Laozi spoke, his voice ethereal as he recounted the events that transpired within the Zixiao Palace. He continued, after the initial calamity of the dragon and Han, the clan leaders perished, and no Qilin remained in the world, yet Nezha. In an instant, Xiandu comprehended Laozi's implication. The Qilin clan stands apart from other races, for there exists but a single Qilin in the world. As for the others, they are merely Qilin beasts imbued with the Qilin bloodline. Originally, after the demise of the primordial Qilin, the creature known as the Four Symbols was destined to transform into the likeness of the Qilin. However, in an act of selflessness, the primordial Qilin chose to spare the Four Symbols from bearing the burdens of the Beast clan's karma, thus allowing it to retain its original form until the present day. Yet now, Nezha has not only manifested the pure bloodline of the Qilin, but has also evoked the true form of the primordial Qilin. This signifies that Nezha has ascended to become the legitimate heir of the Qilin lineage. From this point forward, any member of the Beast clan who encounters Nezha shall inevitably find themselves subdued. In Xiandu, as the Great Tribulation approaches, all beneath the status of sage shall be reduced to mere ashes. Your opportunity for enlightenment may very well lie within Nezha. Xiandu remained silent, his gaze fixated upon Nezha. Reflecting upon the extraordinary events surrounding Nezha, he felt a stir within his heart. From the moment of his birth, Nezha exhibited remarkable traits, and as time progressed, he continued to reveal even more astonishing qualities. These remarkable traits consistently validated the transformation occurring within Nezha. Within the Eight Scenery Palace, the beasts suddenly sensed the overwhelming aura radiating from Nezha. It was a force emanating from his bloodline. Although the remaining celestial birds and extraordinary beasts within the palace possessed cultivation levels at the Xianxian tier, they were now acutely aware of the immense pressure bearing down upon them. They could scarcely entertain thoughts of resistance. Only by submissively prostrating themselves on the ground could they alleviate the involuntary tremors coursing through their bodies. Across this realm, throughout the three realms, many beasts, to varying degrees, felt the potent energy exuding from Nezha. In the Yusu Palace, the Four Symbols abruptly stood up, gazing towards the direction of the Eight Scenery Palace. Father, this is not my father. The Four Symbols discerned carefully. Whose unfamiliar aura is this? My father had once proclaimed that no one was permitted to become a true Qilin. Now that the three clans have been annihilated and the subsequent demon clans have submitted, could there still be someone scheming against the Qilin, or perhaps plotting against me? The Four Symbols withdrew its gaze and turned towards the Yusu Palace. Regardless of who this was, it was imperative to consult the primordial sage about this matter. The Four Symbols pondered as it stepped out of its dwelling, making its way toward the heart of the Yusu Palace. In the past, the primordial Qilin had willingly transformed into Qilin Cliff to protect him, allowing the young heir of the Qilin clan to become the steed of the primordial celestial master. However, the emergence of another who embodies the Qilin cannot simply be overlooked. Chapter 49. The little one is more important than the inherent supreme treasure. The sudden appearance of the Four Symbols in the Yusu Palace astonished several disciples of the primordial celestial master. Although the Four Symbols was merely the steed of the primordial celestial master, it had once been the beloved offspring of the primordial Qilin. Even in its absence, its status and identity were not diminished. In fact, it was likely superior in strength compared to them. Otherwise, it would not have deigned to serve as the steed of Jiangxia during the deification process. Serving in that capacity merely provided Jiangxia with a protector. Otherwise, he would have been eliminated long ago. At this moment, upon witnessing the unexpected arrival of the Four Symbols at the Yusu Palace, the disciples promptly paid their respects and discreetly withdrew. Evidently, they too sensed the peculiar aura that had emerged within the Taiqing Palace. Before the creature known as Sifang could speak, the primordial celestial master took the initiative, stating, I am already aware of the matters you bring forth. Rest assured, they do not pertain to outsiders, but rather to a disciple absorbed by Tai. When the time comes for them to visit the Yusu Palace, you shall have the opportunity to meet. With reverence, Sifang acknowledged the decree and, having no recourse, withdrew. The primordial celestial master then dismissed his attendant disciples. Remaining alone in the Yusu Palace, the originally solemn atmosphere shifted abruptly. The reason for selecting Sifang as his steed was not merely for free labor. Although Sifang had not manifested as a true Qilin, being the young lord of the Beast clan, he nonetheless bore significant fortune. The decision to take him as a mount was naturally motivated by the auspicious fortune he possessed. Now, with Nezha suddenly awakening a pure Qilin bloodline and manifesting the form of the primordial Qilin, it effectively siphoned away a considerable portion of Sifang's fortune. Had Nezha not previously allied with the three teachings, the primordial celestial master might have dispatched his disciples to retrieve him. However, due to Nezha's earlier allegiance to the three teachings, the fortune extracted from Sifong had been divided into 3 parts, distributed among the 3 teachings. The primordial celestial master felt an immense frustration. This fortune rightfully belonged to the Chan school. Curiously, despite the 2 portions of fortune being siphoned away from Sifong, the overall fortune of the Chan school seemed largely unaffected. In fact, a considerable amount of fortune appeared to be inexplicably flowing into the Chan school. Rising from his seat, the primordial celestial master traversed the void towards the Byring Palace, intent on clarifying the situation. En route, he suddenly encountered a figure descending from the realm of Earth immortals. Upon closer inspection, it was a youthful man in his 20s, none other than the leader of the Jie school, Tongtian Daoist. Where has the second senior brother gone? Tongtian inquired with a cheerful demeanor, his form ethereal, clearly in high spirits. Nezha's appropriation of Sifong's fortune had naturally resulted in a share for the Jie school, which delighted Tongtian immensely. A windfall, particularly one sourced from the Chan school, was indeed a cause for celebration. Ever since the signing of the list of deities, the Chan and Jie schools had been entrenched in a cold war, and now that the primordial celestial master was facing adversity, Tongtian was naturally pleased. However, despite his joy, he maintained a facade of propriety, as the 2 sides had yet to truly sever ties. Second senior brother, you appear rather unwell. Is it that your disciples are once again disobedient? Tongtian remarked with a grin. In my opinion, when a disciple misbehaves, there is no better remedy than a good beating. Otherwise, they will become spoiled. Sometimes I genuinely envy you, second senior brother. Having just a handful of disciples makes it far easier to manage compared to my own multitude, which numbers in the tens of thousands. Tongtian waved his hand dismissively. The primordial celestial master's gaze grew increasingly frosty. Indeed, the current predicament epitomized the phrase taking advantage of another's misfortune. He was unaware of how Tongtian had transformed into his current state. Within the depths of Yuanshi Tianzuan's heart, a silent resentment brewed. The Fengshen Bang had already been signed and sealed, and the moment for reckoning had yet to arrive. When the calamity of the ages descended, there would be a time for settlement. It was unwise to openly express disdain for having too many disciples. Eventually, they would all be sacrificed and sent to the Fengshen Bang. Noticing Yuanshi Tianzuan's silence, Tongtian lost interest in further provocation and proceeded directly towards the 8 Scenery Palace. Yuanshi Tianzuan snorted coldly and followed suit. As both were saints of the Heavenly Dao, their speed was unparalleled, and they traversed from their own sanctuaries to the 8 Scenery Palace in the blink of an eye. Upon their arrival, they found Nezha radiating golden light. However, as the aspect of the primordial Qilin integrated into Nezha's being, the golden aura began to gradually recede. Senior brother, what is happening? Yuanshi Tianzuan immediately posed this question to Laozi. In other circumstances, he could have calculated the answer with a flick of his fingers. Yet, within the 8 Scenery Palace, a sanctum of equal sanctity, their powers counterbalanced each other, rendering even him powerless. Observing the accusatory expression on Yuanshi Tianzuan's face, Laozi chose not to elaborate, but instead instructed Xuandu to recount the events that had transpired. To his astonishment, merely consuming meat from beasts infused with Qilin blood had awakened a pure Qilin lineage. Although Yuanshi Tianzuan maintained a facade of calm, he was inwardly astounded. If this were indeed the case, consuming meat from the dragon clan could potentially awaken the ancestral dragon's bloodline. The demon clans of the 3 realms were merely remnants from the previous war among the 3 tribes. The total fortune available was finite. Their incessant squabbling yielded nothing new. Now that the calamity of the Fengshen had arrived, the sect of the intercepting teaching thrived precisely because, at the conclusion of the Wu and Yao War, Tongtian had opened the gates to absorb a substantial number of residual demon clans. If Nezha were to awaken the bloodlines of all 3 tribal leaders, would he not consolidate the entirety of the current demon clan's fortune within himself? With this realization, Yuanshi Tianzuan finally understood the inexplicable flow of fortune towards the Yushu Palace. It was the fortune of the intercepting teaching. With myriad celestial beings paying homage, Tongtian was indeed surrounded by numerous beastly entities. While Nezha siphoned off the fortune of the 4 uniques, he simultaneously appropriated the fortunes of these beasts. Yuanshi Tianzuan cast a sidelong glance at Tongtian but refrained from further comment, allowing him a moment of elation. Nezha's sudden emergence as the Lord of Beasts, forcibly appropriating the fortune of the 4 uniques, was an unforeseen development that left him no time to intervene. However, the Zhuzhen sword array within the intercepting teaching, designed for slaughter, did not possess the ability to suppress fortune. Thus, the fortune of the beast clan would continue to diminish. Clearly, Tong Tian had also contemplated this. His gaze fixated on Nezha ahead, pondering another matter. If that little rascal were to entirely belong to the intercepting teaching, severing all ties with the human teaching and the teaching of the manifest, would not all the residual fortunes of the three tribes revert to the intercepting teaching? Without the innate treasures that suppress fate, what of it? With this little fellow present, he is far more useful than any innate treasure. Upon discerning the reason, Yu did not linger, bidding farewell to Tong Tian and Laozi before departing. Yuan Shi, witnessing the situation, also had no intention of prolonging their stay, stating, when the time comes. Sen Nezha Detai. Chapter 50. Ascending to the ninth heaven in a single day. After Yuan Shi Tianzuan finished speaking, he stepped into the void and vanished. The decision not to send Nezha to Yushu Palace stemmed from the presence of the strange creature. Although Nezha had seized his fortune, their meeting would undoubtedly result in unnecessary complications. It was best to avoid such encounters. One cannot disregard the peculiar creature for the sake of protecting little Nezha, as it would dishearten the disciples of the Chan sect. For now, this was the only course of action. Not long after their departure, Nezha, enveloped in a sudden golden radiance, gradually emerged from his transformation, the golden light slowly receding into his body, revealing his original form. Xuandu acted swiftly, using the whisk in his hand to draw Nezha closer. His eyes scrutinized, eager to unravel how Nezha had suddenly awakened the Qilin bloodline. Even sages could not achieve such a feat. Moreover, he had consumed the meat of the great rhinoceros, yet felt no extraordinary effects. Xuandu, what are you doing? I truly wish to confine you and study your secrets. Xuandu examined Nezha from every angle, showing no signs of a sage's might. Laozi too investigated with his gaze, but found nothing. Before departing, he uttered a warning. Do not kill again. Before his voice faded, Laozi's figure had already vanished, leaving only Nezha, Xuandu, and the heavenly serpent that lay lifeless on the ground. Xuandu patted Nezha and placed him on the ground. Did you hear that? Your sage ancestor has commanded you not to consume those celestial beasts any longer. Understood, understood. Nezha replied, feigning compliance. Yet Xuandu felt that such words were futile. If this little one were truly obedient, he believed he could attain enlightenment by the next day. With his path to the Dao seemingly obstructed, Xuandu brimmed with confidence. Nezha, however, paid little heed to such matters. Once he touched the ground, he began to assess himself. Previously preoccupied with the Qilin bloodline, he had not focused on his realm. He had stored vast quantities of chaotic energy in his gluttonous space. Now seemed the opportune moment, as the heavenly tribulation would not descend upon the Taiji holy realm. A torrent of chaotic energy flowed from his gluttonous space into Nezha's body, further fortifying his already formidable physique. Simultaneously, as his body strengthened, the chaotic energy refined the flaws within the Yang God, continuously honing it. Twist and refine, until the Yang God is perfected, then the realm of harmony shall be flawless. Chaotic energy surged forth like tempestuous waves from the realm of gluttony, flooding into the diminutive form of Nezha. Simultaneously, a series of system upgrade notifications echoed incessantly within his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, your level has increased. Current level, first layer of harmonization. Ding! Congratulations, host, your level has increased. Current level, second layer of harmonization. Ding! Congratulations, host, your level has increased. Current level, third layer of harmonization. Ding! Congratulations, host, your level has increased. Current level, ninth layer of harmonization. The chaotic energy Nezha had stored in the gluttonous realm had been nearly exhausted, and the system's notifications ceased at the ninth layer of harmonization. Although some remained in the gluttonous space, it was insufficient to achieve the final ascension. Upon reaching the harmonization realm, each subsequent elevation would invoke a layer of tribulation. Only after attaining the 10th layer of harmonization would the celestial tribulation descend. Surviving this celestial trial would grant him the freedom to transcend into immortality. Of course, following the celestial tribulation, the heavenly court's call would arise. A voluntary choice that could be accepted or declined at his discretion. Nezha's hesitation to ascend to the final layer stemmed not solely from the dwindling chaotic energy, but also from an unsettling sensation. The clouds above seemed to churn restlessly, as if gestating something profound. It was not fear of the tribulation that held him back, but rather an instinctive wariness of the peculiar phenomenon. Previously, the celestial serpent had ascended to the golden immortal realm without incident. Why, upon his own endeavor, did mere ascension provoke such turmoil? Could it be that his striking visage was so awe-inspiring as to elicit a cosmic response? Nezha mused aloud. Surely, envy of my extraordinary gifts plays a part. After all, few can claim to have ascended 9 minor realms consecutively. Truly, a prodigious talent. Xiandu nearly stumbled in disbelief. What boundless confidence this child possessed to utter such words. Did the celestial order truly unleash tribulations based on one's appearance? Moreover, what was there to boast about in ascending 9 minor realms? When countless entities in the primordial age transformed into existence at the great Luo golden immortal level without any fanfare. Xiandu silently scoffed, yet could not deny Nezha's extraordinary aptitude. Indeed, this era was far removed from the primordial age, and it was unlikely anyone in this time could achieve such heights. After all, Nezha had only been alive for a few days. Xiandu focused his mind, observing the gathering storm of tribulation above. He stood vigil as Nezha's realm began to elevate, untroubled by the prospect of unforeseen events, yet intrigued by the unusual clouds that had manifested above him. Here, in the 8th scenery palace of the Taiching sacred realm, no one would disturb Nezha's ascension. However, the appearance of these clouds within the palace was indeed an anomaly. The sacred sanctuary possesses the ability to obscure the celestial mechanics, which is why the ascent of the heavenly serpent did not provoke a tribulation. However, Nezha, despite being merely at the nascent stage of the Dao, astonishingly triggered a thunderous calamity within the 8th scenery palace. This is undoubtedly an extraordinary occurrence. In fact, even before Nezha became aware of it, Xuandu had already sensed the anomaly. Although Nezha ascended his cultivation from the 10th level of void refinement to the 1st level of Dao in one breath, subsequently soaring to the 9th level of Dao, Xuandu discerned from the outset that as Nezha reached the 1st level of Dao, the clouds began to converge ominously. This was not akin to the phenomena associated with his 8th or 9th levels of Dao. Moreover, even the Dao, of which Nezha remained oblivious, exhibited some changes, as if he were a monstrous aberration not meant to exist in this world, provoking an immediate desire for annihilation. Just as Laozi had departed, he suddenly reappeared, waving his hand to disperse the gathering storm clouds above Nezha. Like Xuandu, he furrowed his brow while observing Nezha. "Master Ancestor, are you playing hide and seek?" Nezha remarked, attempting to divert the conversation. After all, he was uncertain about what had gone awry. For the moment, feigning ignorance seemed prudent. The myriad inexplicable occurrences surrounding him were far from few. Laozi, feeling a tinge of fatigue, reflected on the absurdity of his situation. Here he was, a venerable sage, one of the 3 purities, having to emerge from seclusion twice due to the antics of a mere child. "Little one, what did you just do?" Laozi inquired, disregarding Nezha's attempt at distraction. "Just now? I don't know. I just felt a bit warm, and it seemed my cultivation improved." Nezha replied, feigning innocence. He had realized that his current demeanor served as a natural shield. Whether he was acting cute or pretending to be oblivious, it was entirely befitting of his status. Others could not discern whether he was genuinely unaware or merely pretending. Was that thunder just now a celebration? It was quite loud. "Celebration, my foot." Xuandu silently cursed. He sensed that Nezha was equally oblivious to the situation, yet he wished he would refrain from constantly adopting that innocent demeanor. "You're utterly insufferable." Nezha remained oblivious, unable to articulate anything further. Laozi recognized that questioning him would yield no fruitful results, so he commenced his own investigation, only to find himself returning to the same uncertainties time and again. Perhaps it was indeed due to his extraordinary aptitude. That was the only conclusion Laozi could draw. He then addressed Nezha. "Although I have temporarily dispersed the thunder calamity, it is merely a reprieve. Once you exit the 8th scenery palace, the tribulation will inevitably descend." "What should we do then?" Nezha pondered. With his primal golden body, he believed the thunder calamity should pose no threat. Yet he certainly preferred to evade such an ordeal if possible. "Then we shall temporarily seal your energy. Thus, as long as you refrain from further ascension, the calamity shall not be summoned." Laozi concluded after a moment of contemplation. Nezha pursed his lips, feeling a sense of unreliability. An upgrade was undoubtedly inevitable. He could not remain stagnant forever. However, if it could be sealed for the time being, so be it. Nezha nodded promptly and approached Laozi, saying, "In that case, let it be so." Laozi's hand shimmered with divine light, revealing a handkerchief-like innate spiritual treasure. "This will conceal your aura, but it can only be used once, so do not recklessly damage it." With a gentle flick, the handkerchief transformed into a garment that fit Nezha's stature. Nezha's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly reached out to take it. However, Xiandu, observing Nezha's gleeful demeanor, sensed impending trouble. Just as he uttered 2 words, it was already too late. Nezha, upon receiving the garment, had already taken a bite out of it. A sound akin to silk tearing echoed. And before he could don the garment, a significant portion had been consumed. The remaining fabric glimmered and reverted to its original handkerchief form, albeit now in a tattered state. This child truly frustrates me, Xian exclaimed, feeling the urge to reprimand him. Do we not just say this was meant for concealing your aura? Now that you've taken a bite, it's rendered useless. Laozi could not help but twitch his lips in dismay. It seemed better to disregard previous agreements and find a timely opportunity to send him away. In just a few days, Nezha had already caused quite the stir. Having taken numerous celestial creatures and even roasted one, Laozi sensed that if Nezha remained in the 8 Scenery Palace any longer, more trouble would surely follow, and it was best to send him off soon. Yet Nezha was undeterred, concentrating intently on the prompt resonating in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for comprehending the innate transmission of the aura-concealing divine technique. Ding! The aura-concealing divine technique has been successfully cultivated. Current level, maxed out. Aura-concealing technique perfectly conceals one's aura, shrouding everything. Impressive. I wonder if even a sage can detect it. Nezha mused to himself. The sages are the most powerful beings in this world. If they cannot uncover it, then where else is there to go? As these thoughts raced through his mind, he activated the aura-concealing technique. Both Xian and Laozi, standing beside him, simultaneously changed their expressions. They realized that Nezha's aura had completely vanished. Although Nezha stood right before them, there was not a trace of his presence to be felt, as if he had entirely ceased to exist. They, a quasi-saint and a saint, could not sense the aura of a living child before them. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it. This was utterly absurd. The two exchanged glances at Nezha, and then their eyes fell upon the already damaged aura-concealing handkerchief. Nezha had manifested a new divine ability. Sensing their expressions, Nezha knew he had succeeded. This aura-concealing technique could elude even the sages. Xian, let us find a time to send Nezha away. Laozi conveyed telepathically. As you wish. Although Xuandu could not fathom why Laozi suddenly made such a remark, he promptly complied with the command. Perhaps the child was simply too mischievous. However, Laozi's mind was consumed by a different thought, not due to Nezha's impishness, but because he suddenly comprehended why Hongjun instructed Nezha to simultaneously pay homage to the 3 pure ones. The multitude of secrets that Nezha harbored was simply too great. Aligning himself with any one master alone would yield substantial repercussions. Only by bowing to all 3 teachings could Nezha's safety be assured. Suddenly, Laozi recalled the scene at the Zhixiao Palace, and an idea took shape. Could it be that Hongjun, unable to discern the secrets surrounding Nezha, entrusted him into their hands? Unperturbed by their musings, Nezha gathered the majority of the handkerchief beneath him and cast it into the depths of the culinary space. Now that he possessed the culinary space, he intended to make use of it. The awakening of divine abilities was not contingent upon the inherent value of the object, but rather on whether one had encountered something similar before. If one had, it would merely serve as a source of chaotic energy, and awakening a new divine ability would be impossible. However, if one had never encountered such an object, even a handful of ordinary soil from the mortal realm could awaken formidable powers. Clearly, the handkerchief he had bitten through could not be awakened again. After issuing these instructions, Laozi vanished once more. Xuandu, gazing at Nezha's fluctuating presence, felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue. This child was truly boundless in his mischief. He began to worry that with the newfound ability to conceal his aura, the little rascal might stir up even greater trouble. Nevertheless, considering that the child had the backing of 4 saints, he relaxed somewhat. In this world, if even 4 saints could not resolve an issue, then surely the world itself was doomed. Nezha, cease your antics. Understood, master. After a few attempts at concealing his presence, Nezha lost interest. After all, there were merely the 3 of them here. Whether or not he concealed his aura was of little consequence. With the matter of realms settled, Nezha approached the barbecue grill and began to tidy up. Observing the suddenly composed Nezha, Xuandu felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. How wonderful it would be if the child could maintain this demeanor. Yet, as this thought emerged, Xuandu felt even more uneasy. He had not anticipated that Nezha's mischievousness had taken such deep root in his heart. Tick-tock. While Nezha cleared away the remnants of the barbecue, he suddenly heard the sound of dripping. Turning his head, he was met with the sight of the heavenly serpent sprawled on the ground, feigning death, nearly provoking a fit of laughter. How could one who had ascended to the golden immortal rank possess so little dignity, lying there as if lifeless? Moreover, if he was to feign death, one would expect a modicum of professionalism. Yet, he was drooling, the very epitome of unprofessionalism. The tick, Talk sound was merely the sound of the serpent's drool hitting the ground. Nezha ceased his actions, rose to his feet, and delivered a forceful kick to the celestial serpent. Enough of this charade. Get up at once. The celestial serpent, realizing it had been discovered, reluctantly crawled to its feet. It could hardly continue feigning death, after all. 3 saints had simultaneously descended, and for a creature like the celestial serpent, who rarely ventured beyond its lair, such an encounter was utterly overwhelming. Surviving such an ordeal was a feat in itself. Look at this mess, Nezha remarked with disdain. How embarrassing. A serpent of your size, and yet you're drooling. He felt a wave of humiliation wash over him, pondering how he could possibly show his face in public again. However, he also perceived that the celestial serpent was not entirely oblivious. After all, feigning death before saints required a certain level of cunning. No wonder. Despite being consistently pummeled by the great rhinoceros, it always managed to retaliate in the end. There was certainly a method to its madness. A tangled web of thoughts and schemes lurking within. Perhaps these traits were simply innate to serpents, Nezha mused, momentarily forgetting his usual demeanor. Hearing the serpent's slurping sound, Nezha kicked again in disgust. What a disgrace. You've known the great rhinoceros since childhood. How can you drool over its bones? He chastised, pointing an accusatory finger at the serpent. Beside him, Xuandu couldn't help but smirk. Both the celestial serpent and the great rhinoceros were male, making Nezha's choice of words a tad inappropriate. Why am I even thinking about this? Xuandu suddenly realized that after spending just a few days with Nezha, his mindset had drastically altered, and he found himself contemplating such matters. The celestial serpent, awkwardly gathering the bones scattered on the ground, couldn't resist slurping again. Master, I share a deep-seated enmity with the great rhinoceros. Might I be granted these bones? You're a serpent, not a dog. Have some dignity. What need do you have for bones? Nezha retorted, exasperated. If it were a celestial dog, perhaps it would make sense, but you are a serpent. How ludicrous. Though these bones were remnants of his own meals, they were still of celestial quality, capable of being transformed into chaotic energy if tossed into the black abyss. Yet, here was the celestial serpent, audaciously requesting something from him. Nezha huffed. He had always been the one to outsmart others, never the one to be taken advantage of. Where did this serpent find its audacity? Keep talking, and I shall stew you into serpent soup. The celestial serpent shivered at the threat, suddenly recalling that Nezha was not one to be trifled with. Although it had no idea what serpent soup entailed, the mere thought sent chills down its spine, surely a fate it wished to avoid. The prospect of being transformed into soup over mere curiosity about the great rhinoceros's bones was a horrifying notion. Thus, the celestial serpent fell silent, forcing itself to continue tidying up the mess. Soon, everything on the ground was tidied up completely. Having finished the task, Nezha cast a glance around, and with a mere thought, he gathered all the items into his gluttonous space. Xuandu approached quietly, his expression slightly awkward. After sensing a shift in his own heart, he felt that Nezha was somewhat toxic. In just a few days, Nezha had managed to disturb his state of mind. He pondered that it might be related to Nezha's unruly and mischievous nature, always eager to take a bite out of anything that crossed his path. In that fleeting moment, Xuandu's consciousness swept through the 8 scenic palace. He discovered that aside from one celestial beast that had been killed, there were no other celestial creatures of the true immortal level present. In fact, more than 30 various flying and terrestrial creatures of different levels were also missing. Essentially, he had stripped the palace of its top-tier combat forces among the celestial beasts. In the far distance, a lazy bear of the profound immortal level slumbered in its cave. Otherwise, the expansive 8 scenic palace would not have been devoid of even a single profound immortal beast. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. Xuandu's consciousness detected 2 distinct auras of Nezha within the palace. One belonged to the Nezha before him, while the other, albeit slightly weaker, was undeniably present. Had it not been for his probing consciousness, he might not have recognized it merely through perception. However, upon seeing it, he could not help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. The yellow-turbaned warrior he had assigned to Nezha was now wrapped up like a large zongzi by Nezha's 2 innate treasures. Xuandu's lips twitched, even as a quasi-saint. He struggled to maintain a neutral expression. Were it not for the occasional movements of the yellow-turbaned warrior within the wrapping, he might have thought Nezha had rendered him utterly useless. The faint aura of Nezha emanated from these 2 innate treasures. Moreover, the burning sky purple fire and the 8 scenic palace lanterns, although primarily used for illumination by Laozi, were also among the 3 earthly lights of heaven, earth, and humanity. There had been no issues until Nezha's arrival, which nearly extinguished the light. A myriad of incidents flashed through Xuandu's mind. As his consciousness continued to probe, He noticed that many rooms were missing small items. Though the losses were minimal, they were certainly not trivial. Many pieces of furniture were either missing corners or legs. Most infuriatingly, the places where corners were missing bore distinct bite marks, unmistakably left by Nezha. He even observed that one of the door handles of the 8 Scenic Palace was missing a ring. However, the missing piece had not vanished entirely. Rather, a substantial portion was discarded on the ground, also marked by bite impressions. Clearly, it had been bitten off by someone. Yet, the most vexing detail was that near the incomplete remaining ring lay a lumpy substance, which perfectly matched the missing piece. It appeared as if someone had deemed it unpalatable and spat it out upon the ground. No wonder the teacher suggested earlier to find a time to send Nezha away. It would be impossible to keep him here any longer. If this continues, the 8 Scenery Palace will inevitably fall into Nezha's hands. Xiandu pondered how to concoct an excuse to send Nezha away. At that moment, he subtly waved his hand, and the Hongjun warrior, wrapped like a large rice dumpling, suddenly appeared before them. Nezha was slightly taken aback, instantly realizing he had been discovered. What on earth is happening? Xiandu prepared to seize the moment, adopting a serious demeanor as if he were about to strike. However, Nezha's reaction was swifter. He lunged forward. My precious, I have lost it for several days. How did it end up here? Nezha's expression was one of joy, a mixture of surprise and delight. Master Xiandu, you must see if we've had a thief among us. Xiandu's face twitched in disbelief, at a loss for words. A thief? A thief daring enough to steal from a sage? That's not how one seeks death. Moreover, this was his innate treasure. Who could possibly steal it? Nezha waved his hand, directly retrieving the Qiankuan circle from around the Hongjun warrior's neck. Then, with another sweep, the entwined Huantian ling suddenly seemed to come to life, unwrapping itself from the Hongjun warrior and floating back to him, transforming into a crimson ribbon secured around Nezha's waist. Ah, how could it be him? Nezha exclaimed, looking incredulously at the Hongjun warrior on the ground. Master Xiandu, you asked him to assist me, and by the next morning, he had vanished along with my treasure. Nezha, the accuser, despite having previously injured the Hongjun warrior, now faced a dilemma with Xiandu present. Knowing the warrior could be restored. If it were someone unfamiliar, Nezha's heartfelt performance might have fooled them, but Xiandu felt he had seen through it all. At this moment, he remained silent, observing Nezha as if to say, continue your act. Nezha spoke rapidly, recounting the events, and promptly accused the Hongjun warrior. Master Xiandu, my treasure is certainly on him. He must be the thief. Without waiting for Xiandu's response, Nezha summoned a fierce purple light that struck the Hongjun warrior. Xiandu was immediately astonished. What was he doing? Erasing the evidence? The power of the heavenly purple fire was formidable, and although Nezha could not unleash its full might, it was sufficient for this purpose. Nezha clapped his hands, standing protectively in front of Xiandu. Master, do not fear. Allow your disciple to clear the way. Xiandu found himself in a mix of exasperation and amusement, his eyes slightly reddening. Fear? What was there to fear? He was a quasi-saint, and apart from the saints in the 3 realms, he truly feared nothing. However, now blocked by Nezha, he could only watch as the Hongjun warrior, whom he had directed for 3 days, was reduced to ashes. Master Xiandu, do not be disheartened. This fellow is undoubtedly a thief. Gazing into Xiandu's slightly reddened eyes, Nezha spoke with unwavering conviction, firmly asserting that the yellow turban warrior was indeed the internal traitor, attributing every misdeed to him without granting Xiandu a chance for vindication. Master Xiandu, this scoundrel has been dealt with by your disciple, Nezha declared, rubbing his little hands together, his face alight with the anticipation of reward. Chapter 53, Sending Nezha Home. Meanwhile, Tianxi, who had just finished tidying up, observed the unfolding events before him and felt as though he had inadvertently glimpsed something he ought not to have seen. He lowered his head, burying it beneath his body. Nezha's temperament was well known to him. He silently hoped he would not be silenced to keep secrets. However, at that moment, Nezha had no time to spare for Tianxi, for he sensed that Xiandu seemed inclined to send him away. Little one, how have you found your stay at the 8 Scenic Palace these past several days? Xiandu inquired tentatively. Quite well. It's serene here, and I have many companions. I absolutely adore this place. Nezha replied, beckoning Tianxi to his side, his delicate hand caressing the smooth scales of the serpent. Tianxi seemed to tremble at his touch. Little snake, don't you think so? Startled, Tianxi lamented inwardly, fearing that the companion Nezha referred to might indeed be him. Nevertheless, feeling Nezha's increasingly firm grip upon him, he forced a smile and replied, yes, yes. Little Nezha is especially adorable and even shares the celestial nectar with us. Xiandu's eyebrows twitched slightly. Indeed, it's quite delightful, so delightful that even the great rhinoceros has been consumed. He pondered how he had never realized that Tian-Shi, a golden immortal, now resembled a mere pet before Nezha. Could he not maintain a semblance of dignity befitting his status? Little did he know that Tian-Shi was also on the verge of tears. Since encountering Nezha, aside from the initial indulgence in celestial nectar, he had found himself beset by misfortune. Had he not been wise enough to yield, he might have ended up like the great rhinoceros. No, worse, transformed into a snake stew. This unfortunate fate seemed to have commenced when he was instructed by Xian Du to follow Nezha upon his promotion. Left without excuses, Xian Du found himself at a loss for words. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to lay all cards on the table. The dignified golden immortal Tian-Shi, now acting like a devoted lapdog, zealously fawned over Nezha. If he were to remain at the 8 Scenic Palace much longer, it would not be long before chaos ensued. Little one, as agreed upon by the 3 families, each would take you for a period of time. Although you feel as if you have only been here for a mere 3 to 5 days, in reality, 3 to 5 years have passed. It is time to return and pay a visit, Xian Du stated. With this revelation, Nezha found himself without any grounds for rebuttal. He had left in such haste that he had scarcely bid farewell. He had nearly departed without a word, and it was likely that those at the Li residence believed him to be missing. Although he was reluctant to meet Li Jing, he felt compelled to return and check in on Yin, for she was his biological mother in this life. Then let us return, he concluded. Nezha nodded, signifying his agreement. Very well. A faint smile appeared on Xuandu's face. The mischievous child had finally acquiesced. Do you wish to journey to the Golden Light Cave to seek your master Tai? Or shall you go to Golden Ao Island to find your master Duobao? Xuandu inquired directly, for delay could lead to unforeseen complications. Once he entrusted Nezha to them, they would ensure his safe return home. Nezha lowered his head in contemplation. Duobao did not possess his own abode but resided on Golden Ao Island, where the Tongtian cult leader dwelled. Venturing there might lead to unpredictable encounters. The Golden Light Cave, however, appeared far more promising. It was the foundation of the Yushu Palace, devoid of excessive troubles. Moreover, it was rumored that the Bao Lian lantern lay hidden within the lotus pool of the Golden Light Cave, and he was eager to discover if he could retrieve this treasured artifact. Nevertheless, it was evident that he could no longer remain in the 8 Scenic Palace. The 2 remaining locations must yield some fortune. Thus, he declared, both masters have been kind to me, yet I am uncertain of my destination. Perhaps it would be best to allow them to decide. Upon hearing this, Xuandu immediately grasped Nezha's intentions. Previously, at the military headquarters of Li Jing, the 3 families had vied for treasures, each presenting their valuable offerings to win Nezha as their apprentice. Ultimately, the little rascal had enjoyed a plethora of delightful spoils, while they only acquired a rather peculiar outcome from their collective efforts. Now, it seemed the young lad wished to orchestrate a similar scenario once more. However, upon further reflection, Xuandu considered this strategy rather astute. What had once involved 3 families was now reduced to 2. Thus, it would be entertaining to witness these 2 compete for Nezha's favor. Regardless of the impending chaos, it would no longer concern him. After pondering, Xuandu promptly dispatched 2 messages, one each to Tai and Duobao, instructing them to proceed to the military headquarters. Soon enough, the 3 would reconvene at Li Jing's stronghold. Let us depart. I shall escort you home now. With a flick of his sleeve, Xuandu enveloped Nezha within his robe. Observing Xuandu's actions, the Heavenly Serpent, who had initially felt disregarded, finally exhaled in relief. Yet, at that moment, a voice drifted from Xuandu's sleeve, echoing softly, "Do not forget, my little serpent." Just as the Heavenly Serpent had begun to relax, it nearly choked in surprise. Before it could utter a word, it felt a dizzying sensation as it too was drawn into Xuandu's robe. Before it knew it, it found itself face to face with Nezha, who was grinning at him. "Little serpent, you appear rather despondent." Nezha's voice rang out, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. The Heavenly Serpent sensed that one misstep in its words could lead to becoming the dish Nezha had whimsically referenced. In a moment of instinct, it shrank rapidly, coiling around Nezha's small legs. "And no, not at all. I merely thought I had been abandoned, which caused my momentary sorrow. But now all is well." Nezha patted the serpent's head. "At least you are aware of your own worth." Xuandu took Nezha and vanished into the void, moving at an unprecedented speed. In no time, they arrived in the realm of the Earth Immortals. After determining their direction, they made their way towards Chintang Pass. "Master Xuandu, it's too dark in here. Please let me out." Nezha's voice emerged from within Xuandu's voluminous robe. With a sense of resignation, Xuandu released Nezha, as they were now not far from Chintang Pass, and it was prudent to allow Nezha some freedom. He was genuinely apprehensive about the possibility of Nezha igniting a conflagration within his robe. Upon his emergence, Nezha gazed at the scenery below, utterly mesmerized. It was his first opportunity to behold the vastness of mountains and rivers from such a vantage point. However, after a while, the allure of the landscape waned, and he withdrew his gaze. Xuandu remained silent, flying through the air without uttering a word. Yet, Nezha's desire for conversation did not diminish in Xuandu's silence. Having grown weary of the view, Nezha's attention shifted to the celestial robe adorned by Xuandu. His small hands grasped at the fabric, playfully tugging at it, only to discover that his strength was insufficient to cause any damage. What a splendid garment! Nezha's eyes sparkled with delight. The attire he wore was the same he had donned in the mortal realm, albeit refined with a touch of chaotic energy during his ascension. While it was no longer mundane, it could not compare to Xuandu's celestial robe. Earlier, as Xuandu traversed the void, Nezha had glimpsed the resplendent celestial light emanating from Xuandu's robe, which perfectly shielded them from the chaotic currents of the void. It was undoubtedly no ordinary garment. Let go. Xuandu watched Nezha, whose eyes were practically glistening with desire, and felt a wave of unease wash over him. Chapter 54. No one escapes Professor Wang's irresistible law. While others may be oblivious to Nezha's nature, Xuandu was acutely aware that few items could escape the grasp of Nezha once he set his sights upon them. The robe he wore was not a mere celestial garment, but a treasure of innate spiritual essence. If he did not intervene, it would surely be devoured. Witnessing Nezha's reckless enthusiasm was enough to terrify Xuandu. Master Xuandu, may I borrow your robe? Absolutely not. Nezha, realizing that further words would be futile, took a decisive bite, tearing a portion of Xuandu's collar. With a whoosh, the instant he consumed a piece of the innate spiritual treasure, an abundance of pure chaotic energy surged through him, causing him to shudder with exhilaration. After several days without such a treasure, this sudden windfall was undeniably delightful. Xuandu's expression darkened. Had Nezha not been his disciple, he would have certainly dealt him a swift reprimand. The damaged robe shimmered, and before Nezha's eyes, it was forcibly retracted. Nezha, however, remained undeterred. He was no longer interested in the robe since it could not awaken its legacy. His system possessed the capability to awaken divine powers, and Nezha yearned for more such abilities. Yet, only items consumed for the first time had the potential for awakening. Thus Nezha felt an urgent need to seek out more treasures to devour. Xuandu cast a stern gaze at the suddenly quiet Nezha, pondering what he might consume this time. However, he soon sensed an unsettling stillness in Nezha's demeanor. Following the direction of Nezha's gaze, he was struck by the realization that this mischievous child was fixated on the golden cloud beneath his feet. How perilous! This audacious child could not even maintain composure on his way home, fixating on every enticing object in sight. Xuandu internally lamented and hastily retracted the golden cloud. Where's my golden cloud? That belongs to me. The corners of the Grand Master's mouth twitched. Was this truly his disciple? Would he not tarnish the reputation of the Taiji lineage? From ancient times to the present, he had never encountered such unbridled shamelessness. This experience had indeed broadened his horizons, continually surpassing his thresholds of understanding. Merely wreaking havoc at the 8 Scenic Palace was insufficient. Even upon departure, he sought to strip away something valuable from him. Nezha, with an air of indifference, exhibited no pangs of guilt. If he did not strive for something, how could he enhance his strength? Now that he was affiliated with the 8 Scenic Palace and Xuandu was his master, what was wrong with seeking some benefits from his mentor? What belonged to his master was, in essence, his own, and Nezha was quite clear on this matter. At Chintang Pass, following Nezha's previous exploits, a substantial amount of innate energy had leaked, transforming the entire area. Ethereal mist descended like rain, and upon touching the ground, it morphed into spiritual vapor, rising once more. When it floated into the sky, it reformed into spiritual rain that fell again, creating a self-sustaining cycle. This phenomenon had rendered Chintang Pass a sanctuary for cultivation. Each day, numerous wandering cultivators flocked here to practice, while many formidable practitioners arrived to take on disciples. After all, being nourished by the innate spiritual rain granted them superior talents compared to those from other regions, with the potential to cultivate innate spiritual bodies. Senior brother, the East is truly a land of treasures. Zhuan Ti and Jia Yin observed Chintang Pass from the heavens, witnessing the remarkable transformations it had undergone. The emergence of such promising disciples ignited a desire in Zhuan Ti to seize them, almost yearning to whisk these exceptional talents away to the west. However, this was Eastern territory, and even though they were saints, they dared not act recklessly. Otherwise, they risked drawing the ire of Eastern saints, who would surely pursue them relentlessly for their brazen abduction of Eastern populace. Nonetheless, they firmly believed that Chintang Pass was a treasure trove, for it was precisely why they had come here, the birth of a prodigious talent like Nezha. Suddenly, Jia-in looked into the distance. Someone approaches. It is a member of the Taiji lineage. It is Xiandu. I wonder what brings him here. A glimmer of divine light flickered in Zhuan Ti's eyes. Let us conceal ourselves for the moment and observe his intentions. The two figures vanished, shrouding themselves from sight. After all, Xiandu was a top-tier quasi-saint. And even as saints, they risked being discovered if they were not cautious. As the two figures vanished from sight, two shadows glided towards them from afar, Xiandu and Nezha, both on the brink of exasperation. Hurry up, Master Xiandu. Nezha called out from the front, his voice echoing back. After nearly a month's journey since their arrival in the celestial realm, they had finally reached the human realm. The primary cause for the delay was none other than Nezha himself. Xiandu's figure flickered and vanished in midair, only to reappear beside Nezha in an instant. Not eating? He inquired. Not eating, haha. Nezha replied with a grin. I'm ahead of you, you mischievous rascal. Xiandu responded, his expression one of utter disbelief, as he struggled to maintain his composure amidst Nezha's antics. Ever since Nezha had stowed away his belongings, his gaze had been fixated on the celestial herbs and magical plants below, eagerly biting into anything he encountered. Had it not been for Nezha's robust constitution, Xiandu would have worried that he might succumb to poison. All this time, you've either been coveting my possessions or scavenging for food on the ground. Otherwise, we would have arrived much sooner. Was it not just trivial trinkets? I've tasted many of them. You are simply too stingy to invest in your disciple. Nezha pouted, defending his actions as a quest for new flavors to awaken his divine powers. Why else would I indulge in such things? He argued. They are not particularly delectable. He was no Shinnong. His goal was to awaken his divine abilities, which justified his behavior. Xiandu, the Grand Master, felt as though he might vomit blood from frustration. It seemed his Dao heart was being eroded by Nezha's antics. How could one maintain the path of enlightenment in such circumstances? I possess innate spiritual treasures, the least of which are postnatal virtues, yet you treat them as if they were mere cabbages at the roadside, to nibble at will. Even cabbages should not be eaten without purchasing. Xiandu lamented, bewildered by his own dialogue with Nezha, as if the words fell on deaf ears. Don't even start. You are the stingy one, far less generous than a child. Nezha retorted, a look of disdain on his face. The monsters I captured along the way were thoroughly devoured by you. Xiandu's hair practically stood on end in indignation. Why would I eat? Don't you have an inkling? If you hadn't shoved that meat into my mouth, would I have consumed it? Had it not been for your insatiable curiosity with every peculiar thing we encountered, we would have arrived much sooner. The Grand Master's exasperation boiled over. This mischievous child only thought of eating. No matter how bizarre the sights along their journey, Nezha's first instinct was to take a bite. He paid no heed to whether it was edible or poisonous. While others identified objects with their eyes, he simply tasted them directly. Even when encountering monstrous beasts, he would seize them and transform them into culinary delights. This was evident in the way the celestial serpent had evolved into a culinary expert, though its once vibrant scales had now been charred black by the flames of the heavens. Let the celestial serpent lament in vain. This, too, was the reason for their prolonged journey of half a month. Master, you are a formidable sage. If you do not speak, who can pry it open? Nezha wore an expression of indignation. Can this truly be blamed solely on him? Just tell me, is it fragrant? Indeed. The Grand Master of Xuandu exclaimed with a somber countenance, filled with sorrow and ire. Nezha snickered inwardly, thinking, humph, no one can escape Professor Wang's law of true fragrance. Chapter 55. Whose home does the little one wish to visit? As the two engaged in their banter, they soon descended from the heavens, entering the gates of Chintang. The hidden figures of the saints, Zhuanti and Jane, exchanged glances. Although they had not investigated Xuandu, Nezha's words had reached their ears. A question arose in their hearts. Is this child truly such a rascal? However, they were reluctant to reveal themselves, choosing to remain concealed and observe what Xuandu intended to do by bringing Nezha back to Chintang. When Xuandu returned to the general's office, leading Nezha, the elder Ta Yizhenren and Taoist duo Bao emerged to greet them. Greetings, Dao friend Xuandu. May I inquire why it took you so long? Duo Bao asked. Though the 8th Scenery Palace was somewhat distant, Xuandu's strength surpassed theirs considerably, even if he did not arrive early. He should not have been delayed by more than half a month. It was indeed because this little rascal, Nezha, had been distracted by the scenery along the way, causing the delay. Xuandu quickly changed the subject, omitting any mention of Nezha's antics during their journey. The 8 scenery palace had been turned upside down by Nezha, and he wished to let both the Chan and Jie sects experience the same turmoil. Ah, I see. You have worked hard, my friend. Ta Yi and Duo Bao said in unison. Nezha's eyes darted, instantly aware of Xuandu's intentions, yet this time he refrained from undermining Xuandu's facade. After all, revealing it might expose his own embarrassments, which was best left unsaid. These two masters knew nothing of his true nature, which would facilitate his future endeavors. Xuandu performed a bow to the two, then declared, Nezha is now in your care, and my duty is fulfilled. I shall take my leave. However, before Xuandu could depart, he was halted by the previously silent Tai Jinren, who said, Please wait, my friend. Although Nezha has been returned, I would ask you to remain vigilant regarding the little one's whereabouts. Prior to Xuandu's arrival, he had already debated with Duo Bao for over half a month, yet no conclusion had been reached. With Xuandu present, it was the perfect opportunity to seek clarification. If Xuandu leaned in his favor, Nezha would undoubtedly prioritize visiting their Chan sect first. Xuandu's expression twitched slightly. He preferred not to involve himself in this troublesome matter. Moreover, Nezha was currently a harbinger of calamity. Wherever he went, misfortune followed. However, since the human sect was somewhat closer to the Chan sect, Xuandu hesitated and cautioned Tai Jinren. It would be wise for you to tread carefully. Upon hearing those words, Tai Jinren was momentarily taken aback. I intended for you to align with me, to assist in bringing Nezha back, not to counsel me to let go. Although Yuanshi Tianzuan said nothing this time. If he were to discover that Tai Jinren had relinquished his pursuit, it would surely lead to dire consequences for him. Seeing the expression on Tai Jinren's face, Xuandu realized his words had fallen on deaf ears. However, further entreaties would be futile, so he refrained from pressing the matter. Should Tai Jinren indeed take Nezha away today, it would soon become evident why Xuandu had spoken as he did. Sometimes, one must endure personal experience to grasp the truth. I bid you farewell, Xuandu proclaimed. Stepping out of the Grand General's mansion, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him. Dao friend, Tai Jinren called out from behind, but Xuandu paid him no heed, his figure flickering momentarily before vanishing without a trace. It was not until Tai Jinren returned that Xuandu reappeared high in the sky. What a splendid performance. I shall remain until the conclusion, to see who ultimately claims the prize. Xuandu mused, indifferent to whom Nezha would eventually accompany. Regardless of his choice, misfortune was destined to follow. Xuandu believed that aside from the sages, no one could truly contain Nezha. Suddenly, Xuandu's gaze shifted towards a distant void. He had sensed a fleeting disturbance in the fabric of space, but it vanished almost instantly. Is someone observing from the shadows? Who could it be? Xuandu speculated, feeling certain that the gaze was directed towards Nezha. Now a formidable quasi-saint, he knew that aside from sages, even those of similar stature could not completely conceal themselves from him. Upon probing the area of the disturbance, Xuandu found nothing left behind. His figure vanished once more. After Xuandu had been absent for a considerable time, a certain Kunni finally breathed a sigh of relief in a different location. He had not anticipated Xuandu's sudden return. Had he not reacted swiftly, he might have been discovered. Xuandu's cultivation had deepened significantly since their last encounter. Were it not for the absence of Hongmeng Purple Qi, he might have already attained sainthood. Within the Grand General's mansion, Tai Jinren, witnessing Xuandu's departure, felt a twinge of disappointment. He sensed something peculiar about Xuandu today. However, now was not the time for contemplation. Tai Jinren turned and re-entered the room. Indeed, upon entering, he found Dao Bao Daoren attempting to bestow upon Nezha a piece of innate spiritual treasure. Xuandu Dao friend has departed, Dao Bao casually remarked, brushing off his celestial robe with an air of nonchalance. Tai Jinren snorted softly, choosing not to elaborate further. After a lengthy debate, they had yet to clarify Nezha's allegiance. And now Dao Bao Daoren was hastily trying to win Nezha's favor, which was entirely within Tai Jinren's expectations. Were he in Dao Bao's position, he would have acted similarly. Nezha had thoroughly plundered his previous treasures, and during this interval, he had managed to acquire a substantial number of items from Yonggongzi. While their quality may not rival that of Dao Bao Daoren's, in terms of quantity, he certainly had no cause for embarrassment. Duo Bao let out a light cough and spoke softly. Little one, the choice is yours. Will you join the, or accompany the impoverished Tai Jinren? This was a line he had previously agreed upon with Nezha while Tai Jinren was momentarily away. The plan was to feign a sniff, prompting Nezha to opt for joining him, thereby ensuring a semblance of fairness. However, the primary motivation for Duo Bao Daoist was to undermine Tai Jinren, hoping to convey that he should refrain from excessive delays and focus on presenting treasures instead. Yet, when Tai Jinren heard Duo Bao Daoist call him impoverished, he nearly lost his temper. All his treasures were painstakingly refined by himself, whereas Duobao's innate spiritual treasures were obtained from the Funbao rock. What significance did such abundance hold? He too possessed a vast collection, having acquired over 10,000 items from young Gongzi before his arrival. Having replicated the treasures of the 12 golden immortals of Yushu, he had everything one could desire. Radiance enveloped Tai Junren, with various magical artifacts swirling around him, even more exaggerated than Duobao's previous display. However, they were merely the dross of postnatal treasures. Duobao scoffed, his own treasures shining brilliantly. Although his collection of innate spiritual treasures was not as staggering as Tai Junren's multitude, the presentation clearly favored Duobao. After all, the spiritual essence emanating from those innate treasures was incomparable to that of postnatal artifacts. As Nezha continued to savor the innate spiritual treasure just given to him by Duobao, he felt reassured by his mastery of the concealment technique. As long as he did not advance in rank, his strength could steadily grow without the impending threat of heavenly tribulations. Previously, at the Eight-Scene Palace, his realm had already ascended to the 9th layer of harmony, though his space for culinary delights still contained a fair share of chaotic energy. He would require a further collection, approximately 70% more, to reach the 10th layer of harmony. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Kunti and Jean observed, feeling a tinge of imbalance. In their desolate western lands, devoid of human presence and treasures, they were acutely aware of the abundance in the east, where extraordinary talents and treasures flourished. Duobao was well known to them since the division of treasures, but it was utterly outrageous that Tai Junren, merely one of the 12 golden immortals, could wield such an impressive array of over 10,000 postnatal treasures. If the West had access to such resources, there would be no need for the two saints to constantly fret over development. Meanwhile, Xuandu, observing the situation below, could hardly contain his laughter. Tai Junren was so earnest in his efforts. If he truly brought Nezha back and stirred up chaos, he could only imagine the outcome of today's events and whether it would cause him to spit blood in frustration. However, Xuandu had little interest in intervening, as the matter held no direct relevance to him. He preferred to enjoy the spectacle. Nezha looked at Tai Junren, nearly buried under the weight of postnatal treasures, and almost burst into laughter. He could hardly fathom Tai Junren's thoughts. If he were to compare himself to Duobao based on these treasures alone, he would undoubtedly fall short. Tai Junren observed Nezha's unyielding demeanor, gritting his teeth in secret, and retrieved a pill bottle from his person. This is the 9-turn golden elixir that I procured from Taishang Laojun. Should you choose to accompany me, this elixir shall be yours. However, Tai Junren did not immediately present the 9-turn golden elixir. Instead, he clenched the bottle tightly in his grasp, wary of repeating the previous incident where he lost both the lady and his troops. The mention of the 9-turn golden elixir ignited a spark of interest in Nezha's eyes. Such a divine artifact was known only by name until now. Observing Nezha's gleaming eyes, the usually composed Duobao's expression flickered momentarily. They had just agreed upon a plan, and he hoped the little fellow was not considering backtracking. If Nezha departed with Tai Junren, would his recently acquired innate spiritual treasure not be in vain? Duobao promptly remarked, "Why clutch it so tightly? Show it to us. It wouldn't be a counterfeit, would it?" As soon as he spoke, suspicion clouded Nezha's face, though he was unaware of Duobao's motives. The latter's words were evidently supportive of him. A subtle glance revealed Duobao discreetly winking at him. This Master Duobao is far more perceptive than Tai, Nezha mused internally. Had he not predetermined to investigate the situation of the lotus lamp at Jingguang Cave beforehand, he might have truly followed Duobao. Upon hearing Duobao's words and observing Nezha's expression, Tai Junren felt an almost explosive rage building within him. Am I, a dignified golden immortal, to produce a counterfeit at such a crucial moment? Duobao, if you cannot maintain silence, what merit do you possess to speak? Tai Junren thought, reluctantly revealing the pill bottle. All the jade stoppers on the bottles sprang open automatically, and the 9-turn golden elixir floated out. This fool, Xiandu, who had been watching discreetly, buried his face in his hands. Given Nezha's temperament, it was indeed improbable that Tai Junren could retain the elixir. As expected, the moment the 9-turn golden elixir appeared, Nezha felt a profound desire to consume it arise from deep within him. The elixir radiated a gentle golden light, with 9 mysterious patterns swirling on its surface, exuding an aura of profound mystery. Xiandu had not anticipated that even with a mere provocation, Tai Junren would truly unveil the 9-turn golden elixir. This was indeed beyond his expectations. Yet, that was of little consequence now, for young Nezha was poised to act. Nezha's throat moved as he sensed the overwhelming energy contained within the 9-turn golden elixir. Merely inhaling its essence filled him with exhilaration and vitality. I cannot resist. In an instant, Nezha's diminutive form vanished from sight, hurtling towards the suspended elixir. Tai Junren, fully aware of Nezha's nature, hastily attempted to reclaim the elixir into the bottle. Yet, in that fleeting moment, 9 flames erupted from Nezha's body, racing towards the pill bottle in Tai Junren's grasp. Heaven-burning purple fire, Tai Junren exclaimed in alarm, abandoning all thoughts of the elixir and fleeing in haste. The flame had previously been witnessed in the hands of Xuandu. Yet it was surprising that Nezha now emanated the pure and untainted heavenly burning purple fire. If this were to taint him, even he, a golden immortal, would not withstand it. Naturally, Nezha harbored no intention of taking a life. He could not slay a golden immortal, let alone one who was his master. The moment Tai Junren departed, the 9 flames had already coiled back, transforming into a colossal ethereal form that engulfed the 9 revolutions golden elixir. The Qilan Dharma appearance. The hidden figures of the two, Xuanti and others, were utterly astonished. They had been monitoring the previous disturbances among the creatures of the 3 realms. However, they never anticipated that it would be Nezha. This child is destined to be intertwined with our Western teachings, murmured Xuanti, setting his sights firmly upon Nezha. The fortune represented by this Qilan Dharma appearance belonged to the entire beast clan. Should Nezha join the Western teachings, would not their fortunes rise dramatically in an instant? After the Qilan Dharma appearance, born of the heavenly burning purple fire, consumed the 9 revolutions golden elixir, it erupted and returned to Nezha. Boom! Waves of energy surged forth from Nezha, as his blood coursed with accelerated vigor, producing a resounding roar akin to a tumultuous tsunami. The energy contained within the 9 revolutions golden elixir was exceedingly pure and abundant. It was not suitable to undergo tribulation here. Nezha had not anticipated such a scenario. Should he face the tribulation here, with the 9-fold heavenly tribulation coupled with the ascension tribulation, it was likely that the entire Chintang Pass would be obliterated beneath the might of the heavenly tribulation. In haste, Nezha directed the immense chaotic energy he had transformed into his devouring space. Previously, he had calculated that to achieve an upgrade, he would require 70% of chaotic energy. Yet having consumed a 9 revolutions golden elixir, he had directly surpassed that threshold. Were it not for the unsuitable conditions at the general's mansion for undergoing tribulation, Nezha felt he could have directly ascended to the next grand realm. Simultaneously, Nezha exerted all his effort to wield the concealment technique, guarding against any disturbance of the heavenly mechanisms that might invoke the tribulation. It was essential to find a spacious area for the tribulation. Additionally, the lightning of the tribulation was also a form of energy. Nezha pondered whether he could absorb the lightning. If feasible, would he not have discovered a free source of energy? Nezha felt this notion was remarkably practical. Chapter 57. The 3 Pure Symbols. Observing Nezha's stillness, the recently fled Tai Junren unexpectedly returned. Watching the tranquil Nezha, a wave of frustration surged within him. The 9 revolutions golden elixir was prepared specifically for you. Why seize it? What was there to covet? Moreover, to intimidate him with the heavenly burning purple fire, had he not fled swiftly, he might have found himself in need of healing now. Is everything well? Asked Duo Bao with a faint smile. He too had not anticipated this unfolding scene. Had he known this would transpire, he might have said something. After all, Nezha's wielding of the heavenly burning purple fire posed no threat to a golden immortal. A mere singe would not be an issue. Tai Junren wore a scowl, choosing to ignore Duo Bao. If it weren't for Duo Bao's incessant chatter, such an unfortunate situation would never have arisen. How smug he felt, anticipating that Nezha would select him, leaving Duo Bao to lament in despair. A sense of urgency began to swell within Tai Junren's heart. Nezha already possessed the strength to threaten the golden immortals, compelling him to hasten his own cultivation. Otherwise, he would find himself utterly unable to contain Nezha in the future, leading to even greater humiliation. Meanwhile, Xuanti's eyes were nearly bloodshot with envy. Though he had never tasted the 9 revolutions golden elixir, he had heard tales of its potency, and, having witnessed its power moments ago, he could easily deduce its potential. The energy contained within the 9 revolutions golden elixir could effortlessly forge a true immortal. How splendid it would be if it belonged to the West. Xuanti murmured, his voice laced with jealousy. Junior brother, do not be so fixated. Jane sensed something amiss in Xuanti's demeanor. Elder brother, such a promising talent, such valuable resources, and that fortuitous destiny. Are you truly unmoved? Though Jane had always worn a mask of sorrow, Xuanti's words sparked a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. It would be strange not to be moved. Even Hongjun had shown interest, so how could he remain entirely indifferent? There is no need for you to dissuade me. Elder brother, we must find a way to lead this child to the west, Zhuan Ti declared, lightly waving the seven treasures mysterious tree in his hand, causing his figure to vanish without a trace. Very well, do as you wish, Jane replied, losing interest in the spectacle, and turned to return to the west. If Zhuan Ti could secure Nezha, it would indeed be a cause for universal rejoicing. If not, it would merely indicate that fate had not yet aligned. Meanwhile, within the Grand Commander's mansion, Tai Jinren and Duo Bao Daoist were embroiled in a heated debate, while Nezha busily consumed the 9 Revolutions golden elixir, creating a stalemate in the scene. Xiandu, hidden in the shadows, found the situation profoundly dull. Just as he prepared to depart, he sensed an unfamiliar disturbance in the void. People from the west. Xiandu's pupils constricted sharply. Before he could investigate further, Zhuan Ti's figure materialized above the Grand Commander's mansion. The heavens responded, and a chorus of celestial sounds resonated, filling the air with a magnificent spectacle. Golden lotuses sprang forth from the ground, creating a scene of unparalleled beauty. Within a sea of golden light, resplendent, auspicious clouds danced, illuminated by the divine radiance emanating from Zhuan Ti. Countless ethereal celestial maidens soared amidst this golden expanse, enhancing the grandeur of the moment. These manifestations were the natural responses of the heavens to the presence of a sage. Previously, Zhuan Ti had concealed his aura in the shadows, maintaining a low profile. However, in his endeavor to enlighten Nezha, he sought to make the spectacle as grand as possible. Golden lotuses unfurled beneath Zhuan Ti's feet, transforming the sky into a breathtaking golden sea of blossoms. The inhabitants of Chintang Pass were irresistibly drawn to gaze upon the scene, bowing in reverence, eager to pledge their allegiance. The faces of all present were adorned with expressions of rapture and longing, deeply ensnared in the moment. An eerie scene unfolded within the confines of Chintang Pass. Whether human or beast, all sentient beings were utterly enraptured by this magnificent spectacle, displaying joy in their countenances. It was as if they had arrived in the Western paradise. Countless celestial flowers descended from the heavens, cascading into Chintang Pass, merging with these sentient beings. Those afflicted by chronic ailments were instantly healed, an astonishing phenomenon indeed. Meanwhile, other ethereal entities, having absorbed the celestial blossoms, awakened their intelligence, transforming into demonic beings. Golden lotuses surged from the ground, enveloping certain individuals and merging into their very essence. Moments later, those who had absorbed the golden lotuses underwent a profound metamorphosis, refining their very being and emerging as primordial spiritual entities. Even without cultivation, they could effortlessly live for millennia. Just as Chintang Pass seemed on the brink of ruin, Xiandu, concealed in the shadows, wore a grave expression and solemnly retrieved an object from his sleeve. He had to intervene. Xiandu could not passively witness as Zhuan Ti transformed the entirety of Chintang Pass. The plight of the human race was secondary. The primary concern lay with Tai Jinren, Duo Bao, and Nezha, all of whom were present. Should these 3 be forcibly converted by Zhuan Ti, it could undoubtedly incite a cataclysmic conflict among the saints. It was not a matter of possibility, but of certainty. Xiandu recalled Laozi's regard for Nezha. Apart from the pursuit of enlightenment, it was perhaps the first time Laozi had placed such significance on another. If Nezha were to be converted, the 3 pure ones would surely unite to confront the West. Xiandu cast the object in his hand towards Chintang Pass. This object was a dark-hued Taiching talisman, harboring a fragment of Laozi's divine consciousness. Under normal circumstances, it could be disregarded. Yet, should Xiandu find himself in peril, it might just save his life. However, as a quasi-saint, Xiandu was regarded as the foremost being beneath the saints in the 3 realms, and thus neither he nor Laozi had given the Taiching talisman much thought, merely a precaution. Yet now, it proved to be remarkably effective. The Taiching talisman began to float in midair, and as Xiandu exerted his power, it ignited into flames. Within its essence, a divine consciousness swiftly transformed into the likeness of Laozi. Xiandu's invocation of Laozi's divine consciousness was perceived as a genuine threat to his safety. However, he soon sensed Zhuan Ti's presence. Boldness. Laozi's divine consciousness thundered, akin to a rolling tempest, shattering Zhuan Ti's melodic chants. Simultaneously, 2 identical voices of authority resounded from below. You insolent wretches! 2 divine consciousness manifestations ascended from Tai Jinren and Duo Bao Daoren, representing the incarnations of Yuan Shi Tianzun and Tong Tian Daoren. Much like Xiandu, when Tai Yi and Duo Bao arrived. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian had bestowed upon them the Yuqing and Shangqing talismans as safeguards against any potential threats to Nezha. However, they had not anticipated that Zhu and Ti would directly intrude and forcibly convert individuals before they even left. Zhu and Ti was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for such a turn of events. Nevertheless, having taken action, every second was of the essence, and there was no time to waste. He flung the 7 treasures Miao tree from his grasp, using it to block the avatars of the 3 purities. Though the avatars were momentarily obstructed by the innate treasure, the 3 resonant admonitions that had just echoed interrupted Zhu and Ti's melodic chant. The inhabitants of Chentang Pass gradually regained their senses, albeit in a state of bewilderment, utterly confounded and unaware of the events that had transpired. At that moment, Zhu and Ti paid little heed to the others in Chentang Pass. His primary focus was on Nezha within the general's mansion. The golden sea of light grew increasingly resplendent, with Zhu and Ti's figure emerging from its depths. "Little one, we have met before. Would you care to accompany this humble monk to the Western paradise and partake in supreme bliss?" Zhu and Ti's voice was imbued with seduction. He then promised countless benefits. "If you choose to journey to the West, I shall take you as my 11th disciple, granting you access to unparalleled enlightenment." Tai Jinren and Duo Bao Daoren exchanged glances. Their contention over Nezha was an internal matter of the 3 purities, and they could not allow Zhu and Ti to intrude. With a shared understanding, they resolved to collaborate, ensuring that internal strife would not erupt at such a critical juncture. Though apprehensive, they maintained their composure. Shielding Nezha behind them while saluting Zhu and Ti, "We pay our respects to the Saint Zhu and Ti." Despite the less than favorable reputation this Western sage held in the primordial realm, he was still a revered saint, and certain courtesies were to be observed. They feared that should Zhu and Ti seize upon any perceived disrespect, he might resort to hostility. Zhu and Ti, however, was disinclined to engage with the two, with a mere nod. He flicked his fingers, parting them to reveal Nezha behind. "Little child, if you pledge to take me as your master, you shall become my cherished disciple, sharing in the delights of the Western paradise." What treasures does the West possess? Nezha, unfazed by the saint's presence, was unafraid, for he knew Zhu and Ti would not harm him. In his youthful demeanor, he asked candidly, seeking to understand what benefits Zhu and Ti could offer. He also waved a hand, showcasing the innate spiritual treasure that bore several bite marks, a gift from Duo Bao just moments ago. Having been preoccupied with digesting the 9 revolution golden pill, he had scarcely taken a few bites. Zhu and Ti found himself momentarily at a loss for words. In the primordial era, the West had flourished similarly to the East, boasting countless celestial mountains and blessed lands. However, the battle between Dao and Demon, particularly the fierce conflict between Rahu and Hongjun, had ravaged everything, leaving the West nearly desolate. Were it not for the relentless efforts of their brotherhood, the Western lineage might have long since perished. Even with the combined efforts of 2 saints to mend the Western lands, complete restoration remained an elusive aspiration. Zhu and Ti gazed at the innate spiritual treasure swaying in Nezha's hand, a flicker of helplessness rising within him. He possessed but a few innate treasures himself, and those few had been bestowed upon several disciples, rendering him unable to produce anything at that moment. However, though he could not summon innate treasures, crafting some post-heavenly artifacts posed no challenge for him. Indeed, it was a task of utmost simplicity. With a gentle smile, Zhu and Ti plucked a flower, and beneath his feet, the golden lotus seed blossomed forth. From the heart of a central lotus pod, a golden lotus seed ascended, materializing before Zhu and Ti. One cannot both cherish the child and ensnare the wolf. One cannot hoard treasures and hope to ensnare Nezha. Zhu and Ti mused, a twinge of pain flickering across his countenance. From the halo of merit above his head, countless golden rays emanated, flowing into the pristine white lotus seed before him. Soon, the seed transformed into a radiant gold. The moment the pure white lotus seed fully turned golden, Zhu and Ti hastily withdrew his hand, retracting the halo of merit. This post-heavenly treasure, now infused with merit, had ascended from the level of a mere artifact to that of a post-heavenly treasure of merit. With a sigh of relief, Zhu and Ti contemplated the necessity of capturing Nezha. Even as a sage, he felt no remorse expending nearly a millennium's worth of merit. If he failed to capture Nezha today, then all his efforts would be in vain. As Zhu and Ti gently prodded the golden lotus seed, before anyone could react, the seed transformed into a diminutive golden lotus pedestal, landing gracefully before Nezha. The 11th grade lotus pedestal swayed gently before Nezha, radiating golden light. This pedestal, birthed from the 12th grade merit golden lotus of Jane, was itself an exceptional post-heavenly treasure. Further enhanced by the merit he infused, it was far more precious than the typical innate treasures. After all, while there might be over 1,000 innate treasures, merit was a rarity not easily amassed. Aside from sages, few could summon such an abundance of merit in an instant. This golden lotus pedestal, an exquisite post-heavenly treasure of merit, once invoked, could withstand all attacks from those below the golden immortal level. However, before Zhuan-Ti could finish his explanation, Nezha had already lunged forward. His 2 rows of pristine little teeth sank directly into the 11th grade golden lotus. As Zhuan-Ti's words fell, there was no trace left of the pedestal's form before Nezha. "Where's the treasure?" Zhuan-Ti's face twitched, a tone of frustration echoing through the air. "That is not for consumption. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Nezha's voice chimed in, filled with excitement as he transformed the surging chaotic energy within him, directing it into his gluttonous space. Recently, he had indulged in an abundance of delectable delicacies, and he needed to undergo tribulation promptly to upgrade. As Nezha contemplated this, channeling the transformed chaotic energy, Tai Junren and Daobao Renren, though outwardly cautious, were already laughing uncontrollably in their hearts. Misfortune, if it were to befall only oneself, would indeed be disheartening. However, if others share in that misfortune, one's spirits may be considerably lifted. Particularly, if the unfortunate are accompanied by a sage, the joy is magnified. The appearance of Zhuan-Ti at this juncture seems to suggest a concealed presence, indicating that he had been secretly observing Nezha's actions. Yet now, he too has fallen victim to Nezha's prowess. What does this signify? It reveals that despite being a sage, Zhuan-Ti's intellect may not be as sharp as one would expect. At this moment, he is engulfed in regret, having acted too hastily and forgotten Nezha's tendencies. As he prepared to enlighten Nezha with his words, Nezha had already expended the chaotic energy transformed from the 11 virtue golden lotus. Aside from replenishing his own energy, all remaining power was channeled into his gluttonous space. With a 9 revolutions golden pill and an 11 rank virtue golden lotus, Nezha surmised that upon transcending, he might ascend to a significantly higher realm. Ding. Congratulations to the host for comprehending the innate legacy. Chapter 59, Hunyuan Virtue, Sacred Body. Ding. Congratulations to the host for grasping the innate legacy, Virtue Body. Ding. The cultivation of the Virtue Body is complete. Current level is maxed out. Ding. Fusion detected. Merging the Virtue Body with the Hunyuan Golden Body is successful. Ding. Congratulations to the host for understanding the innate legacy, Hunyuan Virtue, Sacred Body. Hunyuan Virtue, Sacred Body. When subjected to an attack, it can retaliate with 100-fold karmic damage. The more virtue accumulated, the stronger the golden body becomes, potentially rivaling the corporeal form of a sage. It can even rend the heavens and the earth with bare hands, demonstrating the path through strength. To stand alongside a sage is nothing short of extraordinary. Upon receiving this notification from the system, Nezha found himself momentarily stunned. Could this truly be the case? Previously, his Hunyuan golden body was merely a fraction inferior to that of a sage. Now, with the integration of the virtue body, he is already on par with a sage. However, it seems that collecting the power of virtue is necessary. Suddenly, Nezha burst into laughter. For others, amassing virtue is a formidable challenge, but for him, it is distinctly different. His gluttonous system allows him to devour the virtue from others, forcibly seizing it. Moreover, this ability is inherent to his very being, rendering it all the more formidable. From this day forth, anyone who dares to lay a finger on him, once deemed an enemy, will suffer a retaliatory karmic backlash of 100-fold. Such a degree of damage is truly terrifying, aside from sages, who are untouched by karmic retribution. Anyone else who provokes him will be struck by lightning. 100-fold karmic retaliation is nothing short of horrifying. More crucially, this virtue golden body is linked to demonstrating the path through strength. Should he acquire sufficient virtue, achieving the Hunyuan virtue sacred body that parallels a sage, he could shatter the heavens and earth, showcasing the path through strength. This represents the most formidable path to sainthood. The transformation Nezha underwent did not go unnoticed by the onlookers, as a glimmer of intrigue sparkled in Zhuan-Ti's eyes amidst the auspicious clouds. It is worth noting that even he had expended considerable effort enduring the agony of self-immolation, cultivating the golden lotus of karmic fire over millennia, before finally achieving the golden body. Yet, after consuming the 11th grade karmic lotus, the little Nezha astonishingly manifested the power of virtue. The resplendent golden light emanating from him seemed almost on par with that of his saintly form. Could this be the reason why the three purities hold the little one in such high regard? Or perhaps even why Hongjun values Nezha? As Zhu Ti recalled Nezha's remarkable performance at the Zixiao Palace, it was indeed quite extraordinary. Little Nezha, come with me to the Western Paradise, where you shall attain the supreme fruit of enlightenment. With these words, a beam of golden light descended from the heavens, enveloping Nezha and lifting him skyward. He no longer wished to engage in idle chatter. He intended to forcibly abduct Nezha to the west. Why hasn't he the master arrived yet? We cannot withstand this. Below, Tai Zhenren and Dao Bao Daoren grew increasingly anxious. They had dispatched their saintly avatars, expecting a swift response, yet Zhu Ti was already prepared to act. While the saintly avatars obstructed by the seven treasures' mysterious tree had yet to unleash their power. If little Nezha were truly taken by Zhu Ti, reclaiming him from the west would prove to be no simple matter. Xian Du, concealed in the shadows, shared the same urgency. Although he was a quasi-saint, the term quasi indicated he was not a true saint. Even if he intervened, it would merely result in a few exchanges with the saint, ultimately leading to his defeat. The phrase beneath a saint, all are, but ants is not to be taken lightly. Other ranks may surpass their limits, but the saintly tier is insurmountable. As Nezha was being drawn into the golden light beside Zhu Ti, Xiandu realized he could delay no longer. With a resolute heart, he withdrew the yin-yang diagram from his sleeve, directing it toward Nezha. The immense energies of yin and yang swirled in the void, enveloping him. Boy, find a way to break free. If you are taken by Zhu Ti, you may never return. Xiandu transmitted his thoughts to Nezha. I wish to escape as well. But Master Xiandu, do you truly believe I am a match for a saint? Nezha rolled his eyes. Even in his turmoil, he was no match for the saint. After all, Zhu Ti would not kill him. He would assess the situation as it unfolded. He could not believe the three purities would truly abandon him. Xiandu, do not meddle. Zhu Ti, unaware of Xiandu's return, personally intervened. Even he could not be delayed significantly. Zhu Ti, this child has already entered the fold of the three purities. This is the decree of Hongjun Daozu. Would you dare defy it? In Zhu Ti's hand appeared a 12th grade karmic lotus, which he hurled at Xiandu's yin-yang diagram. This 12th grade karmic lotus, a testament to his path of enlightenment, had been summoned precisely to avert such a situation. The yin-yang diagram was no match for the 12th grade karmic lotus, which shattered it upon impact. The vast diagram of yin and yang was torn, revealing numerous fissures, as if on the verge of shattering. A torrent of yin and yang energies surged forth from the diagram, compressing the void with a creaking sound, as if it were about to collapse under the pressure. The 12-petaled golden lotus, although not a tool for enlightenment as that of Zundi, possessed similar methodologies among the disciples, granted by the allowance of their master. The unleashed power reached an astonishing 99%. Xiandu was utterly outmatched, already showing signs of defeat after just one strike. Tai Zhenren nervously rubbed his hands together. Despite possessing countless postnatal spiritual treasures, they were of little use in the current predicament. It was sheer folly to think that replicated treasures could harm a saint. Beside him, Taoist Duo Bao gritted his teeth, tearing off his golden robes and tossing them into the air, transforming them into a magnificent golden pagoda that charged toward the seven treasures Miao tree. Countless adornments adorned the golden pagoda, each a primordial treasure. The sound of clattering resonated as they swirled around, forming a grand formation of treasures. How audacious! Zuni, atop the sea of golden lotuses, slightly altered his expression. The reason he had yet to intervene was that he had previously used the seven treasures Miao tree to suppress the incarnations of the three pure ones, concealing this space entirely. If Duo Bao disrupted this balance, the three pure ones would instantaneously become aware of the situation. However, he was entangled with Xiandu, and the seven treasures Miao tree had exhausted all its power in restraining the three pure ones' incarnations, rendering it immobile. Otherwise, he would be the one to shatter the balance. Zunti manifested his golden body, with 3 eyes and 18 arms, forcibly suppressing Xiandu. He hurled the 12-petal golden lotus at Duo Bao. Observing the unfolding situation, Duo Bao felt urgency. Realizing the gravity of their plight, he gritted his teeth and charged at the seven treasures Miao tree. Should he be hindered, there would be no opportunity left. He immediately transmitted a message to Tai Zhenren. Tai, it is now or never. Nezha has been taken. Consider your fate. Tai Zhenren's face flushed crimson. His most effective treasures had been ravaged by Nezha, and the replicated postnatal treasures were virtually worthless against a saint. Nevertheless, the situation was dire, and he could not remain idle. Otherwise, once Nezha was captured by Zuni, Yuan Shi Tianzuan would undoubtedly be the first to strike him. However, saints transcend the 3 realms and 6 paths, standing on par with the Heavenly Dao. As the pinnacle of power, their dignity is paramount. To strike against a saint would be the gravest insult. Currently, Xiandu was not confronting Zuni directly, but was maneuvering around Nezha. Otherwise, defeat would be inevitable in mere moments. Duo Bao acted against the 7 treasures Miao Tree, taking a circuitous route to salvage the situation. Tai Zhenren's thoughts raced as he summoned all the countless postnatal spiritual treasures he possessed. Chapter 60. Truly, what a mess. Stimulated by the Taoist Du Bao, Tai Zhenren found himself in a state of urgency, unleashing a torrent of over 10,000 postnatal spiritual treasures towards the 12-petal merit golden lotus. He was acutely aware that these replicated treasures would have little effect on the formidable lotus. Consequently, when this overwhelming flow of spiritual treasures collided with the 12-petal merit golden lotus, a thunderous explosion erupted. Boom, boom, boom. While a single postnatal treasure would scarcely impact the lotus, the successive detonations of these countless treasures generated an immense force, sufficient to challenge even the 12-petal merit golden lotus. Zhuan Ti's eyes reddened with indignation. Such extravagance was beyond comprehension. Tai Zhenren exhibited extraordinary audacity, detonating over 10,000 treasures in one breath. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The pivotal point lay in the fact that the 12-petal merit golden lotus, thrown by Zhuan Ti, was effectively obstructed by the explosion. Without regard for Xuandu, who would not dare to retaliate against him, Zhuan Ti swiftly turned and retrieved the lotus. With a firm grasp, he extinguished the explosion emanating from the myriad treasures. However, despite his prompt reaction, the 12-petal merit golden lotus sustained considerable damage. Its once resplendent golden radiance had dimmed, and several of its leaves bore unsightly tears, causing Zhuan Ti great distress. This was a treasure belonging to his senior brother. Should it be damaged? How could he possibly explain it upon his return? In that fleeting moment, the Dubao Great Formation summoned by Taoist Dubao crashed into the 7 treasures mysterious tree. Boom! Another deafening explosion reverberated, shaking the very fabric of space. Light and darkness flickered across the heavens as the spatial integrity shattered. Yet, at that instant, Taoist Dubao collapsed to the ground, spewing blood. The Dubao Great Formation, having collided with the 7 treasures mysterious tree, disintegrated in an explosive burst. Countless innate spiritual treasures scattered, their spiritual essence dissipating like meteors shooting across the cosmos. Though these treasures were not completely destroyed, they had sustained grave injuries, requiring millennia for complete restoration. The main body of the Dubao Tower, the core of the formation, bore the brunt of the assault, its structure marred by numerous fine cracks. As everything was interconnected, the damage inflicted upon the main body rendered Taoist Dubao utterly immobile. Even with the pinnacle of golden immortal cultivation, not everyone could withstand the collision of innate treasures. Taoist Dubao. Tai Zhenren rushed forward, shielding Taoist Dubao behind him. Few possessed the courage to collide with the innate treasures wielded by a saint. Simultaneously, the equilibrium shattered, and the avatars of the 3 pure ones emerged from the suppression of the 7 treasures mysterious tree. In an instant, 3 terrifying forces of the universe descended upon them. The essence of the 3 pure ones has descended. The sages manifest in myriad forms, previously suppressed by the 7 treasures mysterious tree, rendering them undetectable. Now that the balance has been disrupted, their arrival occurs in an instant. Upon witnessing the 3 pure ones converging, Xiandu immediately withdrew, returning to Laozi's side. Recounting the events that had transpired, Tai Zhenren hastily returned to Yuan Shi's side, anxious that Zhuan Ti, in his wrath, might eliminate him with a single strike. Meanwhile, Duo Bao was gravely injured, lacking the strength to move. Tong Tian's brow furrowed into a deep line, emanating a terrifying sword aura that fractured the surrounding space with minute fissures that would not heal for a long time. He appeared beside Duo Bao, examining his injuries. This was his most esteemed disciple. He could not afford to let anything happen to him. Zhuan Ti, a dignified sage, was prepared to strike at a junior, disregarding his role as a father. Allow me to teach you a lesson, lest you become overconfident and fall into the hands of others. Zhuan Ti wore a grim expression. Were it not for the intervention of the 3, he might have already subdued Nezha. Although he spoke, his grip on the 7 treasures mysterious tree tightened in secret. With the true forms of the 3 pure ones now present, today could very well end in a beating. Upon hearing this, Tong Tian could no longer restrain the sword intent he had been controlling. The surrounding space erupted with cracks that could not withstand the aura emanating from him. Truly, what a spectacle! Nezha, who had previously been lamenting the destruction of Tai Zhenren's treasures, was now rendered speechless upon witnessing Zhuan Ti's demeanor. Facing 3 opponents, he clearly stood no chance, yet continued to speak defiantly. Was he not merely inviting punishment? Those sages could not be killed. Surely the 3 brothers could inflict grievous wounds upon him without difficulty. The sword intent of the extermination of immortals. Zhuan Ti's pupils constricted as he grew serious. He understood that the 3 were treasures of the 3 teachings and could not be truly harmed. Hence, they would hold back their strength when attacking. He feared provoking the 3 pure ones into a furious battle, which would likely overwhelm him and his senior brother, Jiein. However, the injuries suffered by Duo Bao were not of his doing. He had collided with the forces himself, and could he be blamed for that? His earlier remarks had merely been an attempt to find a way out, yet Tong Tian had grown agitated. Was he not a sage who valued his dignity? Just as Tong Tian was about to take action, Laozi, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke. Tong Tian, my disciple, do not be enraged. This realm cannot withstand it. As Laozi spoke, he waved his arm, placing a 9 revolutions golden pill into Duo Bao's mouth, subsequently channeling considerable magical power into him. Finally, he produced numerous spiritual items to fuse, enveloping Duo Bao in a protective cocoon. This skill, I need not boast much about. Nezha mused internally, recalling the time in the 8 Scenery Palace when he had wrapped the yellow turban warrior with the mysterious heaven silk. However, at this moment, none paid him any heed, and Nezha continued to observe the unfolding drama. Listening to Laozi's resonant words, disasters are dependent on blessings. Duo Bao has now reached a certain threshold in his cultivation. Without destruction, there can be no creation. Being gravely injured may indeed present an opportunity. Once this tribulation is overcome, he shall attain a new realm. Tong Tian's sword intent receded somewhat as he lightly snorted. Thank you, senior brother, but this matter cannot simply be dismissed. Zhuan Ti felt a pang of bitterness as he lifted the 7 treasures Miao tree. The 12-grade merit golden lotus was the embodiment of Jane and a token of enlightenment, while the 7 treasures Miao tree was also a symbol of his own enlightenment. It was his original Bodhi tree, amalgamated with other treasures, crafted into existence. When wielded, it proved far more adept than the 12-grade merit golden lotus. His personal control over it rendered its combat prowess exponentially greater. However, Tong Tian was also in his true form. Should a confrontation arise, the odds would be evenly matched. Zhuan Ti was uncertain whether Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzuan would engage. Chapter 61. Bah? No more. At that moment, Zhuan Ti suddenly noticed the golden clouds beneath his feet were steadily shrinking, as if being ravenously devoured by some unseen force. The once expansive golden lotus sea that adorned the sky was rapidly vanishing. Looking down, Zhuan Ti couldn't help but chuckle wryly. It turned out to be Nezha. The events had unfolded too swiftly. Once the balance was disrupted, the 3 pure ones appeared. After Xiandu had retracted the yin-yang diagram, Nezha, having lost his sense of duty, brazenly dove into the auspicious clouds beside him at this critical juncture. Nezha's diminutive form wriggled about within the clouds like a caterpillar, voraciously seizing the heavenly golden lotuses that materialized around them due to the appearance of the saints, stuffing them into his mouth. Truly, he was a gluttonous little creature. Zhuan Ti could only smile in exasperation. At such a moment, this little fellow showed no fear whatsoever, only a singular focus on eating. With a flick of his thought, he extracted little Nezha from the clouds, concerned that should a battle erupt, this little one might be harmed. Regardless of what transpired, this little creature must not suffer injury, lest Hongjun be unable to account for it. Nezha, though unsure how he had been captured by Zhuan Ti, paid little mind to it. With the 3 pure ones so nearby, if Zhuan Ti could so easily take him away, then indeed, the 3 pure ones would be rather inept. He devoured the surrounding spiritual energy in great gulps, transforming it into the chaotic energy he required, which he then funneled into his gluttonous space to expand its capacity. Yet Nezha found it perplexing. For some reason, the chaotic energy derived from this spiritual essence was exceedingly scarce. Surely, these heavenly flowers and golden lotuses were not mere illusions. Why did they yield so little benefit? Clutching a gigantic golden lotus that dwarfed him, he chewed vigorously, yet his expression was one of discontent. This golden lotus, immense as it was, provided far less chaotic energy than he had anticipated. Even the chaotic energy bestowed by a mere chicken leg surpasses what he has received, akin to drinking plain water. After devouring for half a day, the chaotic energy he converted was still less than what he normally breathed in at the 8 Scenery Palace. Bah! I shan't eat any more of this nonsense. Nezha, in a fit of anger, cast aside the golden lotus he held. Consuming such fare only served to exacerbate his irritation. Zhuan Ti's expression shifted slightly as he proclaimed, Nezha, you may accompany me to the west, to share in the bliss of the western paradise. In the presence of the three pure ones, Zhuan Ti dared not broach the subject of apprenticeship again. With Tontian glaring at him in fury, any further mention of seeking a master could provoke an explosive reaction. At that moment, Nezha, thoroughly disgusted by the overwhelming golden lotuses, found Zhuan Ti's words even more repugnant. The 11th grade merit golden lotus previously bestowed upon him had at least conferred a connection to the primordial merit sacred body. Yet, the myriad golden lotuses he had personally harvested bore no effect whatsoever. Was this not a deception? He scrutinized Zhuan Ti's gaunt visage, pondered momentarily, and then inquired, What do you think? Zhuan Ti, taken aback by Nezha's audacity, was momentarily speechless. He had not anticipated such boldness from the young one. However, considering Nezha's tender age, he dismissed it as mere childishness. Yet, Nezha cared little for such nuances. Consuming ineffectual items felt like a betrayal. In truth, Nezha had been duped by appearances. The 11th grade merit golden lotus Zhuan Ti had given him, though transformed from a lotus flower, was worlds apart from those in the vast sea of lotuses. The golden lotus seed Zhuan Ti produced was birthed from the 12th grade innate spiritual treasure, the merit golden lotus, held by his elder brother. Zhuan Ti's actions were merely a ruse. While Xian Du and others were privy to the reality, Nezha remained oblivious. In that moment, they had not contemplated the deeper implications. Thus, Nezha fell into the trap. It was precisely this that enabled Zhuan Ti's success. Behold the golden lotus beneath my feet, conjured from the essence of heaven and earth. Even a single seed can transform into a postnatal supreme treasure. Wouldn't you be tempted? However, when Nezha directly swallowed the 11th grade merit golden lotus, he utterly dismantled Zhuan Ti's fade, making it apparent even to the Taiji Jinren below that all Zhuan Ti had concocted was but an illusion. Nevertheless, Nezha had wronged Zhuan Ti. The anomalies surrounding the sage were not conjured by the sage himself, but rather were manifestations of the world's response, autonomously coalescing. There was no manipulation involved, which was also why Nezha could not draw upon it. Without the sage's consent, not even a Deluo Jinxian could hope to extract even the slightest essence of spiritual energy in the sage's vicinity. Zhuan Ti, Nezha is of the east and has already taken refuge under the three pure ones. Do you still wish to forcibly abduct him? At last, Yuanshi Tianzuan spoke. He could overlook many matters, but not this. It was his bottom line. Although Nezha currently belongs to only 1/3 of the Chan sect, he is still one of their own. The little fellow is fond of me and wishes to frolic in the west. Dear Yuanshi, do not take offense. Zhuan Ti dismisses the matter casually. He no longer mentions taking on disciples, preferring to entice Nezha first. Otherwise, with the three pure ones watching keenly, the little one is in grave danger. Come with me, little one. Once you attain enlightenment, the position of the third patriarch in the Western teachings will be yours. What do you say? Zhuan Ti immediately begins to lay down his terms. Although he cannot fathom the reason, he senses that Nezha is no ordinary child. Despite his somewhat immature demeanor, the temptation should stir the little one's heart. Simultaneously, in the presence of the three pure ones, he poses the question, hoping that once Nezha agrees, he can openly take him away. At that point, Nezha's decision will appear voluntary, leaving the three pure ones with no excuses to intervene. Suddenly, Tai Jinren, standing beside Yuanshi Tianzun, trembles as he receives a transmission from his master, instructing him to employ any means necessary to coax Nezha back. Tai Jinren feels overwhelmed. When has it been his place to speak in the game of the saints? However, with his master's command issued, he cannot remain idle. He immediately channels his power and exclaims, Little one, the West is a barren land. There is little to eat, and you will have to become a monk. Chanting scriptures all day. Think it over. Tai Jinren's voice reverberates through the void, causing Zhuan Ti's expression to darken. His gaze sharpens like a sword, directed at Tai Jinren. What do you mean? It is one thing to attempt to reclaim the child, but why belittle the West? It strikes too close to the heart. Does he truly believe that Yuanshi Tianzun's presence prevents action? Upon reflection, however, he realizes he has no means to retaliate, especially with the three pure ones present. Yet, should he possess the skill to hide indefinitely in the Yusu Palace, would it truly be difficult for a saint to deliver a strike? Chapter 62. Even saints dare to bite. These thoughts remain unspoken within Zhuan Ti's mind. He would not utter them aloud, as it would be beneath him. He firmly declares, elders speak. A junior should not interject. What place do you have here? A wave of saintly pressure descends upon Tai Yizhenren. Yuan Shi Tianzun snorts coldly, dissipating Zhuan Ti's oppressive aura and sternly stating, Zhuan Ti, you have crossed the line. Feeling the pressure from Zhuan Ti dispelled by Yuan Shi Tianzun, Tai Yizhenren breathes a sigh of relief. If he were to succumb to Zhuan Ti's authority in the presence of the three pure ones, their dignity would be irreparably tarnished. To have an outsider subdue one of their own in front of them would strip them of any remaining authority over the three teachings. In the chaotic expanse beyond, the Tantian Patriarch has long held a grudge against Zhuan Ti. Observing his arrogance now, he can no longer contain himself. With that, he unleashes a 3-foot-long sword intent of extermination, merging it into the cocoon formed by the Daobao Daoist on the ground. Then, the figure vanished, heading towards the chaos. Only a voice lingered in the air, slowly dissipating. If you do not come, I shall proceed to the west to establish the extermination sword array. Suppressing for 10,000 years. Zhuan Ti's face turned pale. It was impossible to avoid confrontation now. With Tongtian's declaration, if he truly failed to show up, Tongtian would indeed set up the extermination sword array in the west. The west was already in a dismal state. If the extermination sword array were to be established, there would be no hope for improvement for a millennium. Is the west truly so barren? Nezha inquired, gazing upward with curiosity. How could that be? Zhuan Ti composed himself. Our west is a realm of ultimate bliss, where beings enjoy boundless longevity and happiness. Moreover, my senior brother, the saint of guidance, frequently imparts teachings. How could it be a desolate land? Zhuan Ti's eloquence painted the west as a magnificent paradise, exuding an air that anyone who ventured there would surely profit. Come with me to the west. You shall not be treated poorly. Zhuan Ti observed Nezha's expression. Unperturbed, Nezha seated himself comfortably in Zhuan Ti's hand, feeling secure regardless of how events unfolded. After all, with his primordial merit's sacred body, even if the three realms were to perish and revert to chaos, not a single hair on his body would be harmed, allowing him to disregard many concerns. Zhuan Ti gazed at Nezha, who rested his chin on his hands, deep in thought like a small adult, suddenly feeling a sense of assured victory. Yet, something felt amiss. Nezha's expression seemed somewhat unusual. Why was he staring at his hand as if it were food? Suddenly, Zhuan Ti recalled Nezha's character and alarmed. He looked closely to discover a droplet of glistening saliva forming at the corner of Nezha's mouth, on the verge of dripping. Oh, practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. Nezha could no longer resist the urge to experiment, baring his 2 rows of small white teeth to bite Zhuan Ti's large hand. Zhuan Ti, the elder, Yuan Shi Tianzun. For the first time, Zhuan Ti felt uncertain about his desire to lead Nezha to the west. Perhaps this notion was misguided. He had never before witnessed anyone daring to bite a saint. Was the indestructible body of a saint merely a jest? Even if the world were to be recreated, and the elements reformed, the saint's body could not be harmed. Yet, this little rascal dared to bite directly. Were those teeth forged from the treasures of chaos? Even Yuan Shi Tianzun sensed something was amiss. Why did the situation take such an unexpected turn at this critical moment? Most importantly, he hoped the little one's teeth would not be damaged. Regardless, they could not believe Nezha would gain any advantage. Zhuan Ti quickly withdrew his magical power. After all, even without it, wounding his saintly body would require at least a congenital treasure. His primary concern was that Nezha might bite him and inadvertently inflict harm upon himself. As Zhuan Ti was about to restrain Nezha, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his hand. Nezha had left 2 rows of bite marks on him. How hard could he be? Nezha rubbed his chin, displaying an expression of great grievance. Indeed, the undying body of a saint was not merely boastful. He truly could not bite through it. Zhuan Ti gazed at the 2 rows of delicate bite marks in his palm, his pupils contracting sharply, as the once tranquil sea of his heart began to ripple. This was the indestructible body of a saint, and yet 2 neat rows of bite marks had appeared. This little fellow was truly terrifying. He could even leave marks on a saint's body. It was imperative to have this little one join the Western teachings. At such a young age, he exhibited such extraordinary abilities. If this continued, Zhuan Ti suddenly felt apprehensive, imagining that perhaps millions of years hence, the Western teachings might indeed witness the emergence of a 3rd saint, and a remarkably formidable one at that. When that time came, with 3 against 3, how could they not contend with the 3 pure ones of the East? Meanwhile, Laozi and Yuan Shi Tianzun were equally astonished. Neither of them had anticipated that Nezha could leave bite marks on Zhuan Ti's hand. Nezha had gained an even more mysterious aura in their eyes, further elevating their regard for him. Even Laozi felt a twinge of regret. Perhaps he should have allowed Nezha to stay longer in the 8th Scenery Palace. Yuan Shi, in turn, conveyed another message to Tai Yizhenren. Hurry, bring the little fellow back. Tai Yizhenren, taken aback, received Yuan Shi Tianzun's message and couldn't help but smile wryly. How could a teacher be so troublesome to his disciple? It was quite unexpected that Yuan Shi Tianzun would leave it to him to think of a solution. After pondering for a while, Tai Yizhenren finally spoke. Teacher, let us use some treasures. That's the only way to attract the little one back. Yuan Shi Tianzun was momentarily taken aback, but then he recalled Nezha's remarkable performance in the Zhixiao Palace. He promptly retrieved 3 innate spiritual treasures. Tai Yizhenren's eyes sparkled as he beheld the items Yuan Shi Tianzun produced. Each one was extraordinarily precious. The peaches of immortality from heaven, the celestial apricots from Kunlun Mountain, and the ginseng fruit. These 3 spiritual treasures were among the 10 innate spiritual roots, each containing vast energy, especially the ginseng fruit, which even a golden immortal like him found irresistibly enticing. However, for the sake of the little one, he could no longer concern himself with what was worth keeping or not. Tai Yizhenren took the 3 celestial fruits, gathered his magical power, and called out loudly, "Little one, look here." Nezha, who was lamenting his futile struggle in Zhuan Ti's hand, heard Tai Yizhenren's voice. He climbed to the edge of the hand and looked over, only to see Tai Yizhenren holding 3 precious celestial fruits, calling out to him. Each celestial fruit emanated a rich energy. What a good thing, what a good thing. The light in Nezha's eyes was about to burst forth. Quickly rising from the ground after sustaining injuries, he summoned the art of levitation, swaying as he flew towards Tai Yizhenren. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and Nezha sensed a colossal shadow looming above, rapidly descending. Looking up, he beheld the hand of Zunti gradually closing, attempting to seize him once more. Chapter 63, The Treasure-Seeking Journey. Zuni, how shameless. Yuan Shi Tianzun frowned, unleashing his true fire. The 3 treasures, the jade rui, which he held in his grasp, were flung forth. Observing Yuan Shi Tianzun's direct action, Zuni was compelled to retract, momentarily clashing with the jade rui. Seizing this opportunity, Nezha hastily escaped, darting back to Tai Yizhenren's side. Although Tai Yizhenren had always appeared pained when bestowing him treasures, he would never genuinely seek to harm him, unlike Zuni, who was perpetually inclined to capture him. Seeing Nezha return to Yuan Shi Tianzun, Zuni recognized this as a failure, and with a cold huff, departed towards the outer heavens. Tongtian Jiaozhu was still awaiting him. Should he delay further, he might very well unleash his wrath. No matter how extraordinary Nezha was, there would always be future opportunities to retrieve him. However, if Tongtian Jiaozhu were to explode in the west, then all the efforts of those years would be rendered futile. Tai Yizhenren exhaled a sigh of relief as he watched Zuni leave, feeling as though a great weight had been lifted from his heart. He feared that Zuni, in a fit of humiliation and anger, might disregard Laozi and Yuan Shi Tianzun and eliminate him on the spot. If that were to happen, it would indeed be a senseless demise, for Tai Yizhenren knew that Zunti possessed such power. The peril to his life was undeniably high. Hadn't Daobao Daoren still been unconscious within his cocoon? Junior brother, let us go and take a look. Laozi's Shenyang had vanished without a trace, heading towards the chaos. Deliver this Daobao to Tongtian, and then come to Yushu Palace to see me. Yuan Shi Tianzun gazed towards the heavens, then vanished from sight. The inhabitants of Qintang Pass, aside from the few present, were entirely unaware that several saints had just descended there. They had no inkling that the small Qintang Pass had almost met its demise. However, a sense of unease lingered in Tai Yizhenren's heart as he observed Nezha, who was continuously devouring 3 exquisite immortal fruits. The pang of sympathy resurfaced within him. He yearned to partake as well. The peaches of immortality were one matter, but he had never tasted the immortal apricots, which, though frequently seen, had eluded him. The apricot tree, typically barren, commanded a reverence from the 12 golden immortals, holding a status higher than theirs. As for the ginseng fruit, it was the treasure of Xinyuanzi, and only those like Yuan Shi Tianzun had the opportunity to savor it. They had only sampled it once or twice at most. Tai Yizhenren tucked the cocoon enveloping Daobao Daoren into his sleeve and then addressed Nezha. Disciple, let us take a stroll around Biyo Palace. All right, master, but I intend to spend a few days with mother upon our return. Nezha replied in a sweet, childish voice, continuing to munch on the immortal fruits. In just a matter of a few sentences, the smallest of the celestial apricots had been thoroughly devoured, leaving not even a kernel behind, which was promptly crushed and swallowed. However, Nezha did not consume all 3 of the celestial fruits at once. Instead, he decided to store the peaches and ginseng fruits for later. He intended to wait until the time of ascension to partake in them, believing that the conversion of chaotic energy would be more efficient then. Currently, the process of converting chaotic energy and then channeling it into his storage space proved to be somewhat cumbersome. Very well, you may remain here for a few days. Taiji Jinren turned his face away, fearing Nezha would notice his own desire to partake as well. By the way, Master, many of Master Duobao's treasures have flown away. Nezha exclaimed with a look of dismay. This capricious and ever-changing expression made Taiji Jinren's lips twitch involuntarily. Your expressions are truly varied. Finally, under the earnest gaze of Nezha's large, pleading eyes, Taiji Jinren embarked on a rather arduous treasure-hunting journey. Though it was a solitary endeavor, while Nezha chose to stay at home with the Yin family for a few days. Before long, more than half a month had passed without any new delicacies, and Nezha grew weary of remaining at home. Although the Yin family felt a pang of reluctance, Nezha feared that prolonging his stay would lead to an uncontrollable urge to confront the ever-displeasing Li Jing. Hence, upon Taiji Jinren's return, Nezha promptly departed alongside him. Master, how has the treasure hunting fared? Nezha inquired about Taiji Jinren's findings. I have gathered nearly everything in the vicinity, approximately 800 items. Though there may still be some in more distant locations, Taiji Jinren replied. Then let us proceed swiftly. This is true treasure hunting. Nezha exclaimed, his excitement palpable, as this marked his inaugural experience in such an endeavor. However, more importantly, he had not indulged in any delectable treats for nearly half a month and longed for some treasures to consume. Master, there is another one over there. Nezha pointed eagerly, hovering in midair behind Taiji Jinren. The scattered spiritual treasures, having been struck down by Zhuanti, had their ethereal essence shattered after millennia of nurturing. After consuming two, Nezha discovered that these treasures, now devoid of their spiritual aura, were nearly indistinguishable from refuse. The chaotic energy derived from them was even less than what he had converted from the chicken legs he had devoured in the kitchen previously. Master, the spiritual essence of these innate treasures has dissipated. Some lack even the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy, rendering them akin to waste. Nezha expressed his disappointment. Indeed, these innate treasures are now half-wasted. Unless they undergo a process of renurturing, they are inferior to those of acquired nature, Taiji Jinren sighed. Pondering how Master Duobao would react upon awakening to discover that his thousands of innate treasures had turned to scrap. Renurturing is possible? Nezha's eyes suddenly brightened at Taiji Jinren's words. Taiji Jinren felt an overwhelming impulse to slap himself for such an oversight. These innate treasures do not belong to him. Why does he have so much to say? Master, we must recover all these treasures. Not a single one can be missing. Nezha was once again filled with fervor. Taiji Jinren's lips twitched, feeling as if his mind might explode. Why was raising a child so incredibly challenging? If only he hadn't spoken earlier. Perhaps he could have given up by now. Yet, at this moment, he could only continue the arduous quest for treasures. Taiji Jinren assessed the direction. There are still a few lightly damaged treasures that should have been collected by someone. Let us go and take a look. Where are they? Over by the North Sea. Let us be off. Taiji Jinren had previously traversed the four seas and had already retrieved all the treasures taken by the aquatic tribes. After all, the dragon clan was currently in a state of decline and would not wish to offend Taiji Jinren over a few discarded treasures. However, for some unknown reason, Taiji Jinren had sensed the presence of several treasures appearing over by the North Sea. Nezha employed his floating technique, unsteadily trailing alongside Taiji Jinren. Yet, his floating technique was rudimentary and could hardly keep up with Taiji Jinren's speed, causing the latter considerable frustration. It wasn't that Taiji Jinren was unwilling to teach Nezha an effective flying technique. Rather, it was Nezha's reluctance to learn that vexed him. Chapter 64, The Art of Flight. The Cloud Transformation Technique. Nezha was certainly disinclined to learn. He could awaken divine abilities directly, as if they were innate, allowing him to use them immediately. Why should he toil away at learning? It was far too exhausting. Little one, how about I carry you while flying? Your speed is only slightly faster than an ordinary bird. Even an eagle would outpace you. At this rate, even if we flew for 3 years, we would not reach the North Sea. Taiji Jinren was exasperated. How could this child be so troublesome? Ever since encountering Nezha, he had been constantly on edge, never enjoying a moment of peace. All right, master. Nezha wobbled and plunged into Taiji Jinren's cloud. He initially intended to test his floating technique, but now realized it was not as effective as he had hoped. To enhance his flying speed, he would need to awaken his divine abilities more swiftly. Upon seeing Nezha finally atop his cloud, Taiji Jinren felt a slight relief. The previous pace had been far too slow. With his prowess, reaching the North Sea would take him no more than half an hour. However, not long after setting off, Tai Jinren suddenly sensed something amiss. He noticed that the cloud beneath him was rapidly shrinking. Looking down, he discovered that it was indeed Nezha's doing. The little rascal was greedily devouring it. How dare you consume my cloud? Tai Jinren felt darkness closing in and nearly fainted from the shock. All his possessions had been consumed by Nezha. Even the thousands of treasures he had borrowed from young Gongzi had been obliterated. Now, all that remained was this cloud. These are not mere clouds, but rather enchanted artifacts crafted for flight. However, he could never have anticipated that Nezha would not spare even the auspicious clouds. Nezha devoured them with remarkable speed. And by the time Tai Jinren attempted to reclaim them, it was far too late. A significant portion of the clouds had already vanished into Nezha's mouth, rendering them utterly wasted. Soon, the entire cloud dissipated within Nezha, leaving Tai Jinren in a state of utter confusion amidst the wind. The relentless gales chilled his heart, and he began to understand why Xuandu had been so eager to send Nezha away. What a troublesome child. Even a sage could hardly withstand him. Tai Jinren contemplated that when he found the time, he would ensure this mischievous boy was sent off, be it to Yushu Palace or Jineo Island. Ultimately, the world is vast, and as long as Nezha was not by his side, that would suffice. With the disappearance of the clouds, a long-forgotten notification finally echoed in Nezha's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for comprehending the flying divine ability, the cloud transformation technique. Ding! The cloud transformation technique has automatically reached its maximum level. Ding! The host has discovered the possibility of merging the floating technique with the cloud transformation technique, and the fusion has succeeded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for attaining the innate flying divine ability, the cloud transformation technique. Ding! The cloud transformation technique has automatically reached its maximum level. Cloud transformation technique. The innate divine ability of the first benevolent person of the primordial era, Hongjun Laozu, is renowned alongside the Jinwu clan's rainbow transformation technique, forming the twin marvels of the primordial world. It flows like clouds, drifts like the wind, allowing free movement throughout the cosmos. At its pinnacle, one can transform into mist, as long as there exists even a wisp of cloud or mist within the universe. Rebirth is possible. If clouds are merely vaporized water, then does this imply that as long as water exists in this world, one can be reborn at will? Nezha's eyes sparkled with excitement, realizing that even Hongjun Laozu had not fully harnessed this innate divine ability. Otherwise, he would not have reincarnated as Yanzizi. Although the teachings of humanity generally refrain from interfering in mortal affairs, their records are meticulously maintained. Thus, during his time at the Eight Scenery Palace, Nezha diligently absorbed ancient secrets, essentially committing to memory all matters within the three realms. Naturally, he also emptied the scripture pavilion, a place seldom frequented. So by the time Xuandu discovered it, little Nezha would have already vanished without a trace. Nezha then transformed, becoming a golden cloud the size of a face. The surface of the cloud shimmered with a faint aura of virtue, emanating an alluring fragrance. Tai Jinren, still disoriented by the winds, widened his eyes upon witnessing the virtuous power radiating from Nezha. Where did this mischievous child acquire such an abundance of virtuous energy? It must have taken at least several thousand years to amass such a significant amount. Tai Jinren had never imagined he would feel a twinge of envy towards his own disciple. The virtuous energy surrounding the little fellow was nearly comparable to his own. How utterly enviable. This was also a moment Tai Jinren was unaware that Nezha could devour virtuous energy. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be shocked and report to Yuanshi Tianzuan. Unexpectedly, this art of cloud transformation can seamlessly merge with my primordial merit body. It is truly extraordinary. Yet, I find it delightful. Nezha felt a surge of exhilaration. Were it merely the art of cloud transformation, there might be some vulnerabilities. However, when cloaked in the power of merit, it becomes utterly invincible. Indeed, within the three realms, aside from the saints, even the great Luo golden immortals would hesitate to engage with someone bearing such merit. Unless, of course, one is willing to forsake their existence. The combination of these two abilities is nothing short of defying the heavens. Even flames would be ineffective, as they would be consumed by Nezha's fiery essence. In any case, death is not a concern. It is as if one is comparable to a saint, possessing strength surpassing theirs, yet unable to be vanquished. How infuriating. Furthermore, even sealing techniques hold little efficacy. Should he be sealed, Nezha's voracious system could effortlessly consume the seal. When the seal shatters, he would emerge even stronger. Would one not fear that? The Master Tai gazed enviously at Nezha, who had transformed into a cloud of merit, his envy reaching a point of existential doubt. He felt that despite years of cultivation, he had not achieved as much as Nezha. Moreover, Nezha, from birth until now, has barely reached 4 or 5 years of age. By human standards, it is but a year since his birth. The thought that he may not even surpass a mere 1-year-old child filled Master Tai with a desire to despair. Master Tai, do you think I look good like this? Nezha swirled around in front of Master Tai, transforming into a cloud of merit. The impulse he just felt turned into an urge to strangle Nezha. This mischievous child had transformed into this form after devouring his clouds. He found himself utterly destitute, devoid of possessions. No, he still owed thousands of postnatal spiritual treasures to Yunzongzi. Master Tai's heart ached, nearly bringing him to tears. He began to question his life choices, pondering what sins he might have committed to warrant such a fate. Why else would the primordial Lord of Heaven choose him as Nezha's master among so many disciples? While others wielded their powers on external entities, Nezha's abilities were strikingly ethereal and unique, completely unlike those of other flamboyant beings. He had transformed into a cloud, and a cloud of merit at that. How astonishing! He had initially planned to retreat to Yunzongzi's abode for a few years after this ordeal, seeking to dispel his misfortunes. After all, Yunzongzi is regarded as the immortal of fortune and virtue, surely capable of attracting good fortune while warding off calamity. Otherwise, he felt certain that his status as a great Luo golden immortal would be indefinitely postponed, eventually leading to his demise at Nezha's hands. Yet now, burdened with debts of thousands of postnatal treasures to Yunzongzi, he feared that a visit would only result in conflict. After all, he had initially claimed to borrow, and now, he found himself unable to repay. Chapter 65, The Young Dragon Demon King. Teacher, let us race. The voice of Nezha resonated from the golden clouds of merit. Taiji Jinren found himself at a loss for words. His soul-flying artifact had vanished, rendering him as swift as a mere whisper. However, lost in his elation, he paid no heed to Taiji Jinren's thoughts and boldly declared, Master Taiji, when I count to 3, we shall commence. Taiji Jinren forced himself to regain composure. Gazing towards the northern sea, let us begin, then I shall start. Nezha's embodiment of the golden clouds trembled, seemingly adjusting its posture. 3. With that, Nezha's voice echoed, and the golden clouds had vanished without a trace, leaving only a glimmer of gold where the heavens met the sea. Taiji Jinren, caught between laughter and tears, lamented the misdeeds of his past life, hastily pursuing Nezha. Yet, he soon realized he could not keep up. Despite exerting all his strength, he could barely maintain his position behind Nezha. Slow down. Taiji Jinren could only call out helplessly. In a flash, the brilliant golden light traced a strange arc through the air, swiftly returning. Master Taiji, why are you so slow? The golden clouds hovered beside Taiji Jinren, gently vibrating. If you hadn't consumed my auspicious clouds, would I be so sluggish? Taiji Jinren retorted. Wait for me in the northern sea. Nezha's voice echoed before he transformed into golden light, vanishing once more. Not that way. Taiji Jinren grimaced, realizing Nezha was heading towards the southern sea. The two had been in pursuit for nearly 3 days, traversing nearly the entirety of the southern sea, finally arriving at their destination, the northern sea. Ever since the reckless Daobao Daoist had collided the Daobao Great Array with the 7-treasure mysterious tree, resulting in an explosion, thousands of spiritual treasures had scattered like a meteor shower across the land. To speak of proximity alone, the eastern sea, closest to Chintang Pass, had witnessed nearly 500 treasures fall, as if they were dumplings dropping into water. The entire eastern sea had erupted in excitement. Although many patrolling sea creatures had perished from the shock, the rich spiritual energy of the sea had preserved the few remaining essences within those treasures that had fallen. However, after half a month of wandering, Taiji Jinren had managed to collect these shattered treasures. He had traversed the 4 seas, and though the northern sea had fewer treasures, he had not overlooked it. Yet, Taiji Jinren was perplexed as the northern sea seemed to respond to his presence. However, upon arriving with Nezha, the sensed aura inexplicably vanished once more. On Huhai Island, a creature resembling a dragon, its eyes gleaming, gazed upon a pearl before it. A chilling sensation emanated from the pearl, coursing through its fingertips and into its being. This creature suddenly morphed into human form, revealing an unattractive youth of 17 or 18, with 2 unadorned antennae remaining atop his head due to inadequate cultivation. Moreover, his hands bore only 4 fingers. At this moment, the young man paid no heed to anything else. All his attention was fixated on the pillar before him. He was, in fact, the illegitimate son of the Dragon King of the North Sea. However, after his mother passed away, and with no protector to defend him, he was cast out of the North Sea Dragon Palace due to his status as a Jiaolong. Yet now, He felt that his opportunity had arrived. From this day forth, I shall take on the title of Jiaolong Demon King, and this island shall henceforth be known as Oversea Island. At this youthful stage of his life, the Jiaolong Demon King clutched the orb tightly in his hand, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the direction of the North Sea Dragon Palace. North Sea. I shall return one day. The orb he held was the Oversea Pearl, and during his relentless cultivation, he had been focused on enhancing his strength to seek vengeance. However, at the most critical juncture of his training, the pearl had suddenly descended from the heavens, landing on what was then a nameless isle. A maidservant had been so struck by the Oversea Pearl that her soul nearly fled her body. The Jiaolong Demon King reminisced about that moment, gently caressing the fist-sized Oversea Pearl, relishing the cool sensation emanating from it. Although the pearl's potency had diminished, there still lingered remnants of its spiritual essence, preventing it from falling below its innate grade. With dedicated refinement, he believed he could restore the pearl's power. When that time came, he would exact his revenge upon the North Sea. Young master, we have searched for 5 days and found nothing. Continue searching. The Jiaolong Demon King commanded solemnly. Although he did not know the origin of the Oversea Pearl, it was not a singular occurrence when treasures fell from the sky days prior. They had indeed discovered several items since, yet the spiritual essence within them had all dissipated, rendering them of little use. Understood, replied the elder with serpent-like patterns adorning his face, bowing respectfully as he departed. His mother's clan belonged to a vast serpent lineage, but after her death, not only was he expelled from the North Sea, but the serpent clan was also obliterated by the North Sea's forces. The fact that he was able to escape the North Sea Dragon Palace and occupy this nameless isle was largely due to the efforts of a few serpent servants. These servants had once been loyal followers of his mother, but now scarcely any remained by his side. The Jiaolong Demon King gazed at the grotesque visage reflected on the pillar, his heart swelling with profound sorrow and rage. Of course, his ire was not directed towards himself, but rather towards others, specifically the North Sea Dragon King Ao Shan. It was indeed the union of dragons and serpents that had given rise to his existence, a creature neither fully dragon nor fully serpent. Yet, due to his unappealing appearance, he was banished from the sea following his mother's demise. Since the dragon clan disavowed me, I shall not seek their approval, even as a Jiaolong. I can surpass dragons in strength. The Jiaolong Demon King's gaze remained steadfast on the Oversea Pearl, as though he had placed all his hopes upon it. After exiting, the serpent's servant sighed and began to gather others to continue the search for additional treasures. It was clear that they were not the only ones searching. Other scattered cultivators and the North Sea soldiers were also on the hunt. Thus, venturing out alone would likely yield little success. A few days ago, I heard that a powerful being had descended upon the Dragon Palace of the North Sea, seizing the treasures gathered there. If we attempt to retrieve them, we may not be able to preserve them. The young master possesses the sea-covering pearl. It is prudent for us to remain discreet. Let us heed the words of the Grand Elder. The other serpent attendants whispered among themselves, not out of reluctance to contribute, but out of concern that their actions might attract the powerful entity, leading to catastrophic consequences. Their own troubles were trivial, but should the Flood Demon King encounter peril, it would spell the complete annihilation of the Serpent clan. Ultimately, the gazes of the serpent attendants turned towards the Grand Elder, the very elder who had previously reported to the Flood Demon King. The treasures had originated from the direction of the land, and the North Sea had been largely searched. Continuing our quest here would likely be futile. I intend to lead a group to seek out the source of these treasures. Chapter 66. Do I resemble a deity who catches fish? Indeed, the Grand Elder speaks wisely. If we all depart, who will safeguard the young master's safety? In the end, the Grand Elder decided to leave several serpent attendants of comparable cultivation on the island, while the remainder set off with him to embark on their treasure hunt. They were all from the Sea Serpent clan, and despite the Grand Elder's vast experience, this was merely their first venture onto land. They did not delve too deeply but sought treasures along the coastal areas. Nevertheless, even within these shallow waters, they managed to uncover some remarkable items. Although many were fragments of spiritual treasures, some even contained remnants of spiritual essence. The emanating fluctuations rivaled the sea-covering pearl held by their young master. If they could assemble these fragments, they might restore a complete spiritual treasure. Even if that were not possible, they could channel the spiritual essence from these treasures into the sea-covering pearl to expedite its restoration. They were in dire need of a powerful artifact to ensure their safety. The Grand Elder was filled with joy, leading the other serpent attendants in an unrelenting search, striving to locate all the fragments of the spiritual treasures. Grand Elder, should we not venture deeper? There are so many treasures here along the coast. Perhaps more await us. The Grand Elder fell silent, gazing into the depths of the land, ultimately pondering, let us refrain, safety is paramount. We shall complete our search in this area and return with these treasures. That is the most important task. Remain vigilant. As he spoke, the Grand Elder's pupils suddenly constricted, revealing a glimmer of excitement. He spotted a golden cloud, the size of a face, hurtling toward him at an astonishing speed. In an instant, the golden cloud was directly above him, moving so swiftly that he could scarcely react. What treasure could this be? He had never encountered anything like it. The Grand Elder's mind raced. He could not afford to hesitate and promptly hurled his serpent staff upward. Yet, this golden cloud was no ordinary treasure. It was clearly the merit golden cloud conjured by Nezha utilizing his cloud transformation technique. Although Nezha had mastered this supernatural ability for a few days, he had grown weary of it. They had meandered along the North Sea for nearly a day without discovering the spiritual treasure they had previously sensed. Consequently, Nezha decided to take a moment's respite on the shore alongside Tai Jinren. Upon hearing some commotion nearby, he approached only to find the tallest and most grotesque of creatures hurling a serpent staff upward, resembling a venomous serpent poised to strike. However, the staff thrown by the Grand Elder was no match for the innate divine power Nezha had comprehended. He effortlessly evaded it. What was that? The golden mist trembled slightly before vanishing, only to reappear at the Grand Elder's right side. Nezha, transformed into a swirling mass of golden mist, executed a graceful maneuver in the air, tracing a beautiful arc as he ascended. The serpent staff launched by the Grand Elder was ensnared within the golden mist that Nezha had manifested. A flash of golden light followed, and he returned to the seaside, reverting back to his original form. Upon the Grand Elder's arrival, he unleashed an extraordinary phenomenon, scaring off the fishermen casting their nets along the shore. Yet, the golden mist that Nezha had taken the form of was exceedingly conspicuous. Even from a distance, one could see a golden cloud drifting gracefully in the sky. The fishermen, witnessing the dazzling golden glow, were astounded to see a diminutive child appear. "Hey, old Zhang, I think I just saw a deity," exclaimed one. "Old Zhao, I saw it too. Quick, let us bow down and pray for the deity's blessing for a bountiful catch." The two elderly fishermen were utterly astonished, bowing repeatedly. The serpent slave Grand Elder also exhibited a fa of astonishment. He had not anticipated that the golden mist could transform into a rosy-cheeked child, truly a divine being. He had never before encountered such a phenomenon, while the Grand Elder was still in disbelief. Several other serpent slaves sensed the fluctuations of magical energy and converged from various locations. Nezha stood by the sea, clutching the serpent staff he had just reclaimed, scanning the surroundings, yet he could not spot the creature that had previously attacked him. In the distance, a few elderly fishermen were bowing and gesturing towards him. Nezha's ears perked up. Every word uttered by the fisherman was crystal clear to him. "More fish, you say?" Nezha couldn't help but grin. Was he now perceived as the deity of fishing? The serpent slaves concealed themselves, observing Nezha from the shadows. A small figure, barely over half a meter tall, wielding a serpent staff of over 3 meters in length, appeared quite peculiar indeed. However, the Grand Elder was not concerned with the oddity of Nezha at this moment. If this were merely an ordinary child, he would have little interest in engaging. After all, the quest for treasure was of utmost importance. Yet, he had indeed witnessed the transformation of the small figure from golden mist. The presence of this little creature was barely perceptible. It seemed to possess merely a swifter pace, while its strength appeared rather unimpressive. Now, retrieving the serpent staff, it was time to claim this precious artifact. The elder serpent slave instructed a few of his subordinates, then swam towards Nezha with his robust serpent tail. Nezha, lacking any inherited ocular powers, could not discern the concealed elder serpent slave at that moment. However, as the elder approached, Nezha sensed a fluctuation in the surrounding spiritual energy. Just as he was about to depart, an overwhelming force emanated from the serpent staff he grasped, as if it sought to wrest it from his grip. Was it invisibility? A realization dawned upon Nezha, and in an instant, his diminutive figure vanished. Following the source of the force, he delivered a powerful kick. The divine strength leg. 1 million pounds of force concentrated in Nezha's foot struck the elder serpent slave directly. The terrifying power detonated instantaneously, sending ripples through the surrounding air. Previously, the individuals Nezha encountered were either quasi-saints or saints, with even the weakest possessing the strength of a golden immortal. Moreover, as they were all allies, the divine strength leg had remained underutilized until this very moment. The elder serpent slave emitted a wretched cry, abruptly revealing himself from his invisible state. Dark green blood gushed from his mouth, and a gaping wound appeared in his chest, exposing his innards. His massive form plummeted into the sea. Although the divine strength leg wielded merely 1,000,000 pounds of force, Nezha was a being of unparalleled virtue and power, amplifying the might of this minor technique to its utmost potential. Should a celestial being be struck by this blow, their physical form might well shatter into pieces. Where do you think you're going? Nezha bellowed, swinging the serpent staff he held with great force towards the elder serpent slave, crashing down upon the surface of the sea. Boom! The tremendous force crashed down, causing the coastline to retreat instantaneously, recoiling dozens of yards. Run! Quickly! The distant fisherman, witnessing this scene, cried out in despair. The colossal waves conjured by Nezha's immense power began to surge back almost immediately. Within mere breaths, a towering tsunami of over 100 yards formed. Having sensed the upheaval, Tai Jinren ceased to observe passively. With a sweep of his sleeve, he relocated the fleeing fisherman to safety. With another wave of his hand, he quelled the towering tsunami that had surged forth. What transpired over there? Is there a battle? Has someone discovered a treasure again? Let us investigate. The sailors and rogue cultivators, originally scouring the depths for treasures, felt the disturbances and hastened towards the scene. Moong, go see what has happened. The Dragon King of the North Sea dispatched his eldest son forthwith. Chapter 67. I am too repulsed to consume you. Father, please remain calm. I shall investigate at once. Moong declared with a serious countenance as he departed the Crystal Palace, having received orders from the Dragon King of the North Sea. Although the Dragon clan currently appeared diminished, they were not to be trifled with. Furthermore, with the decree from the Heavenly Court in their favor, regardless of the strength of their adversaries, the dragons remained sovereign rulers of the four seas. Recently, a plethora of damaged innate spiritual treasures had descended upon the North Sea, stirring great excitement among its inhabitants. However, the arrival of the true immortal Tai, who gathered all the treasures, quelled the fervor considerably. The North Sea had also dispatched forces to issue warnings, forbidding any further disturbances to their peace. Little did they expect that mere days after their admonition, someone would audaciously strike at their doorstep, blatantly disregarding the North Sea Dragon clan. Now, Moong wished to ascertain the identity of this insolent individual daring to act with such bravado. On Fuhai Island, the young Jiao Demon King, engrossed in the refinement of the Fuhai Pearl, suddenly sensed an unsettling premonition as if a great calamity were imminent. Could it be that the elders had encountered misfortune? With this thought, the young Jiao Demon King abandoned his endeavor, realizing he could not afford further losses among his few loyal subordinates. He hastily exited his retreat, accompanied by 2 remaining serpent attendants, and rushed towards the site of the battle. On the shoreline, the elder serpent attendant, who had been hurled into the sea by Nezha, though not dead, was caught off guard and suffered further injuries. Just as he attempted to flee beneath the waves, Nezha's subsequent strike found its mark, sending him hurtling out of the water. The gaping wound on his chest, which had nearly begun to heal, was now exacerbated, resulting in fractured ribs. Dark green blood gushed forth, staining the surrounding waters in a murky hue. The toxins within the blood swiftly poisoned the fish and shrimp that lingered in the sea. Nezha casually flung the serpent spear he held, impaling the elder serpent attendant into the ground. The once fearsome visage now appeared even more grotesque, marred by Nezha's assault. Good heavens, how repulsive! Nezha exclaimed upon witnessing the elder's wretched state, momentarily taken aback. The sight was so distasteful it nearly turned his stomach. Initially, he had speculated that it was some malevolent spirit attempting to ambush him, one he intended to capture and transform into a delectable feast. Yet, upon seeing the elder's pitiful form, his appetite vanished entirely. I am too repulsed to consume you, Nezha remarked, covering his mouth and nose. The elder serpent attendant, having endured 3 severe blows and now pinned to the ground by his own serpent staff, had lost nearly half his life. Upon hearing Nezha's words, he spat forth a mouthful of blood, nearly succumbing to rage. He never anticipated that he would be so thoroughly defeated by such a small child, pinned to the ground by his own serpent staff, utterly devoid of the strength to resist. Why did I fixate on him earlier? The elder of the serpent slaves was filled with regret. Had he known this little one possessed such formidable strength, he would have fled at the first opportunity. However, upon hearing Nezha's words, the elder's sorrow turned to indignation. To kill him was one thing, but to suggest he lacked even the qualifications to be food was an affront to his dignity. The other serpent slaves looked on in terror at Nezha by the shore, too frightened to rush to his aid, fearing that Nezha might discover their presence. They could scarcely fathom the origins of Nezha. What kind of being could cultivate such a monstrous entity? At such a tender age, he wielded such extraordinary power. In just 3 moves, he had gravely injured their elder. With such prowess, even if they all charged at him, they would likely inflict no harm whatsoever. Nezha turned his gaze towards Tai Jinren, who had remained silent at a distance. Master, are you hungry? I can prepare some barbecue for you. Just 2 spiritual treasures will suffice, or even 2 peaches will do. Tai Jinren rolled his eyes in exasperation. The ugly creature he was toying with was no longer of any concern to him. This serpent was but a mere celestial being. Frail and on the verge of death, its magical power nearly depleted, possessing no culinary value whatsoever. And as for 2 spiritual treasures, he would disdain such a gift. No need, my dear disciple. I have long since forsaken mundane food. You should keep it for yourself. Nezha sighed in response. Although he had delayed his journey to the North Sea, he had not been deprived of sustenance. He had captured a plethora of seafood. Under the onslaught of his spices, even Xuandu could not resist, and Tai Jinren himself had succumbed, even competing for food with him. The refusal now was merely due to the serpent's diminished strength. Nezha, unceremoniously, chided the elder of the serpent slaves. Look at you. Why must you be so hideous? Even if offered for free, who would want you? You bring shame upon your serpent clan. The already frustrated elder of the serpent slaves spat another mouthful of blood, his lips trembling, unable to utter a word. Unwilling to relent, Nezha shot a disapproving glance at the elder, recalling that he had not barbecued anything on their journey thus far. With a childish tone, he called out to Tai Jinren, Master, have you ever tasted barbecue? It's absolutely delicious. How about I prepare a piece for you to try? We mustn't waste it. Just 2 spiritual treasures. If that is too much, we can negotiate for 1. Tai Jinren wore an expression of exasperation. He currently possessed nothing of value, not a single treasure to barter with. Not only was he devoid of treasures, but he also owed a staggering debt of over 10,000 postnatal spiritual treasures, the means of repayment, an insurmountable challenge. Although he and Yun Zongzi were sworn brothers, he could hardly escape this predicament. What an exasperating situation. The mere thought of the venerable Tai Jinren causes my head to throb. If all else fails, I shall have Yun Zongzi escort Nezha away. Treating it as a form of debt repayment, Tai Jinren mused. Observing this, Nezha realized his words had fallen on deaf ears. Over the past few days, he had sought to procure some treasures from Tai Jinren, but to no avail. It seems, alas, that they are indeed non-existent. Gritting his teeth, Nezha brandished the Qianquan circle, intent on vanquishing the elder of the serpent clan. You wretched creature, incapable of yielding even a single spiritual treasure. What purpose does your existence serve? It would be better for you to perish. With that, he prepared to strike. At that moment, a voice suddenly thundered from the depths of the sea. Halt. This is a matter concerning the North Sea. I implore you to spare him. Before the voice could finish, Nezha's Qianquan circle had already descended with might. A resounding thud echoed as the elder of the serpent clan met his demise. His brain splattering without so much as a groan, collapsing lifelessly upon the shoreline. Even his soul was extinguished in the instant the Qianquan circle struck. The magic force, already dispersed by Nezha, shimmered briefly before transforming into a serpentine creature of considerable length. Chapter 68. The Unparalleled Prodigal. No wonder he appears so grotesque. It is his natural disposition, Nezha remarked, albeit unimpressed by the now transformed sea serpent. At that moment, the owner of the previously heard voice materialized. The sea surface, once forcefully subdued by Tai Jinren, surged violently. Waves began to crash towards the shore, revealing countless peculiar figures emerging from the tumultuous waters. A legion of shrimp soldiers and crab generals surrounded a dignified young man, who stood at the edge of the sea. I am Moong, the prince of the North Sea. Who dares to disturb the peace of my realm? What are you shouting about? Nezha retorted, clearing his ears before hurling his serpent staff. With a thunderous roar, the staff unleashed a ferocious power, sending waves crashing apart, cleaving the sea down to its depths as if the entire North Sea were being split in twain. Towering waves howled, threatening to engulf the heavens and the earth. What is happening? We must flee. The previously concealed rogue cultivators could no longer maintain their composure, scrambling away in haste to avoid being swept away by the deluge. Nezha had not intended for this chaos, yet he found himself ensnared in this tempest. Tai Jinren, equally astonished, hastily summoned his powers to repel the oncoming waves. After what felt like an eternity, the seemingly divided North Sea finally began to converge once more. The bodies of countless shrimp soldiers and crab generals surfaced, littering the ocean's expanse. The thousands of soldiers led by Moong had suffered near total annihilation. My word. When did my strength become so formidable? Nezha was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated such an overwhelming force. Just moments ago, He seemed to have expended an immense amount of spiritual energy. After Master Tai repelled the seawater, he descended from the heavens. Even as a formidable golden immortal, the sheer magnitude of energy consumption left him feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Had it not been for his timely intervention, the waters of the North Sea would likely have transformed the surrounding expanse into a vast swamp. Little one, how did you achieve that? Master Tai pondered the recent scene, trembling not out of fear, but from the realization that such power should not manifest in Nezha. Even a true immortal might struggle to wield such might. Yet it had emerged from his young disciple's grasp. It was utterly perplexing. Your prowess is unparalleled, merely a casual gesture, and you only utilized a fraction of your potential. Nezha adopted a nonchalant demeanor. Master Tai rolled his eyes, aware that Nezha was unable to articulate the experience, having witnessed his astonishment earlier. Suddenly, Master Tai's gaze fell upon the serpent staff in Nezha's hand, specifically, a rather inconspicuous orb resting atop it. This staff bore a massive serpent's head, and within its jaws lay a small orb, roughly the size of Nezha's fist. It resembled a dragon pearl. Master Tai, astonished, took the serpent staff from Nezha, examining it meticulously. Glimmers of golden light emanated from his hands, and soon, the unassuming orb erupted in a radiant glow. A treasure. Nezha's eyes sparkled with excitement. Master Tai stroked his beard. No wonder your earlier display had such a profound effect. It is all due to this dragon pearl. If I am not mistaken, it is a pearl birthed by a formidable being of the ancient dragon clan, intertwined with the essence of the North Sea. Your earlier action must have inadvertently tapped into the pearl's primal power, resulting in that extraordinary display. However, Master Tai was perplexed as to how such a treasure could rest in the hands of an ordinary sea serpent demon. Nezha snatched it eagerly, declaring, "Who cares? This treasure is mine now. Little one, tread carefully, do not consume it." Master Tai observed as Nezha gripped the serpent staff tightly, as if attempting to pry the dragon pearl from it. "First, it is stained with blood, it is unclean," Nezha insisted, for he was a fastidious individual, having found the sea serpent repugnant and unwilling to ingest anything tainted by its blood. Master Tai chuckled softly and replied, "Though this item is a product of postnatal refinement, it has assimilated the essence of the North Sea, likely rivaling even the most exquisite innate spiritual treasures. You will not be able to detach it." With a sudden determination, Nezha bit down on the orb. "Do not eat that," Master Tai exclaimed, reaching out to retrieve it. "That is the supreme treasure of the North Sea, possessing the power to command its depths. Do not consume it recklessly." Nezha swiftly dodged, invigorated by Tai Junren's words. He bit down with greater force. Crack, crack, crack. The dragon pearl began to fissure, releasing countless blue lights that coalesced into a miniature dragon form. With a resounding crunch, the dragon pearl embedded in the serpent staff shattered completely, devoured whole by Nezha. What a prodigal child, an unparalleled wastrel. Tai Junren's hand hovered in the air, his face a portrait of anguish. A perfectly good dragon pearl had been gnawed upon by Nezha. What else could one call such recklessness? Crunch, crunch. The fist-sized dragon pearl was chewed into powder, consumed as if it were mere ice. With a breath, Nezha exhaled a chilling mist, nearly fracturing the air around him. A potent surge of water energy coursed through his being, enveloping Tai Junren in an oceanic sensation. It wouldn't be long before he would have to undergo tribulation. Nezha directed the chaotic energy he had generated back into the realm of gluttony. Although he could transfer it, some residual energy remained within his body. Were it not for his physique being that of the primordial virtue's sacred body, he might have already burst. Yet even so, Nezha felt that he could not continue this way. The sea was quite appealing, and once matters here concluded, he resolved to undergo tribulation upon the northern sea. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, a series of system notifications echoed in his consciousness. Ding! Congratulations, host has comprehended the innate divine ability, True Dragon Roar. Ding! True Dragon Roar has automatically reached maximum level. True Dragon Roar, a Dragon Clan divine ability. Invoking True Dragon Roar will unleash a true dragon formed from concentrated spiritual energy to assault enemies until the energy is depleted. Ding! Congratulations, host has grasped the water principle. Water Spirit Mastery. Ding! Water Spirit Mastery has automatically reached maximum level. Water Spirit Mastery. Command the power of water within the 5 elements of heaven and earth. Achieving a 100% affinity with water, mastering all water-based spells, and being immune to all water attacks. Ding! Congratulations, host has attained the Dragon Clan's innate divine ability. Cloud and Rain Deployment. Ding! Cloud and Rain Deployment has automatically reached maximum level. Cloud and Rain Deployment. the ability to create a region of clouds and rain, wherein one's combat power is doubled. Chapter 69, Bodyguard of Golden Immortal Level. Listening to the notifications resonating in his mind, an uncontainable smile spread across Nezha's face, stretching from ear to ear. Until now, the divine abilities he had awakened were primarily physical, leaving his combat capabilities somewhat lacking. His strength was adequate against those who had yet to attain immortality, but what of those who had? A mere kick would not suffice to vanquish even the Elder Serpent Servant, who resided at the lower echelons of immortality. As for those of greater strength, this minor divine ability seemed rather outdated. As for the celestial fire of destruction, its might is undeniably impressive, yet perhaps excessively potent. Unless the opponent possesses extraordinary strength, once unleashed, it would likely reduce everything to ashes. It is hardly practical for him to employ it while hunting, otherwise his quarry would be incinerated, leaving him with nothing to consume. However, the emergence of the dragon's roar perfectly addresses Nezha's current disadvantage in long-range attacks. Moreover, crucially, the dragon's roar consumes his own spiritual energy, which, in his case, is not spiritual energy, but rather chaotic energy. This substance possesses a far superior potency compared to ordinary spiritual energy. Once invoked, its power is unimaginable to Nezha. He contemplated seizing the opportunity to experiment, as this place serves as a natural testing ground. With that thought, Nezha casually tossed the damaged serpent staff into the black pond of the gluttonous space. He also retrieved the previously placed heavenly serpent from the gluttonous space. The golden immortal expert, Tai Junren, was momentarily taken aback by the sudden appearance of the heavenly serpent. He had not anticipated that Nezha would carry a golden immortal level protector by his side. This was gifted to me by Master Xuandu as a bodyguard, Nezha explained. A bodyguard? Tai Junren exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that this creature was indeed at the golden immortal level. Although it was merely a step away from the great Luo, it was still a golden immortal. He felt the urgency to advance in rank rapidly. Tai Junren, feeling disheartened, reflected that if the young 1's bodyguard was already of such caliber, he would soon find himself outpaced and lacking even a bodyguard. Nezha paid no heed to Tai Junren's internal turmoil. He pointed at the dismembered sea serpent on the ground and said to the heavenly serpent, "I've procured a meal for you. Go ahead and eat." The heavenly serpent nearly retched, having lived solely in the 8 scenic palace. The only instance of blood he had witnessed was when Nezha devoured a great rhinoceros. Never had he encountered such a gruesome sight. Seeing the mangled sea serpent, drenched in blood, nearly made him vomit. "Master, I am a vegetarian." The heavenly serpent turned away, blocking his sense of smell. Nezha, irritated, kicked him. "You are a serpent. What business do you have with vegetarianism? Show some dignity." He recalled how, back in the 8 scenic palace, the heavenly serpent had drooled over the bones of the great rhinoceros. Now, it dared to claim it was vegetarian? Ridiculous. "Eat it, or I'll turn you into serpent soup." "Fine, I'll eat it." The heavenly serpent was on the verge of tears, constantly threatened with being made into soup. Was it easy being a serpent? With his eyes tightly shut, the heavenly serpent unleashed his powers and swallowed the sea serpent whole. Nezha clapped his hands. Done. The sea serpent had been thoroughly battered by him, combined with its old and unattractive appearance. Nezha felt that even the black pond in the gluttonous space would be sullied by it. After contemplating, he decided that rewarding the heavenly serpent was the wisest course of action. This way, it would not be a waste, and he could win the serpent's loyalty, achieving multiple benefits at once. As for whether the heavenly serpent desired to eat or not, that was no longer Nezha's concern. The sea serpent and the celestial serpent belonged to entirely different lineages. Alas, the elder has vanished without a trace. The serpent's staff has been seized. What shall we do? Let us flee. They seem indifferent to our presence. In the distance, several cloaked serpent minions exchanged furtive glances. Nezha was unaware of their existence, and although Taiji Jinren had noticed them, he dismissed them as inconsequential. However, as the serpent minions conversed, the celestial serpent's form flickered momentarily. By the time it reappeared beside Nezha, it had captured the conversing minions. "Ah, there's another one hiding." Nezha then realized that a few more sea serpents were concealed nearby. Search them for any treasures. The celestial serpent's divine consciousness swept over them, but found nothing, none. Nezha glanced at Taiji Jinren, who also shook his head. What worthless creatures, ugly and weak, with no treasures to boast of. What audacity do they have to show themselves? Nezha scolded darkly. He then turned to the celestial serpent. "You deal with this. If you wish to feast, then do so." Nezha sensed that the celestial serpent had developed a taste for carnage. Having just consumed one, it was eager for more. However, upon hearing Nezha's suggestion to devour them, The celestial serpent's complexion turned pale. A wave of self-reproach surged within. Why had it been so foolish as to capture these sea serpents? Surely, the nearby golden immortal, who was even stronger, had taken notice. Why had it drawn attention to itself? The celestial serpent had not anticipated that its attempt to seek favor would lead to such a predicament. Yet, this time Nezha did not compel it. With a huff, he delivered a series of kicks, sending the sea serpents plummeting into the ocean. Boom, boom, boom. The celestial serpent wielded its power with precision. And as the sea serpents touched the surface, a cacophony of explosions ensued, each resulting in their bodies bursting apart, leaving no trace. Nezha kicked the celestial serpent again. Why the gruesome display? You've polluted the seawater. That large sea serpent was even bloodier. I suppose I shall be more prudent. The celestial serpent mused, standing obediently in place, refraining from any further actions. As the dragon pearl was fully absorbed by Nezha, the previously stable North Sea began to tremble. The surface, which had only recently calmed, began to ripple ominously. Soon, it churned violently, as if a colossal cauldron were boiling beneath the North Sea. Nezha, move away from the water's edge. Taiji Jinren, noticing the disturbance in the North Sea, hastily retreated with Nezha. Though the celestial serpent was unaware of the cause, it followed suit. In no time, the entire eastern sea boiled visibly, with countless aquatic creatures frantically fleeing from the North Sea, resembling overcooked shrimp, their bodies glowing crimson. Some even moved a tad slower, unable to emerge from the depths of the century-old abyss. Heidaleo, Nezha, captivated by the scene before him, exhibited a visage of exhilaration. This was nothing short of a natural Heidaleo, a plethora of fish, shrimp, and crabs, alongside creatures he had never encountered, now nearly blanketed the entire surface of the sea. The North Sea seemed to have transformed into a bubbling cauldron of a super-hot pot. A silver-scaled dragon, in a frenzied escape from the depths, spiraled above the North Sea. However, for reasons unknown, the two horns adorning its head were broken. Its once majestic countenance bore a colossal scar, seeping with a faintly yellowish dragon's blood. Oh, I shall slay you. Moan, revealing his dragon form, circled above the North Sea in search of Nezha's silhouette. Chapter 70, All Brothers. Moments ago, it was Nezha's inadvertent activation of the dragon pearl's essence that had summoned the powers of the North Sea, resulting in Mong's grievous injury. How could the esteemed prince of the North Sea be so easily vanquished? Who, indeed, has disturbed the peace of all? As Mong roared, the previously desolate surface of the North Sea began to teem with formidable rogue cultivators. These powerful individuals typically resided on isolated islands within the North Sea, either honing their skills or establishing aquatic abodes, largely indifferent to worldly affairs. However, following the recent descent of a spiritual treasure, some had emerged to contest for it. But once it was claimed by Taiji Jinren, they retreated to their lairs. Yet, after only a few days of seclusion, the commotion stirred by Nezha had drawn them out once more. Come forth, let this prince see you. Mong's dragon roar echoed through the skies of the North Sea, attracting an ever-growing number of cultivators. Master, shall I retrieve him? Tianxi inquired tentatively. Patience, let us observe. Nezha gritted his teeth. He had yet to savor dragon meat. It was said that when a whip struck a sheep, the blood would thoroughly permeate the flesh, rendering it most delectable. While Nezha was not one to indulge in such cruelty, the sight of the foolish dragon circling in rage above certainly provided an equivalent effect. It would be akin to a warm-up before the feast. Nezha mused on how he would partake. However, Nezha's indifference did not imply that the rogue cultivators remained unconcerned. Mong's relentless roars compelled even the most reluctant of them to emerge from their seclusion, eager to discern the cause of such upheaval. Was the eldest son of the North Sea Dragon King mad to create such a ruckus? Hush, silence. Do you not see the dragon's horns are broken? It is furious. Huh. Who possesses such audacity to be so thoroughly pummeled by Mong in the North Sea? It's no wonder he is enraged. Being struck is one thing, but to disrupt everyone's cultivation, does the North Sea Dragon clan seek to incite the wrath of the masses? Enough of your chatter. It is said that the Dragon clan has lost a treasured artifact, and given their current misfortunes, it is hardly surprising that they are in a state of fury. A treasured artifact? What sort of artifact could it be? Is it truly potent? Those scattered immortals present, who are bold enough to emerge at this moment, are not weak in their magical prowess. Otherwise, they would not be cultivating in the depths of the Northern Sea. Upon hearing about the artifact, several curious souls, unaware of its significance, gravitated toward the speaker. Allegedly, this artifact. However, the gathering of these individuals swiftly caught the attention of Moong. What are you discussing? Do you think the treasures of the Dragon clan are for you to covet? Moong, consumed by rage, spoke without an ounce of rationality left. Yet, these scattered cultivators were mostly rebellious spirits. Although they practiced in the Northern Sea, each possessed formidable powers and would not submit to its authority. Moong's reprimand caused their expressions to darken. This young dragon has lost his senses, daring to admonish the Taoist of 5 poisons. This is it. The Prince of the Northern Sea is surely courting disaster today. He truly believes himself important. Even Ao Shun treats me with deference. Yet he dares to speak to me in such a manner. Upon hearing the Taoist of 5 poisons, the scattered cultivators were suddenly alarmed and quickly dispersed. You old thief of 5 poisons, how dare you? Before Moong could finish his words, the Taoist of 5 poisons struck, sending him flying. A vibrant handprint materialized in midair, transforming into 5 tendrils of dark mist, within which the shadowy figures of the 5 poisons danced, exuding a foul, sanguine stench. Each tendril of dark mist was significantly larger than Moong's true form. After hurling him away, the mist did not dissipate. Instead, it recoalesced into a gigantic hand that seized Moong from the air and forcefully slammed him toward the shore. Boom! The massive dragon body crashed onto the bank like a colossal cannonball, creating a vast crater, nearly 100 feet in diameter. The boiling waters of the Northern Sea surged in, swiftly engulfing Moong. Moments later, the incoming seawater turned a deep, ominous hue. Goodness! Could this foolish dragon have been killed? Nezha glanced at the scattered cultivators in the distance. Their actions seemed excessively ruthless. He had been pondering how to savor a meal. But if this dragon were to perish, the flavor would surely spoil with time. Nezha hesitated, contemplating whether he should descend to investigate. Do not worry. It is not so easy to perish. The physique of the dragon clan is remarkably robust. That attack, at worst, would leave him severely injured but not dead. Tai Yizhan, being a formidable golden immortal, discerned the crux of the situation. Moreover, those scattered cultivators merely intended to teach Moong a lesson. Few possess the audacity to truly take his life. They are not foolish. After all, everyone is merely making a living in the North Sea. If they were to slay Moong, it would undoubtedly lead to a rift with the North Sea, an irreversible feud. The fact that he is still alive is a relief. However, no matter how resilient he may be, he cannot surpass my own strength. Upon hearing that Moong had not perished, Nezha's spirits lifted considerably. As for the earlier praise from Tai Yizhan regarding the dragon clan's physical prowess, he dismissed it entirely. He possesses the primordial merit sacred body, a being comparable to a sage. Within the 3 realms, there is likely none mightier than he. Save for the sages themselves. No matter how formidable the dragon clan's physique may be, it is but a younger sibling in his presence. Nezha cast a furtive glance at Tai Yizhan, silently thinking, do not be deceived by your current status as a golden immortal. In terms of physical strength, you are merely a younger sibling. Go, retrieve that foolish dragon. Nezha commanded the heavenly serpent beside him. The small serpent complied. In a flash, the heavenly serpent leaped into the crater left by Moong's impact. Tai Yizhan was taken aback, covering his face with his hand and muttering, this is disastrous. It seems the North Sea's Dragon Prince is in grave danger. Just days prior, he had met with the North Sea Dragon King, who had willingly gathered treasures without any stipulations. They even volunteered to dispatch water soldiers to assist in the search for scattered spiritual treasures. Now, with Nezha ordering the heavenly serpent to capture Moong, it was evident he intended to consume the Dragon King's son. Nezha, we cannot devour the North Sea's Dragon Prince. Shall we not consider another option? Tai Yizhan ventured cautiously. Why not? This fellow just proclaimed himself the Prince of the North Sea. Surely he is of notable quality. Nezha replied, somewhat perplexed, having contemplated for quite some time whether to grill or prepare sashimi. His master's words dampened his enthusiasm. Yet, Tai Yizhan was at a loss for how to persuade him. While Nezha was agreeable on most matters, when it came to food, there was rarely room for negotiation. Attempting to convince Nezha to abandon this endeavor was akin to prying a treasure from a mortal's grasp. After a moment of contemplation, Nezha realized that his prior exchange of the sea serpent for spiritual treasures might have cast a shadow over Tai Yizhan's thoughts, and he then said, all right, master, perhaps you wish to partake as well. I assure you, I cannot consume such a large dragon alone, and I will certainly leave some for you. Well, that is not correct. In any case, we cannot eat him. Tai Yizhan was so bewildered by Nezha that he inadvertently voiced his true thoughts. In any case, we cannot eat him. Chapter 71. I cannot sense anything either. Indeed, we cannot consume him. The North Sea Dragon King is quite astute. He likely desires to hold a favor over us. Although the dispatch of water soldiers to search for treasures was not his directive, that favor is now established. Should Nezha eliminate the Dragon King's son, if word were to spread, what would become of his reputation? Even if he were unconcerned about his image. The Jade Void Palace holds its dignity. Yuan Shi Tianzun is renowned among the sages for valuing reputation, should he lose face. Not even his beloved disciple could bear the consequences. Nezha enjoys such favor. The one who would truly suffer would undoubtedly be the intermediary in this affair. Since you cannot consume it, I owe a favor to the people of Beihai. Spare him this one life. Tai Jinren declared directly. He feared that if he continued to engage in this dialogue, he might genuinely be persuaded by Nezha. Just one peach. Otherwise, there is nothing to discuss. Nezha retorted resolutely. It became evident to him that his master possessed a considerable lack of shame. He had just revealed his innermost thoughts, yet now he feigned indifference. What kind of nonsense is this? You desire it yourself, and there is nothing more to say. Then eat it. Tai Jinren was left speechless, astonished that the little one would dare to demand 10 peaches. If anyone were to offer 10 peaches, he would personally eliminate Imoang. Although Imoang was the dragon prince of Beihai, in Tai Jinren's eyes, even the pit of a peach held more value. While preparing to feast, he thought that as long as he remained unrecognized beneath his mask, there should be no significant issues. Glutton. Nezha scoffed inwardly. Witnessing Tai Jinren's reputation plummet in his esteem, he preferred Xiandu, who at least spoke candidly, unlike Tai Jinren who insisted on maintaining his aloof demeanor. Alas, he could not escape the undeniable allure of delectable food. Nezha reflected. Even the golden immortals could not resist the allure of delicious fare. Nezha mused that if Professor Wang were to traverse into this world, he might become even more formidable than the sages. As the negotiations between Tai Jinren and Nezha reached a pause, the celestial serpent finally completed its task. Imoang, being a true dragon, albeit only at the celestial level, possessed a strength that could rival an ordinary Xianxian. However, he faced the golden immortal celestial serpent. After being struck down from the heavens by Wadudio Run, it took him a while to regain consciousness. Just as he stirred the waters of Beihai and roared as he emerged from the sea, he was abruptly pinned in place by the celestial serpent, with one hand gripping Imoang's neck, as if lifting a mere chick. The celestial serpent effortlessly hoisted him from the depths of the water. Imoang felt a blur, and suddenly found himself on solid ground. As for how he arrived there, he had no clue. Gazing at the three figures before him, he felt utterly disoriented. How did he end up here? What was he attempting to do moments ago? After considerable contemplation, Imoang recalled that he had been struck down by Wadudio Ren. Who are you? Release this prince, or else. Before Imoang could finish his sentence, a small foot struck him squarely on the forehead. Annoying. Nezha exclaimed, expressing disdain for Imoang's utter lack of awareness as a potential meal. According to his master Tai, the Dragon King of Beihai was quite astute. How could this prince be so dim-witted? Is he really of royal blood? Imoang, having just regained some clarity, found himself bewildered once more. After a prolonged moment of confusion, he finally regained his composure. Imoang squinted his eyes, trying to discern who had just attacked him. His assailant had kicked him. The diminutive figure was no larger than his smallest dragon claw. Yet that kick to his forehead nearly caused him a concussion. He was utterly convinced that had the blow been even slightly more forceful, his brain would have turned to mush by now. Suddenly, a wave of fear washed over Imoang as he realized that his connection to the sea had been severed. Though his dragon head rested on the shore, much of his body remained submerged in the ocean. Yet he felt not a shred of the innate bond between his kind and the sea. This was the dragon race's inherent ability to command the ocean, and now he felt utterly bereft of it. His natural water manipulation powers seemed to have been stripped away, and this, of course, was the doing of Nezha. Although Nezha emitted no traces of magical energy, having comprehended the art of water control, he could effortlessly manipulate the essence of the North Sea with merely a thought. He felt as if he were the very embodiment of the ocean, possessing an uncanny ability to manifest his will. In this scenario, severing Imoang's connection to the sea was simply a matter of concentration, while those with great power required words to invoke their will. Nezha found that a mere thought sufficed, clearly placing him on a more advanced level. A sense of pride swelled within Nezha as his thoughts rippled outward. The tumultuous surface of the sea swiftly calmed under his command. The cultivators in the skies above the North Sea, who had gathered to witness the spectacle, suddenly found the entire expanse of the ocean tranquil, like a mirror, devoid of even the slightest ripple, and their expressions turned to astonishment. As they beheld this eerie stillness, panic began to set in among them. What on earth is happening? Could someone explain? One exclaimed, "This is bizarre. I have practiced for hundreds of years and have never encountered such an extraordinary phenomenon. Another remarked. That fellow has achieved celestial status after merely a few hundred years of cultivation. What a prodigy. How enviable. A third added. I've only practiced a few decades longer than you and have barely reached the profound celestial realm. I can't make heads or tails of this situation. Others nearby felt exasperated, muttering, is that a self-praise? Can't you see we're discussing something serious? Suddenly, the crowd erupted as familiar faces approached the Five Poisons Taoist. Taoist friend, did you exert any force earlier? Surely you haven't truly killed Prince Mo Ong? They questioned, having noticed Mo Ong lying motionless before several unfamiliar individuals. Casting doubt on whether he was alive, they had not witnessed Nezha's kick. As these words were spoken, an eerie silence fell over the crowd, all eyes turning to the Five Poisons Taoist. He won't die. I only exerted a fraction of my strength. If this could kill him, the Prince of the North Sea would be rather weak. The onlookers immediately wore expressions of disbelief. After all, he was a formidable elder, yet here he was, boasting. Although Mo Ong's strength was lacking, he was not some novice who could be easily dispatched by a mere fraction of someone else's power. Indeed, the physical prowess of the dragon clan is renowned. Although the bloodlines of these dragons have become diluted, they still surpass the individuals present. Oh, except for Nezha. The scattered immortals' gazes finally turned towards Nezha. Could it be that they are behind this? I cannot sense their presence. They must surely be formidable Xianxian. One celestial said. No, they are true immortals. Another Xianxian remarked. I cannot sense anything either. I cannot even detect the child's aura. Upon hearing this, the scattered immortals were taken aback. They suddenly realized that none of them could perceive the small one's essence. While they could not ascertain the precise cultivation levels of Tai Junren and Tian Shi, they nonetheless felt the oppressive aura of powerful beings. However, Nezha's essence eluded their senses entirely, had they not witnessed him with their own eyes. They might have mistaken him for an unyielding stone. Unbeknownst to Nezha, his concealing technique had instilled fear in those around him. Nevertheless, he remained indifferent, for his technique was capable of shielding him from heavenly tribulations. Even the revered Xian Du could not perceive him in its presence. It was entirely normal that these individuals were unable to sense him. Suddenly, a true immortal spoke with a grave expression. I cannot sense anything either. Chapter 72. There's no show, you idiots. Countless scattered immortals were no longer merely astonished, but gripped by terror. If even a true immortal could not sense him, then he must be a being of golden immortal caliber. Typically elusive, today 3 of them have emerged. This is truly terrifying. Some scattered cultivators nearby began to retreat quietly. Nezha and his companions were unfamiliar faces, none of whom they recognized. It was prudent to keep their distance, lest they become collateral damage. At that moment, the sea suddenly underwent another transformation. The once tranquil waters, subdued by Nezha, shattered like a broken mirror. A wail, reminiscent of a dragon's roar and a serpent's hiss, echoed throughout the surroundings. Following this, a grotesque and formidable creature surged forth from the tumultuous sea. Among the crowd of onlookers, those with keen senses quickly discerned the sudden peril and hastily sought refuge. Yet, some of the less capable individuals, though they sensed the danger, were not swift enough to evade. As this monstrous being brushed past, it instantly erupted into a cloud of blood mist. The colossal sea fog spread in all directions, nearly enveloping the entire North Sea. What is this? I cannot see. Nezha mused, momentarily perplexed. The preceding events had unfolded too rapidly for him to grasp what had occurred. However, he pondered what might have inadvertently shattered the ocean's confinement. Could it be some treasure? Nezha thought, startled. This sudden sea mist is so dense that I can hardly see anything. With a flick of his wrist, Nezha summoned a wisp of violet fire that incinerated the sudden sea mist enveloping the surroundings. The eerie howl that resonated moments ago returned, now infused with anguished cries. As the fog dissipated, the onlookers beheld the monstrous form concealed within, their faces contorting in expressions of astonishment and disdain. The already grotesque creature bore scorch marks across its body, its once fearsome and hideous scales now exuding a vile stench that rendered it even more repulsive. Yet, amidst the chaos, some discerned that this creature emerging from the depths was none other than the illegitimate son of the Dragon King of the North Sea. Expelled from his palace, whispers traversed the skies above the North Sea. The celestial serpent, possessing the strength of a golden immortal, effortlessly eavesdropped on these transmissions, gathering every piece of information with astonishing ease. Master, this creature is the illegitimate son of the North Sea Dragon King, who recently proclaimed himself the Jiao Demon King, declaring enmity against the Dragon Palace. The Jiao Demon King, so it is him. Nezha mused, retracting the violet fire. He soon recalled the figure in question. The Jiao Demon King was none other than the sea-overturning great sage, one of Sun Wukong's 7 sworn brothers during the journey to the west. To his surprise, he now encountered the youthful incarnation of the Jiao Demon King. Nezha remembered that the Jiao Demon King possessed a sea-overturning pearl which could effortlessly draw upon the waters of the North Sea, enabling him to contend against the entire Dragon Palace single-handedly, showcasing formidable prowess. Reflections on the Jiao Demon King's past deeds flooded Nezha's mind. The power of the sea-overturning pearl was such that even the North Sea Dragon King held it in dread. However, a troubling thought struck Nezha. The timing of the Jiao Demon King's emergence was rather coincidental. The celestial serpent had mentioned a certain date, coinciding perfectly with the dispersal of the spiritual treasures. It was an uncanny coincidence that he appeared precisely now. The sea-overturning pearl might very well belong to his master, the treasure master. Nezha scrutinized the Jiao Demon King with keen eyes. That sea-overturning pearl undoubtedly belonged to his master, and thus it rightfully belonged to him. How dare he lay claim to his treasure? Nezha glared fiercely at the Jiao Demon King. Who is it? Who has slain my kin? The Jiao Demon King shrieked in madness, an aura of rage emanating from him. His mother's clan had been nearly annihilated by the North Sea soldiers, leaving only a handful by his side. Yet, en route to confront Nezha, he had discovered that several of the eldest members had also perished. Now, only these 2 remained of the entire Sea Serpent clan. The other 2 sea serpents transformed into their true forms, each stretching over 100 feet, surpassing even the true form of Emoang. Together, the Jiao Demon King and the 2 serpents roared upon the surface, their eyes filled with vengeful fury, scanning the surroundings as if seeking the perpetrator. Their demeanor was even more frenzied than Emoang's had been. However, they could not ascertain who had dealt the fatal blow. Nezha, possessing the primordial merit saint body, remained untouched by the ties of cause and effect in the act of slaying. As for the celestial serpent, it possesses the strength of a golden immortal, rendering those of lesser power incapable of sensing anything amiss. Master, it seems these 3 are associated with the previous trio. Should we eliminate the root of the problem? A peculiar light flickered in the serpent's eyes. Indifferent, I shan't consume such an unsightly creature. You may feast upon it yourself. Nezha remarked nonchalantly. Food is an art that demands visual appeal, aroma, and flavor. This abomination is too grotesque, its blood tinged with green, reminiscent of the colossal sea serpent it had slain. It appears utterly repulsive. You may offer it to my master, Nezha added with a smirk. At that moment, Tai Jinren was utterly bewildered. You expect me to eat something you refuse? Am I so indiscriminate? He stated with a tone of indifference. I shall not partake. Consequently, the celestial serpent also fell silent, unwilling to consume it. After all, this hideous serpent posed no threat to them. They might as well enjoy the spectacle. The loose cultivators at sea began to murmur among themselves, their thoughts intertwining in a tumultuous wave. The dragon and 2 serpents naturally overheard much of the commotion and swiftly shifted their focus towards Nezha. 3 figures surged forth, arriving at the shoreline in the blink of an eye. Divine light radiated as the Dragon Demon King transformed into a youthful form. The 2 serpentine servants behind him bore a half-human, half-serpent appearance. Emoang, was it you who instigated this? The Dragon Demon King's voice was chilling. Though he was several hundred years younger than Emoang, their strengths were not vastly different. With the sea-covering pearl in his possession, he felt emboldened. Having already severed ties with the North Sea, slaying Emoang would not pose a significant issue. At this moment, Emoang had regained much composure. However, under Nezha's control, he found himself utterly immobilized. Being questioned by a bastard son expelled from the Dragon Palace ignited a furious rage within him. He could neither move nor speak. The flames of anger burning within him felt as if they might explode from his chest. Nezha's eyes sparkled with intrigue. It seemed an internal conflict was brewing, a most dramatic twist of fate. He had not anticipated witnessing the North Sea Dragon King's melodramatic strife unfold before him. In such a scenario, if there were no entertainment to be found, he would simply treat it as a prelude to his meal. With a mere thought, Nezha released the restrictions binding Emoang Wu. Upon regaining his ability to speak, Emoang roared, seeking an outlet for his pent-up fury. However, before his voice could fully escape, his mouth was abruptly met with a kick from Nezha. Why shout? Can you not articulate your thoughts properly? Nezha inquired while cleaning his ears. He questioned whether this dragon was mentally deficient. His previous action was prompted by the dragon's inability to communicate effectively, and now, reduced to a mere pawn, it dared to bellow before him. The onlookers among the loose immortals revealed expressions of amusement at this spectacle. The North Sea Prince had been subdued by an unfamiliar power, and now the Dragon Demon King had brazenly approached him once more. Although this Jiao Demon King is the illegitimate child of the Dragon King of the North Sea, the extent of this unfamiliar powerhouse's awareness remains uncertain. Moreover, these scattered immortals have thrived in the North Sea. As long as they are not provoked, they will naturally extend a semblance of courtesy. Just like the 5 poisons Taoist earlier, while he did make a move, it was merely to teach Moong a lesson without resorting to lethal force. Thus, even if this illegitimate son occupies an unnamed island and proclaims himself as the Jiao Demon King, they would merely regard it as childish play. However, can he truly act with such impunity? The Jiao Demon King, now standing before 3 suspected golden immortal powerhouses, risks inciting their wrath, which could lead to his immediate obliteration. Golden immortal beings are not easily swayed by trifles. Moong, having been kicked in the mouth by Nezha, felt as if his face might contort. Coughing twice, he spat out 2 large teeth and dared not make any further outcries. Nezha, feeling quite vexed, had intended to watch the spectacle. But now that Moong was silenced by his kick, it was rather disappointing. If he remained mute, how could he enjoy the show? Speak properly, Nezha remarked as he completely released Moong's restraints. Whoosh. Upon regaining his mobility, Moong did not shout or scream. Instead, he turned and fled. He now realized that in the presence of these 3 strangers, he was akin to a mere toy. His priority was to escape. His enormous dragon form swiftly diminished, his speed surging as he vanished into the horizon in the blink of an eye. He surmised that Nezha possessed the power to control the sea, so he had no intention of heading towards it. After all, any direction would suffice, as long as it was away from Nezha and the ocean. Clouds follow the dragon. Winds accompany the tiger. In this moment, Moong was wholly focused on fleeing. His speed was such that even a profound immortal would struggle to keep pace. This is the innate gift of the dragon clan. Even if his bloodline was no longer pure, not everyone could surpass him. Just as Moong was making his escape, the celestial serpent was about to strike, but Nezha's voice interrupted, suggesting to let him run a bit longer for a more delectable flavor. Nezha said nonchalantly, exhibiting no concern whatsoever. After all, with his cloud transformation technique and mastery over the burning sky purple fire, capturing Moong posed no challenge. His Tai master was still present, and the celestial serpent was a golden immortal expert. If a young dragon at the level of a celestial immortal were to escape, it would be a disgrace to the prowess of a golden immortal. After approximately a quarter of an hour, Nezha nodded gently. The celestial serpent immediately sprang into action, its hands moving like rain, gently slicing the air to create an opening the size of a palm. Then it reached in. Moong exerted every ounce of effort, fleeing desperately while sending distress signals across the 4 seas. After a full quarter of an hour, he had traversed from the North Sea to the skies above the East Sea, finally stopping upon encountering the Dragon King of the East Sea. Uncle, save me. Moong had barely begun to speak when the space behind him shattered, and a hand as exquisite as jade emerged from within. The Dragon King of the East Sea found himself paralyzed by the overwhelming aura emitted by the celestial serpent, which, right before his eyes, effortlessly seized Moong by the neck and vanished into the void. Throughout this bewildering encounter, the East Sea Dragon King, utterly perplexed, could not even discern the identity of his opponent. It was only after the celestial serpent's presence had completely dissipated that the Dragon King realized. Could it be that there is trouble in the North Sea? He resolved to investigate, but recognizing the gravity of the situation, he decided to seek aid from the Heavenly Court. With a solemn determination, the East Sea Dragon King cautiously set off towards the North Sea. In the North Sea, the celestial serpent's hand, having plunged into the void, swiftly returned, capturing the fleeing Moong once more. Indeed, he was a formidable golden immortal. There was no escaping. The serpent exercised restraint. Otherwise, even with the physical prowess of the dragon clan, Moong, possessing merely the strength of a celestial immortal, would not withstand the forces of the rift in the void. The surrounding scattered immortals retreated once more. Anyone capable of effortlessly tearing through the void was undoubtedly a golden immortal. Those who had harbored doubts were now devoid of any uncertainty. Nezha observed the bloody dragon prince before him and clucked his tongue in disapproval, reproaching him. Why run? Do you think you can escape? There is no dignity in your actions. Little eel, just play your part and stop fleeing. Do you understand? Nezha cautioned softly. Moong, bewildered, nodded in acquiescence, fully resigned to his fate. He realized that the jade-like figure before him was a golden immortal. Not only would he be unable to flee, but even his father, the Dragon King of the North Sea, would likely be powerless to intervene. Hey, you grotesque creature, start your performance already, Nezha urged. his eyes sparkling with anticipation for the unfolding drama of the Dragon Clan's grand ethical play. The Jiao Demon King was incensed. To have his appearance insulted before him was a grave humiliation. Nonetheless, having witnessed the celestial serpent tear through the void to capture Imoang, even the Jiao Demon King, equipped with the pearl of oceanic cover, dared not act arrogantly before Nezha. Although he did not fully grasp the meaning of Nezha's mention of a performance, he could surmise its general implication. With purposeful strides, he advanced menacingly towards Imoang. "Did you kill the Serpent Elder and the others?" the Jiao Demon King roared, preparing to strike. Imoang, already dazed from Nezha's repeated assaults, found himself utterly outmatched and unable to resist. Yet, suddenly provoked by the rebuke from his estranged father, a surge of anger erupted within him. All the pent-up rage he had accumulated burst forth in an instant. His massive dragon claw shot out as if to crush the Jiao Demon King. "So what if it was me? You vile bastard dare to shout at the Crown Prince." Imoang seethed with fury. "You beast. If you hadn't stolen the Dragon Pearl, would this calamity have befallen our clan? You brought this upon yourself. You deserve to die? Good, good, good." The Jiao Demon King bellowed, his madness surpassing that of Imoang, his eyes reddening at the words spoken. Behind them, the North Sea seemed to respond in a frenzy, echoing the turmoil. "It is all of you who have compelled me." The Dragon Demon King is no longer the youthful figure he once was. A blood-red orb materializes from the center of the Dragon Demon King's forehead and begins to ascend slowly. "That, which I just consumed, seemed to be a dragon pearl." Nezha discreetly glanced at Tai Jinren, conveying a silent message. Tai Jinren offered no response, merely casting a disdainful glance at Nezha. "So, when you consumed it, you paid no heed to what it was, did you?" The nearby Tian Shi, upon overhearing the transmission, felt an increased admiration for Nezha. "It turns out this entire affair was orchestrated by you. Not only did you devour the treasures of the North Sea, but you also incited a fraternal conflict between the two brothers. How ruthless." Tian Shi involuntarily shuddered, suddenly realizing that Nezha was far more formidable than his serpentine self. "Can even a golden immortal fall ill?" Nezha shot a glare at Tian Shi. No, Tian Shi stammered with a grin. "Just observing." Nezha's gaze shifted once more to Imoang and the Dragon Demon King. The blood-red orb continued its ascent, and a faint silhouette of a dragon emerged within it, resembling a miniature version of the Dragon Demon King. Subsequently, a torrent of power emanated from the orb. The frenzied waters of the North Sea, as if drawn by an unseen force, began to flow into the orb. Simultaneously, the aura surrounding the Dragon Demon King escalated tremendously. "This is the pearl of oceanic domination." Tai Jinren suddenly spoke up. "What is that? Is it a treasure?" Nezha sensed it and found himself puzzled. The orb exuded an innate essence yet bore the characteristics of a postnatal spiritual treasure, rendering it indistinguishable. One might consider it as such. "What I sensed earlier should indeed be this artifact. It is one of your master Duobao's creations, possessing considerable might, likely a medium-grade innate spiritual treasure." "However, Nezha exclaimed, kicking Tian Shi in annoyance. He was vexed by this roundabout way of speaking, always choosing to be pedantic or leaving half the story untold. Tian Shi looked at Tai Jinren with a forlorn expression, nearly on the verge of tears. "What does this have to do with me? You kicked me for no reason. I wasn't even the one speaking." Tai Jinren, feeling a bit awkward, cleared his throat and continued. "Originally, this pearl of oceanic domination was an innate spiritual treasure. But the Dragon Demon King, in his haste, fused his own soul with the pearl, resulting in a semi-entity spirit. Can that even be done?" Nezha inquired, perplexed. Chapter 74. This treasure belongs to me. It is time for it to return to its rightful owner. Although he had emptied the sutra repository of the 8 Sceneries Palace, most of what he had perused pertained to local customs and significant events in the 3 realms. His knowledge of specific cultivation methods was rather limited. To be precise, he only understood the hierarchy, for he had the gluttonous system to cheat his way to advancement, requiring little additional knowledge. Tai Jinren explained, "This is a cultivation method that demands great willpower and is exceedingly extreme, requiring one to extricate their own soul and merge it with the spiritual treasure. Upon achieving success, this divine treasure essentially becomes another corporeal form of the soul. What advantages does it offer?" Nezha found it somewhat perplexing, for this approach was not the conventional path of cultivation. The merit of such cultivation lies in its rapid enhancement of power, allowing the soul to merge with the divine treasure, thereby absorbing its ethereal essence. It can forcibly elevate one's cultivation level, the more spiritual essence absorbed, the stronger one ultimately becomes. However, once the spiritual essence is depleted, one's cultivation will inevitably stagnate, ceasing to progress further. At present, it appears that this young dragon's strength could potentially reach the celestial realm, yet unless a fortuitous opportunity arises, it may be rendered ineffectual. Even a seemingly useless sea-covering pearl could elevate his strength to such an extent. Nezha was astonished. After consuming numerous treasures, he had only achieved this level. In comparison, he felt rather inadequate. Taiji Jinren observed Nezha and remarked, "He has reached the brink of his limits," which is why he employed this method to ascend to the celestial realm. Your situation is different. Although your realm is lower, your prowess is formidable. Though you have yet to attain immortality, the heavenly fire of destruction is not something just anyone can withstand. Nezha chuckled, acknowledging the validity of this statement. Taiji Jinren continued, "This method is not one that just anyone can utilize. The very act of separating the soul is an arduous task, let alone the necessity for a suitable treasure. Even a congenital spiritual treasure, regardless of its lack of utility, holds far greater value than a mere celestial being. In this world, it seems you alone are worthy of such treasures." "Indeed," Nezha exclaimed, lifting his chin, for he was a man with a system. Was such an advantage available to just anyone? A substantial volume of seawater was absorbed by the blood-red sea-covering pearl, elevating the strength of the dragon demon king from the earthly immortal realm to the pinnacle of the celestial realm. 1/5 of the northern sea's waters had been consumed, causing the original coastline to recede significantly. "Amok, perish!" The dragon demon king bellowed madly, hurling the sea-covering pearl, now infused with 1/5 of the northern sea's water, directly at him. Roar! Amok sensed the ominous aura of death encircling his heart. His colossal dragon form twisted violently in an attempt to evade. He had not anticipated such a sudden surge in the dragon demon king's power. With the presence of the sea-covering pearl, even if he were uninjured, being struck would surely lead to his demise. Yet, in this interplay of strengths, his speed could not possibly match that of the sea-covering pearl. Evasion was utterly impossible. Just as the aura of death thickened around Amok, a turn of events unfolded. He had prepared to close his eyes and await his end. Yet after a moment of waiting, the death he envisioned never came. Upon opening his eyes, he was astonished to find the perilous sea-covering pearl in Nezha's grasp. "This item, although you have mended it, rightfully belongs to me," Nezha stated with sincerity. "This treasure shall be returned to its rightful owner. You may continue your battle," Nezha nonchalantly declared. The dragon demon king was suddenly struck with fear. The sea-covering pearl was now his lifeline. Should it be damaged, his existence would be in grave peril, especially as it had now fused with him. If the sea-covering pearl were to break, it would not merely signify his death. It would mean the complete annihilation of his soul, leaving no chance for reincarnation. The surrounding celestial beings were equally bewildered, struggling to comprehend the unfolding situation, feeling as though they were caught in an unsettling spectacle. Nezha had just initiated a confrontation, and now it had been abruptly halted. Was there to be a fight or not? They were anxiously watching the performance, and if it did not proceed properly, they would have to retreat into seclusion for cultivation. The dragon demon king gazed apprehensively at Nezha, or more precisely, at the sea-covering pearl clasped in his hand. This was his lifeblood. What was Nezha planning? The dragon demon king dared not act. He was acutely aware of his own limitations. His soul was intertwined with the pearl. After all, Taiji Jinren, standing nearby, offered a reminder. How could I have forgotten? Nezha suddenly had an epiphany and then handed the sea-covering pearl to Taiji Jinren. "Master, the soul of this eel is trapped within, defiling my treasure. Please extract it." Taiji Jinren responded, "What a thankless task you have assigned me." He calmed himself, reminding himself not to lose his temper with his own disciple, and took possession of the sea-covering pearl. The dragon demon king had merged his soul with the pearl, and while it was not impossible to separate them, a careless move could lead to the destruction of his soul. Moreover, even if the separation were successful, the pearl's prior potency would be lost, rendering it a mere waste of primal material. It could only regain its former glory if returned to the chaos for millennia of refinement. Taiji Jinren succinctly explained this to Nezha, leaving the decision in his hands. "Let us commence. If the soul shatters, so be it. After all, it is not my soul," Nezha remarked nonchalantly. The dragon demon king had appropriated his treasure for personal use and must now face the consequences. Nezha felt that refraining from directly slaying the dragon was already a sign of his benevolence. Of course, the primary reason was that the dragon demon king was simply too repulsive to contemplate killing. Thus, he refrained from taking action. Unbeknownst to the dragon demon king, it was indeed his own unattractiveness that had allowed him to escape the clutches of death once more. Taiji Jinren was not idle either. He instructed the celestial serpent to remain vigilant and commenced the extraction process. The sea-covering pearl's powers had diminished significantly, yet under the guidance of a golden immortal, it was not an insurmountable challenge. Soon, the errant form of the dragon was successfully extracted. The dragon demon king trembled in fear, anxiously watching, terrified that at any moment, his soul might shatter. Fortunately, until his soul was entirely extracted, no calamity occurred. Little one, how shall we dispose of this soul? Taizhenren inquired. Whatever you wish. I have no appetite for such a thing. Master may keep it if he desires. Nezha remarked that this divine essence was utterly tasteless, and he was not inclined to consume it. The Supreme Master Tai twitched the corner of his mouth and casually tossed the divine essence to the Dragon King. He was not a malevolent practitioner. Why would he partake in such a thing? Moreover, being at the celestial immortal level, he found it beneath his notice. With just a thought, he could obliterate it. Thank you, thank you. The Dragon King was initially taken aback, but upon witnessing the return of his divine essence, tears streamed down his face, and he promptly knelt. As the essence returned to its rightful place, it swiftly merged with his corporeal form. Chapter 75. What peculiar inclinations does the Dragon Clan possess? At that moment, the Dragon King felt as though he had traversed the gates of the underworld, drenched in sweat. I take my leave. The Dragon King no longer contemplated slaying Imoang. His enmity with the North Sea was not something that could be settled in a day. There would be other opportunities for vengeance. There was no need to rush. Preserving his life was of utmost importance, especially in the presence of these three formidable strangers. As for the Dragon Pearl, it was undoubtedly beyond recovery. Survival took precedence. However, just as the Dragon King had taken a few steps, Nezha called out, "Who permitted you to leave?" The Dragon King froze in place, too fearful to move, lest these three unknown powerhouses extinguish his life. Nezha's voice resonated slowly. Didn't I just say to finish the performance? It hasn't even begun yet. Continue. The Dragon King's body trembled slightly. Realizing he could not escape without engaging in battle today, he was a decisive individual. Otherwise, he would not have managed to flee from the onslaught of the North Sea's soldiers. He had restrained himself for many years without taking action. Now, understanding there was no escape, a murderous intent surged within him as he charged at Imoang. Now that is more like it. Nezha retrieved the previously stored peach of immortality from his space, munching on it while casting glances at the scene, causing the onlookers among the scattered immortals to be utterly astonished by Nezha's identity. However, having witnessed the methods of saints, Nezha's perspective was already elevated beyond measure. Having barely taken a couple of bites from the peach, he lost interest in continuing to watch. Stop testing the waters. Let us settle this once and for all. Only one of you shall leave alive today. Nezha's voice echoed in the ears of the dragon and the serpent. Imoang's eyes widened in terror, filled with malevolence. You wretch, you dare to kill me? I am the Prince of the North Sea. Words were futile. You played a part in the events of the past as well. Your hands stained with the blood of my kin. The Dragon King, utterly driven to madness, seemed to lose all reason. Although his divine essence had been extracted from the pearl of overturning seas by Tai, he had not sustained any real harm. In fact, with the return of his essence, the strength he had forcibly enhanced had become even more stable. At that moment, as Nezha's words fell, after a few exchanges, the Dragon King had already inflicted grievous wounds upon Imoang, who offered little resistance. You cannot kill me. I am the Prince of the North Sea. If you slay me, my father will not spare you. Meng's tone abruptly shifted. Did you not consider this day when you slaughtered my kin? The Dragon King of the Flood struck Meng fiercely, shattering one of his dragon claws. Are you not of the pure dragon lineage? Yet you are still inferior to me. The Dragon King licked the blood that splattered onto his lips. Dragon blood is nothing remarkable. He spat out the dragon blood he had tasted. Meng, already wounded, found himself at a disadvantage, and as he absorbed the biting words and the fierce exchange of blows, his movements slowed even further. The dragon scales on his body were torn apart by the Dragon King as if they were mere parchment, lacking any real protective power. This creature, though of impure bloodline, possessed extraordinary talent and, fueled by deep-seated hatred, was relentlessly advancing. His future achievements would likely be formidable, as remarked by Taizhenren, an esteemed golden immortal who could discern the essence of matters at a glance. Rather unimpressive, Nezha commented, his interest waning, completely devoid of the anticipation he had earlier. He had expected some juicy revelations, yet the two brothers exchanged only a few words, utterly lacking in substance. Meanwhile, the scattered immortals observing from the sidelines displayed an unusual interest. Ao Jiao, you cannot kill me. I am your elder brother. Our blood is intertwined. Meng spat blood midair, his strength diminishing rapidly, as silver dragon blood continued to cascade from him. Who claims you as a brother? You are a lofty dragon, while I am a mottled-blooded Jiao. We are fundamentally different. The Dragon King's voice was icy. Today, only one of us shall survive. The two figures clashed once more, blood spilling profusely. Nezha, who had been watching with keen interest, erupted into laughter upon hearing the name Meng had called out. Did I hear correctly? The Dragon King's name is Ao Jiao? Indeed. All dragons bear the surname Ao. It is quite normal for this Dragon King to name himself thus, Tai Jinren remarked, somewhat puzzled, unsure of what amused Nezha so. Nothing to worry about. Nezha replied, reveling in his amusement. The illustrious Dragon King bore a name that sounded like Tsundere. Had he not heard it himself, he would hardly have believed it. Nezha chuckled with interest. Little serpent, this Dragon King's name is quite amusing. I think I shall spare him. Go fetch that foolish dragon prince. We shall prepare for a feast. Understood. The heavenly serpent materialized between the Jiao and the dragon, effectively separating them. Pointing at the Dragon King, he declared, You be gone. The outcome is yet undecided. Enough of your prattling. If I say leave, then leave. The heavenly serpent kicked the Dragon King into the sea. Excellent, truly worthy of my guidance. Nezha beamed at the heavenly serpent's decisive manner, appreciating his style. The Dragon King plunged into the ocean, creating a massive wave, yet at that moment, a figure clad in silver emerged from the depths. Grasping the very Dragon King who had just been kicked into the sea, the Dragon King of the North Sea surveyed the surroundings, casting a profound gaze upon the celestial serpent gripping Moong, ultimately resting his eyes upon the Jiao Demon King. What brings you here? Surrender the Dragon Pearl, and I shall permit your return to the Dragon Palace. The Jiao Demon King broke free from the grasp of the North Sea Dragon King, retreating a short distance. His eyes ablaze with crimson fury. Return to the Dragon Palace? Will I ever have that opportunity again? His eyes wept blood, and his body trembled. You slaughtered my mother and an entire clan. Between us, there exists only enmity. Yet, your blood flows through my veins. We are bound by lineage. Hand over the Dragon Pearl, and perhaps we can return to our former ways. Silence. The Jiao Demon King bellowed, interrupting the North Sea Dragon King's words. Our relationship is solely one of hatred. There is nothing deeper. His demeanor turned icy as he slowly straightened his form. Is it merely the blood of the Dragon Clan? Who would covet it? I shall return it to you. The hand of the Jiao Demon King transformed into a claw, and before the North Sea Dragon King and all present, he plunged it directly into his own chest, exposing his immense heart. Thump, thump. In that moment, the surroundings fell into an eerie stillness, as all gazes converged upon this spectacle. In the entire realm, it seemed as though only the heartbeat of the Jiao Demon King remained. Nezha felt a surge of disbelief. This narrative felt strikingly familiar, severing one's bloodline. Had he not traversed time, Nezha's fate would likely have mirrored that of the Jiao Demon King, for after slaying the third prince of the East Sea Dragon King, he had been compelled to pay with flesh and bone, a scene remarkably akin to the present. What peculiar tendencies do the Dragon Clan possess? Nezha murmured. What peculiar tendencies? Ta Zhenren inquired softly. Nothing, merely an observation that the Dragon Clan seems somewhat deranged, Nezha replied quietly, refocusing on the unfolding events. Chapter 76, Old Mud Eel. Dare you seize my dragon blood? Blood gushed from the Jiao Demon King's chest, a pale green liquid in which droplets of golden blood floated suspended in the air. This golden blood was the essence of the dragon coursing through the Jiao Demon King. As time passed, the blood began to change color, transitioning towards an inky green, the hue of the Sea Serpent clan. The Jiao Demon King's form began to alter. The horns upon his head receded and diminished until they vanished entirely. Layers of grotesquely transformed scales emerged, and as the dragon blood diminished, they began to flake away. The North Sea Dragon King observed with cold indifference, betraying no emotion. Even the celestial beings, who had been exchanging thoughts, fell silent, transfixed by the unfolding drama. The quantity of golden blood was meager. When the Jiao Demon King forced out all his blood, the amount of golden essence was scarcely larger than Nezha's fist. Yet, the aura it emitted was unparalleled in purity. Although it was merely blood, a faint dragon's roar resonated within it. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the delicate outline of a dragon within the golden liquid. As the ethereal sound of the dragon's chant echoed, even the surrounding celestial phenomena experienced a subtle transformation. It appeared as though clouds and mist were gravitating towards the golden dragon's blood, as if attempting to envelop it. The clouds hail from the dragon, and the winds from the tiger. This diminutive dragon had within it a drop of pure dragon blood. Tai Jinren could not help but express his admiration. Since the Great War of the Three Clans, the pure lineage of dragons had nearly been eradicated, with the remaining dragon kings, who governed the four seas, possessing diluted bloodlines. Yet, from a mere river dragon, a drop of true dragon blood could be extracted. This was nothing short of miraculous. However, the bloodline of the sea serpent within it must also be an ancient and formidable lineage. Otherwise, it would have long been consumed by the dragon's bloodline. Yet now, with the dragon's blood lost and its realm diminished, achieving greatness once more would be exceedingly difficult. Tai Jinren shook his head and continued, however, to be capable of merging spirit and soul, and to strip away bloodlines, this little dragon's determination surpasses that of many. If given a slight opportunity, it will undoubtedly become a true powerhouse. Nezha rolled his eyes, thinking this was obvious. Even he could perceive the butterfly effect triggered by his arrival. Yet, under normal circumstances, during the journey to the west, this river dragon king would have possessed the strength of a demon lord. Among the 7 great saints of the demon clan, Sun Wukong was the weakest, while the river dragon king ranked second, indicating formidable power. At the very least, it was of the true immortal realm. To suppress the entire North Sea, one must possess extraordinary fortune, not something just anyone could attain. Burdened with profound enmity and possessing exceptional intellect, with boundless opportunities, vengeance would eventually be fulfilled. Reflecting on this, Nezha felt that the River Dragon King could easily be seen as the protagonist of a novel. However, before him, a man endowed with a system, he merely seemed average. He was the true hero. Master, how does this true dragon bloodline compare to the Qilin bloodline? Nezha inquired, his gaze fixated on the golden dragon blood, which had captured his interest. They are on par. Tai Jinren pondered momentarily, then continued, in the primordial era, 5 innate clans emerged in the world, each possessing bloodlines of utmost purity. Those with a pure bloodline, upon birth, wielded tremendous power, far surpassing that of other beings by countless magnitudes. Yet, among them, the White Tiger and the Black Tortoise clans, due to their unfavorable fortunes, perished early on, leaving later generations only aware of the 3 clans of antiquity. Nezha listened, grasping only fragments of understanding. The scriptures of the 8 Sceneries Palace had briefly mentioned these secrets, but at the time, he had only skimmed through them and remembered little. Unexpectedly, he was hearing it again. How did those 2 clans meet their demise? Tai Jinren gazed intently at Nezha, reflecting on the cataclysm that had befallen the White Tiger clan, which had resided in the west. As the battle between Dao and Demon raged, the clan faced near total annihilation. The Xiangui clan met a similar fate, with the last of their kind taken by goddess Enhua, who severed its limbs and utilized it as a pillar of heaven. Thus, both clans were extinguished. Following this, the 3 clans engaged in a fierce conflict, resulting in the demise of their elite members, leaving the world bereft of those with pure bloodlines. Understanding this, Nezha's gaze sharpened as he fixated on the droplet of authentic dragon blood suspended in the air. Meanwhile, the wounds on Zhao Demon King's chest had healed. Yet due to the detachment from the dragon blood, he had fallen into a state of extreme weakness. His form had devolved from that of a dragon into a colossal sea serpent. The power he had forcibly ascended to, the pinnacle of the celestial immortal realm, had plummeted to its early stages, as if he were on the brink of a complete downfall. However, perhaps due to the bloodline severance, the Zhao Demon King now exuded an inexplicable, enchanting beauty, devoid of the grotesqueness that had previously defined him. The surrounding immortals, whose powers far surpassed that of the Zhao Demon King, could not help but feel a sense of admiration. A transformation of such magnitude. If he survives, he will undoubtedly become a formidable force. Young one, would you care to become my disciple? Join my ranks, and I shall impart my teachings freely. The Zhao Demon King, despite his pallor and diminished strength, radiated a sharper aura than before and chose not to respond to the powerful figures vying for his allegiance. Instead, he trembled as he extended a finger, sending the gathered golden dragon blood towards the North Sea dragon. In a voice tinged with weakness, he declared, from this moment forth, only enmity exists between us. Stop. Leave the dragon pearl. The North Sea Dragon King, previously inactive, abruptly lunged forward, reaching for the droplet of true dragon blood that had been severed from the Zhao Demon King. His other hand transformed into a massive dragon claw, descending from the heavens to envelop the Zhao Demon King, seemingly intent on seizing him. I have already acquired the bloodline of the Qilin clan. I cannot allow the dragon blood from the other 2 primordial clans to escape. Nezha fumed, witnessing the North Sea Dragon King's actions. You dare to steal my dragon blood. Old Mud Eel. His voice reverberated through the air, brimming with fury as if driven by a mortal grudge. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to the sound, yet they could only catch a fleeting glimpse of golden light flashing through the sky, rendering the spectacle indistinguishable. Chapter 77. Do you know who I am? As the golden radiance faded, the crowd soon realized that the one who had just acted was Nezha. A collective gasp erupted from the spectators, who hurriedly retreated once more. Although Nezha's cultivation level was lacking, his innate attributes had reached a level that inspired despair. The Hunyuan Merit Saint body is an impressive feat in itself. But his cloud transformation technique was such that even the esteemed Tai Jinren would find it challenging to keep pace. At that moment, witnessing Nezha's velocity filled the onlookers with profound trepidation. Should Nezha choose to strike at them, escape would be utterly impossible. Nevertheless, Nezha and his companions had refrained from acting against these scattered celestial beings, allowing them to remain as mere spectators. Had they not, the crowd would have fled in disarray long ago. Yet among the scattered immortals, some formidable figures furrowed their brows slightly. Although Nezha's movements were fleeting, the aura he emanated suggested he had barely reached the threshold of ascension, specifically, the stage of tribulation before achieving immortality, yet still untested by such trials. A peculiar sensation arose within these individuals. This unfamiliar powerhouse had concealed his true prowess to an astounding degree. Could it be that a mere mortal who had not yet ascended could possess such swiftness? Did he take them for fools? Even an earth immortal, when exhibiting such velocity, would surely suffer bodily rupture. As these thoughts swirled in their minds, a cacophony of anguished dragon roars suddenly resonated from the skies above the northern sea. Diverting their attention from Nezha to the source of the sound, they beheld the northern sea dragon king, whose claw aimed at the true dragon's blood had been severed. All 5 of his dragon fingers had vanished without a trace. The point of severance was remarkably smooth, as if cleaved by some unseen force. The pain of his severed digits elicited a series of wretched howls from the Dragon King. Flickering flames ignited at the wound, relentlessly consuming his magical essence. Though the fire had not spread further, it rendered him incapable of regeneration. This fiery manifestation was none other than the flaming sword crafted from Nezha's celestial purple fire. As the sword dissipated from Nezha's grasp, he extended his hand to retrieve the droplet of true dragon blood, recently extracted by the Jiao Demon King. Who are you? And why have you struck against me? The Northern Sea Dragon King managed to regain some composure, casting a cold gaze at Nezha. What concern is it of yours who I am? Nezha nonchalantly tossed the droplet of true dragon blood into his mouth. Ding. Congratulations, host, upon awakening the dragon lineage. Ding. Lineage activation in progress. Current activation progress, 1%. Ding. Insufficient lineage, awakening failed. Upon hearing the system's notification of failure echo in his mind, Nezha exhibited no signs of disappointment. Rather, he felt an exhilarating thrill. The dragon lineage did not conflict with the Qilin lineage already present within him, indicating the potential for awakening. Indeed, my system is remarkable. If I gather more dragon blood, success in awakening should be within reach. Nezha nodded internally, recalling that when he awakened his Qilin bloodline, a similar accumulation was necessary for the awakening of such powerful, divine bloodlines. As Nezha fixated on the Dragon King of the North Sea, his gaze shimmering with intensity, Tai Jinren felt a surge of dread. Covering his face with his hand, he muttered to himself, "This is disastrous. It is utterly over. The child has set his sights on Ao Shan. Just moments ago, he had only coveted the Dragon Prince. And now it seemed that not only the prince, but even the Dragon King himself was in jeopardy." In his heart, Tai Jinren lamented the dire situation. Clearing his throat to alter his voice before transmitting a message to Nezha, "Disciple, merely 1 Moang would suffice. The Dragon King of the North Sea is aged and unpalatable. Let him go." He had already concealed his appearance, for unless one possessed greater strength, revealing his true visage was impossible. Yet, he felt compelled to modify his voice as well to avoid recognition by the Dragon King. However, before Tai could finish, Nezha resolutely rejected the notion. "No. I want it all." If his earlier desire was merely to sample dragon meat, 1 Moang would indeed be adequate. Yet now, he yearned to awaken his dragon ancestry. What if 1 Moang proved insufficient? It would be prudent to include the old dragon, as the Dragon King, having lived for so many years, surely possessed a purer bloodline than his son. Tai Jinren was rendered speechless. It seemed Nezha was intent on capturing everything in one fell swoop. "Master, if you are afraid, do not interfere." Nezha cracked his knuckles, producing a series of sharp sounds. Tai Jinren, taken aback, thought, "What is there to fear? I am a formidable peak golden immortal. How could I be intimidated by a mere Dragon King of the North Sea?" Before he could voice his thoughts further, Nezha disregarded him entirely. Old mudfish. You dare to capture those I have let go, which clearly shows you do not regard me highly. Who do you think you are? Depart now, and I shall consider this as if nothing has transpired. Otherwise, I shall report you to the heavens." Upon hearing this, Nezha paused momentarily. "Do you know who I am?" "I do not," came the reply. "Very well, go ahead and report me," Nezha replied nonchalantly. At this proclamation, everyone present on the North Sea was left in stunned silence, feeling as though their worldview had been utterly transformed by Nezha's words. In their midst, some had previously heard the Dragon King's threats, invoking the celestial edicts to intimidate others. Yet today, they were enlightened to the fact that such a response was even possible. Only Tai Jinren wore a knowing expression, as if it were all anticipated. Having endured Nezha's relentless antics, he had witnessed countless refreshing revelations that reshaped his understanding of the world over these past few days. The Dragon King of the North Sea stood dumbfounded, momentarily forgetting the pain of his severed fingers. The logic behind Nezha's words was undeniably profound. How could he lodge a complaint against someone whose identity he did not even know? Although the statement angered him, he indeed had no knowledge of who Nezha was. The three realms were vast, and even the celestial court could not oversee all of it. Without knowing his opponent's identity, should Nezha flee? How would he ever find him again? Behold the expression of Ao Shun. It is utterly hilarious. The Dragon King of the North Sea has become a mere jest. The last remnants of the Dragon clan's dignity have been thoroughly cast aside. Moments later, all the onlookers, scattered immortals, erupted into uproarious laughter, feeling that their day had not been wasted. Typically engaged in solitary cultivation, they found that despite the day's delay, the antics of the North Sea Dragon King's family would provide them with amusement for centuries to come. Some of the more powerful beings, not content with their own mirth, began to send messages to friends, sharing the day's events. The North Sea Dragon King was filled with rage, nearly spitting blood. He never anticipated that a single remark would render him the punchline of the gathering. "You little brat, I will slay you," he bellowed in fury. "Enough of your prattle. Come at me." The diminutive figure of Nezha stood proudly in the air, disdainfully beckoning the North Sea Dragon King with a flick of his finger. "If you can injure me, then you may consider yourself victorious. You infuriate me." The Dragon King felt as though his chest would explode from rage, astonished that a mere child dared to treat him with such contempt. Chapter 78. The archenemy of the aquatic tribe, Little Nezha. The surrounding immortals could not perceive Nezha's cultivation level, but the North Sea Dragon King certainly could. He was merely an unascended child. Furthermore, having emerged late, he was oblivious to the prior events. In a fit of rage, he charged forward, transforming from his humanoid form into a magnificent silver dragon. His appearance bore a striking resemblance to the true form of Mo, albeit amplified many times over, stretching several hundred feet in length, evoking the impression of a divine dragon whose head was unseen. "This is enormous. It seems truly insatiable," Nezha murmured. He had anticipated a larger size, but only by a few dozen feet, not by several magnitudes. It even appeared to be continuing to grow. "Do not increase in size. That is more than sufficient," Nezha shouted urgently. Food should be consumed in one sitting. Otherwise, it loses its freshness, and he never partook of leftovers. "You insolent child. You do not regard me in the slightest." The North Sea Dragon King trembled with rage, feeling utterly disdained. "In your sights?" Nezha quickly waved his hands. "No, no, no. I do not regard you in my sights. I am merely storing you in my belly." Nezha's voice resonated across the heavens, matching the volume of the Dragon King's roar. The surrounding immortals burst into laughter once more. The notion of Nezha intending to consume the North Sea Dragon King was simply too comical. "Die!" The North Sea Dragon King could no longer restrain himself. His colossal dragon form surged forward, the massive tail sweeping toward Nezha. "Little serpent, retreat." Nezha called out to the celestial serpent that sought to assist him, urging it to keep its distance. He had been focused solely on enhancing his strength and had never had the opportunity to test it. Now he wished to seize this chance to gauge his own abilities. The celestial serpent paused momentarily, observing that Tai Junren remained motionless, and thus refrained from further inquiries. He promptly returned to Tai Junren's side, bearing Mo and the Jiao Demon King. Recent experiences had taught him that compliance and a lack of interference could avert numerous unnecessary troubles. The entire sequence of events unfolded in an instant, when the celestial serpent reappeared beside Tai Junren. The terrifying dragon form of the Dragon King of the North Sea was mere inches from Nezha. Yet, in that fleeting moment, a youthful voice resonated. "Halt." Astonishingly, the dragon's form, which had been so close to Nezha, came to an abrupt stop. The onlooking immortals were instantly overwhelmed with a sense of frustration. Just moments ago, during the battle with Moong. It was Nezha who had unexpectedly called for a pause. Now, as the Dragon King of the North Sea was poised to engage Nezha, he too had been halted. Was there no opportunity to witness the spectacle? Each time the tension reached its zenith, it was thwarted, a maddening experience indeed. However, the most distressed of all was the Dragon King of the North Sea, who, like Moong before him, was struck with a chilling realization. He felt utterly out of place within his surroundings. His innate control over water seemed to have vanished. Even the entirety of the North Sea appeared to reject him. Disperse, as Nezha's youthful voice echoed once more. The mist that enveloped the Dragon King dissipated as if obeying Nezha's command. From the outset, Nezha had not lifted a finger. With merely 2 words, he had subdued the formidable Dragon King of the North Sea. Witnessing this bizarre scene, the surrounding immortals exchanged glances, pondering if they had indeed witnessed a similar event with Moong earlier. What manner of technique was this, where words alone wielded such power? The onlookers, having never encountered such a phenomenon, engaged in fervent discussions, yet failed to arrive at a credible conclusion. Eventually, someone began to mock the absurdity of the situation. This battle was utterly devoid of excitement. Indeed, Ao Shun was but a jest. Was the display of strength merely a fade? The surrounding immortals ridiculed him mercilessly. Had they known the Dragon King of the North Sea would prove so inept, they would have dealt with him long ago. How foolish. Although Ao Shun was oblivious to the reasons behind his lack of control, the taunt stung, filling him with a profound sense of shame. Let me go, you little brat. The Dragon King of the North Sea summoned his formidable magical power, yet to no avail. He could not break free from the watery barrier restraining him. Tai Jinren shook his head gently. While he too was uncertain of how Nezha accomplished this feat, he speculated with a fair degree of accuracy. It appeared that the dragon pearl he had consumed earlier was the source of this extraordinary ability. Tai Jinren pondered. This capability was nothing short of a bane for aquatic beings. Regardless of who it was, they would be subdued in water. Foolish dragon. Your entire family is foolish, Nezha exclaimed, appearing suddenly before the Dragon King of the North Sea. With a swift kick, he declared, cease your lamentations. I shall grant you a dignified demise. Would you prefer to be steamed or braised? Choose your fate. Should neither option appeal to you, sashimi is also acceptable. A howl of agony escaped the North Sea Dragon King's lips. Though he had not suffered the indignity of losing teeth like Moong, the bridge of his nose had distinctly caved in. Good heavens, am I imagining things? Aoshuan's nose has been flattened. Is this some sort of jest? That little one's hand possesses the essence of a divine treasure. With a single kick, he has crushed the North Sea Dragon King's nose. Such physical prowess is astounding. One cannot help but wonder about the identity of this enigmatic powerhouse. Everyone present was utterly astonished. Typically, one would be fortunate to encounter a single strong individual, yet today, 3 have appeared. Although this childlike figure is currently engaging in combat, none in attendance dare to regard Nezha as merely a child. Strong beings may possess peculiarities. Perhaps it is some ancient entity masquerading in youthful guise. However, the scattered immortals among them were somewhat perplexed. After all, Nezha had previously exuded a genuine aura, and coupled with his current display, they began to question whether he truly was a mere child. While some discerned the truth, none could bring themselves to believe it. If it were merely an ancient being pretending to be youthful, that would be one thing. But if their suspicions were accurate, it would be far more daunting. At that moment, streaks of light suddenly reappeared all around. Those who had received messages began to arrive. Minds intertwined once more, and soon, these newcomers grasped the events that had transpired before their arrival. Following this, another round of ridicule commenced, with some well-informed individuals producing mystic mirrors to broadcast the previously recorded scenes to a wider audience. Before long, nearly half of the 3 realms were aware of the events unfolding in the North Sea. Consequently, the already tenuous reputation of the Dragon Clan suffered yet another brutal blow. Some aquatic beings felt compelled to alter their appearances, reluctant to reveal their identities. Particularly, they dared not admit to being of the North Sea, for it was a source of great shame, inviting countless derisive gazes. As the mystic mirrors continued to relay the events, countless idle individuals took to their magical artifacts, making their way toward the North Sea. The path of seeking enlightenment can be excessively monotonous, and the prospect of entertainment sent them into a fervor. Naturally, should misfortune befall the North Sea Dragon Clan, they might seize an opportunity for their own gain. Yet, the protagonist Nezha remained blissfully unaware of these developments. Were he cognizant of them, his current disposition might have led him to seize a collection of likenesses for personal gain. After all, he was accompanied by 2 golden immortal powerhouses, rendering him unafraid of any potential detractors. Nezha glanced at the onlookers surrounding them with indifference, then addressed the Dragon King of the North Sea before him. Isn't the physical form of your dragon clan supposed to be exceptionally formidable? How is it that you crumble so easily under attack? Could it be that your reputation is merely an exaggerated boast? The Dragon King of the North Sea was so enraged that he nearly coughed up blood, yet found himself utterly powerless and constrained by circumstances beyond his control. Nezha scrutinized for a moment before his gaze settled upon the North Sea Dragon King's majestic horns. With deliberate grace, he then retrieved the Qianquan bracelet from his wrist. These twin horns of yours possess remarkable quality, he mused. Were they to be forged into skewers for roasting delicacies, they would undoubtedly serve splendidly. Nezha wielded the Qianquan ring, tapping and hammering at the roots of the North Sea Dragon King's twin horns, intent on prying them loose. The Dragon King felt an icy chill creep across his brow. This impudent little rascal actually sought to forge some magical artifact from his sacred horns. Ao Shun sensed the aura emanating from the Qianquan circle and felt his dragon horns might truly be unable to withstand it. At this life-or-death moment, with no control over his own fate, he ceased resisting and immediately pleaded, "Do not strike my dragon horns. Within my palace lie countless treasures. Take whatever you desire." Truly? Indeed. Truly, truly. Ao Shun felt an icy chill creeping up his scalp, rendering him utterly incapable of resistance. No matter how indestructible his dragon horns might be, they stood no chance against a primordial spiritual treasure. Nezha tapped lightly on the surface, yet already waves of dizziness assaulted him relentlessly. Should he continue striking, all would be lost. You should have mentioned it earlier. I'm quite an agreeable person. Nezha once again fastened the Qianquan bracelet around his wrist. Had he not already released the Dragon Demon King? As Tai Jinren observed the Qianquan bracelet now in Nezha's possession, a sudden unease gripped his heart, and a realization dawned upon him. Though he had altered his appearance, disguised his voice, and even concealed his aura, the Qianquan bracelet had once been his treasured artifact, the guardian of his sacred cave. Now, displayed so brazenly, would this not unmistakably reveal their connection? The truth, it seemed, was glaringly exposed. Tai Jinren was on the verge of despair. Despite all his meticulous calculations, he never anticipated exposing his vulnerability in this very place. If it were the little one, at this moment, silencing would be the prudent course of action. Suddenly, the thought occurred to Tai Jinren, but he immediately shook his head to dismiss the notion. If Yuan Shi Tianzuan were to discover his actions, he might very well be the first to obliterate him. After all, the karmic consequences would be far too immense. However, just as Nezha was about to release the Dragon King of the North Sea, a sudden black beam of light shot forth from among the onlooking immortals, striking the Dragon King directly. It pierced through his tail with unrelenting force. A formidable golden immortal, standing on the shore, Tai Jinren and the celestial serpent simultaneously sensed the fleeting aura that had just vanished. However, when they sought to pursue it, it had already disappeared. Nezha cast a cold glance, equally unaware of who had acted. His strength lay primarily in his physical form, yet his realm still resided in the early stages of tribulation. The dark radiance pierced through the tail of the Dragon King of the North Sea, simultaneously shattering the water barrier that confined Nezha outside the Dragon King's corporeal form. A resounding roar of an immense dragon erupted suddenly, intermingled with piercing anguish, reverberating across the land. Among the gathered immortals, those of lesser cultivation found their minds reeling and bodies swaying from the mournful dragon's cry, nearly tumbling into the sea below. The Dragon King of the North Sea shook his mighty head, deftly evading Nezha's assault. Yet instead of plunging into the ocean depths, he soared skyward with astonishing speed, his scaled form streaking toward the distant heavens. With desperate urgency, he fled from the watery domain that had long been his throne. However, the series of actions taken by the North Sea Dragon King left the surrounding idle immortals utterly bewildered. Shouldn't he be returning to his underwater palace to muster his aquatic troops and activate the grand formation at this moment? Why does it seem more like fleeing from the water's surface? Look at the water. Someone suddenly shrieked, swiftly retreating in the same manner. The once tranquil water surface suddenly erupted into violent turbulence, as if some colossal demonic creature were writhing beneath. Still trying to flee, Nezha's figure abruptly vanished, transforming into a golden radiance. By the time he reappeared, he was already 100 miles away. Beneath him, the frantic Dragon King of the North Sea was desperately fleeing the water's surface. Descend at once. Nezha hurled the Qianquan bracelet from his wrist, smashing it directly onto the forehead of the Dragon King of the North Sea. A mournful dragon's roar resounded through the heavens as the North Sea Dragon King was struck unconscious by Nezha's mighty blow. The howling winds bore witness to the colossal form of the dragon monarch plummeting from the skies with earth-shaking force. The colossal dragon's body plunged into the water, stirring up towering waves once more. Yet in the very next moment, the North Sea Dragon King surged forth from the depths again. If we must fight, then let us fight. Must you bellow so? What a capricious dragon you are. Nezha dug at his ear, his diminutive form scarcely larger than a dragon's claw, suspended midair with arms slightly outstretched as though embracing the heavens. What's wrong with this little one? Why does he remain so utterly motionless? How feeble has the Dragon King of the North Sea become, to be so utterly vanquished in this manner? There is something profoundly unsettling about this. Observe the waters below. Nezha appeared remarkably composed, seemingly indifferent to the presence of the Dragon King of the North Sea. It was not until the colossal form of the Dragon King was nearly entirely lifted from the ocean's surface that a smile finally graced Nezha's countenance. The true dragon roared. Nezha unfurled his arms, slowly elevating them as an invisible force emanated from him. Below, the turbulent sea began to shift in response, rising in tandem with Nezha's ascent. Suddenly, hundreds of colossal water dragons, comparable in size to the North Sea Dragon King, surged forth from the depths of the ocean. A wailing cry reverberated through the heavens once more. The North Sea Dragon King had no opportunity to evade, as he was directly struck by the 9 water dragons. Although these water dragons appeared to be composed of mere seawater, they were infused with an abundance of chaotic energy, rivaling, if not surpassing, the might of the North Sea Dragon King's own form. You shall not escape unscathed. Nezha let out a soft snort. This was the result of nearly an entire innate spiritual treasure transformed into a confluence of chaotic energy. According to the manifestation of the true dragon's roar, as long as it is not completely expended, these 9 water dragons shall not vanish. Even if they suffer damage, they can continuously merge and restore themselves anew. The Dragon King of the North Sea felt as though every bone in his body was on the verge of shattering, his strength utterly drained. His agonized cries pierced the air as he twisted and turned mid-flight, yet time and again, the 9-headed water serpents overtook him. How wretched those screams sounded. Nezha narrowed his eyes as the ferocious 9-headed water dragon began to coalesce before surging toward the Dragon King of the North Sea. Chapter 80. Azure Dragon's Heartflame. The onlooking immortals around felt a chill run down their spines, hastily retreating in waves, terrified of being swept into the colossal waterspout born from the fusion. Even some cultivators of lesser strength, witnessing this spectacle, began a swift withdrawal, no longer daring to indulge in idle curiosity. For to continue watching would be to court mortal peril. The Dragon King of the North Sea was utterly defenseless against the onslaught of the colossal water dragon. With a mere fraction of hesitation as he turned, the behemoth's claw sent him crashing into the ocean depths. Yet how could Nezha permit such an easy escape? With but a thought, the boundless waters of the North Sea parted as though cleaved by divine will, retreating to reveal the seabed in all its naked glory. The Dragon King of the North Sea plummeted from the heavens, plunging headfirst into the seabed's muddy depths. Now he truly resembles an aged loach wallowing in the mire. The surrounding celestial beings erupted into uproarious laughter. This was precisely the juicy gossip they had been craving. The earlier events were merely appetizers. Though they couldn't fathom how Nezha had accomplished it, it mattered not. Their delight was boundless as long as the Dragon King of the North Sea received his beating. When the Dragon King regained his senses and sought to flee, Nezha manipulated the currents with effortless mastery. No matter where he darted, the encircling waves entrapped him. Escape through the desolate ocean depths? A futile fantasy. In the end, the Dragon King of the North Sea, utterly unable to locate any water source, plunged headlong into the seabed's muddy depths with a thunderous crash. As a result, the Dragon King of the North Sea burrowed too deep, ultimately unleashing the molten magma from beneath the ocean floor. Was this not an act of sheer folly? To recklessly provoke the subterranean flames. The scattered immortals outside could see everything clearly through the mystic light mirror. Earthfire. Upon witnessing the sudden eruption of magma beneath the ocean's depths, Nezha's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. A golden radiance shimmered amidst the seabed. Though his heaven-scorching violet flame already ranked among the supreme fires, this terrestrial blaze was no ordinary flame either. By devouring it, perhaps his celestial fire could achieve even greater growth. Thus, upon unexpectedly witnessing the emergence of subterranean flames, Nezha's heart swelled with even greater delight. With a graceful lift of his palm, he effortlessly cast a cluster of celestial violet flames into the molten depths below. Boom! As the divine fire merged with the seething magma, an ancient and mournful dragon's roar suddenly resonated from the abyss. Could it be that within the churning depths of the ocean's molten core, the legendary dragons still dwelled? Nezha let out a puzzled murmur as he suddenly sensed the surrounding earth-fire energy erupting violently. There must be a treasure hidden within these undersea magma flows. A look of joy appeared on Nezha's face as he sensed an unfamiliar flame through the purple fire of the burning sky that he had cast into the air. Desolate, ancient, and even faintly exuding a draconic majesty that exerted subtle pressure upon him. Nezha, wielding the primordial essence of the North Sea, once more imprisoned the Dragon King of the North before plunging headlong into the seething magma. The scattered immortals witnessing this spectacle from without nearly succumbed to despair at the sight. What manner of monstrous prodigy was this, to dive so recklessly into the submarine inferno? Did he intend to swim amidst molten stone? The deeper one ventures, the more intense the infernal flames become. Even with my cultivation at the true immortal stage, I can barely endure for long in those abyssal depths. Gone, surely reduced to ashes by now. How utterly dull. Wait, no, look there. Suddenly, a wandering immortal pointed at a tiny black that had abruptly appeared on the mystical mirror. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Nezha's head. Good heavens! How utterly astonishing. The place he's ventured into now, I wouldn't dare set foot there myself. The newly ascended true immortal spoke with an air of mystery. You may find this hard to believe, but I suspect this fellow might be the illegitimate child of a sage. Don't ask how I know. Call it an educated guess. Before the mystic mirror, a crowd of scattered immortals stood speechless, tears streaming down their faces, their hearts profoundly wounded. Having cultivated for so many years, they were well aware of the treasures hidden within the subterranean magma, yet none dared venture too deep. Yet here was someone plunging in headfirst, as if soaking in a hot spring. As Nezha descended further, his perception of that mysterious force grew ever more distinct. He swiftly propelled himself toward the abyssal depths. With each fathom he traversed, the observing immortals outside grew increasingly distraught, their expressions crumbling before the mystic mirror's revelation. A bitter realization dawned upon them. All their years of arduous cultivation had been in vain. Suddenly, the black dot on the mystic light mirror vanished abruptly, startling the celestial immortals. What had occurred? Had the mystic light mirror malfunctioned? Could someone be plotting in the shadows? Might misfortune befall us? The celestial serpent standing beside Tai Zhenren suddenly grew restless. Could something have gone wrong? Should I descend to investigate? No need. The little one won't perish. Let him emerge on his own. Perhaps some extraordinary encounter awaits him. Tai Zhenren remarked nonchalantly. He knew Nezha far too well. The boy wouldn't stir without the lure of treasure. That frantic dive into the molten depths of the ocean could only mean one thing. He'd spotted something extraordinary. They merely needed to wait. The heavenly serpent struggled to maintain his composure, having sensed something moments ago, a strangely familiar presence. It was as if an unseen force was silently beckoning him, resonating with the very essence of his bloodline. Yet within this sensation, there exists a starkly contrasting feeling, as if mere proximity could precipitate a perilous encounter with life and death. This leaves the celestial serpent in a profound state of turmoil. While the outside world lost track of Nezha, he was filled with excitement, having spent a considerable time delivering a speech, and finally discovered his treasured possession. This space, nestled deep within the molten lava, was precisely what shielded him from external scrutiny. It may be due to the principle of extremes, for when Nezha entered this realm, it felt as though he had stepped into an absolute frigid polar expanse. Despite the drastic changes in the environment, Nezha's body is a sacred body of primordial merit. While these environmental transformations may restrain others, they have little effect on him. Nezha ventured deeper into this frigid realm and soon discovered its very core. The 9 sons of the dragon. Nezha murmured. Previously, he had been able to conjure the 9 suns through his mastery of flames. However, with the advent of the celestial purple flame, he had ceased to employ such intricate manifestations. To his astonishment, he once again encountered the 9 suns here. 9 true dragons, each with a distinct appearance, collectively reverenced a colorless flame at the center. Although devoid of color, this flame possessed the remarkable ability to continuously morph in shape, starting from the first of the 9 and culminating in the last. Each transformation occurred with precise timing. When the forms of the 9 transformed for the 9th time, they coalesced into an entirely new form previously unseen. Is this the ancestral dragon? Nezha pondered, as he sensed the essence of this unfamiliar dragon-shaped flame. It resonated with the profound, ancient aura he had felt earlier. Nezha could feel the celestial purple flame within him stirring with excitement, as if urging him to seize the moment and consume this flame. Taking a moment to gather himself, Nezha extended his hand toward the unprecedented dragon-shaped flame. At the instant his fingers made contact, the flame vanished without a trace. Startled, Nezha soon realized that the flame had materialized within his heart. In that moment of enlightenment, he discerned the origin of this flame, the heart flame of the azure dragon.